3 years ago, Earth suddenly entered the era of spiritual energy awakening. Everyone began to explore and research the power of this energy. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was framed by that toxic couple, Jiang Wu and Li Xiutong. Not only did they drag his teammates into it, but he was also pushed to the brink of death. Li Xiutong, if there's a next life, I will never forgive a vicious bitch like you. I will make you both pay with your lives, Lin Tian swore to himself. Unexpectedly, at the moment of death, a system interface appeared. Supreme Martial Arts System initialized. Detecting host in life-threatening danger, initiating temporal and spatial reversal. Due to insufficient points, the timestamp for the reversal will be randomized. 3 seconds later, Lin Tian was sent back. 1 month before the spiritual energy burst, the Supreme Martial Arts System had bound to the host. Please select an attribute to begin cultivation. Currently, people are unaware of the spiritual energy awakening, but it has actually begun quietly. After the awakening, not only humans but animals and plants would also be nourished, causing mutations. Countless supergrade spiritual fruits with special effects would emerge. Consuming them grants superhuman strength. Celestial phenomena will also be affected. There might be light pillars or rainbows like auroras, or strange constellations appearing in the starry sky. Divine fire will descend, and lightning will erupt. If one can obtain enough of these treasures, the strength gained will be immense. 1 month is enough for me to level up. Let's see what features you have, system. Thinking this, Lin Tian clicked on the system introduction. Congratulations to the host for accessing the Supreme Martial Arts System. Here are the system features: daily tasks, attribute cultivation, and point exchange. First, I'll choose the strongest fire attribute to see what kind of powerful cultivation technique I can get. Now, extracting fire attribute technique for the host. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the purple grade fire attribute technique, Burning Heaven Flame Art. First time obtaining a purple grade technique. Received reward, 5 system points. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh excitedly. A purple grade technique? In my past life, a blue grade technique was enough to cause a sensation. To think I've obtained a purple grade one. In this life, I must become a powerhouse. I won't let anyone look down on me again. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. Almost forgot about her. Lin Tian looked at the name Li Xiutong flashing on the screen. He answered impatiently. What? Lin Tian, I like a bag, but I'm 20,000 short. Hurry and transfer the money to me on WeChat. Are you out of your mind? Get lost and go find your rich boy toy. Don't ever call me again. With that, Lin Tian hung up. On the other side, Li Xiutong stared blankly at her phone, wondering, what's going on? Why did he dare to hang up on me? And how dare he talk to me like that? Jiang Wu, sitting next to her, asked, what's wrong? Is your boyfriend annoying you? Who knows what's wrong with him? Probably took the wrong medicine. Jiang Wu laughed. Aren't you going to coax him? Li Xiutong pouted. I only coax, my dear Jiang Wu. Why would I care about a loser like him? Scene shift. Lin Tian stood in front of the People's Hospital, panting, cursing under his breath. If I had known this, I would have asked Su Yuting which hospital she was in back then. I've already run to 3 different hospitals. He recalled how, in his past life, Su Yuting had complained. Back then, my dad thought I was sick, so he made me take a lot of supplements. Not only did I gain weight, but it also destroyed my ice elemental affinity. What a disaster. Su Yuting. In this life, not only will I protect you, but I will also ensure you have no regrets after the energy awakening. Thinking this, Lin Tian quickly ran into the hospital. At the same time, in the emergency room, doctors were struggling to save Su Yuting. Why are all her vital signs normal, but her body temperature won't rise at all? Su Yuting's father, Old To, heard this and anxiously said to Old Li, Old Li, I beg you, please save my daughter. Let me check her pulse first. Old Li walked over to where Su Yuting was lying. After checking her pulse, he turned to Old To. Where has your daughter been recently? Last month, to celebrate her acceptance into Tsinghua University, I took her to Iceland. Then we came back last Wednesday. She's been like this ever since she returned. Your daughter is suffering from an influx of cold energy. We need an object of supreme yang to purge the yin energy. I'll write a prescription for you. Have them get the medicine. Old To said gratefully. Thank you, Old Li. Old Li sighed. I'm doing my best, but whether she can pull through depends on your daughter herself. Just then, Lin Tian pushed the door open. Stop! Old To looked stunned. Who are you? A young doctor asked. Master Li, is this your apprentice? No. I haven't taken any apprentices. Upon hearing this, the young doctor and others grabbed Lin Tian, trying to drag him out. Lin Tian struggled and shouted, Boss Toe, your daughter isn't sick. She has awakened a rare ice attribute spiritual energy. If you treat it like an illness, not only will you ruin her body, but you'll also cut off her future. The young doctor sneered. Did you read too many novels and break your brain? Get him out of here. Stop. Old Li suddenly interjected. Then, eyeing Lin Tian suspiciously, he asked, Kid, how do you know about this ice attribute spiritual energy? Who exactly are you? Lin Tian smiled. Who I am doesn't matter. What's important right now is helping her wake up. If that's the case, then please, little brother, tell me how you would solve this. Old Li proposed. Fresh ginger, 2 taels. Aconite, 2 taels. Cinnamon, 5 taels. Angelica, 1 tael. The doctors and nurses in the room were shocked. Isn't that the exact same prescription Master Li just gave? How could this kid have such profound medical knowledge? Some were skeptical. This kid's prescription is exactly the same as Master Li's. No way. This kid must have copied it. Master Li spoke up. Little brother, your prescription is identical to mine, but it still can't cure the girl. I wasn't finished yet. Don't interrupt me. There is one most important ingredient missing from this prescription. The spirit dew flower. Girl, hold on. I'm not done yet. Don't cut me off. There's one more critical ingredient for this prescription. The sundew flower. Old Master Li frowned and said, Young man, while it's true your prescription could help Su Yuting wake up without any side effects, I'm afraid stardew flowers can't be found anywhere in the world. Old Master Su immediately replied, How much do they cost? The Su family isn't short on money. Please, I beg you, tell me where I can buy one. Old Master Li shook his head. You can't buy it. Stardew flowers are famous for their star-shaped, blue petals, with a shimmering silver center. At night, the petals glow faintly like stars in the night sky, which is how they got their name. The sap of the stardew flower has healing properties that knit wounds and reduce pain rapidly. This is what I, an old man, read in an ancient book. This flower only grew when the earth was still filled with spiritual energy, so it doesn't grow anymore. What? Does that mean my daughter will be like this for the rest of her life? As old Master Su fell into despair, Lin Tian spoke up. Mr. Su, don't worry. I said I could save Yuting without any side effects. Old Master Li was shocked. Young man, do you mean to say you have that legendary stardew flower? That's right, Lin Tian replied. The young doctor, Cao Fuk, retorted. Master Li, don't listen to this kid spouting nonsense. What's saving? This pauper couldn't possibly do it. He probably peeked at the prescription through the CCTV. In the operating room. How could a punk like him have better medical knowledge than I do? Old Master Li countered. Then, how do you explain the stardew flower? It must just be nonsense. This thing sounds like some kind of item from a game. Stop arguing, everyone. Look at this. As he spoke, Lin Tian opened a box containing a blue flower for everyone to admire. In reality, while they were busy arguing, he had quietly used his spiritual sense to spend 5 points to purchase the stardew flower from the system store. Stardew flower? This is actually a stardew flower. Young man, you actually possess a legendary spiritual herb? Faced with old Master Li's excitement, Lin Tian smiled and replied, Can you believe now that I can heal Yuting? Young man, I was just agitated a moment ago. I hope you can forgive me. Please, save this girl. Lin Tian walked over to Yuting and whispered to himself, Yuting, in this life, I will absolutely never let you suffer any harm whatsoever. Afterward, Lin Tian let Yuting absorb the stardew flower. Just a moment later, the nurse looked at Yuting's vital signs on the monitor and shouted joyfully, She's warming up. Her body temperature is rising. That's great. She's stabilizing. Yuting slowly woke up. Seeing Lin Tian, she asked weakly, You are. Get some good rest. We'll see each other again soon. Lin Tian replied with a smile, then turned to her father. Mr. Su, Yuting's body has recovered. Next, just buy plenty of nutritious food for her. Thank you, young miracle doctor. Thank you so much. Yuting's father replied with gratitude. Once finished, Lin Tian planned to leave, and old Master Li wanted to have a private word with him, but he refused. I'm sorry, sir. I have things to attend to. If there's a chance, we'll talk later. Young man, I still don't know your name. My name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied, then quickly returned home to look into cultivation techniques. He remembered that in his past life, there was a post explaining the levels of cultivation after the return of spiritual energy. After searching for a while, Lin Tian finally found that post. The first stage, Qi Awakening. Characteristics: preliminarily sensing and absorbing spiritual energy, beginning the path of cultivation. Abilities. Sensing spiritual energy, strengthening the physique, basic control of spiritual energy. The second stage, spring tide. Characteristics. Forming a vortex of spiritual power within the body, spiritual energy begins to circulate. Abilities. Increased spiritual energy storage, healing with spiritual energy. Increased self-healing abilities. The third stage, iron bone. Characteristics. Spiritual energy strengthens the body, making blood vessels as tough as steel. Abilities. Spiritual energy body forging. Increased defensive capabilities. Spiritual energy shields. The fourth stage, Illusionary Moon. Characteristics. Spiritual power can be projected externally, capable of forming attack skills independently. Abilities. Spiritual power projection. Spiritual weapons. Expanded range of spiritual sensing. The fifth stage, Sunflower. Characteristics. Spiritual power reaches a highly pure state, energy like the rising sun. Abilities. Spiritual purification, spiritual healing, massive increase in attack power. The sixth stage, Soul Spirit. Characteristics. Spiritual energy can form illusions and powerful domains. Abilities. Spiritual illusions, spiritual concealment, forming a spiritual domain. The seventh stage, Core of Light. Characteristics. Spiritual energy reaches its peak, capable of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Abilities. Spiritual resonance. Manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suppressing spiritual domains. The eighth stage. Emperor Venerable. Characteristics. Mastering supreme spiritual power. Reaching the immortal realm. Abilities. Spiritual energy creation or destruction. Mastery of heaven and earth laws. Eternal life. In his past life, because the spiritual energy returned too abruptly, Lin Tian was only at the third stage, Iron Bone, when he was assassinated. So, this time, Lin Tian is determined to cultivate and become a powerhouse at the Emperor Venerable realm. Elsewhere, Old Master Li recounted what happened in the emergency room to Chief Liu Ying. You mean you met a young man with a stardew flower? Could this young man also have spiritual energy? That's right, Chief Liu. I'm certain this young man is a genius at cultivating spiritual energy. If he matures, his future will surely change the face of the world. Hearing this, Liu Ying immediately ordered Leng Ye to investigate Lin Tian. Returning to the main events, after one day of cultivation, Lin Tian had already reached the second phase of the Qi awakening stage. I'm so hungry, I have to go find something to eat. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of his house, Leng Yue dropped an orb onto the ground. A demonic beast appeared shortly after. Seeing this, Lin Tian wasn't panicked, he was even happy, saying, "Looks like the mutations have begun." The beast let out a roar, a pungent, intoxicating scent wafting from its mouth, nearly choking Lin Tian. This dog stinks to high heaven. Right then, the beast lunged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly jumped backward to dodge, but the beast was very smart and immediately used its tail to strike him in the thigh. Lin Tian, angered, leaped high into the air and activated his flame fist. With a single strike, he sent the beast flying. After that, he continued to the convenience store as planned, completely unaware that, after activating his flame fist, he took out the monster with a single blow. He then headed to the convenience store as planned, completely unaware that everything he had just done had been caught by Leng Yue. What kind of person is he? With just one punch, he managed to wipe out a level 1 fire attribute mutant beast? Did he actually awaken the most powerful fire element attack? She wondered. Leng Yue jumped down from above to examine the beast's corpse. Its tail was severed. Wait, so that sound earlier wasn't Lin Tian's thigh bone breaking? It was the sound of the beast's tail snapping? Just how strong has his body become? She thought. No, I must report this to my superiors immediately. The next morning, I woke up feeling sore all over, like I'd just been through a brutal fight. Guess I still need to keep training. Just as Lin Tian was thinking this, the TV broadcasted an emergency report. This is an urgent news update. This morning, temperatures at the peak of Mount Ziyun reached a rare 81 degrees Celsius. All visitors to Mount Ziyun, please prioritize your safety. Do not believe rumors that high heat can remove humidity. Please trust in science. This is merely the ozone layer breaking down. If I remember correctly, Lin Tian thought, the ozone layer above Mount Ziyun isn't damaged. It's because an extremely powerful, fire attribute spiritual energy has awakened there. In that case, I absolutely must go there to absorb this powerful fire attribute energy. As soon as Lin Tian stepped out the door, he ran into that brat Li Xiutong. She held out her hand, demanding 200,000 to buy a handbag. Lin Tian snapped. Are you out of your mind? I already told you yesterday. Don't bother me. Lin Tian, I know you're doing this on purpose to get my attention, but I'm warning you. If you don't hand over the money obediently, I really won't let this go. Get lost and stop being a nuisance, Lin Tian retorted before heading straight toward Mount Ziyun. A large crowd of curious onlookers had gathered there. The police were forced to set up barricades to ensure safety, refusing to let anyone into the mountain. Everyone, please be careful. Do not cross the warning line. It's actually 81 degrees in there. I'm not kidding. It can literally burn people to a crisp. Burn my foot. I don't believe it's that hot, a young hothead yelled. And he tossed an ear of corn into the restricted area. Unexpectedly, due to the intense heat, the corn kernels instantly turned into popcorn, leaving the witnesses terrified. Whoa, it's actually that hot? Stop pushing. It really is burning inside. Just as I thought, the fire attribute energy is incredibly potent. If I can absorb all the energy here, my strength will level up once more. Thinking this, Lin Tian jumped from the roof of a car into the restricted area. He moved so fast and dangerously that the police were caught completely off guard. After a while of enduring pain, as if every cell in his body was being incinerated, the process of absorbing the spiritual energy finally finished. Lin Tian then realized that thousands of eyes were fixed on him, so he turned into a streak of fire and dashed away in an instant. A god. Was that a god? Did anyone manage to take a picture of the god? What's going on? It was so hot just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly cool down? The police officer was utterly bewildered. Could that kid really be a god? News of the god spread like wildfire across all media outlets. By noon, news broke that a mysterious young man had appeared on Mount Ziyun and resolved the climate anomaly, only to vanish right before everyone's eyes. Liu Ying read the report and immediately ordered his subordinates to suppress the news about Mount Ziyun. We can't let this spread any further, or it will definitely cause mass panic. Then, he turned to ask Leng Yue, who was standing behind him. Last night, you witnessed it with your own eyes. That kid blew away a level 1 mutant dog with a single punch, didn't you? Yes, sir. And the mutant dog's attacks didn't seem to cause any damage to his body whatsoever. It seems we've found 2 geniuses in just 2 days. We can't let other factions get to him first. We must recruit Lin Tian into the organization as soon as possible. With that in mind, Liu Ying ordered Leng Yue to take him to meet Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had successfully cultivated to the Spring of Courage realm. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Spring of Courage realm. Reward: 1 attribute slot for a new element. Host can now synchronize 1 additional attribute. System synchronization complete. Ability unlocked. Enchantment. The host can permanently imbue a weapon with an element. Durability depends on the weapon's material. Doesn't this mean I can craft my own elemental weapons? Lin Tian excitedly went to the kitchen and grabbed a chicken cleaver, ready to enchant it, when the doorbell rang. Who's coming over in the middle of the night? Lin Tian walked over to open the door, and asked in confusion, Who are you guys? Young man, I am Liu Ying, the president of the Spiritual Cultivation Association. The young lady beside me is my subordinate, Leng Yue. We are here to talk to you about spiritual cultivation. Liu Ying handed a business card to Lin Tian. The name, Spiritual Cultivation Association, made Lin Tian recall that in his past life, he and Su Yuting had once been saved by people from this very association. Even though I was saved by them in my past life, in this life, I haven't had any contact with them yet, right? Looking at the business card, Lin Tian asked, How do you guys know about me? Liu Ying replied, Old Li, the man who treated the girl from the Su family, mentioned you. By the way, Su Yuting has already joined our spiritual association. Realizing these people had no ill intent, Lin Tian invited them inside to chat. A while later, Liu Ying said with a hint of disappointment, Young man, are you really not considering joining us? Old Liu, I'm not really in a position to join an organization right now. I plan to cultivate on my own for now. I'll think about other things once the spiritual energy has completely restored. Leng Yue then spoke up. Lin Tian, I know you've become a level 1 awakened, but let me tell you, your breakthrough to the spirit initiation realm was pure luck. Without the association's guidance, do you really think you could have? Whether you are at the spring realm or not remains to be seen. The future of Earth will change, and by then, cultivating spiritual energy will be the only path. If you want to grow strong in a stable way, following the association's guidance is essential. At first, I was just like you, thinking I could awaken easily. So I turned down the association's invitation. It took me nearly 3 years, and I still hadn't reached the spirit initiation stage, but after joining, it took less than a year. I successfully stepped into the spirit initiation stage. With the association's help, you'll probably become a powerhouse in just 3 short years. You're already at the second stage of the spring realm? Lin Tian asked, surprised. 3 years? How old is your sister? She's turning 21 soon. How? Your sister's talent is just too poor. Well, never mind. Let's not say things that hurt our unity. Lin Tian thought to himself, then gave a forced smile. It's nothing. I just think you're a genius, that's all. Leng Yue said proudly. Everyone in the entire Cultivator Association is a genius. Being a genius is just the entry requirement to join. Little brother, if you join our association, you'll receive a lot of support. Just as Liu Ying was trying to persuade him, he received a call reporting an anomaly. A second stage beast has appeared, and it's only 30 kilometers away from the city they're in. What, a second stage? What's its attribute? It's still unknown. But it's suspected to be a poison attribute. The creature itself is a giant python. I understand. Seal off the surrounding area immediately. I'll take Leng Yue there right now. After saying that, Liu Ying excused himself and left with Leng Yue. Lin Tian watched them through the window, deep in thought. In this life, I must become stronger. Only then can I avoid repeating the regrets of my past life. My current strength is probably at the early stage of the spring realm. It looks like leveling up won't be easy at all. Let's see where else I can find fire attribute spirit energy. Lin Tian was checking the map on his phone when it suddenly rang. It was his good brother, Cui Tianpeng. As soon as Lin Tian answered, he shouted, Brother Lin, save me, my villa is haunted. Are you crazy? What kind of haunting? Brother Lin, I'm not lying to you. There's been lightning striking behind my villa all day, but there isn't a single drop of rain. Could this kid have awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute? Thinking of this, Lin Tian urged Cui Tianpeng, tell me exactly what's happening with the lightning at your place. Cui Tianpeng was hiding inside his house, his face pale as a sheet, watching the lightning flashing wildly outside. He said with a trembling voice, It's dark as pitch where I live, and the thunder and lightning just won't stop. Brother Lin, save me. From his description, Lin Tian could confirm this was the scene of a lightning attribute awakening. Spirit energy attributes generally come in 3 tiers. Common, like water, fire, wind, and earth. Rare types like ice, light, darkness, and lightning. Legendary types like void. It's a new slot, and adding the lightning attribute, I'm going to be rich. Lin Tian thought happily, quickly instructing Cui Tianpeng, I'm coming over right now. For now, cordon off the mountain near your place. Don't let anyone in, do you hear me? At the same time, in another location, a group of 3 led by Li Qi was also speeding toward the mountain near Cui Tianpeng's house, aiming to collect all the lightning spirit energy before the disaster spread. When Lin Tian arrived and witnessed the thundering lightning, he couldn't help but rejoice. It really is lightning attribute spirit energy. I've hit the jackpot. He quickly opened his system menu and added the lightning attribute to his attribute slot. Warning: lightning is a rare attribute. The spirit energy required will be twice that of normal attributes. Are you sure? As soon as Lin Tian confirmed, notification windows popped up one after another, preparing for the host to draw a lightning attribute technique. Congratulations to the host for drawing the blue-grade lightning technique, Thunderbolt Decree. No wonder it's a rare attribute. Even though it's a blue-grade technique, the power is just terrifying. Lightning spirit energy, here I come. At that moment, Li Qi's group also approached the source of the lightning energy. Looking at the massive pillar of lightning in front of them, the 2 young men with Li Qi couldn't help but feel terrified. Boss, can we really control this thing? That's right. Boss, is the quality of this spirit-gathering bottle really good? Enough chatter, give it to me. Li Qi took the spirit-gathering bottle, took a deep breath, and opened the lid. The bottle acted like a magnet, and the lightning pillar was sucked right in. Go, boss! Boss is amazing! The 2 young men were cheering enthusiastically when disaster struck. Unable to withstand the intense energy, the bottle started to show cracks. Luckily, one of the guys quickly rushed over and pulled Li Qi away before the bottle exploded. Run! The spirit energy is out of control. Just as Li Qi's group was trying to flee, Lin Tian appeared. What are you kids doing climbing this mountain? Run! This isn't a place for ordinary people to be. Ignoring Li Qi's warning, Lin Tian dashed toward the lightning energy like a gust of wind. Seeing Lin Tian get struck by lightning without any injury left, Li Qi's group wide-eyed in shock. He dared to do that? Is he a god? Why is he completely fine? Could it be that he's awakened the super rare lightning attribute spirit energy? A moment later, the lightning pillar vanished. The absorption process was officially over. Besides obtaining a new attribute, Lin Tian also fused the two types of spirit energy to gain the legendary lightning flame attribute. In another development, Leng Yue took two others to an abandoned factory, the location of the dark variant python. Upon entering, she gave each person a jade pendant and instructed them. If you encounter danger, crush this jade pendant to create a light attribute defensive shield. It can save your lives. Survival is the top priority. Don't push yourselves. Understand? Clear. The other two replied in unison. Begin the operation, Leng Yue ordered. As soon as they stepped into the factory, Leng Yue saw a pair of glowing red eyes behind her teammates. Luckily, she warned them in time, allowing her two teammates to dodge while simultaneously firing hidden weapons at the python. Leng Yue used her ice attribute to freeze the mutant python. It seemed like they had it under control. But no, just a few seconds later, the python broke free from the ice. Then it opened its mouth and spewed poisonous gas at Leng Yue's group. Headquarters. Calling headquarters. Giant python. Before Leng Yue could finish, her head felt hazy, and she gradually lost consciousness. A while later, in a white van outside the factory, Liu Ying looked at Lin Tian and said, "Little brother, I beg you. Now, only you can resolve this crisis." Lin Tian didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on the laptop screen, examining the information on the dark python and thinking to himself, "Dark attribute, another rare type. That sucks. If only I didn't run out of slots. Its attributes. I'll definitely take it back to my inventory." Liu Ying spoke up again. "That girl, Leng Yue. Her fate is still uncertain. Our only hope is the person who has awakened. Fire attribute, little brother?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Liu Ying as he asked, "Director Liu, why do you know I awakened the fire attribute?" Realizing he had slipped up, Liu Ying awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a smile, "I had asked Leng Yue to keep an eye on you earlier. She saw you take down that mutated dog with her own eyes." Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood. That mutated dog was something Liu Ying had released to test him. So he asked, "You sent people to stalk me?" Liu Ying explained, "I only did it for the safety of the citizens." Lin Tian held up a finger and replied, "I can agree to go to the factory and take down that python, but you must promise me you won't stalk me anymore." Liu Ying folded his hands and said, "It's a deal, little brother. How many men do you need? I will mobilize them for you immediately." Lin Tian stood up, stretched his limbs, and said, "No need. I'm a lone wolf. That's enough." At the same time, in the factory, a shrill scream echoed, which jolted Leng Yue awake. She looked over and saw a scene of horror. The dark giant python swallowing a person whole. The aura surrounding the beast grew stronger as a result. That giant python, is it actually evolving by devouring cultivators? I absolutely cannot let it finish evolving. Otherwise, the people living around here will suffer the most terrible catastrophe. Thinking this, Leng Yue struggled to put herself up. The dark giant python immediately noticed her, opened its maw, and lunged, intending to swallow her too. "Bring it on," she let out a soft cry. An ice attribute aura appeared in her hand, quickly forming into a sharp spike that she thrust toward the dark giant python. A second later, she opened her eyes wide as she saw the ice spike shatter without dealing any damage to the dark giant python. Furthermore, the creature used its tail to whip her flying. Coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood, Leng Yue whispered in despair, "How can this be? I never expected it to have completed its evolution. It's over. I can't stop it anymore." Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the doorway. "Oh, crap. Coming in here? I just remembered, isn't this dumpy factory where I worked after graduating high school? The owner of this place still owes me a month's salary. How unlucky. Truly unlucky." Leng Yue turned her head toward the door. When she saw who it was, she exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Tian?" Lin Tian looked at her and asked, "Director Liu told me to get everyone out. Where are the others?" Leng Yue shouted anxiously, "Run away. You're no match for it. It has already evolved to the third stage." Lin Tian cleaned his ear and said, all right, I get it. You've been rescued, so just behave and wait. Don't run around." Next, he looked at the dark giant python and said, "Let me see what you're actually capable of." Sensing his provocation, the dark giant python immediately opened its maw toward him. Leng Yue cried out in worry, "Lin Tian, run!" But just 1 second later, she was startled to see Lin Tian vanish from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Reappearing right in front of the dark giant python's head, Lin Tian gathered lightning energy and shouted, throwing a powerful punch at the head of the dark giant python. He sent it flying backward, slamming it hard into the wall before it crashed to the ground. Having been dealt a heavy blow, the dark giant python realized it had met a tough opponent and chose to, Flee. Realizing this, Leng Yue shouted, Lin Tian, don't let it get away. Rest assured, it has nowhere to run today. After saying that, Lin Tian pulled the sword from his back. He used the system's enchantment feature to imbue the blade with thunderfire elemental energy, then used the lightning strike technique to slash down the dark giant python. Lin Tian said, It's done. Leng Yue asked in astonishment, You just awaken your attributes? Lin Tian turned his head to look at Leng Yue, lost in thought. According to his memories, the Spirit Cultivation Association had never done anything bad. They only helped ordinary people overcome difficult times. So, telling them probably wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Lin Tian comfortably admitted, Yeah, I've awakened 2 attributes, fire and lightning. Leng Yue thought to herself, He is definitely going to be a super powerhouse in the future. Not long after, in a truck outside the factory, Leng Yue and Liu Ying were talking to each other. Leng Yue said, Director. Lin Tian admitted it himself. He awakened 2 types of attributes, lightning and fire. Liu Ying lowered his head in thought and softly said, No wonder he told me to stop stalking him. Meanwhile, in his heart, he made a firm decision. A genius like this must join the Spirit Cultivation Association. Leng Yue asked, Director, so should we keep stalking him? Liu Ying didn't answer her question directly. He said, My girl, it's about time you found a boyfriend. Hearing that, Leng Yue was stunned. The next morning, a meeting was held at the Spirit Cultivation Association, with Liu Ying sitting at the head of the table. Sitting to his right was a row of people in suits, while to his left was a row of people in uniforms. At this moment, the young man in the suit sitting at the front spoke up. Director Liu, regarding the spirit energy awakening, let's make it public. Recently, the trouble has been growing. It's like it will never stop. We can't just keep assuming that everything is an accident, right? The middle-aged man in uniform sitting at the front interjected in protest. Are you sick? Do you know how much trouble it would cause if we rushed to announce this? At that point, it wouldn't be something you could just solve with a few words of reprimand. The young man in the suit said, You have the nerve to talk about that? If we could have announced the spirit energy thing yesterday, we could have evacuated the public from the factory in time. The middle-aged man in uniform said, The incident at the factory, didn't we end up solving it anyway? The young man in the suit stood up angrily and shouted, That was you solving it? Wasn't it those kids you called in who actually solved it? The middle-aged man in uniform also got angry. He stood up and pointed straight at the young man in the suit. What did you say? Liu Ying spoke up. All right, stop arguing. Hearing that, the two stopped bickering and looked toward Liu Ying. Director Liu Ying looked at the young man in the suit and said, Xiao Li, sit down, sit down. You're right. If little brother Lin Tian hadn't stepped in to help last night, not only would I have lost my daughter and my subordinates, but the surrounding citizens would have suffered as well. He stood up, turned around, and pointed at the big screen behind him, continuing. However, as our members have said, if we rush to let everyone know about the spirit energy awakening, it will certainly cause large-scale social chaos. So, I have a proposal. The areas I have marked are places where spirit energy awakenings have occurred recently. We can select these areas as test sites. We can promote these areas as tourist destinations and monitor them. We should see how effective he is before deciding on the next step. What do you all think? The young man in the suit spoke up. That's fine, according to Chief Liu. Let's see how it goes. The middle-aged man in uniform also spoke up. As expected of the chief, to think of such a clever solution. Liu Ying said, If there are no objections, let's discuss the next steps. You all saw the young man's strength yesterday. Lin Tian, I want to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivation Association and have him lead a training team. What do you all think? The middle-aged man in uniform said, Chief Liu, I don't oppose him joining, but giving him such a high position right from the start, is that a bit too much? The young man in the suit agreed. Exactly. Who gets appointed to a vice minister level position on their first day? He definitely needs to start from the bottom. Liu Ying explained. You all witnessed his strength yesterday. He is an awakened, with both lightning and fire attributes. I'm worried that if we give him too low a position, he won't be happy. And someone with such potential, we absolutely cannot afford to offend. The young man in the suit suggested, If Chief Liu says so, then I invite the chief to arrange a test for him. The middle-aged man in uniform agreed. Right, arrange a test for him. Becoming a team leader requires more than just raw power. Hearing this, Liu Ying said calmly, Oh, so that's what you say? Don't come crying to me later if you regret it. Not long after, at Lin Tian's home, he was fast asleep when a noise from the kitchen woke him up. Is there a burglar? Am I really so poor that I'm down to the cheapest instant noodles? and they're still trying to steal from me? Just wait until I catch you. I'll definitely make them regret this." Muttering angrily, Lin Tian stormed into the kitchen and shouted, "You bold thief! Why don't you surrender now?" In the kitchen, Leng Yue was cleaning and greeted him calmly when he entered. Lin Tian was stunned and instinctively raised his hand to say hi. Then, he realized what was happening and got furious. "Wait, why are you in my house? Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't follow me anymore?" Leng Yue continued cleaning and replied, "I'm not here to follow you. I'm here to move in. Where's the trash can?" Lin Tian was dumbfounded again. "Huh?" After a while, hearing Leng Yue's explanation, Lin Tian asked, "So, you want me to participate in some kind of challenge?" Leng Yue nodded. "Yeah." Lin Tian closed his eyes and calculated the time. "There are only 3 days left until the spiritual energy fully erupts. I can't waste time on some challenge." Thinking about this, Lin Tian said, "I'm not going. I have no interest." Leng Yue tried to convince him. "I know. You're probably thinking this challenge will slow down your cultivation, but this is a challenge specifically prepared by the Association for Spirit Cultivators. It's not just for new recruits. The location for this challenge has recently experienced a spiritual energy awakening. Although the level isn't high, there might be some opportunities there." Lin Tian suddenly remembered that Leng Yue had mentioned Su Yuting had joined the organization. So he asked, "Let me ask you, is Su Yuting participating in this challenge?" Leng Yue replied, "She's going too." "Why?" Lin Tian bowed his head, thinking, "I remember she said she found a huge opportunity there. I wonder what it could be. I'll go check it out." Having made up his mind, Lin Tian looked up at Leng Yue and said, "It just so happens I need to find her. I'll join the challenge." The next morning, at the assembly point, Liu Ying stood in front of the line of new recruits and spoke. "You might be used to a peaceful life, but I want to tell you all that the world will soon be peaceful no longer. Sacrifices will become a common occurrence. In a moment, I will introduce you to a powerful spirit cultivator who will be your team leader and guide you through this challenge." In the line, Li Qi remembered the events of the previous night and thought, "Where did that person go?" Then, she remembered reporting the incident to her superiors, but they didn't believe her. She even got scolded, so she wasn't in the best of moods. Liu Tianfeng, standing next to her, noticed her expression and asked with a smile, "Sister Qi, what are you thinking about?" Li Qi replied, "Nothing, just wondering what our new team leader will be like." Liu Tianfeng said dismissively, "Team leader? Some rich kid who came here? Just to kill time, no doubt. When that brat shows up, I'll teach him a lesson so he knows who's really in charge here." Two of his underlings cheered. "Boss is the best. Boss is so cool." Li Qi spoke up. "I suggest you behave yourself. Don't cause any trouble." Elsewhere, Leng Yue showed Lin Tian a tablet and said, "This is the team you'll be leading. There are 5 people in total, 2 women and 3 men." Lin Tian looked it over and thought, aside from Su Yuting's ice attribute, the others seem to have quite ordinary attributes. Leng Yue continued, "You need to watch out for the guy named Liu Tianfeng. He used to be a mob henchman. He unexpectedly awakened a wind attribute, but his personality is the same as before, very hard to control." Lin Tian didn't care and said, Got it, got it." Very soon, the two arrived at the assembly point. When Liu Ying saw them, she smiled and said, "Your team leader has arrived." Hearing this, everyone looked over. Su Yuting was shocked and thought, "Is that the person my father said saved me?" Li Qi was also surprised, thinking, "It's him, the guy who got struck by lightning on the mountain that day." Liu Ying pointed to Lin Tian and introduced him. "This is your team leader, Lin Tian." Before she could finish, Liu Tianfeng interrupted loudly. "Wait a minute." Liu Ying frowned and looked at him, asking, "Liu Tianfeng, do you have a problem?" Liu Tianfeng replied, "Chief Liu, what kind of strength does this kid have? Shouldn't we see a few of his moves first? Otherwise, who listens to whom?" Lin Tian asked with a dangerous smile. "Oh? How exactly do you want to test me?" Liu Tianfeng laughed coldly and said, "Obviously, you have to spar with us." Lin Tian asked disdainfully, "A piece of trash at the first stage of the Spring Realm, and you think you're worthy of fighting me? You want a beating, kid?" Liu Tianfeng shouted angrily. He channeled his wind attribute and rushed toward Lin Tian, throwing a punch. To this, Lin Tian asked coldly, "Is that all you've got?" Just as you were about to teach him a lesson, Liu Ying lunged forward and blocked Liu Tianfeng's punch. Her expression dark, she asked him, "Do you dare to defy the organization's orders?" Liu Tianfeng jumped, hurriedly explaining, "Director Liu, that's not what I meant. But a team leader needs real strength. Otherwise, the others won't respect them, right?" After saying that, he winked at his 2 lackeys behind him. Seeing this, They chimed in. That's right, Director Liu. As cultivators, we must value strength above all. If this new team leader can't prove his worth, it will be hard for us to follow him. Liu Ying replied. You don't need to worry about Lin Tian's strength. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly defeated a dark giant python and saved Leng Youyue. Li Qi exclaimed in surprise. What? He was the one who saved Sister Leng Yue all by himself? Liu Tianfeng retorted irritably. Humph. I bet he just got lucky. How could he possibly defeat such a powerful dark giant python alone? Liu Ying spoke up. That's enough. Everyone stand straight. Whoever disrupts the rules of this challenge will be kicked out of the association immediately. Everyone, listen carefully. The goal of this challenge is to deal with a creature known as the Thorn Beast. According to the information the association has gathered, this creature not only has a physical form, but can also move freely. When you step onto this path of cultivation, sacrifice is always a companion. A moment later, all the new members were divided into small teams and entered the forest to begin the trial. Among them, Lin Tian's team consisted of 6 members, including him, Li Qi, Su Yuting, Liu Tianfeng, and his 2 lackeys. After exploring for a while, Lin Tian thought to himself, this is the designated location for the trial. But where is the monster? Has it burrowed underground? Just then, Su Yuting looked at a large, peculiar tree ahead and asked, Team Leader Lin, do we have to go past that? Lin Tian stared intently at the large tree and thought, the spiritual energy gets stronger the closer you get to it. But why haven't we found the monster that Director Liu mentioned? After a moment of contemplation, he said, for safety, we shouldn't get too close to that tree. Let's keep looking for clues about the monster around here. Li Qi and Su Yuting replied, understood, Team Leader Lin. Liu Tianfeng provoked him. Team Leader Lin, are you scared? Don't tell me you're afraid that the tree will get up from the ground and hit you? His 2 lackeys joined in, laughing. Ha ha, laughing until we die. Lin Tian didn't bother getting angry at them. He coldly replied, I've warned you. If you insist on ignoring my advice, you'll have to face the consequences yourself. I want to see what kind of monster is over there. With that, Liu Tianfeng stomped off with his 2 lackeys toward the large tree. Upon approaching the tree, Liu Tianfeng said in surprise, could this tree be some kind of treasure? Why is there such powerful spiritual energy here? One of his lackeys said, Boss, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. If we just cultivate here, we'll definitely level up. Liu Tianfeng started fantasizing, if I absorb all the spiritual energy here and successfully advance to the 3rd stage of the Springwell realm, even Leng Youyue will have to listen to me. Thinking about his future success, Liu Tianfeng's face turned red with excitement. He shouted, Guys, take advantage of this abundant spiritual energy and cultivate right now. So, the 3 of them, Liu Tianfeng and his group sat down by the tree to cultivate, while Lin Tian's team chose to move in a different direction. Su Yuting asked with some concern, Team Leader Lin, will they be okay? Li Qi asked, Team Leader Lin, didn't we meet a few days ago? Lin Tian glanced at her and asked, Oh? Really? I don't recall. Where was it? Li Qi reminded him. On the mountain that was struck by lightning the other night. Lin Tian realized and said, Oh, so it was you. Were you out camping that day? Li Qi was annoyed by this and shouted, Camping? I was sent there to deal with the spiritual energy. The lightning outbreak was all because of you, team leader. I got lectured by my superiors for hours. I told them a man was absorbing the lightning energy, but they kept saying I was dreaming. Lin Tian helplessly said, My apologies. Then, he looked at the 2 girls and said, You 2 should sit down and cultivate too. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Su Yuting asked, Aren't you going to cultivate? Lin Tian chuckled inwardly. She's just as kind as she was in my past life. He explained, The spiritual energy here doesn't match my attributes. You 2 go ahead. But before they could even sit down, they heard the screams of Liu Tianfeng and his group. Without hesitation, the 3 of them rushed back to the tree. But at the tree, things were no longer peaceful. Right now, his 2 lackeys were being wrapped up by the tree's branches and dragged high into the air. Liu Tianfeng trembled, saying, What the why are the branches moving on their own? His lackeys screamed in fear. Boss, save me. I don't want to die. I'm coming to help. Liu Tianfeng shouted, drawing his weapon and channeling his wind attribute energy. He lunged forward, slashing hard at the branch, binding one of his lackeys, successfully rescuing him. However, immediately after, Liu Tianfeng heard the lackey scream, Boss, watch out on your left. Liu Tianfeng hurriedly looked over and saw a branch striking at him, but because he had used all his strength for the previous attack, he had no energy left to dodge or block. He was struck by the branch, sent flying, and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Watching several more branches thrust toward him, Lu Tianfeng thought in despair. When you step onto the path of cultivation, sacrifice is always a companion. It's no wonder the director said that. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared. Lin Tian arrived just in time to avert the danger for Liu Tianfeng. Liu Tianfeng was stunned. Lin Tian calmly said, "Leave, quickly." Liu Tianfeng struggled to stand and said, "I can't just leave my brothers behind and run." Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "You're actually quite big on loyalty, huh?" Liu Tianfeng replied, "Cut the talk. A real man has to be loyal." Lin Tian silently bent down to pick up a dagger from the ground, then imbued it with thunder and fire attribute energy. Liu Tianfeng asked suspiciously, What are you doing?" Lin Tian said nothing, but threw the dagger straight at the tree, cutting the branch that was binding Liu Tianfeng's remaining lackey, successfully saving him. The subordinate cheered excitedly, "Captain Lin, thank you both for saving me." Suddenly, the giant tree let out an eerie screech, and its aura began to surge rapidly. Lin Tian spoke up, "Move. This monster is about to reveal its true form." In the next second, the ground under their feet shook violently, causing Liu Tianfeng and the others to stumble as if they were about to fall. It turned out the giant tree had pulled its roots from the ground, using them like legs to stand firm. By now, every characteristic matched the target of their trial perfectly. "A spirit-hunting tree beast?" Liu Ying exclaimed. "More precisely, a third-stage Spring Realm spirit-hunting tree demon." Liu Tianfeng gasped, wide-eyed. "What on earth is this monster?" Lin Tian replied, "Did you forget what Bureau Chief Liu told you? This path of cultivation is 9 deaths and 1 life. If you're afraid, then leave now." Opposite them, the spirit-hunting tree demon began using its 2 long, massive arms to attack Lin Tian, but he dodged them all nimbly. Seeing this, the monster changed its tactics. A series of branches shot out from its body like sharp spears, thrusting toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian furrowed his brows. This time, he didn't dodge but chose to stand his ground, waiting until the branches were close. Flames erupted from his body, incinerating the branches and quickly spreading toward the spirit-hunting tree demon. Then, while it was distracted by the fire, Lin Tian used his lightning flame fist to punch right through its body. Liu Tianfeng cried out, "Damn it! Is he really that strong?" Li Qi also shouted, "Is this the power of a lightning attribute awakener?" Su Yuting blushed as she looked at Lin Tian, dreamily imagining the great heroes from novels walking on 5-colored clouds. It must be. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the group watching Lin Tian's battle couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy, named Lin Tian, he possesses such power?" Liu Ying glanced at them and asked, "Does anyone still have objections regarding Lin Tian's position as captain?" "No," the young man in a suit laughed and said, "Not at all, not at all. We will all follow Bureau Chief Liu's instructions." Suddenly, an earthquake erupted unexpectedly, causing everyone to scream in panic. Leng Yue walked over to Liu Ying and asked softly, "Bureau Chief Liu, this spiritual energy, could it be?" Liu Ying said solemnly, "It seems this can no longer be hidden. The Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered. The rules of the world are about to change." Back with Lin Tian's group, he used the system to check the spirit-hunting tree demon's information, and thought to himself, "In my past life, Su Yuting said there was a great opportunity here. Wait, isn't her attribute ice? This monster tree is wood attribute." Just as Lin Tian was confused, a pillar of light suddenly erupted behind the remains of the spirit-hunting tree demon. Everyone walked over out of curiosity and discovered a cave there, emitting waves of ice element spiritual energy. Lin Tian suddenly realized and whispered, "So that's it. Because the Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered, a strong ice attribute energy has appeared here. In my past life, Su Yuting couldn't absorb it because her cultivation wasn't strong enough, so that's why she said that." Su Yuting looked at the ice cave in amazement and said, "Captain Lin, you're amazing." One punch made the surrounding spiritual energy explode. Lin Tian looked at her and said, "Su Yuting, go into that cave to absorb the erupting ice attribute energy. This energy can help you become stronger." He thought to himself, "Su Yuting, in this life, we must both become strong enough to make the couple that ruined us in the past life pay the price." Su Yuting replied, "Understood." Afterward, Lin Tian told the others, "A strong source of ice attribute spiritual energy has appeared here. Since Su Yuting also awakened the ice attribute, I told her to take the opportunity to cultivate. Let's wait for her for a bit." Everyone agreed, saying, "Sure." That evening, the group of 6 chose a restaurant to celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Su Yuting on successfully breaking through from the first stage to the third stage of the Spring Realm. Su Yuting smiled and said, "I owe all this success to Captain Lin and everyone else." Liu Tianfeng took the initiative to pour a drink for Lin Tian and said, "Captain Lin, I was blind before and didn't recognize greatness. I hope you can be generous and forgive my past mistakes." Lin Tian said, "It's fine. In a crisis, you didn't abandon your comrades to run away. That shows you are loyal, brave, and a true man." Liu Tianfeng was moved to tears and said, "Captain Lin, thank you for considering someone as mediocre as me a friend. From now on, my life belongs to you." Lin Tian helplessly said, "There's no need for that. From now on, we are all brothers together." Before he could finish, a voice shouted from afar, "Everyone, evacuate from here immediately. Everyone, get out of here right now. We have a mission to carry out. We ask for your cooperation." Lin Tian and the others turned back and discovered the speaker was a fully equipped soldier who was quickly evacuating the crowd. Lin Tian thought, "He's not an ordinary soldier. He has a strong aura. He must be a cultivator too. But isn't matters related to spiritual energy the responsibility of Bureau Chief Liu? Then this army. Should we wait a while? If this burst of spiritual energy belongs to Li Qi and the others, they could use this chance to level up." Just then, the soldier noticed Lin Tian's group still sitting at the table, refusing to move. He walked over, glared at Lin Tian, and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Leave here right now." Upon hearing that, Liu Tianfeng stood up angrily and shouted, "How dare you? How can you speak to my big brother like that? Do you know who my big brother is?" The soldier pointed his gun at Liu Tianfeng's throat and said, "Get lost, or else." Liu Tianfeng was unfazed, his body radiating wind element energy. He grabbed the gun barrel with his hand and said, "Then let me see what you've got." Lin Tian shouted, "Stop." 3 hours earlier during an emergency military meeting. What do we do now? Spiritual energy has suddenly recovered, and we weren't prepared at all. The most important issue right now is capturing the mutant dog that just escaped. I said from the beginning that that thing needed to be guarded more carefully. While everyone was arguing fiercely, the general sitting in the center spoke up. "Stop arguing. This is not the place for it. Our top priority is capturing this mutant dog. We absolutely cannot let civilians be harmed." Then, he looked at Sun Zhengyi and said, "Sun Zhengyi, the mission to capture the mutant dog is assigned to you." Sun Zhengyi stood at attention and shouted, "I guarantee I will complete the mission." The general looked at everyone and continued, "Everyone else, return to the border immediately. The spiritual energy has fully recovered. That means the border won't be as peaceful as it is now." "Yes," everyone replied in unison before quickly leaving the meeting room. Only Sun Zhengyi and the general remained in the room. The general spoke up. "Sun Zhengyi, you must catch that mutant beast before dawn. Do you understand?" Sun Zhengyi shouted, "Yes." Back to the present, inside the temporary command center. Sun Zhengyi watched the surveillance screen, holding the radio, commanding those in the east, speed up the evacuation. That monster could appear at any moment. By chance, he saw on a surveillance monitor a scene where a soldier was having a confrontation with Lin Tian's group. Sun Zhengyi stared intently at one of the people there and whispered, "Isn't that?" Back to Lin Tian's group. He stood up and advised, "Stop, don't cause any more trouble for the army." "Understood, boss," Liu Tianfeng said, then pulled his hand back and walked over to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian said to the soldier, "We will leave here right away." "Huh. As long as you know your place," the soldier replied, before continuing to carry out his duties. As they were leaving, Lin Tian looked at Su Yuting and instructed, "The spiritual energy has fully erupted this afternoon. From now on, we will have to face a world of extreme danger. Yuting, when you get back, remember to practice diligently. Currently, your foundation is unstable and needs to be tempered, one step at a time. Absolutely, do not be impatient." Just at that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Lin Tian! Lin Tian!" Lin Tian looked back suspiciously and saw Sun Zhengyi running towards him. He happily called out, "Sun Zhengyi." Sun Zhengyi also happily patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, "Lin Tian, is it really you?" Su Yuting asked curiously, "Captain Lin, is that an acquaintance of yours?" Lin Tian smiled and introduced him. "This is my high school best friend, Sun Zhengyi." Sun Zhengyi directly draped his arm over Lin Tian's shoulder, laughing, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Tian's good father, Sun Zhengyi." Lin Tian retorted, "You unfilial brat, clearly you're the one who should be calling me dad." Li Qi spoke up, "Captain Lin, then we'll head back first. We won't bother you while you catch up with an old friend." Liu Tianfeng also laughed. That's right, boss. We'll head back first. A short while later, after they were left alone, Lin Tian asked, Kid, you're doing quite well for yourself. Looking at these military ranks, you've earned some merits, right? Sun Zhengyi said, with a mysterious expression. Lin Tian, let me tell you some classified news that was just declassified this afternoon. Lin Tian said, Global spiritual energy recovery, right? This topic has already been trending all afternoon. Sun Zhengyi lowered his voice and said, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Let me whisper the reason for sealing off this road to you. There is an extremely powerful mutant beast hiding here. Our team is here specifically to protect the safety of the citizens. Lin Tian thought to himself, so that's it. But could the mutant beast they are talking about be the one released during Leng Yue's experiment back then? At this moment, a soldier came over to report. Reporting, Captain Sun, the civilians have all been evacuated. Sun Zhengyi said, good. Then we just need to wait for the wild beast to fall into the trap. Lin Tian had no intention of leaving. He planned to stay and see just how far the army's capabilities had reached. So he smiled and said to Sun Zhengyi, let me watch for a bit. Sun Zhengyi didn't refuse immediately upon hearing this, but thought about it seriously. It might be good to let Lin Tian know early that the rules of the world have changed. Otherwise, later on, with Cliso, his overly gentle personality, he will definitely suffer. Thinking this, he turned to the soldier beside him. Xiao Zhang, in a while, lead him to the safe zone outside the hunting ring so he can observe the strength of our team. Xiao Zhang replied, yes, Captain. After giving the orders, Sun Zhengyi left in a hurry. After he left, Xiao Zhang said to Lin Tian, Kid, I don't care what your relationship is with Captain Sun, but later you must listen to me. Got it? Lin Tian laughed. All right, then thank you, big brother, in advance. A little while later, Lin Tian sat in the safe zone, watching the soldiers who were below him, thinking to himself, although these soldiers are all carrying guns, based on the spiritual energy on them, they are likely all at the first stage of the Spring of Vitality realm. The overall strength is still quite decent. Suddenly, Lin Tian's expression changed as he looked in one direction, whispering, it's here. At the same time, the soldier, on duty in the surveillance room, warned over the radio, everyone, be careful, the mutant beast has arrived. On a nearby street, gunfire began to ring out. Soldiers surrounded the newly appeared mutant beast and kept firing. However, the effect was incredibly small. Not only did they fail to break through the beast's thick fur, but they also provoked it. It spun around in place, using its tail to swipe the surrounding soldiers away. Watching nearby, Lin Tian thought, this mutant creature has at least the strength of the third stage of the Spring of Vitality realm. Once spiritual energy starts to recover, these kinds of creatures appear so easily. It seems I have to train harder starting tomorrow. Just then, a 5-man team, all Thunder Attribute awakened ones, led by Sun Zhengyi, rushed over. Ordinary soldiers, retreat immediately. Special Operations team members, follow me. Use the basalt formation to hold it for me. Hearing Sun Zhengyi's command, the squad members immediately rushed to the beast and spread out around it. Then, they coordinated with each other, continuously attacking to distract the beast. Finally, Sun Zhengyi jumped high into the air, his hands covered in Thunder Attribute, spiritual energy, and clasped them together. He slammed down with all his might onto the beast's head, injuring it and causing it to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian watched from the sidelines and nodded, smiling, as expected of the military. Although each of them only has strength around the second stage of the Spring of Vitality realm, they trust each other and entrust their lives to one another, making each person's strength surpass their own limits. It seems my worry was unnecessary. Them defeating the mutant beast is only a matter of time. Thinking this, Lin Tian was about to turn and leave when he suddenly felt the beast's aura increasing rapidly. What is this? Lin Tian whispered, hurriedly turning his head back to observe. Sun Zhengyi also discovered this abnormality and shouted, this monster is trying to evolve. Stop it immediately. Absolutely do not let it successfully evolve. Otherwise, we will all lose our lives. This beast wants to evolve. Stop it immediately. Do not let it succeed, or we will all lose our lives. Hearing this, the Special Forces team immediately charged to attack the mutant hound, but it was too late. The hound had already succeeded in evolving and easily blew them away. Seeing this, Sun Zhengyi was terrified and whispered, we're done for. Sun Zhengyi was confronting the hound. This monster actually evolved. The Special Forces team behind him was moving up, waiting for orders. Captain, what do we do now? Zhengyi replied, we have to risk it. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind us. Special Forces, charge with me, everyone replied in unison. Yes, Captain. With that, They bravely rushed to attack the mutant hound, but no one could withstand its strength and sharp claws. Everyone was tossed aside. Behind the barricade, Zheng Yi's teammates could do nothing but scream, "Captain!" Sun Zhengyi was helpless. Severely injured and sprawled under the stone wall, Zhengyi looked at the mutant hound, feeling powerless, thinking, "Am I going to die like this?" But just then, Lin Tian appeared and blocked a blow for him. Zhengyi's vision was blurry as he looked ahead, wondering, "Lin Tian?" He blocked the hound's attack with just one hand. "You hurt my brother. Go to hell." Lin Tian unleashed a high-voltage electrical attack on the hound, making it yelp like a dog. Then it immediately retreated to defend. Seeing this, Zheng Yi was stunned. Lin Tian, you're a cultivator?" Lin Tian casually toyed with a dagger in his hand and replied, "Let me finish off this beast, and we'll talk later." The teammates behind were shocked. They never expected him to be a cultivator. He can actually injure a beast at the 4th stage of the Spring Realm with one blow? Is this kid that strong? Lin Tian hovered like a god. "My name starts with Thor. Accept your judgment." He forged a weapon out of lightning. Lin Tian pulled his hand back, gauging the movements of the mutant hound as it tried to flee. Calculating carefully, he launched it. Trying to run? Don't even think about it. The lightning bolt pierced through the chest of the mutant hound. It let out one last yelp and collapsed on the spot. Zheng Yi was helped up by his teammates. He couldn't believe it, calling out, "Lin Tian, he's a lightning attribute cultivator? Is he really that strong?" The mutant hound was hit by Lin Tian's attack and stood frozen, stunned, completely paralyzed for 5 seconds or more. Then, Lin Tian slowly approached it, scaring the mutant hound to death. He used the dagger he was playing with earlier to finish it off. Imbuing it with energy, Lin Tian made a quick, clean slash, splitting it into two. The Special Forces team could only watch in awe. Spiritual energy just recovered, and he already has such power? If we let him develop for another year or two, wouldn't he be even stronger? Zheng Yi looked at Lin Tian with immense pride. "As expected of my brother, Sun Zhengyi. Well done, Lin Tian." Lin Tian looked at the dagger as it began to disintegrate and thought, "Even the military's dagger can't withstand the power of my lightning flame? I need to find a weapon that can handle my lightning flame's spiritual energy." Sun Zhengyi walked over to greet Lin Tian. "Not bad, Lin Tian. You even kept this from me." Sun Zhengyi patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, chiding him affectionately. "You're this strong and still play dumb with me?" Lin Tian replied, "Easy there. You're still pretty badly hurt." Sun Zhengyi didn't care. He threw his arm around him and said goodbye to everyone so he could sneak off. With Lin Tian, "You guys haul that monster away. I'm going for a few drinks with my brother." Everyone stood at attention and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Scene transition. In the sky, a bright moon illuminated the heavens. Inside a computer, a recording showed Lin Tian confronting the mutant hound, Fei. Fei crossed her arms and asked, "Is this guy your friend?" Zheng Yi replied, "Not just a friend. We are brothers who have been through life and death together." Shen Feifei calculated that if she could recruit this talent into the military, their strength would increase significantly. She asked, "Have you asked him to join the army?" Zheng Yi rubbed his head awkwardly and replied, "I did. But he said he's already joined the Immortal Cultivation Association." Shen Feifei rested her chin on her hand, her face serious. "Is it that old man, Lu Ying? I'm going to find him and demand he hand the guy over right now." Scene transition. On a beautiful morning at Lin Tian's place, he walked out with a coffee in his hand and a hamburger in his mouth, stammering, "Forgot you were home. Didn't buy breakfast for you." Leng Yue asked from the sofa. "Did you participate in the military operation last night?" Lin Tian replied, "It was all unexpected. I didn't plan to get involved, but I ran into a brother. Is there a problem?" Leng Yue recounted, "This morning, the daughter of the military commander-in-chief kept calling Bureau Chief Liu, demanding you join the army." Lin Tian bit into his burger and asked blankly, "Oh, and what did you tell Uncle Liu?" Leng Yue replied, "Bureau Chief Liu has already shut that down, but that commander's daughter is not someone to mess with. You'd better be careful these next few days." Lin Tian looked away and replied, "What? Does she want to make me her live-in husband or something?" Suddenly, his phone rang. The screen displayed Sun Zhengyi. Lin Tian picked up and asked, "Sun Zhengyi, what's up?" The person on the other end replied, "Is this Lin Tian? I am Sun Zhengyi's superior, Shen Feifei." Lin Tian and Leng Yue listened in confusion. Zhengyi continued, "We have a location here that contains very powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Do you want to come and take a look?" Hearing this, he started thinking, "Fire attribute? I was just worried about how to boost my fire attribute spiritual energy. At first, when we were patrolling the construction site at night, We discovered a group of ghost fires. At that time, everyone thought it was some kind of feudal superstition, so they hired a Taoist priest. Unexpectedly, after the priest arrived, not only did he fail to banish the ghost fires, but he actually made them stronger. Now, the entire construction site is covered in an extremely fierce blaze. Although the military sealed off the site from the start, they are completely helpless. Yesterday afternoon, after the spiritual energy recovered, the fire seemed to get even stronger. If we let it keep spreading, the civilians nearby will face disaster. He listened to the story while sitting in his supercar. Lin Tian asked, "Is that fire still spreading?" Shen Feifei replied, "That's right. For now, the only thing we can do is keep expanding the blockade area. Oh, by the way, I heard you and Leng Yue have some kind of relationship. Is that true?" Lin Tian was startled and quickly explained, "Miss Shen, don't talk nonsense. Leng Yue is Director Lu just has to come to my place to keep an eye on me." Shen Feifei's face darkened as she said, "Listen here, you brat. Don't be so quick to deny it. Hear me out first. Global spiritual energy has fully recovered. For the safety of our country, we must immediately establish a cultivation army to deal with external unknown threats. Currently, the cultivators with some ability have all kinds of questionable characters. It's okay to have them on the front lines, but they must absolutely not be allowed to teach. New recruits. I heard from Commander Zheng that you have a strong character and real power, Lin Tian. So, are you asking me to join you and help train these new cultivators?" Shen Feifei replied, "That's right. Just say yes, and any terms of compensation can be negotiated. How about it?" Lin Tian didn't seem too interested. "Sorry, I don't have the energy for that right now. Let me first train the people that Director Lu asked me to take care of." Shen Feifei seemed pleased and said, "As expected, you truly are a man of integrity." Scene changes. Outside, a crowd is gathering. "Don't push, don't crowd. It's very dangerous inside, don't get any closer." Shen Feifei and Lin Tian stepped out of the car to see what the chaos was about. As they approached the crowd with Shen Feifei, a voice rang out, "Lin Tian, why are you here?" It was Jiang Wu and Li Xiutong, walking together hand in hand. Lin Tian looked at them uncomfortably and thought to himself, "Why is this guy here?" Jiang Wu gave an unfriendly smile and said, "So, you're the one who was obsessed with Li Xiutong? Looking at your style, you do have some potential, I guess." Hearing that, Lin Tian looked around. "Damn it, I actually ran into him. What a surprise." Seeing Lin Tian, silent Jiang Wu continued, "Brother, although you still miss Li Xiutong, you must understand that there is an unbridgeable gap between you and her." Li Xiutong also spoke up. "Lin Tian, I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it." The small fry spectators nearby started shouting, "Wow, it's so lively today. What a sight. The lovesick warrior lost again, huh?" Lin Tian's face turned green. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, are these two idiots?" Shen Feifei walked up from behind to check on Lin Tian. "What happened?" The reporters immediately turned their cameras toward Shen Feifei, excitedly saying, "Oh my god, where did this beautiful woman come from?" Jiang Wu was also distracted. He gaped and drooled. "There's a real beauty like this? Compared to her, Li Xiutong is nothing." He then started to approach Shen Feifei. "Beautiful lady, my name is Jiang Wu." Shen Feifei didn't care. She turned to ask Lin Tian, "Are these two your friends?" Jiang Wu felt awkward being ignored. "What the hell? Why is this woman treating me like air?" Lin Tian finally spoke up. "Just some shameless couple. Let's go. Don't waste time on them." Saying that, Lin Tian and Shen Feifei turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Wu standing there. The crowd behind them burst into laughter. "Can't blame that kid for dumping the other girl. If it were me, I'd definitely pick that girl over the other one too." Li Xiutong was visibly jealous. She actually dared to show off in front of me. "Just because she's a little pretty? I will definitely find a way to make her suffer." She angrily scolded Jiang Wu. "Have you looked enough? She's already gone." Jiang Wu rubbed his head to explain. "Li Xiutong, that's just my professional habit." He put his arm around her waist, but deep down, she was thinking, "If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have bothered with you a long time ago." Scene changes. Shen Feifei is walking with Lin Tian. "I just confirmed with the soldiers. It seems the flames in there are showing signs of intensifying. We might have to expand the restricted zone." Lin Tian asked, "You have to expand it even more?" She replied, "Yes, unless we find a way to solve it." Then Lin Tian froze when he saw what was ahead. "Is this it, Shen Feifei?" She replied, "Yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday, a place filled with fire attribute spiritual energy." Lin Tian pulled out something that looked like a stopwatch. She asked, "What are you holding?" Lin Tian replied, You can simply think of it as a spiritual energy density meter. Seeing this, Shen Feifei took it to check the energy levels and concluded, "It seems we have no choice but to expand the exclusion zone again." She ordered her subordinates. "The warning perimeter is expanding to 5 kilometers. No, maybe 10 kilometers." But unlike them, Lin Tian seemed to do something out of the ordinary. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian, Deputy Commander Shen Feifei, worriedly wondered. "Lin Tian, do you really have a way to control this fire?" Just then, Lin Tian walked toward the flames alone. The system appeared and reported, "Strong fire attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you want to absorb it?" He smiled smugly. "Absolutely absorb it." Saying that, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged and began to absorb all the spiritual energy in the area. As Lin Tian absorbed the energy, the entire area was affected. "The aura is too strong. I don't know what level of cultivator Lin Tian actually is. If he absorbs all this fire attribute energy, what level could he reach?" She shielded herself while silently assessing Lin Tian's power. What realm will he break through to? Deng Tuyen 4th level? 5th? Or 6th? The system display had reached 90%. Soon after, it hit 100%. The fire attribute spiritual energy had reached level 2. Reward. Chance to draw a new fire attribute technique. A system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host. Fire attribute spiritual energy upgraded to level 2. Host, please proceed to draw a new technique. Lin Tian tapped the command to start the draw. Suddenly, Lin Tian was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise, "No way! Gold! It's gold! Undying Holy Flame Art! A gold tier fire attribute technique. Congratulations to the host for receiving your first gold tier technique. System reward, 10 points. After practicing the Undying Holy Flame Art, one can store fire attribute spiritual energy within the body. When attacking, it will directly release fire energy, causing area of effect damage." Lin Tian smugly said, "Absorb it for me." The system followed his orders. Immediately, the flames shrunk down. Shen Feifei was astonished, thinking, what kind of monster is that kid? Such strong fire energy, and he plans to absorb it all? Is this kid the incarnation of the fire god or what? A moment later, Lin Tian walked out from the flames, completely unharmed. Shen Feifei nervously ran over to ask, "Lin Tian, are you okay?" He replied calmly, "I'm fine. Thank you for bringing me here." Just then, the spiritual energy meter signaled, shocking Shen Feifei. She quickly threw it away, and the device exploded, shattering right before her eyes. Luckily, Lin Tian had arrived just in time to shield her. Looking at Lin Tian, she was fascinated and thought, this man Shen Feifei must have him, no matter the cost. Scene changes. At a luxury restaurant in the city, Shen Feifei invited him to eat because of the feat he had accomplished. Besides that, there was another reason. Are you saying that the fire attribute spiritual energy at that construction site has now been completely absorbed into your body? Besides, there's another reason. Are you saying that all the fire-attributed spiritual energy at the construction site has been absorbed into your body? Lin Tian replied, "That's right. It won't cause any trouble for you, will it?" Shen Feifei answered, "Don't worry. There won't be any trouble at all." "Can you tell me what level you're at now?" Lin Tian said, "I think I'm at the peak of the 4th stage of Dung Tuen, almost ready to break through to the 5th. Shen Feifei exclaimed in surprise, "What? You're only at the 4th stage?" Lin Tian naively explained, "My cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it?" Seeing him struggle, Shen Feifei decided not to make it difficult for him. "All right, every cultivator has their secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't force you." Lin Tian politely replied, "Thank you for understanding." Shen Feifei smiled and continued. Lin Tian said, "Seriously, have you considered joining our military branch? The conditions here are much better than that rotten organization." Without hesitation, he flatly refused. "Not for now. I don't have any intention of joining the military yet." Shen Feifei sighed. "All right, if you don't want to, I won't force you. However, I have to report what happened today. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather." Lin Tian replied, "I understand." That night, in the small apartment, with the lights still on, Leng Yue received the file, the PDF file that Director Liu sent. "Leng Yue, call that kid Lin Tian later and go solve this problem. Here are the detailed documents on the Shadow Phantom mission. The spiritual energy has fully recovered. You two must be careful, understand?" She replied via text. "Understood, Director Liu." She recalled that, when she called Lin Tian earlier, he had agreed. "All right, I'll definitely go tomorrow." Thinking that, she put down the thick notebook in her hand and walked out of the room. At that moment, Lin Tian was lying in his room, smelling a pleasant aroma. He thought to himself, Leng Yue, even though she doesn't like to talk much, her cooking is actually not bad. He opened the door and left the room. Leng Yue, your breakfast smells so good. Suddenly, he looked blank, confused about what was happening. After standing there frozen for a few seconds, Lin Tian was startled. Shen Feifei, why are you at my place? And where on earth did you get the key to my house? Shen Feifei calmly reassured him. Don't worry, I used official military channels to requisition your house as a secret military site. Lin Tian angrily protested. That doesn't sound official at all. Leng Yue, don't hide. He walked out to check, but seeing Leng Yue's room empty, he asked in a low voice, Where is she? Shen Feifei replied from the side. When I arrived, there was no one here. Did they retreat because they knew I was coming? Lin Tian was startled, realizing. He walked over and opened the notebook Leng Yue had left behind the night before. After reading it, his face turned pale. The Shadow Phantom mission? This girl, did she go by herself? Shen Feifei asked curiously, Lin Tian, where are you rushing off to? Lin Tian hurriedly put on his jacket and ran off. Leng Yue is in trouble. I have to go find Director Liu immediately. Scene change. That morning, out on the open sea, Leng Yue sank to the bottom of the deep water, helplessly thinking, without Lin Tian, am I really incapable of doing anything? When it comes down to it, I'm just too weak. Just then, Leng Yue stopped. She released her power, creating large ice blocks around her. She cheered, I did it! At that moment, a silhouette appeared inside the ice block, which startled Leng Yue back to reality. She frantically looked around. The water monster appeared behind her. Leng Yue focused her power into her hands and unleashed a flurry of attacks. But it wasn't as effective as she had hoped. The Shadow Phantom suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if to receive her attack. Its strange behavior shocked Leng Yue. What is this? She was continuously surrounded by currents of dark energy. What's going on? What is this? Next, Leng Yue secretly speculated in her heart. This is bad. Something is draining my spiritual energy. She struggled to swim up, trying to escape. I absolutely cannot let this monster continue to swallow my spiritual energy. Otherwise, it will become even stronger. At the same time, a powerful tentacle swung forward. The blow hit Leng Yue right on the head, making her cough up blood in agony. As she sank into the ocean, Leng Yue fell into despair. Am I going to be eaten by this monster? Just as fear began to overwhelm her, Lin Tian suddenly appeared like a god. He quickly caught Leng Yue and asked, Are you okay? But not wanting Lin Tian to be implicated, she spoke up. You, get out of here quickly. This monster seems to be absorbing spiritual energy. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate, hugged Leng Yue, and flew away. Hurry, I'll get you out of here first. Both of them turned into a streak of lightning, flying rapidly out of the battlefield. As soon as they landed, Shen Feifei rushed over. Lin Tian, you two are out? Has the exotic beast been dealt with? Lin Tian firmly handed Leng Yue to her and replied, It hasn't been dealt with yet. First, we need to save her and help her regain consciousness. Seeing this, Fei immediately agreed. All right, I'll take her to the hospital right away. While his entire body was still drenched, his eyes were burning with killing intent. Once Leng Yue is safe, I'll come back to settle this. Scene changed to the hospital where Leng Yue was being treated. She was lying quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Inside the room, Liu Ying was holding Lin Tian's hand, feeling immensely grateful. She said, Young man, thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, this girl surely wouldn't have survived. He replied in a calm tone, Director Liu, there's no need to be so formal. You should tell me the details about that mission now. The next second, she replied. All right, I'll tell you right away. A moment later, Liu Ying began her account. This monster, called the Shadow Phantom, we have been tracking it for at least half a year. Hearing this, Lin Tian realized the main point. Half a year? Doesn't that mean? It seems you also know what I want to say. That's right. Back then, there were fewer than 10 people in the world who were involved in practicing spiritual energy. Remembering its strange appearance, Liu Ying continued, We have never seen the true form of this monster, so we guessed that it must be related to the dark attribute. The terrifying image of the Shadow Phantom appeared through her story. This monster uses the dark attribute to hide its body at the bottom of the sea, relying on constantly swallowing the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Liu Ying's voice grew increasingly serious. With spiritual energy recovering, this monster has become incredibly powerful over the past few days. We must eliminate it immediately. If we don't, innocent citizens will face total annihilation. He then sincerely pleaded with Lin Tian, "Little brother, I hope you can step up and help us with this matter." Lin Tian readily agreed. "Fine. But I need you to do me a favor." Scene shifts to Shen Feifei's brightly lit home. Inside the bathroom, she spoke to the person on the other end. "Grandfather, why did you let Lin Tian take on this job?" The voice on the other end of the phone rang out. "This is a test for him, and a test for our country." However, she still disagreed. There was no need for him to be the one to take on such a dangerous mission from the start. As she stepped into the bathtub, Shen Feifei explained the nature of the mission. The military originally sent a professional squad. Even as she sank into the warm bath, her voice remained extremely grave. Even the weakest member of that squad had already reached the third stage of the Spring of Vitality. And yet, a squad like that still failed? Shen continued trying to persuade her. "Shen Feifei, I know you care for that boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, didn't I send 3 elite military soldiers to support him this time?" Shen Feifei's face darkened as she heard his words. Now that global spiritual energy has fully recovered, the world's rules have undergone massive changes. If we fall behind, other countries will definitely invade and plunder us. Seeing no response from her, Shen continued, "The Shadow Demon Beast area is a dangerous zone. It's the lowest A-rank area we can currently control. If we can conquer this A-rank zone, our country will have a say in this world." After hanging up, Shen Feifei, clearly worried, whispered to herself, "Lin Tian, you must return safely." Scene shifts to a luxury car, moving down the road. Inside the car, Su Yuting hesitated before asking, Captain Lin." Seeing her anxiety, Lin Tian asked, "What's wrong?" She scratched her cheek, curiously asking, "So, what kind of mission are we going on? Why bring only me? Why didn't Qi and the others come?" As if he had predicted she would ask that, he quickly replied, "There are 4 of you, but only you have reached the third stage of the Spring of Vitality. I need to check if you've been slacking off lately. These are the mission details." Lin's words immediately made her tense up. I will definitely do my best. I absolutely won't hold you back, Captain Lin." Lin Tian gently reassured her, "You don't need to worry too much. Think of this as a training opportunity. Besides, Director Liu said the military would send people to support us." After reading the documents carefully, Su Yuting cheered herself on loudly. "All right, I will definitely try my best for Captain Lin and give it my all." A moment later, the driver turned to announce, "Mr. Lin, we've reached the port." Their car arrived at the port, and everyone quickly stepped out. While Su Yuting was still taking her time, Lin Tian was already observing the scene ahead. It turned out Chu Mu had arrived early and remarked, "These days, cultivators are truly getting younger." Seeing him appear, he spoke up, "Fourth stage of the Spring of Vitality. In the current situation, you can truly be considered an expert. Are you with the military?" Afterward, Chu Mu said in a serious tone, "My name is Chu Mu. I hope you two won't slow us down later." His attitude clearly annoyed Su Yuting. What is that supposed to mean? Do you even know how talented my Captain Lin is? Fearing they would start throwing punches, Manhwa immediately stepped in to intervene. All right, Chu Mu just speaks a bit harshly. I hope you two don't take it to heart. We are about to face a danger together. Arguing now isn't a good idea." Luan Vu, standing behind, showed no interest and said, "We have everyone now, let's go." Though he had just been slighted, Lin Tian remained calm and reassured her, "It's fine. Don't pay attention to them. We just need to do our job well." Su Yuting obediently agreed. "All right, Captain Lin." A moment later, they dived into the ocean. Lin Tian, Su Yuting, and the military personnel were gently swimming toward the ocean floor. Chu Mu, sensing something, spoke up. "Something is draining the spiritual energy from my body." Luan Vu's face was filled with surprise. "This is the corrosive ability of the dark element. Be careful," trying to shield Manhwa, she said. "If we lived in places like this for a long time, we wouldn't last long." Su Yuting, swimming beside them, couldn't help but cover her nose. "Captain Lin, I feel like vomiting. Why does the sea smell so rotten?" Even while swimming underwater, Lin Tian took a long breath. Immediately after, he created a flow of energy, enveloping both of them inside. Not understanding what Lin Tian was doing, she shyly cried out, "Captain Lin!" Not letting her think too much, he calmly replied, "I've helped you block part of the dark element's influence. Don't let me down." Lin Tian's seriousness quickly affected Su Yuting. Understood. Ahead, Chu Mu sneered, intentionally trying to compete in his heart. "We are all feeling this uncomfortable. That kid probably isn't scared to the point of wetting himself, right?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "What? How is that possible?" It turned out Chu Mu saw the unbothered look of Lin Tian and Su Yuting. How can they be acting like nothing is happening? After a moment of surprise, he snorted again. They must have used all their spiritual energy to resist the dark element. When danger strikes, they'll surely just stand there blankly, not knowing what to do. While Chu Mu was still making malicious guesses about others, Luanvu discovered something. What is that? Everyone, be careful under the sea. A streak of light was moving as fast as lightning. As soon as he saw this, Chu Mu exclaimed, "That monster is nearby." Just as he shouted, the shadow, demon beast appeared. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuting urgently gathered energy in her palms, preparing to unleash a technique. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian stepped in to stop her. "Stop, don't act rashly. Observe carefully. This fish is not the monster's true form." His firm, confident voice stunned Su Yuting. "What?" On the other side, Chu Mu didn't even bother to think, and swung his fist toward the shadow demon beast. A magical circle immediately appeared in the middle of the sea. He acted arrogant, sneering. "Kid, standing there so blankly, if you make even the slightest mistake here, you'll lose your life." Chu Mu's arrogant attitude toward others made Su Yuting extremely annoyed. "You're so stupid. That's an illusion. Can't you tell?" Hearing that, he immediately retorted loudly, "What kind of illusion? What are you babbling about, girl?" Right after that, Manhwa's panicked voice rang out. "Chu Mu, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, tentacles appeared from nowhere and attacked everyone. Luanvu screamed in horror. "What's going on? Where did these tentacles come from?" His question had barely left his lips when the true form of the shadow monster emerged. This is, after that, Min. Hua instantly sensed its terrifying power. Dung Tuyen, level 5? So it's a monster at the 5th level of the Spring of Valor. Luanvu's face finally showed some emotion. Finally understanding why they failed last time, she ignored their terror as Su Yuting gained momentum, unleashing her Ice Lotus Flame Dance Slash. Though filled with disdain, Chu Mu was deeply anxious and yelled, "You fool! You're no match for it." She gritted her teeth and raised her weapon, secretly determined. "I absolutely cannot let Captain Lin Tian be disappointed. I must show him my true strength." After freezing the nearby tentacles, Su Yuting landed a clean strike, slicing them into pieces. Then, she let out a cry of joy, unable to contain her emotions like a child, and turned to tell him with a beaming smile, "Captain Lin Tian, I did it." It seemed her attack had enraged the Shadow Wraith. Chu Mu immediately sensed something wrong and shouted, "Run, fast." Unfortunately, he, Manhwa, and Luanvu were all sent flying. Both Luanvu and Manhwa vomited blood. The next second, Su Yuting managed to create a snow lotus shield to block the attack, but unfortunately, her defense was shattered by the sheer power of the tentacles. This sight left Su Yuting stunned and desperate. "Am I going to die here?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and Lin Tian's voice rang out. "Well done. You actually managed to block the Wraith's attack." In front of her, Captain Lin Tian calmly advised, "Just be more careful next time. Got it?" His strength left Manhwa terrified and in disbelief. That brat, he actually dared to block a tentacle strike? Luanvu couldn't believe it either, exclaiming, "Is the spiritual energy in him fire attribute? Why is it so different from the fire attribute I know?" On the other side, Chu Mu also sensed something and wondered, why is there such a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it be from that kid? While the monster was furious, Lin Tian chatted nonchalantly with it. "You used your tentacles to hurt Leng Yue this afternoon, so now, I'll do the same to you. Fair, right?" Immediately after, he slowly drew his sword, testing the yellow-grade technique he had just acquired. Lin Tian moved like lightning, closing in on the Shadow Wraith. He leaped from above, raising his sword to unleash a move. As expected, Lin Tian forcefully plunged his blade into it. His recklessness made Chu Mu grit his teeth and curse. "Stupid. How can a body-refining stage warrior hurt that thing?" Not caring about his contempt, he slowly chanted, "The Eternal Sacred Flame Technique." The next second, the sword in Lin Tian's hand burst into flames. The fire grew larger and larger, as if it wanted to consume everything around it. The flames spread, rapidly, engulfing the Shadow Wraith. It screamed in pain as it was incinerated. Then, the entire Shadow Wraith exploded, shaking the sky. This situation left Chu Mu horrified. What is happening? Regardless of his shouting, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. What kind of power is this? Chu Mu went from frowning to gritting his teeth. So, everything the commander said was true. He began to recall the conversation between himself and the commander. At that time, Chu Mu had shouted, "Commander, you think too highly of him. He's just a minor rogue cultivator." Without the resources and training from the military, how strong could he possibly be? The commander had responded to his words then. Chu Mu, I know you are arrogant and proud, but the strength of this man named Lin Tian cannot be underestimated. He calmly explained his perspective. To ordinary people, we cultivators are like frogs at the bottom of a well looking at the moon. But for cultivators at this current stage, looking at Lin Tian is like a speck of dust looking up at the vast blue sky. We must win this Lin Tian over. We must never become his enemy. Back to reality. Chu Mu was still dazed, unable to believe it. Is he really human? With such talent, if he were trained and supported by the military, what realm could he reach? Then, he glanced at Su Yuting. Chu Mu silently praised her. That girl must be his subordinate, right? Fearless in the face of danger, calm and composed. So young, and already at the third stage of body refining. If she just grows a little more, her future will be limitless and beyond measure. After thinking for a while, his face darkened. Chu Mu was disappointed in himself. It seems I am getting old. Manhwa, who was supporting Luanvu, saw him looking dejected and asked curiously, Old Chu, aren't you hurt? Luanvu also wondered, what are you dazed for? The two helped each other walk over to Chu Mu. He lowered his head and apologized. I am sorry. Just now, I was only thinking of saving my own skin. Luanvu didn't blame him, gently placing a hand on his chest to comfort him. All right, just treat us to a round later, and that's it. Chu Mu smiled and replied, Sure. I will apologize first, then let's drink until we drop. Having said that, he walked over to Lin Tian. Chu Mu lowered his pride and said, Lin Tian, thank you for saving my life and my team's. I was in the wrong earlier. He modestly replied, Captain Chu was just looking out for us. No need to take it to heart. He bowed even lower, then replied, Then, thank you very much. Su Yuting covered her nose and walked over, saying, Captain Lin Tian, Captain Chu, let's go quickly. It reeks to death here. Lin Tian nodded. Yeah, let's go. Afterward, everyone quickly swam toward the surface. Lin Tian suddenly noticed something. Su Yuting turned back and asked, Captain Lin Tian, what's wrong? He looked down at the seabed, then instructed, You guys go on ahead. I'll see what's down there. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian quickly swam back down to the seabed to search. A shimmering light suddenly appeared. He was surprised. That is 2 spirit dew lotuses. Appearing clearly before Lin Tian's eyes, he wondered, Spirit dew lotuses? There are actually 2 of them? Lin Tian immediately approached, grabbed the lotuses in his hand, and thought, This time, both Su Yuting and Leng Yue can rely on these to improve their strength. After obtaining them, he began to swim to the shore. A bright light was emitted from a large crane at the seaport. Lin Tian looked around while walking, searching. Who's there? A voice suddenly called out to him. Lin Tian, is that you? Lei Nuo appeared from the shadows with a stern face. He stood tall behind him. Lin Tian was caught by surprise. When did he get so close to me? Why didn't I sense it at all? He slowly asked, Who are you? He handed a business card to Lin Tian and introduced himself. My name is Lei Nuo, the bodyguard for the young lady. This is my business card. He calmly explained. A few days ago, the young lady was busy with a mission, so she couldn't meet you right away. In the future, if the young lady needs any help, you can call this number. Lin Tian picked up the business card and asked, Who is the young lady you are talking about? Lei Nuo replied to Commander Shen's granddaughter, Miss Shen Feifei, while frowning as he thought, It really is him. I already told you. Among those I know, only she could possibly be such a high-level defender. He then looked back at Lei Nuo. I can't even read the strength of this guy named Lei Nuo. Could he be an Iron Pulse stage cultivator? Lin Tian wondered aloud. Why did you come here to find me? And where are my friends? He asked sternly. Lei Nuo replied, Su Yuting has already been taken home by a private car, and Chu Mu along with the other 2 were picked up by the military. Then, noticing a luxurious car behind Lei Nuo, he pointed at it and explained, I'm here waiting for you because the Commander-in-Chief wants to meet you. Lin Tian couldn't believe his ears. He immediately asked again, The Commander-in-Chief? The Commander-in-Chief of the military department? Lei Nuo answered, That's right. The commander wants to speak with you. Please, come with me. He stepped forward to open the door for Lin Tian and invited him in with formal respect. Once inside, Lin Tian asked curiously, Are you Commander-in-Chief Shen? Shen greeted him warmly. Young man, you must be Lin Tian, right? My granddaughter has been talking about you non-stop these past few days. Please, have a seat. He sat down across from Commander Shen, who began to speak. I heard from my granddaughter that you sealed the heavenly fire within your own body. Lin Tian replied, That is correct. Shen sighed in admiration. Indeed, ever since the world's spiritual energy revived, anything can happen. He continued to praise him. To be able to produce a powerhouse like you without any backing from the military or the state, that is truly the good fortune of our country. Lin Tian shyly scratched his cheek and replied, Commander Shen, you're too kind. It's just luck. Shen suddenly smiled and stroked his chin. Good. Humble but not weak, composed but not arrogant. As expected of the young man my granddaughter has her eye on. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he became serious and moved to the main topic. Lin Tian, the world is undergoing massive changes today. Anomalies will become more frequent, which will be a catastrophic disaster for ordinary people who cannot adapt in time. He remained silent for a moment before replying, Commander Shen, rest assured, if I encounter any anomaly harming innocent people, I will never stand by and watch. Shen continued, I am not telling you this to bind you or impose some moral obligation. I just hope you can quickly raise your strength. He explained to Lin Tian, among all types of spiritual energy, the dark attribute is the most troublesome because it can corrode all living things, turning them into mindless monsters. Shen's expression became increasingly somber. Your lightning attribute spiritual energy is the best counter to the dark attribute. You must grow quickly, for your own sake, as well as for this country. Lin Tian confidently replied, Yes, Commander Shen, rest assured. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. He handed him a phone and said, This is a dedicated phone for the military department. It cannot be wiretapped. If you ever need help, you can call me directly. Lin Tian happily accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Commander Shen. Actually, I do have one thing I'd like to ask your help with. Oh? What is it? Tell me about it. Lin Tian slowly drew his blade and explained. It's like this. This is a weapon I asked Director Liu to help me get. As the blade was drawn, many cracks appeared on it. Lin Tian continued to explain. I thought this blade could withstand my spiritual energy, but after seeing the blade, Shen immediately looked surprised. I recall this blade being the treasure old Lo values most. How did it get damaged to this extent? Just how powerful is the spiritual energy inside this kid? Afterwards, Shen calmly replied, Leave this to me. In a few days, I will have someone bring you a sturdier blade to test out. Lin Tian gratefully thanked Commander Shen. The conversation between the two concluded. As he stepped out of the car, the crescent moon shone down everywhere. Lin Tian watched the car drive away, thinking, It seems I can't let my guard down even for a moment. Suddenly, the phone rang. Someone was calling him again. Lin Tian picked up. Hello? Director Liu? What's wrong? Liu Ying's panicked voice came through. Lin Tian, Leng Yue is in trouble, he quickly asked. What happened? On the other end of the line, Liu Ying was frantic. Leng Yue was lying on a hospital bed, receiving emergency resuscitation from doctors. A doctor said unsteadily, Leng Yue's heart rate is slowing down. Others replied, I know, there's no need to say that. We must find a way to drain the dark spiritual energy from her body. Another conflict broke out in the emergency room. One doctor objected, No, she is still in a coma. If we forcibly extract the energy, the remaining energy will go berserk. The others panicked. Then, what do we do? Are we just going to stand here and wait for her to die? Liu Ying was sitting outside, lost in despair, blaming himself. It's all my fault. Lin Tian's voice suddenly cut in. Director Liu, I'm here. Liu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian, you're finally here. He quickly asked about the current situation. How is Leng Yue doing? When I left, she was fine. Wasn't she? Why did she suddenly asked. Do you know the properties of dark attribute spiritual energy? Lin Tian replied. Dark attribute energy can cause creatures to lose their minds. Could it be? Liu Ying nodded. That's right. Ever since she was young, Leng Yue has been a very strong-willed girl. After you saved her, she began to doubt her own abilities, so she didn't discuss it with you, and went on a mission on her own, he said sadly. If I had known, I would have let her take you with her before assigning the mission to you two. He immediately thought to himself, System, appear now. Is there any way to save Leng Yue? The system's voice rang out. Please touch Leng Yue's body within 3 minutes. The system will help the host analyze a treatment method for her. Lin Tian quickly kicked the door to the patient room open. I understand. I'm going in now. His sudden intrusion left the doctors and nurses stunned. Who are you? Nurse, kick him out. We're busy saving a life here. Lin Tian walked toward Leng Yue. He shoved the doctor aside. If you can't cure her, don't put on such an act. Lin Tian began to touch her hand. System, you must save her. The system's voice immediately sounded. Beginning scan. The doctors in the room were furious. They took turns scolding him. Where the hell did this brat crawl out from? Get your hands off me. Have you been watching too many online dramas or reading silly stories? You think you can just check a pulse and cure an illness? Get the hell out. Don't ruin the treatment for Miss Ling. If Director Liu blames us later, none of you will be able to handle the consequences. Everyone was in a complete panic. Dr. Six shouted, "What are the security guards outside doing? Who let this brat in here?" As Liu Ying stepped inside, he spoke up. "I let him in. Is there a problem, Dr. Six?" The doctor panicked and stepped aside. "Director Liu, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that Miss Ling's injuries right now," he sighed, silently accepting the outcome. "Let Lin Tian try. If he has no way to save her, then this old man is responsible for her death." Dr. Six turned to look at Lin Tian. He wondered, what is this kid's background? How could he make Director Liu say something like that? The system dashboard displayed, scanning 62%. The percentage began to climb to 84%. Shortly after, Lin Tian's system provided the treatment plan. Option 1. Crush the spirit flower into powder and have the patient swallow it to break the balance between the ice and dark attribute spirit energy in her body. Option 2. Channel lightning attribute spirit energy from the host's body into Leng Yue's body to guide and eliminate the dark attribute spirit energy. Option 3. Slowly regulate the lightning and ice spirit energy in Leng Yue's body while gradually withdrawing the lightning energy. Option 4. The entire treatment process is expected to take 3 hours. During the entire process, the host must maintain physical contact with Leng Yue. Lin Tian quickly turned to announce, "Director Liu, I have a way to save Leng Yue, but everyone needs to step out for a moment." Dr. Six shouted, "Step out? Why? If you're saving someone, why can't we watch?" Lin Tian's body immediately emitted a burst of powerful lightning energy. Lin Tian replied coldly, "Because in this state, I can only guarantee Leng Yue's safety, not yours. Do you understand?" Liu Ying ordered everyone to follow Lin Tian's instructions. He obediently replied, "Yes." The room quickly returned to silence. Lin Tian began crushing the spirit flower into a fine powder. He mixed the powder with water, then helped Leng Yue sit up. Then, he slowly fed it to her. As soon as she drank the medicine, Leng Yue suddenly reacted violently, and her body began to convulse. Lin Tian slowly channeled his lightning spirit energy into her. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back." Several hours passed. Warm sunlight shone through the curtains on the window. Leng Yue slowly opened her eyes, surprised. Lin Tian?" He let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're finally awake." Lin Tian softly reminded her, "Don't be so reckless next time." Leng Yue asked vaguely, "Did you save me?" He covered his mouth and yawned, looking very tired. Lin Tian replied, "Yeah. Good thing I found those 2 spirit flowers at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to save you." She asked sadly, "Do you feel like I'm holding you back?" Lin Tian wondered, "Why would you think that?" He used praise to comfort and coax. "Leng Yue, you are a powerful cultivator at the 3rd tier of the Spring of Courage realm. At this stage, you're practically invincible in this world," she said disappointedly, "but I'm still weaker than you." Lin Tian comforted her with a deadpan expression. "Don't be so stubborn. It's not that you're too weak. It's that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen a second person as strong as me?" Leng Yue bowed her head and thought, "That's true. Before meeting him, I had never met an opponent who was on my level. Even with Director Liu, I am confident I can surpass him within 5 years." He gave her a few instructions and turned to leave. "If you're okay now, I'll go get some rest. I've been busy all night and haven't slept a wink. Meet at the forest outside the city early the day after tomorrow. I'll take you for recovery training. Don't be late." The scene shifted to a large, lush green forest. A wild beast charged forward aggressively. Leng Yue immediately kicked it. The beast cried out in pain. Lin Tian stood aside, observing. "See? I told you that you were very strong." He continued to explain, "This mutated wolf has the strength of the peak 3rd tier of the Spring of Courage, yet you sent it flying with a single kick. Your current strength has definitely reached the 4th tier of the Spring of Courage." Leng Yue turned away and said, "No need to coax me. I know my own level." Lin Tian replied helplessly, "All right, the recovery training is almost done. We should probably, loud noise," suddenly rang out, cutting off his words. Both of them were startled and immediately became alert. She asked curiously, "An explosion?" The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Detected extremely powerful dark attribute, spirit energy. Host, be careful." Lin Tian looked around, then replied, "This isn't just a simple explosion. Deep in the forest, dark attribute spirit energy is erupting. Leng Yue couldn't believe her ears. What? Also in that forest, a group of people were setting up tents to rest. Jiang Wu placed his hand on Hui Tong's shoulder. He leaned in close and said, Hui Tong, later I'll catch a big fish and roast some skewers for you. However, she wore an expression of disgust and brushed his hand away. Who wants your roasted skewers? Immediately after, she walked over to the girl, busy in front, and suggested, Xiao Shui, let me help you set up the tent. Witnessing this scene, a friend of Jiang Wu approached to mock him. Brother Jiang, are you sulking with Sister Hui Tong? He frowned uncomfortably and explained, I saw a pretty girl a few days ago, so I'm just acting out. His friend didn't have a clue and laughed, joking, Brother Jiang, if you're going to flirt with someone in the future, just be a bit more subtle. In front of Sister Hui Tong, you should be, but men will always be men. Jiang Wu quickly joined in the discussion with him. You don't know how hot that girl was that day. Hearing this, that friend was also a bit curious and excited. There's actually a girl that makes Brother Jiang so obsessed? If there's a chance, I definitely have to meet her. As soon as he finished, his ear was suddenly pinched by a hand. You won't have a tomorrow. That hand belonged to Xiao Shui. She grabbed him and dragged him away from that inappropriate conversation, scolding, Go set up the tent for me, now. He was dragged away, hastily flattering her. Xiao Shui, I was just saying I know you love me. Watching them act intimately, Jiang Wu felt a bit dissatisfied and turned away. Forget it, forget it. I'll go gather some firewood for fuel first. After saying that, he went deep into the forest and began gathering wood to bring back. On the way back, he suddenly discovered something. It was a dark attribute, treasure blooming on the ground. Jiang Wu, seeing it for the first time, wondered, What is this? Just then, he suddenly remembered some news he had recently read. The World Federation Council had officially announced that Earth had entered the era of global spiritual energy revival. According to reports from spiritual energy experts, opportunities are now emerging all over the world. And as he recalled these words, staring at the flower for too long, his eyes seemed to become hypnotized. Shortly after, he remembered the alluring image of Shen Feifei, and completely crazed, rushed toward it, screaming, This is my power, the power for me to become a king. This is the opportunity heaven has bestowed upon me. Lin Tian, I will definitely trample you under my feet. While stuffing his face, Jiang Wu said, I'm going to make you a masterless dog in front of that woman, just like how you were in front of Li Xiutong. In the middle of eating, his body suddenly stiffened. Following that, he let out a sharp, piercing cry, and a massive surge of power suddenly erupted. This surge of power caused Jiang Wu's face to distort, veins popping out, as he let out a monstrous laugh. This is power. This feeling is just too incredible. Just as he was reveling in it, a cry for help reached his ears. Li Xiutong's group was being surrounded by mutant wolves. And as one lunged forward, Jiang Wu arrived just in time to kick it away, saying, Are you okay? Li Xiutong, panicked, hurriedly called out, Jiang, be careful, that's a pack of wolves. With an arrogant and confident air, he destroyed the wolves one by one, saying, Don't worry, this pack of wolves is nothing more than ants in front of me. Seeing him like this, she was somewhat surprised, wondering to herself, What is going on? Why did Jiang Wu suddenly become so strong? Is this even a power that a human can achieve? While she was still dazed, a remark from Jiang Wu's sycophantic friend snapped her out of it. Holy crap. Jiang, you've become one of those spiritual cultivators the news keeps talking about, right? Li Xiutong exclaimed in shock. What? This is what a cultivator is? I never thought a cultivator would have such terrifying abilities. Realizing this, she bit her lip, calculating, and made a decision. A man this powerful, he must belong to me, Li Xiutong. At the same time, in another extremely quiet part of the forest, Lin Tian led the way, reminding her, Be careful, we're getting closer and closer to that dark attributed spiritual energy. Leng Yue nodded slightly and replied, Lin Tian, I can sense it too. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, he called out, Wait! Immediately, he and she leaped onto a nearby tree branch. As soon as they jumped up, a pack of mutant wolves appeared below. Seeing that they were behaving strangely, Leng Yue asked, puzzled, What's going on? Did these mutant wolves encounter something? One of the wolves was injured. A strange black smoke was radiating from its body. Seeing the wound, Lin Tian frowned slightly and muttered, That's a wound caused by dark attributed spiritual energy. Sensing the situation was tense, she turned to him and asked for his opinion. Should we report this to Director Liu? His expression was serious. He cautiously weighed the situation. Let's investigate the specific situation first. Otherwise, Director Liu will keep sending people. Suddenly, He gathered strength in his legs and leaped down. But before that, Lin Tian landed in front of the wolf pack and declared, I promised Commander Shen. I cannot let you guys run wild and charge into the city like this. Immediately after, he raised his hand, gathering a massive amount of power into his palm, and shouted, Die! The orb of power he unleashed engulfed all the wolves, wiping them out in one move. After finishing them off, he signaled to Leng Yue, Let's go. The two of them continued forward. Lin Tian looked at the scene in front of him and called out, This is she, looked around and quickly followed up. Someone is camping here, taking advantage of his distraction. Jiang Wu appeared from behind to ambush him. Luckily, Leng Yue jumped up in time, using a shield to block the blow for him. Be careful. Seeing her protect him, he felt a bit jealous. This girl is pretty, too. Just as strong as the girl from last time. Damn it. How does a kid like Lin Tian know so many beautiful women? Jiang Wu pulled his hand back, stuffed it into his pocket, landed on the ground, and offered an invitation. Little sister, your martial arts are pretty good. How about I buy you a drink later? Leng Yue looked at him defensively and questioned, Who are you? Why did you attack Lin Tian? He didn't hide anything and replied bluntly, Because I have a grudge against him, so I have to teach him a lesson. She looked at him with contempt and retorted, A lesson? If I hadn't noticed in time, Lin Tian might have been in danger. Your attack was far from just a simple lesson. As soon as she finished, he immediately stepped forward, his face darkening, and demanded, Jiang Wu, you swallowed a dark spiritual artifact and became a cultivator, didn't you? Hearing this, Leng Yue's expression changed. What? He laughed loudly and ostentatiously. That's right. Now I've become a powerful cultivator. Receiving this confirmation, Lin Tian continued. Was it you who drove away that wolf pack just now? Do you know how many innocent people would have died if those wolves had infiltrated the city? Jiang Wu didn't seem to care, and replied nonchalantly, I've become a cultivator now. I don't need to care about the lives of that trash. Hearing such disparaging remarks about others, Leng Yue said angrily, You! Lin Tian calmly stopped her and confronted him. No need to talk to him anymore. What he needs now is a fist, not a lesson. Seeing him so confident, he laughed delightedly. Great, Lin Tian. At last, you're not a coward anymore. Let me show you what a real cultivator is. Jiang Wu's power erupted, becoming increasingly fierce. He laughed manically, his voice echoing throughout the forest. Lin Tian also got into a ready stance, radiating his own power, preparing to face him. Seeing this massive amount of power, he silently assessed. Looking at the level of this spiritual energy, it's probably at the second stage of the Yongquan realm. It's true in a world after spiritual energy revival. Even a single fruit can help a person improve this much. Just as he was deep in thought, Jiang Wu used his speed and strength to rush in and attack from behind. Lin Tian reacted quickly, using his hand to block this kick. Jiang Wu, thrilled to be facing a worthy opponent, praised him. Not bad. It looks like you've got some strength too. He didn't hold back and used his eyes to provoke him. Is this really all the power you have? Being looked down upon, he yelled angrily, Go to hell! Immediately after, he rained down a series of punches toward Lin Tian, but all of them were blocked. Jiang Wu continued to throw punches, shouting furiously, How is this possible? You're actually blocking all of my attacks. My attack? How can you still calmly open your mouth and say, I'm too weak? Jiang Wu stood ready to counterattack with pure disdain. If you're not a cultivator, meeting me is like seeing the summer moon, he mocked, throwing a punch straight at his face. But if you are a cultivator, meeting me is like seeing a speck of dust in the vast sky. He was knocked to the ground by your punch, unwilling to accept defeat, whispering to himself, How is this possible? Xiutong and the others saw him defeated and cried out in panic. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Deep down, Xiutong felt a wave of uncertainty. She wavered, wondering, since when did Lin Tian become so strong? He could actually defeat Jiang Wu. That's annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to confront him so early. After taking down his opponent, you slowly descended to Leng Yue and ordered, Take them all back for a thorough interrogation. See if anyone else has obtained any secret opportunities. She quickly pulled out her communication device and replied, Understood. I will notify Chief Liu to seal off this mountain immediately. On the other side, Jiang Wu was full of frustration, cursing inwardly. I actually lost to Lin Tian? That bastard is truly detestable. This can't be. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Do you crave power? The voice didn't stop, repeating the question. Do you crave power? As the voice faded, the surroundings suddenly shifted before him. Jiang Wu saw a strange, dark silhouette sitting on a throne-like seat. This shadow looked like a demon lord from a novel. He was the Dark Monarch. Jiangwu didn't hesitate, immediately begging, "I want power. I want invincible power. As long as I can trample on Lin Tian, I'm willing to pay any price." The Dark Monarch didn't waste words, firing a strand of power from his fingertip toward him. The energy shot straight into the center of Jiangwu's forehead. His eyes rolled back, turning white, and veins bulged on his face. Moments later, he felt a rush of power. "Overflowing with strength," he exclaimed in satisfaction. "Power! This is the power I wanted. This feeling is truly magnificent." Back in the real world, Leng Yue, still unaware, walked toward them and said, "All right. All of you follow me to the Cultivator Association for an explanation." Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Wu began to unleash the power he had just received. Lin Tian rushed over to shield her, shouting, "Watch out." The massive dark energy grew increasingly violent, engulfing Jiang Wu. The trees in the area, affected by the dark power, withered one by one. Even his friend was trapped by the dark energy, screaming in terror. "Brother Jiang, what's happening?" Xiao, Shui, and Hui Tong cried out in fear. "No, I don't want to die." Lin Tian and Leng Yue luckily stood far enough away to avoid the impact. Yu solemnly remarked, "It seems Commander Shen's words were true, only she failed to understand the situation." Panicking. What on earth is happening? The dark energy enveloping Jiangwu slowly rose into the air, emitting a strange voice. Finally, the Dark Monarch emerged from it, exclaiming comfortably, "I have returned to this wonderful world once again." Seeing him, Leng Yue became alert and uneasy. "What is going on?" He was able to break through from the second level of the Spring Realm to the fourth in an instant. Lin Tian warned cautiously, "Stay back. That is certainly no longer the person you knew." Suddenly, the system's monotone voice echoed. "Low-level dark monster detected. Dark Monarch." Immediately after, the system panel popped up. Quest issued. Defeat the Dark Monarch. Reward: Cultivation pill for new spirit energy attributes. Receiving the quest made you slightly anxious. "I've never seen this type of monster in my entire life. I don't know what kind of attacks it might have." While you were calculating, the Dark Monarch looked at his body and scoffed. "The flesh and blood of these humans are truly pathetic. They cannot help me form a complete body. These two humans have strong spirit energy. If I devour them, a large portion of my strength will recover." With that, he decided to lunge at his prey. "Then let's start with that weak girl. Devour her first." The arrow he fired aimed straight for Leng Yue. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He leaped to block in front of her, using his power to slash down and shatter the arrow. Seeing your reaction, the Dark Monarch showed interest, praising, "Oh, not bad, young man. You were actually able to skillfully deflect my attack?" You didn't answer his question but asked instead, "What exactly are you? And where is Jiang Wu?" He replied arrogantly, "You are not worthy of knowing who I am, human. You only need to know how to submit to me or die." Seeing him so confident, your expression grew dangerous. "It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to speak properly." Hearing Lin Tian, the Dark Monarch, laughed out loud as if it were a joke. What an interesting human, daring to think he can teach me a lesson. He didn't waste time, activating the dark space to begin the battle. "I will let you experience ultimate darkness and see how terrifying it truly is." The dark space immediately lunged toward you, enveloping you as if to devour you. Leng Yue panicked and shouted, "Lin Tian!" She hurriedly ran toward the space orb that was imprisoning you. Reaching beneath the dark space, she used all her power to attack it. The energy blast focused on one spot, intending to destroy it and free you, but it had no effect at all. The Dark Monarch watched her futile efforts and mocked, "It's useless. With that level of attack, you definitely can't break it. Don't struggle anymore. Just obediently let me devour you." Suddenly, right where Leng Yue had attacked, a powerful hand reached out from a crack that had just been torn. Seeing that arm, the Dark Monarch's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, continuous slashes appeared on top of the dark space. Then, a tearing sound echoed. The dark space had been shattered. Lin Tian emerged from within, without a single scratch, and mocked, "That's all your full strength?" Although the dark space was broken, he wasn't rattled, saying, "Foolish. Do you think that just by breaking the seal of the dark space, you can fight me?" Leng Yue ran over and hurriedly suggested, "Lin Tian, I'll help you deal with him." But you immediately refused her offer. "No need. Just stay there and don't move. I want to see how far my full power goes." Hearing this, Leng Yue was stunned and confused. "Full power? What do you mean? You didn't waste any words." unleashing your entire strength as the answer. Immediately after, you charged straight at the dark. He unleashed all his power in response. Instead of an answer, he charged straight toward the black. The Dark Monarch tried to attack, but because Lin Tian was moving too fast, he couldn't react in time and could only stare at Lin Tian's hand reaching out in front of him. Then, a massive surge of power, like a pillar of light, blasted directly into the Dark Monarch. Following that beam was a massive explosion that shook the entire ground. The Dark Monarch lay amidst the rubble after the blast, wailing in resentment. I was actually pressed into the ground by a weak human? Lin Tian glanced at him with a death stare and asked, "Are you scared yet?" His words infuriated the monarch, who gathered all his strength to lunge forward, shouting, "You lowly human, how dare you look down on me? You're asking for death." He unleashed a strike toward Lin Tian, yelling, "Die." Lin Tian showed no signs of dodging, watching the strike get closer and closer. Just as it arrived, he used one hand to release a burst of lightning and fire. Seeing this scene, the Dark Monarch couldn't believe it, grinding his teeth in frustration. Impossible. He actually blocked it without taking a single bit of damage. Looking at the monarch's expression, Lin Tian mockingly teased, "Is that fear on your face now? It seems you aren't even enough to make me use my full strength." Truly disappointing. Just as Lin Tian said, the monarch shrank back in fear, thinking, "This guy isn't an ordinary human. His strength is even greater than mine now." With that thought, he hurriedly turned to find a way to escape. "No, I absolutely cannot die here. I must devour more humans to gain even greater power, and then I will kill him to get my revenge." Seeing him try to run, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and released a flash of lightning, saying, "Did I say you could leave?" The moment his words finished, a massive amount of lightning instantly materialized and struck the monarch. The Dark Monarch was hit by the storm-like surge of electricity and screamed in agony. He could no longer endure it and transformed into a swarm of bats to flee, even as his body was being blasted apart. Watching the bats fly away, Lin Tian clicked his tongue and muttered, "You'd throw away most of your body just to survive, huh?" The battle ended, and Leng Yue saw him land and rushed over to ask, "Lin Tian, are you okay?" He stood there completely unscathed and replied, "I'm fine. But that dark monster, a part of it has managed to escape. We need to contact Director Liu immediately." She quickly agreed to his request. Understood. The scene shifted to a large city under a gloomy sky. A monotonous weather forecast echoed. "Due to the influence of cold air, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone, please try to limit going outside." Along with the weather report, a TV commercial was playing, "Hey everyone, I'm telling you the truth. Something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. In a bit, I'm going to show you guys a cool stunt getting struck by lightning." At the same time, on a deserted road, a girl was passing by, angrily complaining, "What is this? It's clearly all his fault. He said clearly that we would go out to play today, but why cancel just because of the rain?" As she was grumbling, strange noises suddenly echoed toward her. The passerby turned her head in fear and shouted, "Who's there?" Just then, she realized she was lost and looked around in confusion. Where am I?" Seizing the opportunity, the dark creature immediately lunged toward her. Just as it closed in, ready to attack her, a bolt of lightning struck from out of nowhere, annihilating the dark creature. A familiar voice immediately followed. "Didn't you listen to the news today?" Lin Tian stood there watching the swarm of dark creatures flying in the sky, coolly advising the passerby to head home immediately. "It's very dangerous outside right now. The weather hasn't improved, so don't come out before there's an announcement." However, she didn't seem to hear him, instead, mesmerized by his looks. So handsome, so handsome. Ignoring her, he reached into his pocket to take out his phone to make a call. Lin Tian held the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end, "Leng Yue, how's the situation?" The person on the other end replied, "Lin Tian, the dark creature that escaped is even harder to deal with than we thought. That dark monster seems to have split itself into countless bats, attacking everyone in the city indiscriminately. These small bats rely on devouring the spiritual energy inside human bodies to continuously evolve themselves. Among the bats that have been eliminated, we've already found some that reach the second stage of the spring realm. Furthermore, their devouring hasn't stopped." Hearing her report, his expression turned serious, thinking, "It seems these bats want to turn all the city's residents into energy sources to evolve. If these bats all evolve to the third stage of the spring realm and then merge back into that dark creature, I'm afraid even I will have trouble dealing with it. I must find a way to take them out before something happens." High above in the sky, there was a different dark creature than the rest, the Dark Monarch. He intently observed the city, which was blanketed by his hazy, purple clouds. In his mind, only one thought remained. As long as I devour everyone in the city, I can restore my peak power. When that happens, I will definitely make that human pay the price. I will torture him so miserably, making him wish he were dead. Beneath the ground on the highway, there was a line of vehicles moving forward. On those vehicles were military troops carrying modern weaponry. At the same time, in another place, a pair of nimble hands typed rapidly on a keyboard, creating a rhythmic clacking sound. On the computer screen, a post appeared with the status, "Save me. There's a giant bat crashing into my window." Following, that post was a flood of hot, trending comments. Is this the apocalypse? I saw a bat sucking human blood with my own eyes. People are turning into husks. The bats have mutated. I just saw a giant one. Save me. Something is pounding on my anti-theft door. I don't dare to look. If that handsome guy comes to save me, I'm willing to offer myself. Exhausted by the flood of information online, with a few clicks, a mass delete operation was executed. Shen Feifei irritably tried to control the flow of information to prevent it from spreading further, sighing wearily. So annoying. Can't you people just stay put in your homes? Why are you still posting things to stir up panic and fear? Don't you feel like the dark attribute monsters aren't strong enough already? The more she worked, the less she could stand it, shouting angrily, making the people behind her jump. Can't we just cut off their internet entirely? There are tens of millions of people posting. What's the point of deleting them when we only have a few tens of thousands of troops? Lei Nuo reminded her helplessly. Young miss, if we really cut the network, that their anxiety would only worsen. Hearing him say that, she pouted and turned away, replying, I know, I was just venting a little. It's so frustrating. Then, she remembered something and asked, How's the situation, Lei Nuo? Have the troops still not broken through? It's been half an hour. He operated on the tablet screen, checking the report. All routes leading into Tianhai City are completely blocked by the third-level Spring of Valor mutant bats. There's no way they can get in anytime soon. Please, don't be so anxious, Shen Feifei. She seemed to loosen her tension, silently whispering to herself, Lin Tian, you absolutely cannot let anything happen to you. At that very moment, the scene shifted to a high-rise building where Lin Tian and Leng Yue were slowly entering. Seeing them, Su Yuting hurriedly called out, Captain! Liu Tianfeng also joyfully followed. Big brother! He approached them to ask how they were doing. Is everyone okay? Su Yuting quickly replied. Back then, my sister Kai and I were training at my villa. It wasn't until Director Liu called that we realized something unusual had happened. As soon as she finished, Liu Tianfeng interrupted, confidently bragging, Big brother, when the incident happened, I was eating barbecue with my little brother. A mutant bat rushed over to attack him, so I punched it to death, then casually skewered it to roast and eat with my brother. Lin Tian was a bit speechless at this, and reminded him, just make sure you don't get a stomachache. Once the pleasantries were over, Liu Ying took the head of the table and spoke up. Lin Tian, now that you're here, we can start the video conference with the military command. He didn't say much and agreed. Sure. Then, he opened the communication screen and operated it, saying, Commander Shen Dan, we are ready on our end. On the large screen, the image of Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan immediately appeared. Since everyone from the Spiritual Energy Association is here, let's begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the two main highways in the east and west, leading in and out of Tianhai City, are blocked by a large number of mutant bats. At the central plaza in the southeast of Tianhai City, there is an extremely strong energy reaction. Based on our judgment, it is highly likely the main body controlling these mutant bats is there. Hearing him, Lin Tian pondered for a moment, silently repeating, the central plaza. Huh? Suddenly, he noticed the person in front of him trembling slightly and wondered, why does Li Qi look so unwell? Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan, unaware, continued, we plan to forcibly break through from the eastern highway to open up an escape route and then lead the citizens at the central plaza to evacuate. After that, we will use heavy firepower to suppress the area so the civilians can evacuate faster. We need the support of the Spiritual Energy Association to help us reach the central plaza from a different route and evacuate the people first. According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire operation must be completed within 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature at the central plaza will evolve into an entity we cannot handle. Finishing his presentation, he asked, does anyone have any further questions? Li Qi stood up at that moment, hesitating slightly before voicing her concern. Commander-in-Chief, Shen Dan. If the military cannot reach the central plaza in time. Will the detonation time be postponed? He didn't even think, immediately replying, no. When the time comes, all firepower will be focused on the target to ensure that the mutant creature cannot evolve to a level where we can no longer deal with it. Hearing this, she became angry and slammed the table in protest. How can you do that? If so, aren't you just using the lives of the people at the central plaza as cannon fodder? However, his next retort made her freeze. If that dark monster successfully evolves, those who die won't just be the people at the central plaza. The entire city of Tianhai, and even the whole Donghai province will be destroyed. Li Qi trembled, unable to speak, stuttering. But, Commander Shen Dan? He didn't let her say another word, quickly cutting her off and questioning. There is someone important to you at the central plaza, isn't there? Caught by his guess, she could only tremble, standing still with her head down, biting her lip to answer. My family lives in the residential area near the central plaza. Hearing her answer, the whole room suddenly fell silent. Su Yuting carefully helped Li Qi sit down, comforting her. Sister Kai, don't worry. I will definitely help you save your family. A few days ago, Captain Lin Tian trained me, and my strength has increased a lot. Liu Tianfeng also stood up, heroically assuring, that's right. I'll call my buddies right now and tell them to drive here. Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan helplessly ordered, Miss Li Qi, if that is the case, I'm afraid I have to ask you to withdraw from this operation. Being asked to withdraw, she was surprised and cried out in frustration. Why? He didn't waver at all, bluntly criticizing. A soldier swayed by emotions will definitely affect the mission's success. How can you say that when you reach the central plaza? The first thing on your mind won't be your parents. Director Liu, to ensure the success of the mission, please reconfirm the personnel arrangements. While Liu Ying was a bit conflicted and hesitant, this someone suddenly spoke up to stop him. Wait, the person who just spoke was Lin Tian. He didn't hold back and refuted. Commander Shen Dan, your plan has a fatal flaw. Receiving his disapproval, he was a bit annoyed. What is it? He raised his hand, gently shaking his finger. Your bombs absolutely cannot deal any damage to that monster. Hearing this, Liu Ying and others in the meeting room were surprised, exclaiming, what? Having been seen through by him, Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan furrowed his brows and demanded, why do you know about this? Lin Tianyi asked with a smug, arrogant grin, boasting, because not long ago, I just severely wounded that monster. Commander Shen, I don't think your plan is feasible. Let's go with mine instead, he asked with a hint of curiosity and careful probing. What is your plan? He shoved his hands into his pockets, slowly stood up, and proposed, you just have to bring the weapon, and I'll tell you what to do. A few days ago, when I came in here, I slashed that dark element monster to death. How about that? Meanwhile, a girl was standing in front of a pitch-black tunnel leading to the city center. The watch on her wrist ticked, marking the time. It was 12 o'clock. She was waiting for orders from the command center. Fei. Tightening the straps of the box on her back, she followed Trin Nia and the armed soldiers as they prepared to storm into the tunnel to save the people of Tianhai City. I must get this to Lin Tian. At that moment, an order came through her earpiece. All units, listen up. Proceed with the punitive mission. Unusual activity in Tianhai City. Headquarters had issued specific instructions, and the tactical route began. From the eastern highway entrance of Tianhai City, ending at the People's Square, Commander Shen clasped his hands together, his voice crisp and clear. The mission is to escort and transport weapons. The troops will be divided into 5 small squads. No matter the cost, you must ensure that these weapons safely reach People's Square. His eyes flashed with determination. For the sake of the people, Shen Feifei and the other squads received their orders and started moving. They responded in unison. Inside the highway tunnel leading to the city center, thousands of bats swarmed out. The soldiers didn't hesitate, opening fire on the bats with modern weaponry. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, and they hadn't gone far before someone was bitten and injured. Screams echoed through the dark tunnel. Shen Feifei, covered in scrapes, led her team to break through. Everyone, charge with me. As a soldier, she refused to accept this fate. Her eyes were filled with grim resolve, thinking, I must survive. In Tianhai City, the sky was filled with bats. They ferociously shattered glass, attempting to attack and drain the spiritual energy of the living trapped inside. But before they could successfully break in, a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar scorched them to a crisp. The one who struck was Lin Tian. As he attacked, he clicked his tongue. If I knew it would be this troublesome, I shouldn't have held back in the forest. Su Yuting and Leng Yue followed closely behind. Captain Lin, wait for us. The bats in the city were countless and endless. They lunged at the two women again, but the girls weren't people to be bullied. Su Yuting used the water dragon technique. Leng Yue coordinated perfectly, using her cold ice mace. Both of them successfully repelled a tough group of bats, turning them into shattered blocks of ice on the ground. Looking at the countless bats still undefeated, Leng Yue turned pale with worry. Damn it, how many of these things are there in Tianhai City? Su Yuting was equally uneasy. I can feel that these bats are self-replicating by draining spiritual energy. Leng Yue thought of a terrifying possibility. If the thing covering the sky isn't a dark cloud, I'm afraid the number of bats is something we can't even count. Su Yuting agreed with her. If these bats merge into one, just how powerful would it become? While the two were anxious, Lin Tian appeared behind them and reassured them. Don't worry, the thing in the forest couldn't beat me. It won't win out here either. What he cared about now was that the most important thing was to get to People's Square and reunite with Shen Feifei and the others. As for Shen Feifei, they had run through the highway tunnel into the city. Everyone was panting with exhaustion, and all of them were injured, regardless of the severity of their wounds. Amidst the dense swarm of bats in the air, a voice rang out, My, you're mine now." The person who appeared was Jiang Wu. His gaze was unnatural. Clearly, he was no longer the Jiang Wu they knew. He wore a sly smile. "Meeting again. Beautiful." Shen Feifei frowned, unhappy. "So it's you again." Looking at the abnormal Jiang Wu, she questioned him. "Are you the one causing all this chaos in Tianhai City? Do you have any idea how many innocent people have died so far?" Jiang Wu didn't care at all. He picked at his ear. "I don't know, and I don't care. Besides, that trash wasn't worth living anyway. I should say that letting them become my nutrients is a type of glory." Shen Feifei was furious. She immediately leaped up and kicked him in the head. "You bastard." But her kick had no destructive power against him. Instead, she felt pain in her leg. Shen Feifei was surprised and panicked. "What the?" Jiang Wu's whole body radiated dark energy. His smile deepened. "Beauty. People who cultivate spiritual energy like you are nothing more than a drunkard seeing alcohol to me." He gathered dark energy, kindly explaining, "If you people don't struggle to break out, even if I swallowed every single person in Tianhai City, I would only be able to recover half of my peak strength. But now, by swallowing you, I can return to my peak era." Shen Feifei stepped back, startled. "What?" However, because she was standing too close to him, she was restrained. Beside her ear was Jiang Wu's laughter, sounding like that brat, Jiang Wu. "Be a good girl and become my nutrients." Suddenly, boom! A sharp pillar of ice appeared, separating Jiang Wu from Shen Feifei, rescuing her from the control of the dark energy. Lei Nuo stepped forward. His sharp gaze flashed with annoyance. "Our young miss doesn't like you, so there's no other way but to send you to hell." Fei was surprised by his boldness. "Lei Nuo." Jiang Wu radiated even more dark energy, assessing Lei Nuo with interest. "The fourth stage of the spring realm, huh? No. The density of your spiritual energy has already reached the fifth stage of the spring realm," he said excitedly. "Just by swallowing him, not only can I recover to my peak, but I can also evolve to an even more powerful level." Lei Nuo turned his head to instruct Shen Feifei. "Young miss, you take the others and go meet Lin Tian. Leave this place to me." She knew that staying behind would only drag him down, so she listened and led the others away. As she left, she didn't forget to tell him, "You have to be careful." Seeing the beautiful prey slip away right before his eyes, Jiang Wu wasn't satisfied and chased after them. "Where do you think you're going?" But Lei Nuo erected an ice wall to block his path. His face hardened, and his discomfort was clear in his eyes. "You're not going anywhere." Shen Feifei led the others away successfully. They didn't have to face a monster like Jiang Wu, but the bats were not easy to deal with either. The guns in their hands never stopped firing. The bats were incredibly annoying. They took advantage of any opening to swoop down and bite people. Shen Feifei gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it, there are really too many bats." She kept firing her weapon, and suddenly, she made a discovery. "Damn it, these bats have evolved. Normal bullets can't hurt them anymore." The group fought while retreating. Shen Feifei was deeply worried, wondering if she could truly deliver this thing, even if she reached it. Could Lin Tian and the others successfully make it to Great Xia? She gritted her teeth in determination. "I can't let that thought stop me right now. They definitely can make it. I can't let my faith waver." While Shen Feifei was busy breaking through the swarm of bats, one bat chased her from behind and opened bared its sharp fangs, preparing to enjoy a delicious meal. But before it could even get close to its target, it was struck down by countless bolts of lightning. The scent of blood filled the air. Lin Tian appeared. surrounded by lightning that made him look incredibly cool. Finally found you, Feifei. Feifei looked at him with joy. Lin Tian reached out and patted her head, speaking in a comforting, soothing tone. All right, I'm here now. Don't be afraid anymore. Did you bring the item? Feifei took off the case she was carrying on her back and handed it to him. This is what you told me to bring. It's so heavy. What on earth is it? Holding the case in his hands, Lin Tian was surprised because she didn't know what was inside. Didn't Commander Shen tell you? Feifei replied, no, he just said it was a very powerful weapon. I don't know the specifics. Lin Tian opened the case. He took out a sword as red as blood. The sharp blade glinted with a cold light. Seeing the weapon, Feifei wondered, a sword? Does this have any lethality? Lin Tian was satisfied with the sword in his hand. Of course it does. I'll show you the lethality of this sword right now. A modern young man of his word, he loudly signaled to Sun Zhengyi. Sun Zhengyi, get out of the way quickly. I'm coming to help you. Hearing this, Sun Zhengyi immediately ordered everyone to scatter. My boss is about to make a move. Up above, the bats were no longer being blocked. They charged straight toward Lin Tian. He calmly looked at the system in front of him, then reached out and pressed a button on the interface. The aura around Lin Tian changed. The bolts of lightning now turned a black-red color, combining with the red sword in his hand to exude a sinister, magical danger. He unleashed his thunder flame technique. He swung his sword twice, carving a cross shape filled with lethal power. 10 cross, slash. A massive, thunderous explosion rang in everyone's ears. Countless bats were wiped out instantly. Sun Zhengyi grinned, feeling ecstatic. So badass. My boss is just too amazing. Feifei's eyes sparkled. She craved and revered this power. She asked Lin Tian, you're so cool. Can you teach me this move? Lin Tian sheathed his sword, turned his head, and smiled. I can, but if you want to achieve results like this, you'll probably need to reach the 4th level of the Spring Realm, or higher. Looking around, he checked the troop count. Only this many? Did everyone else sacrifice themselves? Only then did Feifei remember. That's right. Lei Nuo and Jiang Wu are fighting. Lin Tian, can you go save them? Hearing the name Jiang Wu, Lin Tian was slightly stunned, thinking, Jiang Wu? Wasn't he swallowed by the dark monster? How could he be alive? Under that same gloomy sky, in another corner of the city, Lei Nuo was forcefully using ice to attack. His ice barrage froze the bats harassing him and Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu hadn't bothered to make a move this whole time. He crossed his arms and sneered. Your strength is indeed very high, but your spiritual energy will eventually run out. He commanded the bats to attack, boasting smugly, but my bats are infinite. The bats swarmed toward the frozen ones, looking like they wanted to save their kind. But Lei Nuo keenly noticed something unusual. He gritted his teeth. They aren't saving their kind, they're devouring the remaining spiritual energy. He coolly assessed the situation. Some bats had evolved to the 3rd level of the Spring Realm. As the bats increased in number, Lei Nuo ran out of energy to attack. He created an ice shield just to defend himself. The bats became increasingly powerful, and with their overwhelming numbers, they quickly made his thick ice shield crack. Boom! The ice shield shattered. The swarm of bats descended. What is this? Lei Nuo was knocked back, struggling to stand and not fall. Clutching his injured arm, he frowned in exhaustion, calculating. This is getting troublesome. Jiang Wu laughed haughtily. You're so carefully keeping your distance from me, should I take that as fear? Not to be outdone, Lei Nuo gathered his strength. He channeled his energy into a powerful attack. Cold ice arrow. A long, sharp ice arrow shot through the air like a bolt. The target was Jiang Wu in the sky. He wore a satisfied grin, as if seeing a delicious meal about to be served on a platter. As the arrow approached, Jiang Wu used the dark energy around him to seize control of it, preventing it from moving an inch further. Lei Nuo was shocked. What? Jiang Wu laughed loudly, the perfect villainous laugh. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd panic. I won't be polite with this massive amount of spiritual energy. The arrow was quickly absorbed. Lei Nuo cursed in anger. Damn it. Is this guy using my spiritual energy to level up again? Jiang Wu finished his evolution. He raised his hand to sentence his opponent to death. To thank you for helping me evolve to my peak, I've decided to give you a pleasant end. A blast of dark energy shot straight at Lei Nuo. He no longer had the strength to dodge. He could only close his eyes, holding a sense of guilt toward Feifei in his heart. Sorry, young lady. However, at the most critical moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Lin Tian. Lei Nuo was grateful to his savior. He shouted a warning. Get out of the way. That's a full-force blow from a 4th-level Spring Realm practitioner. You can't stop that. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Tian gently waved his hand, deflecting Jiang Wu's attack. The dark energy slammed into the ground. A thunderous explosion followed. Lei Nuo was speechless, looking around in disbelief. Lin Tian finally turned his head, innocently asking, "Huh? What did you just say?" Lei Nuo clutched his injured arm and asked about Shen Feifei. "Lin Tian, is the young lady safe?" He replied nonchalantly, "Ah, don't worry. She's currently with Leng Yue and the others, fighting off these annoying bats." After saying that, Lin Tian instructed, "You go find them quickly. I'll deal with this thing, then I'll come find you guys to discuss the next plan." Lei Nuo, now exhausted, had to follow his instructions. "All right, wait for the team." After they left, Lin Tian looked at Jiang Wu, who was being controlled by the monster. "We meet again, huh? This time, before I kill you, can you tell me who or what you are?" Jiang Wu laughed loudly, his expression somewhat eerie. "What are you talking about, Lin Tian? I'm Jiang Wu. Don't you recognize me?" Lin Tian shook his head. "If you refuse to talk, all right then. Go ahead. Grab the hilt of the blade on your back and get ready to strike. Don't be afraid, it'll be over quickly," he said, floating in midair. Jiang Wu arrogantly lifted his chin. "Lin Tian, do you still think I'm the same person I was back in the woods?" He gathered his energy, forming a massive energy sphere, and launched it toward Lin Tian. "Let me show you my peak strength." Lin Tian didn't dodge. He calmly asked, "Is that really all you've got?" Lin Tian swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant crimson slash. It struck the energy sphere with such power that it shattered it instantly, and the remaining force of the slash shot straight toward Jiang Wu. He panicked. "What?" But it was already too late to dodge. The sword light tore through the air like a rift, swallowing Jiang Wu whole and pulling in the nearby bats as well. Suddenly, the swarm of bats hurriedly fled, flying up toward the dark clouds high above. Lin Tian watched them with a sharp, suspicious gaze. This scene was playing out everywhere. Bats across the city were swarming away in panic. They were all leaving, as if they had received a summons from those dark clouds above. Su Yuting was stunned. "What's going on?" Leng Yue couldn't hide her concern. Her brows furrowed deeply. "Su Yuting, did you feel the energy coming from those dark clouds too?" Su Yuting replied, "Yeah, these mutated bats seem like they've been given some kind of order. They're all heading toward those dark clouds over there." Shen Feifei stared at the device in her hand, unable to believe it. "No, you've got to be kidding me. How is this even possible?" Su Yuting noticed her unusual reaction and quickly asked, "Sister Shen, what's wrong?" Shen Feifei went pale and shared the information. Based on the readings from the device, the thing up there in the sky might be the legendary super mutant entity that everyone talks about. The two girls stood side by side, both completely shocked. "Ah." Shen Feifei began to explain the threat levels. The lowest danger level points to the existence of minor anomalies. Their impact on the environment and people is very small, and it usually doesn't require mobilizing cultivators of any specific level. An anomaly or monster that poses a minor threat to ordinary people can cause unrest or panic on a small scale. Usually, it's dealt with quickly by low-level cultivators. The next danger level involves monsters or events with clear destructive power, capable of threatening a town or a crowd. Usually, it requires mid-level cultivators to coordinate and deal with the situation. A super mutant entity is a monster with a much higher threat level, possessing extreme destructive power, capable of devastating a small city. Usually, it requires multiple mid- and high-level cultivators to work together to handle it. The calamity level refers to entities with such immense destructive power that they threaten the safety of an entire major city. They cause serious casualties and massive property damage, requiring peak-level cultivators or a squad of elite cultivators to step in. The catastrophe level can cause nationwide disasters, capable of destroying an entire country's defense forces. Only a few powerful cultivators can hold them off. It requires full mobilization and coordinated combat efforts to deal with it. The world-ending level is the highest threat. It represents a global survival crisis, capable of directly leading to the extinction of human civilization. It is mandatory to mobilize all peak-level cultivators and the Alliance's defense systems to throw everything they have into the fight. The situation was beyond control. Shen Feifei could only pray silently. Lin Tian must survive. As a high-ranking military officer, she decisively gave orders. Leng Yue, quickly contact Director Liu. Tell them to send reinforcements. I'm going to call my grandfather. I can't let Lin Tian face that kind of monster alone. Leng Yue cooperated immediately. Understood. At headquarters, everyone was trying frantically to get in touch with the strike team. Captain Fan, please respond. Captain Fan, the liaison officer, cursed in frustration. Damn it. My communication signal is completely dead. These bats seem to have blocked all the phone signals. Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Have Shen Feifei and the others escaped safely? Just then, on the screen, they noticed something unusual. An observer spoke up. Look, everyone. The bats seem to be gathering in the same direction. Looking at the flight path of the bats on the screen, everyone was confused and anxious. What is going on? Captain Li, the officer in charge of communications, held the radio and called out repeatedly, Captain Fan, I can hear you. Are you still alive? The staff in the monitoring room announced loudly, Team 2's communication signal has been restored. Captain Li, after the bats left, the phone signal was restored. We can contact the Vanguard team now. Captain Li seized the moment to get intel. Captain Fan, what is your situation? Report immediately. Through the radio, Captain Fan's voice rang out. We were attacked by a swarm of bats at the second stage of the Spring of Vitality, in massive numbers. Just now, for some reason, the swarm suddenly flew into the sky all at once and left. Another staff member received similar news and immediately reported it to Commander-in-Chief Shen. Team 2 and Team 3 are in the exact same situation. Shen still didn't let his guard down. Immediately get a casualty count. The staff replied, Yes, sir. Just then, Commander-in-Chief Shen's assistant walked in with a radio. Commander, it's a call from the eldest miss. Shen took the radio, concerned. Shen Feifei, are you through the radio? Shen Feifei's urgent, anxious voice came through. Grandfather, it's over. A super mutant-level monster is about to appear in Tianhai City. The military officers in the command room were filled with worry upon hearing this. To avoid false information leading to unnecessary panic, Shen put on a stern face, his tone hardening. Vice Commander Shen Feifei, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Seeing her grandfather call her by her full rank and name, Fei was also serious as she reported, Commander-in-Chief Shen, I am not spouting nonsense. Those bats voluntarily left the area around Tianhai City to offer all the spiritual energy they had devoured to that super mutant-level monster in the center of those dark clouds. The first officer was terrified. He stuttered, It's over. Tianhai City is done for. And so are we. A second officer was panicked. Could it be that there's really no other way? A third officer clutched his head. A super mutant monster at the very least requires a cultivator at the 5th stage of the Spring of Vitality to handle. Shen hesitated, repeating Shen Feifei's words. A super mutant monster. He had to struggle internally, his lips pressed tight. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his decision. Commander-in-Chief Shen covered his face, his voice trembling. Shen Feifei, I'm sorry, but you can't put the nation in danger. I hope you won't be angry with me, but I really have no other choice. Understanding his grandfather's difficult decision, Liu Yifei comforted him with a smile. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. I won't blame you. After disconnecting from Liu Yifei, Commander-in-Chief Shen stood up and issued an order. Everyone, start preparations immediately. Launch an all-out annihilation attack. No matter the cost, we must neutralize that super variant monster in Tianhai City. As he spoke, he roared. Relay the mission objectives to everyone. We absolutely cannot allow this disaster to spread to other cities. The assistant was slightly panicked upon hearing this and tried to stop the commander-in-chief. Sir, please, calm down. At least save the eldest miss first. However, General Shen retorted sharply, Here, there are only soldiers and generals. There is no room for sentiment or family. Our sacrifice exists, so that the people we protect don't have to endure such pain. After saying that, he turned to everyone. All units, listen up. Prepare for orders. At that very moment, the radio crackled. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? A voice came from the other side. It seemed the caller wasn't very familiar with how to use a radio. How do I turn this thing on? Hey. Hearing a familiar voice, Shen was stunned. He completely forgot that he was about to give an order. Lin Tian? You're still alive? Inside the city, Lin Tian stood under the massive dark clouds, holding the radio. He wasn't worried at all. General Shen, I haven't even finished flirting with your granddaughter yet, and you're already trying to get me killed? I'm not the one saying this, but your granddaughter is probably going to hate you for this. After a few jokes, he got to the point. Stop the bombing. Leave this super variant monster to me. The officers in the command room were shocked. What? You'll handle it? A representative questioned him. Can you actually do it? That's a super variant monster. Lin Tian's annoyed voice came through the radio. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I be arguing with you people if I couldn't? Watching the Dark Monarch emerge from the black clouds, ready to descend, Lin Tian said, General Shen, if you want to keep Hai Tian City and your granddaughter safe, you must give me your full support. The assistant was hesitant. Commander-in-Chief, this Shen had no choice but to trust Lin Tian. He agreed. Fine. Lin Tian, what kind of support do you need? At this moment, the Dark Monarch had appeared in his complete form. He wore a wicked smile. Lin Tian's voice remained calm and steady. "There's only one thing I need your help with." Carrying his sword on his shoulder, he flashed a confident smile and made his request. "Whatever is destroyed in this battle, you cover the compensation." The Dark Monarch was amused, thinking to himself, "This is the spiritual energy of the real world, and it feels wonderful to be alive. Not only have I successfully resurrected, but I've evolved into an entity reaching the peak of the 5th stage of the Spring Realm." The smile on his lips grew even more excited. "I can feel it. I am now an invincible existence here." Thinking this, he spoke to Lin Tian. "I bet you regret not killing me back in the forest, human." Right after, he launched a bat-like dark creature toward Lin Tian. Seeing that dark creature, the monarch laughed loudly in satisfaction. "This is but." Before his joy could last long, the Dark Monarch's smile vanished. It wasn't just him who was surprised. Everyone in the control room was stunned as well. How could it be? A bolt of lightning from the heavens struck down, tearing the bat creature in two. Although Lin Tian hadn't made a single physical move, that lightning bolt was a manifestation of his power. The people in the control room watched in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this the legendary lightning attribute? How terrifying." Anyone who possesses such ability must already be considered a monster. Commander-in-Chief. Shen rested his chin on his hand, intently watching every move Lin Tian made. He praised, "Kid, it seems you really didn't disappoint me." Meanwhile, on the ground, a crowd was scrambling to board evacuation buses. "Everyone, don't panic. Buses are arriving one after another. Please, don't push." The lightning, launched from Lin Tian's position straight into the sky, lit up the entire area, drawing the attention of all the civilians. Seeing this, a citizen in the crowd immediately shouted, "Everyone, look! Is someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation?" They began to chatter excitedly. "Lightning strikes this huge? This is my first time seeing this in my life. There must be a high-level master undergoing a breakthrough. It must be the 9 heavens lightning tribulation." Wu Qing was on a mission, and upon seeing it, she quickly called out to the person next to her, "Leng Yue, that must be Captain Lin's power." She narrowed her eyes, focusing intently on the pillar of lightning. She whispered, "Lin Tian, your strength is too terrifying. I thought that by reaching the 4th stage of the Spring Realm, I could try to catch up to you. But looking at it now, I'm just a joke in your eyes." At the same time, elsewhere, Shen Feifei was being strictly protected by soldiers. She felt a bit annoyed, but couldn't help feeling proud. "Lin Tian, you truly are the man I chose." Returning to the battle, a dark shadow in the sky slowly flew toward the Dark Monarch. Lin Tian pointed his sword at him and declared, "My turn." The monarch panicked and hurriedly launched a bolt of power at him to stop him. But that burst of power was easily blocked by Lin Tian with his blade. Following that, Lin Tian unleashed a strike of the Thunderflame sword technique, Ice Mountain Slash. The Dark Monarch panicked, watching the strike rushing toward him. He hurriedly raised his hand, summoning a magic circle as a shield. But that thing was useless. It didn't even last a second before it was shattered. The Dark Monarch took the full force of the attack, shouting in surprise, "What?" When the strike passed, he had suffered significant injuries. Furious, he sprouted dark vines from his back, rushing toward Lin Tian while cursing, "Damn you!" Lin Tian, gracefully and fluidly, dodged all of his attacks. The monarch grew even angrier, screaming, "Hateful! If it weren't for that sword, you would have been dead long ago." Hearing that, Lin Tian taunted him even more. "Oh? There's plenty of blood here." The Dark Monarch was completely provoked and unleashed his attack. "Go to hell." He launched a spiral beam of power toward Lin Tian, aiming directly for the center of his forehead. However, the blast struck him only to be deflected and bounced right back. Seeing this, the monarch was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. He gasped, "No, it's impossible. This was my full power strike at the peak of the 5th stage of the Spring Realm. How can you be completely unharmed? Could it be, have you evolved to the 6th stage of the Spring Realm, or even higher?" Hearing this, Lin Tian reached up and touched the spot that had just been struck and said, "If this is the extent of your power, then you can die right here." Seeing him prepare to attack again, the Dark Monarch frowned, calculating, "I cannot die here. I must absorb more power and evolve to become stronger." And once again, he turned to run, just like before. "Wait for me to cultivate to the 6th. No, the 7th stage of the Spring Realm. Then I'll come back for revenge, you brat." But the situation was different now. Lin Tian locked onto his target. "I won't let you escape this time." Saying that, he began to accumulate the Thunderflame sword technique, Vortex. At the tip of his sword, he gathered a massive amount of power. The monarch felt shaken, gritting his teeth as he tried to flee, but it was already too late. Lin Tian unleashed a strike that pierced through the dark monarch, finally finishing him off. The monster let out a desperate, earth-shaking scream. No! No! After the cry, the dark monarch and Lin Tian's attack dissolved into a pile of ashes, scattering into the air. The people in the control room cheered with joy. It's a success. We've destroyed the super variant monster. Tianhai City is saved. Tianhai City is saved. This lightning flame is the dawn of Tianhai City. No, it's the dawn of all humanity. The commander-in-chief stood up immediately. He began issuing orders to handle the post-war situation. Everyone, start organizing rescue efforts at once. We must ensure that all victims are treated in time. Hearing this, the people, still jubilant, quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Time flew by, and a few days later, at Lin Tian's house, Liu Ying was sitting in the living room, chatting with Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, thanks to you, we made it through the crisis in Tianhai City. The military and the Spirit Association want to offer you some rewards. Is there anything you want?" Hearing this, Lin Tian sat up straight, leaned in close to him, and whispered, "There really is one thing I really need. I hope you can help me with it." Liu Ying listened intently to his request. "Oh? Oh," he said. Lin Tian pointed a finger toward the three girls currently having a tea party in the corner. He suggested, "Can you take these people away quickly? My house isn't even that big." Lin Tian was so frustrated he was practically breathing fire as he complained. "They come here all day long, and I can't live a normal life. Plus, the two of them are corrupting Su Yuting, haven't you noticed?" Hearing this, Liu Ying pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. "Leng Yue can't leave, and Shen Feifei can't go either. If they won't leave, then it doesn't matter whether Su Yuting goes or not." After a moment of thought, he finally understood what Lin Tian was actually asking for. "Ah, I see. You mean you want me to get you a bigger villa, right?" And so, they were talking past each other, a deal made on completely different pages. "Lin Tian, this is too simple. Leave it to me. I'll definitely make you happy." One beautiful morning arrived. In a high-rise building, a small meeting was being held. The next item is the main topic of today's meeting. No audio content. The moderator pointed to Lin Tian's image on the screen and got straight to the point. Lin Tian made a massive contribution during this crisis in Tianhai City. What kind of reward should we give him? A member of the council immediately spoke up to offer an opinion. "I feel we could provide him with some resources so he can become a top-tier cultivator for our country, just like the heroic cultivators of Western nations." That man and the person next to him chimed in, agreeing with each other. "Exactly. We should also promote him into a celebrity." That's right. An image like this could inspire more youth to become cultivators. However, another person with a more serious and upright demeanor quickly refuted the two of them. "A celebrity? Are you guys joking? Lin Tian is not just a hero of Tianhai City, but a cultivation genius of our nation. I believe we should have him join the military high command to oversee training for our military's cultivators." Commander-in-Chief Shen seemed to agree with this suggestion and asked further, "Anything else?" Just then, someone walked in and interrupted their meeting. "I object." The person who appeared was none other than Han Xiaofeng. Seeing him, they were a bit startled and blurted out, "General Han, why are you here?" Commander-in-Chief Shen was also a bit suspicious and worried internally. "Xiaofeng, why is he back? Could it be—" He didn't offer a greeting, asking with a stern face, "Commander-in-Chief, I heard from my subordinates that you went to hand out rewards to some kids?" Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Shen rested his hands on the table, interlaced them, and replied, "General Han, what exactly do you mean by that?" Having received the opening he wanted, he didn't hesitate anymore, expressing, "What I mean is, a kid who relied on luck to defeat a monster has no right to receive a medal." This opinion of his immediately met with opposition from the others. "General Han, that's going too far." Lin Tian was able to resolve the crisis in Tianhai City. It wasn't just based on luck. Exactly. This entire mission in Tianhai City was recorded, but relying on his own power, Xiaofeng cast a look of contempt at them and lowered his voice to lecture them. "Is this a place for two losers like you to talk?" A hand quickly tapped the table, cutting through the tension. Commander-in-Chief Shen calmly explained to him, "General Han, the monster was at the 5th level of the Spring Realm. That's not something you can just resolve with luck. I understand your doubts about Lin Tian, but regarding the medal, for Lin Tian, that is not your decision to make." Seeing that the commander's mind was made up, Xiaofeng had to accept it and sat down so they could continue the meeting. "So you're stubborn about giving him the medal, huh? Fine. I can't do anything about it. Regardless, I won't acknowledge it." Immediately after, Commander-in-Chief Shen took over as moderator to ask for others' opinions. The meeting continues. Does anyone have any ideas? Lin Tian isn't helping us for things like fame or fortune. What he wants isn't a position or popularity either. His response was met with silence, as no one else had any further suggestions. Seeing how useless they were, he turned his attention to Liu Ying. Old Liu, do you have any ideas? Liu Ying had been waiting for this moment, smiling smugly to himself. You guys don't have a good relationship with our brother Lin Tian, do you? At this critical moment, it still has to be me. Only Liu Ying knew what his brother Lin Tian needed most right now. After thinking, he adjusted his voice and began to present his idea. A few days ago, I met with Lin Tian and asked him what he needed. He made one point very clear to me. The others in the meeting leaned in, waiting expectantly. Oh, old Liu, it's always you. Old Liu, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Liu Ying, full of wisdom, recounted the exact words Lin Tian had said to him, recalling the image of him angry and breathing fire in his mind. They come here every day, making it impossible for me to live normally. Plus, those two are corrupting Su Yuting. Didn't you notice? And from that, he drew a conclusion and presented the proposal for today's meeting. So, Lin Tian wants a bigger house. This way, they can live with Leng Yue and her group, so it won't feel crowded anymore. The others heard Liu Ying's eloquent theory and seemed convinced, immediately agreeing. So, that's it. Why didn't we think of that? Exactly. Basic needs like food and sleep were being overlooked. Only Commander Shen Dan gloomily realized the true implication of his words. He thought to himself, Lin Tian's point is clearly to get Leng Yue and the others to move out. Though, it seems that young girl Shen Feifei also has feelings for Lin Tian. Forget it. What's done is done. After reaching that conclusion, he gave a light cough, cleared his throat, and spoke up. Since that's the case, everyone, see if there are any villas, or large apartments in Tianhai City that would be suitable. Han Xiaofeng, who had been silent, seized the opportunity and added, Don't bother looking anymore. I know of a perfect villa. Hearing him kindly offer a property, those around him felt a bit guilty. Wait, wasn't Commander Han opposed to this just now? Why the sudden change of heart? Commander Shen Dan seemed to realize which place he was talking about, and exclaimed, Oh, the villa over there? Han Xiaofeng flashed a dangerous smile and introduced the place. The Six Lake Manor on Xiutong Road in the coastal city. Hearing that name, the officials in the room looked flustered. Isn't the coastal city under lockdown? The abnormal changes in the coastal city, according to military files, it has already reached the 6th stage of the Spring Realm. Realizing Han Xiaofeng's true intent, Liu Ying immediately spoke up to challenge him. Commander Han, my Spirit Energy Cultivation Association has never offended you. Why are you making things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's conference is to award Lin Tian, not to give him a new mission. Han Xiaofeng coolly adopted a defiant posture. I just think that if he can't even clear out that villa, then he doesn't deserve the reward. Naturally, these words touched a nerve with Commander Shen Dan, making his expression turn stern. Commander Han, are you questioning my decision-making? Han Xiaofeng didn't back down, directly confronting him in return. I wouldn't dare. I just want to see for myself if the hero you all keep talking about actually lives up to the reputation. A while later, at Lin Tian's house, a voice filled with guilt rang out as a stack of documents was handed over. Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Liu Ying scratched his head awkwardly while Lin Tian looked on, confused. This time, you went through a near-death experience. Originally, the military wanted to give you a proper reward, but someone stirred up trouble halfway. The result is in these papers. These were the property ownership details. Owner, Lin Tian. General status. Co-owner based on house location. Six Lake Manor, Qichduong Road, Coastal City. Seeing this, he was deeply shocked and speechless. Oh my god, this place must be worth tens of millions. You're just giving this to me? Liu Ying saw him trembling in silence and, thinking he didn't want it, hastily suggested, Lin Tian, if you don't like it, I'll risk my old life to trade it for another one for you. Before he could even finish, Lin Tian snatched the papers back and shouted, Are you crazy? A multi-million-dollar house, is this a matter of liking it or not? It's a matter of whether I'm worthy of it or not. Without thinking twice, he quickly tucked the documents away, deciding to take it. Seeing this, he had no further objections and kindly reminded him, also, a month ago, a mutated creature at the 6th stage of the Spring Realm appeared in the coastal city, and its power center is right inside that villa. The military has prepared a squad to fight alongside you to ensure a successful subjugation. Lin Tian immediately showed a dismissive expression and refused. Why go through all that trouble? I can go by myself. Liu Ying was a bit anxious and hurriedly explained to him. Lin Tian, I know you just defeated a 5th stage Spring Realm monster, but that mutated creature in the coastal city is at the 6th stage. Don't be reckless. Even though the 5th and 6th stages are only one level apart, that's a gap as wide as heaven and earth. You absolutely cannot be careless. You are young. You just need to be patient and focus on your cultivation for the future. Not letting him continue to ramble, he bluntly cut him off. I know. He raised a hand to pick his nose, his expression clearly revealing his thoughts. But I'm already at the 7th stage of the Spring Realm now. Hearing this, Liu Ying was so stunned his jaw hit the floor. What? On the highway at this moment, a car was speeding along, filled with conversation. Boss, what's the background of this kid? Why on earth do we need to coordinate with him? Second Lieutenant Li added with disdain after talking to Han Xiaofeng earlier. Also, the brothers in the military camp have been fighting at that Six Lake Manor for half a month without any progress. Can a kid who just reached adulthood really handle it? He responded, looking very serious. Whether he can handle it or not, let him show us in a moment, and we'll know. I just hope he isn't lucky enough to have stepped in dog poop. Otherwise, whatever is inside that Six Lake Manor won't let him leave alive. Hearing his words, the subordinate agreed. Boss is right. The abnormalities in the coastal city were definitely just that kid getting lucky. If not, why wouldn't that kid dare to show up in person at the military's commendation ceremony? In my opinion, that kid is definitely guilty. Adding more encouragement to his own words, Han Xiaofeng became even more arrogant. These kids who are young and full of themselves really need seniors like us to keep encouraging them. Just then, Secretary Tran, who was sitting behind him, poked her head out and adjusted her glasses to warn him, Commander Han, please do not let personal feelings cause the military's mission to fail. Recovering that land in the coastal city must be completed at any cost. Being reprimanded by her, he coldly snapped, You don't need to teach me how to do my job. A while later, the car arrived in front of a luxurious villa, and someone had been waiting for them at the door for a long time. Secretary Tran walked up to him and shook his hand. Hello, Lin Tian. I am Secretary Tran from the Coastal City Mayor's office. He also replied politely, Hello to you. Immediately after, she pointed toward Han Xiaofeng and Second Lieutenant Li, introducing them. These two are Commander Han and Second Lieutenant Li, in charge of handling the mutated creatures of the coastal city. As soon as she finished speaking, he walked up to him and probed, So, you're the one who took care of the 5th stage Spring Realm monster in the coastal city? He nodded slightly and asked him back. What's it to you? Han Xiaofeng examined him with an expressionless face, thinking, Nothing. I thought you'd be like the brothers in my camp, rugged and tough. Who knew you'd be such a pretty boy? Seeing that he seemed to look down on him, Lin Tian retorted without hesitation. What's the matter? Will the monster go easy on you just because you're big and muscular? Hearing him insult them, Han Xiaofeng and Second Lieutenant Li were furious. The old man immediately cut him off, blocking the conflict. Lin Tian, if you only know how to run your mouth, you might not make it out of this estate alive. Lin Tian didn't flinch, retorting, Rest assured, I'm a very practical person. If I can take action, I don't waste my breath. If you two are afraid of dying, you don't have to go inside. Seeing the situation turn tense and fearing they would keep bickering if she didn't intervene, Secretary Tran hurried to speak up. All right. Although I don't know if you all get along, I hope you can reach an agreement on one thing. After entering the Six Lake Estate, you must help each other. Does anyone have a problem with that? If no one says anything, then I'll take it as your silent agreement. Next, I will clarify the specific details of this mission. Having said that, she began telling him about what had happened at this villa. After the spiritual energy on Earth was restored, inside the Six Lake Estate, a very powerful dark attribute spiritual energy suddenly appeared, later taken over by an unknown creature. According to the data from the spiritual energy meter, the mutated creature inside the Six Lake Estate is at least at the 5th stage of the Spring Realm. After the casualties of the city's residents at sea reached 68 people, we successfully contained the monster inside the Six Lake Estate. That is all I can tell you. The rest is up to you all. This mission must be handled with care. As soon as she finished, he immediately turned and pushed the door open to head inside. If you're done talking, let's go. Watching his bold actions, Lieutenant Li cried out in shock. Boss, is this kid crazy? He charged in without even discussing the battle plan. Han Xiaofeng hurriedly urged them to follow. Follow him. Don't let that kid run off. Lin Tian marched straight ahead, opening his system interface to operate it while walking. Another dark attribute monster? I've encountered them 3 times in just a few short days. After completing the last mission, I was rewarded with a new attribute slot. Should I choose the dark attribute, or should I go with the light attribute? The more he thought about it, the deeper he frowned, struggling to decide. In my previous life, I didn't have the strength I do now, so I didn't fully understand the light and dark attributes. Which one should I choose? To avoid a situation like the one with Leng Yu, I'll try choosing the light attribute. I hope it has healing capabilities. Just as he finished his selection, Han Xiaofeng and the loud-mouthed Lieutenant Li caught up. Hey, you charged in recklessly, without even having a battle plan. Do you have any ideas now then? He answered calmly. No, but not going in to check and just imagining a plan from the outside is meaningless. Just as the other man was getting angry at his attitude. Are you even reliable? Han Xiaofeng noticed something and shouted in a panic. Look out! A mutated dog suddenly lunged at them from out of nowhere. He quickly pushed Lieutenant Li aside and dove in, throwing a punch to stop it. The mutated dog was knocked back a few feet by his punch. Han Xiaofeng guarded Lieutenant Li behind him and asked, Are you all right? The lieutenant, still alert, thanked him. Thanks, boss. On the surface, he was composed, but inside, Lieutenant Li was trembling, his face pale. The strength of the mutated creature, outside. This estate is higher than mine? Doesn't that mean inside the estate? While he was lost in thought, Han Xiaofeng rushed forward again, shouting a warning. You two, be careful. This mutated dog is already at the 4th stage of the Spring Realm. And with that, he officially engaged in combat with the 4th stage mutated dog. Lieutenant Li watched the scene with admiration. As expected of the boss, he can actually go head-to-head with this mutated dog. After throwing a flurry of punches, he landed a kick to the dog's face. The beast was covered in wounds, and its mouth was dripping with blood, but from overexerting himself. He was already exhausted and panting. Lin Tian, watching from afar, said wearily, Commander Han, are you done playing? Can we continue into the estate now? Lieutenant Li, seeing him like that, retorted, What do you know? This mutated beast is already at the 4th stage of the Spring Realm. You think. Before he could finish, he reached for the sword on his back and drew it. Then, with one swing, he created a strike that lunged at the mutated dog, finishing it off in an instant. Watching this, Han Xiaofeng was so shocked his jaw dropped. Then, he turned and walked away coolly. I'm going in first. You two can play at your own pace. His mind was now filled with overwhelming disbelief. His single strike was enough to slice the monster that could fight me to a standstill into 2 pieces. That means Lieutenant Li also sensed that he wasn't simple. He asked cautiously, Boss, did we just mess with someone we shouldn't have? Without much thought, he urged him, Hurry up and go apologize to our brother, Lin Tian. A person like this is someone we absolutely cannot offend. By this time, he had reached the villa door and pushed it open. Looking at the empty scene before him, he felt something was wrong. He whispered, That's not right. 68 people died. Why are there no corpses in the estate? Just as he was wondering, Han Xiaofeng ran over. He called out, Commander Han, I have a question for you. The man, now more obedient than ever, listened to him. Lin Tian, go ahead and ask. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Did your army come in to remove the bodies? He replied to him slowly and frankly, without hiding anything. No. With all our effort, we could only contain the mutated creature inside the estate. We didn't go that deep at all. Why do you ask, Lin Tian? He showed Han Xiaofeng the empty scene before them, saying skeptically, If you're telling the truth, then I'm afraid the mutated creature in this villa might not just be at the 5th stage of the Spring Realm. Inside the luxurious villa, Han Xiaofeng asked, Is it possible the bodies were eaten by the monster? Lin Tian immediately countered, Mutated creatures prefer to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh. Having said that, he glanced at the 2 of them and reminded them, In any case, be careful. Let's split up and look. Who's going upstairs? Han Xiaofeng, because of what he just witnessed, was very wise and willing to follow his lead. Brother Lin Tian, we'll follow your lead. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to divide the work. In that case, I'll go upstairs, and you two check the basement. He agreed quickly and confidently, understood. His high-end leather shoes tapped slowly against each stair as he ascended, and once he cleared the staircase, a long, stretching hallway appeared before him. Lin Tian carefully approached the room doors one by one, opening them one after another until he reached the large door at the end of the hall. He stepped inside to inspect the situation, whispering to himself, This isn't right. Even if the monsters ate the bodies, they should have left the bones behind, right? Let's see. if light attribute spiritual energy is actually useful here. As he activated his light attribute energy, a few things suddenly appeared around him. Wisps of darkness were trying to reach out and touch him, growing thicker and thicker, yet they couldn't even graze him. Thanks to that flow of spiritual energy, he found something interesting and exclaimed, "Found you." At the same time, downstairs in the basement, Xiao Yili and Han Xiaofeng entered a wine cellar. Feeling uneasy, Han Xiaofeng said, "Boss, this place feels abnormal." He kindly reminded him, "Be careful, and be ready to fight at any moment." Naturally, Xiao Yili obeyed and replied, "Yes, sir." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive figure leaped over their heads. Seeing it, Han Xiaofeng and Xiao Yili were stunned. "What the?" they gasped. That massive, hulking creature slammed down toward the two of them, creating a deafening sound as it landed. The two of them tensed up, guarding themselves carefully because before them was a lizard-like monster with a skull head, drooling with hunger. Without thinking twice, they both charged forward. Han Xiaofeng shouted, "Brother Zhang, let's attack it together." Xiao Yili quickly responded, "Yes, boss." Seeing them rushing toward it, the monster breathed out a dense, heavy mist. Following that, it slashed its claws forward. Han Xiaofeng threw a powerful, heavy punch to block its 3 claw marks. Even though he had blocked the strike, his arms were trembling violently. He assessed the situation. This monster is too strong. Xiao Yili hurriedly rushed forward, using a wind element technique, the Gale Fist, intending to sneak attack it from behind. "Go to hell!" he shouted, pouring all his strength into a punch at the middle of the monster's body. But it didn't cause even the slightest injury. He was shocked, unable to believe it, and shouted, "How is that possible? Its skin is so thick." Just as he was distracted, the monster suddenly turned around and lunged with its mouth wide open. Han Xiaofeng hurriedly rushed over with iron knuckles, shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my brother." But before he could even touch it, the monster instantly whipped its tail at his chest. With one strike, the tail sent Han Xiaofeng flying, crashing hard into the wine racks behind him. He clutched his chest in pain and let out a soft groan. Seeing this, Xiao Yili yelled worriedly, "Boss!" He was filled with rage and lost all reason, recklessly charging to attack. "I'll risk my life against a monster like you," Han Xiaofeng shouted in panic, trying to stop him. "Yi Li, wait!" Just then, a familiar bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling, piercing through the monster and finishing it off. Xiao Yili paused, looking up at the ceiling in a daze. Lin Tian, through the hole he had just created, looked down at them. "What are you two playing at? You're both such amateurs. You couldn't even kill this thing?" Han Xiaofeng clutched his injury, trying to stand up, and asked curiously, "Lin Tian, did you kill the monster at the Six Lakes Manor with just one blow? What exactly is your level of strength now?" He gracefully leaped down and landed in front of him. Correcting him, he said, "What are you talking about? We haven't even seen the real monster yet." Hearing this, he asked with some doubt, "This is the monster from Six Lakes Manor, isn't it?" Lin Tian sighed softly and said, "No, that's not it. That was just a dark manifestation. It's too troublesome to explain. I'd rather show you two directly." As he spoke, he ignited his light element power, like a shining star. "Next, I will show you both the real world." The two of them were blinded by the halo he radiated. When the halo faded, a terrifying scene instantly appeared before their eyes. Witnessing the sight, Han Xiaofeng was stunned and speechless. This is before them were monsters just like the one that had attacked him and Xiao Yili earlier. They were fighting over and tearing apart the corpses of soldiers on the ground. In his heart, he felt a flicker of shock, muttering to himself, "Yili and I spent so much effort fighting just one of those, and to think there are so many here." Xiao Yili was just as bewildered and exclaimed, How are there so many here?" Lin Tian, standing next to him, spoke up to remind them. "What stupid thing are you saying? Isn't Six Lakes Manor the headquarters of the monsters? It's normal to have a few monsters here." Han Xiaofeng approached him, quickly suggesting we should retreat first. "I'll call the army and tell them to use heavy fire to bombard this place, otherwise we can't get in." Zhao Yili agreed with him and said, "That's right, boss, we should retreat first." But Lin Tian wasn't having it. He snapped at him, scolding, "You idiot, isn't this villa supposed to be my reward? If you guys blow it up, where am I supposed to stay?" Saying that, he looked toward the herd of monsters and slowly drew his sword, saying, "It's not that troublesome. To deal with these amateurs, one move is enough." The strike he unleashed created a massive vortex that wiped out the monsters in an instant. Lin Tian used the Thunder Blade to create a giant vortex that swept through every monster, finishing them off. Seeing this, both Han Xiaofeng and Xiao Yili were terrified and pale, both thinking the same thing. What kind of power level is this? A single blade strike wiped out all those monsters. A moment later, the vortex dissipated, and the monsters had vanished. At this point, the two of them hurried to speak to him. Han Xiaofeng spoke first. Lin Tian, brother no. Big brother Lin Tian, you are truly amazing. So, the problem at Six Lakes Manor has been solved then? Xiao Yili quickly followed up, saying, That's right, I thought I was going to die here. I never thought your single blade would resolve it all. But he immediately countered their words. No, the monsters at Six Lakes Manor haven't been resolved yet. These dead ones are nothing more than cannon fodder. Hearing this word, Han Xiaofeng gasped, shouting, What? Cannon fodder? Deep inside, he was lost in thought, pondering what Lin Tian had said. He calls those powerful monsters cannon fodder? Then what does that make us? Who fought these monsters to the death? Are we just losers? But he didn't dwell on it, and called out to him, Big brother Lin Tian, don't rush off like that. Last month, the military, we've scouted the area, and the strongest signal we've picked up is only at the 5th stage of the Spring Well realm, he said calmly to Han Xiaofeng. That makes it even clearer. In just this month, that 5th stage Spring Well monster has evolved to be much stronger. Hearing this, Lieutenant Li asked with concern, So, brother Lin Tian, what are our chances of winning? He turned and headed forward, commanding, Don't worry, you two just stay behind me. Don't run off. Leave the rest of the anomalies to me. At that moment, his words carried great weight for them. They bowed. Yes, no problem, they replied respectfully. He led them forward, and once inside the villa, Lin Tian swung his blade several times. Those slashes turned the monsters into slices of meat, one after another. Han Xiaofeng, slightly terrified, hid behind the door and observed, Is this the true power of a spirit chi cultivator? Killing them this fast, it's incredible. Lieutenant Li, hiding behind him, added, Boss, right now the two of us are just like EXP bags hanging around waiting to be hit. Shortly after, they carefully stepped over the monster carcasses and continued forward behind him. In less than 10 minutes, every monster on the first floor of the villa had been wiped out by him. Lin Tian took the lead, powerfully cleaving a monster in two to clear the path. The further he advanced, the more he felt what he was looking for. That aura, it's in the backyard. With that thought, he immediately leaped forward. I'm going to the backyard to check it out. You two, be careful. They didn't want to be left behind and hurriedly followed. Big brother, Lin Tian, we're coming too. When he arrived at the backyard, a blazing red light erupted. Lin Tian paused briefly, looked at the source of that glow, and blurted out, That is, in front of him was something resembling a blood-red heart, even pulsing with a rhythmic thumping sound like a living thing. Without hesitation, he gathered his power like a super scion, thinking to himself, Looking at this, it must be the leader of Six Lakes Manor, at the 6th stage. Seeing him like that, Lieutenant Li wanted to step forward and call out, Brother Lin Tian. But Han Xiaofeng immediately stopped him, signaling him to be silent. Don't say a word. Big brother Lin Tian is gathering his strength. Being the only one who didn't understand his actions, he asked, What exactly is he gathering his power for? Could it be the last monster of Six Lakes Manor? Han Xiaofeng explained calmly to Lieutenant Li. The aura on Big Brother Lin Tian's body, I've only ever felt it on one other person. Hearing this, he realized and hesitated. Could it be? He nodded slightly and replied, That's right. The president of the Haisheng City Spirit Chi Cultivators Association, a 6th stage Springwell powerhouse, Mr. Wang. He is a king among men. Just as he finished speaking, a strange claw emerged from the heart. Lin Tian hurriedly launched a thunderflame blade strike toward the heart, but that claw easily caught his attack and shattered it. Following that, the heart tore open, and a phoenix emerged from within, screeching until it echoed across the sky. Seeing it, Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li screamed in horror. It's over. What do we do now? How could there be such a strong monster? Lin Tian, filled with excitement, released even more powerful thunder energy, praising, Finally, I've found one with some real strength. The phoenix soared into the sky and fired several beams of energy downward. He lightly leaped up, trying to dodge those arrow-like energy bolts piercing the ground. Not stopping there, the phoenix let out another roar, firing waves of lightning toward him. Lin Tian immediately flew up and rushed toward it. Once in range, he manifested his radiant cyclone power. The radiant orb was hurled directly at the phoenix, causing it to cry out in pain. Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li cheered joyfully. Big brother Lin Tian is so cool. The phoenix, realizing it couldn't defeat him, turned to flee. Seeing its intention, he used his light power to pursue. You think you can just leave? Relying on the speed of his light energy, he flew in front of it, readying himself. Lin Tian gripped his sword tightly and slashed with a thunderflame mountain-crushing strike. The phoenix roared, trying to counterattack, but it was futile. That strike slammed into its body, forcing it to the ground. He quickly followed up with 2 thunderflame death strikes, creating an X pattern that pinned the screeching phoenix down. Lieutenant Li shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, this is way too strong." Han Xiaofeng also lavished him with praise, bragging, "Did you see that? That's my big brother Lin Tian for you. So cool." Having finished off the Manor's monster, he landed on the ground, hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, and declared majestically, "So now, this building belongs to me." The phoenix struggled, trying to break free from the restraint. Lin Tian approached it, raising his sword high, preparing to stab down. "I'll send you on your way." Suddenly, his eyes flickered with a strange emotion. Out of nowhere, a cluster of sharp thorns fell down, piercing through the phoenix's body. These thorns caused the phoenix to wail in agony. Han Xiaofeng cheered enthusiastically, praising him. "Wow, amazing, big brother Lin Tian." However, his next words shocked him. "That wasn't my move. There's someone else here," he asked in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian sheathed his sword and shouted loudly, "Come out! I can already feel your spirit chi flowing." As soon as he finished, a spatial tear appeared right before them. From that tear, a pair of leather shoes slowly stepped out. "Since you've already defeated it," said Wang Xingkai with a remarkably handsome appearance, "why not spare its life?" Seeing him, Han Xiaofeng asked, "Mr. Wang, why are you here?" Hearing that they seemed to know each other, he asked, "An acquaintance of yours?" He immediately turned to introduce him. "Big brother Lin Tian, this is Mr. Wang, president of the Haisheng City Spirit Qi Cultivators Association, and also a 6th-stage spring well expert." Following that, he introduced him to Wang Xingkai. "Mr. Wang, this brother is a genius cultivator from Tianhai City. He was invited by our military to help resolve the troubles at Six Lakes Manor." Hearing the purpose of their visit, he showed no hesitation and suggested, "If that's the case, then spare this monster's life. I want to see if I can conduct any research on it." Han Xiaofeng was extremely willing to comply regarding him. "Of course, Mr. Wang, but before he could finish, Lin Tian immediately laughed. "Enough. You have no right to decide the life or death of this monster, and even less right to dictate my actions." Hearing this, Han Xiaofeng was a bit confused and hurriedly tried to mediate. "Brother Lin Tian, Mr. Wang isn't just the president of the Haisheng Awakened Association. Most of the military's recovery operations in Haisheng City rely on Mr. Wang's support." Lieutenant Li agreed, adding, "That's right, Mr. Wang is very kind, sir. Used his light attribute spiritual energy to save many soldiers in our military district. He is a very good person." After the two of them finished speaking, Wang Xingkai stepped forward and started preaching. "Young man, although this monster has committed serious crimes, if we can use love to reform it and turn it into a friend of humanity, wouldn't that be better than killing it?" As he spoke, he used his power on the phoenix. "All living things in this world have souls. We must use love to enlighten all sentient beings." The phoenix's eyes changed. It looked at him with a soft, glistening gaze. Suddenly, a familiar bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. That strike severed Wang Xingkai's flow of power and finished off the phoenix. It didn't stop there. A follow-up strike slammed into Wang Xingkai, who was rushing forward. He reached out, quickly activating his power to create a shield. That shield of his was incredibly sturdy, blocking Lin Tian's strike. Following that, he clenched his fist tightly. As he moved, the shield instantly shattered, knocking the incoming attack away. Wang Xingkai frowned slightly, assessing Lin Tian's strength. "This kid's energy is really strong." He then calmly put his hands in his pockets and questioned him. "Kid, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to be an enemy of this old man, or do you want to be an enemy of humanity?" Because of Lin Tian's previous actions, the two people behind him were a little shocked. Ignoring them, Lin Tian bluntly explained his reasoning to him. "You want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you. First, this monster has killed many people in the villa. It will pay for that. Second, I, Lin Tian, never need anyone to tell me what to do. You aren't qualified to order me around." As he spoke, he raised his sword to shoulder level, looking fearless. "And the third reason is the most important one." He pointed his sword at Wang Xingkai. "Ever since you appeared, the spiritual energy of this monster has become extremely strange." Hearing this, Han Xiaofeng was puzzled. "Brother Lin Tian, what do you mean the monster's spiritual energy?" Lin Tian gave him a calm answer. "The monster is afraid of him. It fears Mr. Wang more than it fears me, a human trying to kill it." Hearing this response, Wang Xingkai chuckled condescendingly. Kid, in its eyes, both you and I are humans. Furthermore, I used a light cage to seal its movements, so it's only natural that it fears me. Seeing how confident he was, Lin Tian sheathed his sword behind his back and decided, if that's the case, then let me use my special ability to see what memories are inside this monster's brain. Shall we? Seeing this, his heart thumped. What? Lieutenant Li found it hard to believe and asked, Brother Lin Tian, you even have an ability like this? Lin Tian turned his head to answer. Last time, after the monster subjugation in Tianhai City, I gained this ability. By using spiritual connection through direct contact, I can read the memories in the brain of the monster. Lin Tian then walked past Wang Xingkai, stepping forward. Watching him pass by, Wang Xingkai didn't believe it, thinking to himself, this kid must be bluffing. Lin Tian reached the phoenix and activated his light element power. The phoenix seemed to be resurrected, letting out a loud cry. It gradually flapped its wings and flew up, using his spiritual connection, like a surveillance camera. 4 memory windows instantly appeared. Seeing this, Wang Xingkai and Han Xiaofeng were so shocked they couldn't speak. Lin Tian observed the memory windows feeling dissatisfied. He muttered, it seems I should have chosen an earlier time. The way the spiritual energy was injected must have been at that moment. Wang Xingkai realized the situation was no longer stable. He immediately fired a bolt of lightning at Lin Tian to stop him from finding out more. Seeing his action, Lin Tian smirked. Hooked, aren't you? As Lin Tian turned, he drew his sword to counterattack and shouted, nice move. Wang Xingkai's bolt of lightning collided with Lin Tian's slash. The 2 people on the sidelines tried to brace themselves against the terrifying shockwave. Han Xiaofeng was bewildered and yelled, Father! Mr. Wang, what are you doing? At this moment, he stopped hiding and revealed his dangerous power, declaring, since you found out, I can only send you all to your deaths. Lin Tian held his sword and stood in front of Wang Xingkai. Mr. Wang, this giant beast is something you've been raising in this villa, isn't it? Han Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening and said, Brother Lin Tian, what nonsense are you talking about? Lieutenant Li agreed. That's right, Brother Lin Tian, Mr. Wang even led the brothers in the military to hunt down this beast. Lin Tian maintained his stance. Then why has this monster been able to live until now and be encountered by me? Han Xiaofeng replied. Maybe the previous hunt didn't go deep enough. Lin Tian retorted. Do you believe what you're saying? Mr. Wang, ever since you appeared, this monster has been trembling. It looks like you've done many things that only a beast would do. Wang Xingkai smirked. Lin Tian, you're smart, but don't you know? Smart people don't live very long. Han Xiaofeng was in complete turmoil. Wait, big brother Lin Tian, what you just said, is that true? As he spoke, Wang Xingkai recounted. This monster was indeed nurtured by me, using spiritual energy, right here in this villa. But I need to clarify one thing. I didn't raise it to kill humans, but to protect them. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them, Commander Han and Lieutenant Li, flared up in anger. Wang Xingkai, you bastard! Do you have any idea how many of our brothers we lost trying to take back High City? Xingkai, however, remained incredibly smug about what he had accomplished. Their deaths were incredibly meaningful. Their sacrifice helped this monster evolve from the initial 3rd stage of the Spring of Valor up to the peak of the 6th stage of the Spring of Valor right now. Lieutenant Li trembled with rage. You actually used our soldiers' lives as test subjects. Wang Xingkai said, you bottom-tier scum will never understand the mind of someone from the upper class like me. I raised this monster not just to use it to wipe out other monsters and reduce human casualties, but study its evolution and find a way for human cultivators to better adapt to this world where spiritual energy is reviving. Now, this monster is completely under my control. I've said enough, so it's time for you all to go. Having said that, Wang Xingkai flicked 2 fingers downward. A surge of energy followed, aiming straight for Lin Tian. The system notified, detected powerful light attribute energy. Do you want to absorb it? Lin Tian was pleased. Oh, there's such a good deal? Absorb it, of course. Then, Lin Tian raised his hands to absorb Wang Xingkai's abundant power. Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li panicked, thinking he had been hit by Wang Xingkai's attack, and rushed over to save him. Big brother Lin Tian, Wang Xingkai didn't care. He focused on the remaining 2 targets. Symbols appeared beneath the feet of Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li. He laughed cunningly and continued. Now, let me enjoy the sound of your painful cries. Arrows attacked from below, piercing directly into them. Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li screamed in agony. Wang Xingkai admired his own masterful attack and arrogantly said, This is the price you have to pay for daring to offend me, Wang Xingkai. On Lin Tian's side, he was still absorbing his power. The system reported, Lightning Element. Level 2, 251 out of 1000. Fire Element. Level 2, 336 out of 1000. Light Element. Level 1, 150, up to 999 out of 1000. Next, the Light Element. Level 2, from 0 to 325. Lin Tian was pleased. This trip was really worth it. Not only did I get a house, but my strength also leveled up. Lin Tian flew up from behind. He unleashed fire and lightning attacks on Wang Xingkai, successfully rescuing Han Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li. Han Xiaofeng looked up at the sky. Big brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving us, Lin Tian replied. What are you waiting for? Let's finish this quickly. Wang Xingkai was stunned. What? How can you move freely? Weren't you restrained by my light barrier? Lin Tian asked. Did you really think a piece of trash at the Spring Realm's 6th layer could restrain me? To thank you for helping me get stronger, I'll give you a quick end. Wang Xingkai didn't believe it, and showed contempt. Just you, a snot-nosed brat, daring to judge me? Let's see what you've got. Saying that, Wang Xingkai attacked with a surge of power toward Lin Tian. He drew his sword and unleashed the Thunder Flame Dragon Annihilation Slash, immediately blowing Wang Xingkai's ultimate move away. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Lin Tian appeared behind Wang Xingkai. He quickly turned his head. How? How can this brat's speed be so fast? I'm finished. I can't dodge. At this moment, Lin Tian had hit Wang Xingkai easily. To him, the peak of the Spring Realm's 6th layer was nothing more than that. Wang Xingkai clutched his injured shoulder and spoke. Lin Tian, you're asking for death. Wang Xingkai immediately unleashed his power. Lin Tian, you've completely angered me. Let me show you what the true power of the peak Spring Realm's 6th layer is. Afterward, Wang Xingkai summoned a large magic circle above Lin Tian's head. It seemed this magic circle didn't affect Lin Tian much. You're using all your strength, but it's just dragging out the inevitable. Wang Xingkai didn't care. He used all his remaining power. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Right above the circle, rays of light shone down. Lin Tian unleashed a move that blocked all of his attacks. Wang Xingkai wouldn't give up. He moved quickly toward him. Die. Light sword formation. Lin Tian glanced at that sword aimed at him. A high-impact attack exploded, creating a massive tremor all around. But it was nothing to Lin Tian. He hadn't touched him. Your speed is too slow. Wang Xingkai was startled, shouting, Where? As soon as he said that, Wang Xingkai took a hit from him, and he slammed his head into the ground. Crawling across the road, blinded, Wang Xingkai struggled up in pain. Lin Tian, even if I die, I will absolutely not lose to you. Suddenly, Wang Xingkai's body writhed in agony, letting out gurgling sounds. A series of Chinese characters appeared around him. Wang Xingkai suddenly stood up normally, as if he had no injuries at all. He sprouted wings and flew at Lin Tian. Let me show you a full power strike. Light Pulse Barrage. Lin Tian responded, Knee Strike. Let's see if your fist is harder or my sword is. Lightning Flame Sword Art. Ice-crushing mountain-splitting slash. A clash erupted between Lin Tian's light and Wang Xingkai's energy. Naturally, the victory leaned toward Lin Tian. He fell backward, unable to accept it. No way. After that, 2 vortices appeared. You get what you reap. Wang Xingkai lay sprawled on the ground. Your power, how can it be stronger than mine? Your strength is even above the peak of the Spring Realm's 6th layer. Lin Tian, from above, replied, Just a measly peak 6th layer. What's so hard about that? Hearing this, Wang Xingkai didn't dare to brag anymore. He trembled. Could it be that he has reached the strength of the Spring Realm 7th layer? That's impossible. It hasn't been long since spiritual energy revived. He couldn't have reached the Spring Realm 7th layer already. Seeing him not say anything, Lin Tian continued. All right. I have other things to do. It's time to send you on your way. Wang Xingkai began to tear up. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't die here. He couldn't. Then Lin Tian drew his sword to execute him. Pay the price for what you've done, you scumbag. Lin Tian didn't hold back and slashed a move toward him. Trash remains trash. Lieutenant Li gasped. Oh my god. This brother Lin Tian just finished a peak Spring Realm 6th layer. In one slash? Han Xiaofeng also opened his mouth in awe. Oh my god, no wonder he's our big brother Lin Tian. Once everything was settled, he asked, Go check that big bird over there. The two of them scrambled. Oh, okay, brother. Lin Tian, this way. Scene change. Now, at the side of the monster raised by Wang Xingkai, Han Xiaofeng looked at it. Even though it was tied up and had been defeated, he was still terrified. Big brother Lin Tian, should we kill this evil monster and leave? Lin Tian replied, it's not an evil monster. It's just another victim. Saying that, he channeled energy toward it. It chirped, cock, cock, cock. Lieutenant Li and Han Xiaofeng panicked. Big brother Lin Tian, be careful. Lin Tian said, I am not Wang Xingkai. I'm not hurting you. I'm trying to help you. Understand? Its eyes opened, revealing a burning red gaze directed at Lin Tian. It then understood Lin Tian's intentions and bowed its head, allowing him to heal it. Immediately, it became much more docile. Indeed, one's heart shapes one's appearance. Lieutenant Li and Han Xiaofeng realized it had turned into an owl. What on earth just happened? Lin Tian petted it and said, I'm not sure myself. At first, I only intended to use light elemental spiritual energy to heal its wounds. I didn't expect it to transform like this after the treatment. Lieutenant Li spoke up. Right, big brother Lin Tian, can you see into the past? Can you let us see what this little owl went through? Lin Tian revealed his trick. Ah, that? I was just bluffing. It was just to trap Wang Xingkai, they exclaimed in surprise. Wait, but wasn't that image just now real? Lin Tian chuckled and replied. That was me using light elemental spiritual energy to condense my own memories. Luckily, he fell for it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do in that situation. All right, everything is settled. Let's go home. I still need to find someone to repair this house and see how much it's going to cost. Seeing him turn to leave, the two of them still couldn't believe it. Wait, big brother Lin Tian, are you planning on keeping that owl as a pet? Lin Tian replied, I've never thought about raising pets, but this little guy is very well behaved. Keeping it at home wouldn't be too bad. How about your military takes it? At the thought, Han Xiaofeng immediately refused. No, that won't do. The military budget is limited. Besides, this is a spirit beast that you went to great lengths to save. How could we be worthy of raising it? It's better if you take it. With you, it will definitely be much more comfortable than being restricted by the military. Lin Tian cornered him. Do you really need to worry that much? I'm truly negotiating with you here. Xiaofeng replied softly. Big brother, Lin Tian, please, stop teasing me. How could we ever dare to steal your spirit beast? Then Lin Tian compromised. How about this? I'll take it back for the people eating at my place to see first. If anyone objects, I'll send it to your military. Switching scenes to the military side, news of Xingkai's rebellion had reached their ears. A file was thrown at his face. Damn it, what exactly is your spirit association managing? Those practitioners, in the High City Spirit Association, aren't just raising monsters. They're even using our soldiers as test subjects, an association member quickly explained. Commander-in-Chief Shen, this is truly a misunderstanding. I had absolutely no idea about Wang Xingkai's actions. He is the most powerful and experienced figure in our association, and with his level of strength, I really couldn't afford to offend him. Shen Dan, you're saying you didn't dare to offend him? So, does that mean you do dare to offend our military? He was caught in a tough spot and stammered, No, not at all, Commander-in-Chief Shen. Please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the association's work is handled by the practitioners. I really can't do anything about it, Shen retorted. Can't do anything? You make it sound so simple. If I didn't put pressure on you today, were you just going to shirk all responsibility? He replied, Wang Xingkai is a peak 6th stage Spring of Valor practitioner, and I'm just a normal person. How could I ever dare to provoke him? The Spirit Association, the military. I'm just an ordinary person who can't afford to get on anyone's bad side. Commander-in-Chief Shen, please have mercy and give me a way out, Shen said coldly. A way out? Do you know how miserably those soldiers died when the monster killed them? When their families cried in agony, didn't they also beg for a way out? Hearing this, he was speechless and didn't know what else to say. Shen continued to lecture the Spirit Association member. Let me tell you, from today on, the military will conduct a detailed investigation into all members of the Spirit Association. You'd better cooperate, or don't blame me for using military law. He quickly agreed, Yes, of course. I will definitely cooperate with the military's investigation. I only beg Commander-in-Chief Shen to be lenient. Don't let the reputation of the Spirit Association be completely ruined, or those practitioners will tear me to pieces. Shen finally accepted. All right, get out of here. And tell those practitioners to behave themselves. You hear me? He hurriedly bowed 90 degrees and replied, Yes, sir. Changing scenes back to the apartment, Lin Tian had just arrived. He opened the door and walked into the room, where Leng Yue and Feifei were already waiting. Are you okay? My love, you're home. Lin Tian silently looked at them and thought, Is this what it feels like to have a family? This is so good. To continue living like this, Lin Tian still had to become stronger. Indeed, a family with 2 wives, he looked happy standing there, lost in thought. After a long silence, Fei Fei asked, "Why are you daydreaming?" Lin Tian replied, "Everything has been resolved. I even brought you to a pet." Leng Yue asked, stunned, "A pet?" Finishing his words, Lin Tian summoned it out. An owl perched on his head. The two of them looked at it with affectionate eyes. "Oh, it's so cute. Wow, it's so cute. And it's an owl? Where did you buy this owl? It's so adorable," Lin Tian answered. "I picked it up at the mutation villa." Leng Yue touched it, and to think it could survive in a place like that. It seems the creature's will to survive is truly strong. Lin Tian casually replied, "It's indeed very strong. After all, this thing is a peak 6th stage Spring of Valor exotic beast." Hearing this, the 2 beautiful women felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Lin Tian, what did you just say?" Lin Tian repeated, "I'm telling you, this owl is a peak level 6 spring gushing beast." The owl stared blankly at Leng Yue and Shen Feifei, but the 2 girls were terrified. "Darling, is this beast really at the peak of the 6th level of spring gushing? You don't think it'll peck us to death, do you?" "Shen Feifei, don't move. A beast at this level could tear both of us apart in a minute." Lin Tian looked at them helplessly. "All right, don't be so worried. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you, it would have done so a long time ago. Everyone should just focus on your own cultivation. When will you be able to break through?" Leng Yue replied shyly, "We want to work hard, but cultivation isn't something you can just boost whenever you want." Shen Feifei chimed in, "Exactly. Do you think everyone is a genius like you?" Lin Tian stretched and said, "Focus on your training. If we run into a dangerous situation like last time, I might not be able to save you in time. I'm going to rest." Having said that, Lin Tian sank into his dreams. Scene shift. Military personnel were discussing among themselves. "Did you hear? The strongest cultivator in Haisheng City has been killed. He caused the deaths of so many of our brothers. He deserved it. Wait, he was a peak level 6 spring gushing cultivator. How could he have died? Could it have been a powerful beast? Maybe a 7th level spring gushing one?" Suddenly, someone rapped them on the head. "Talk nonsense again. If there really were a 7th level beast, none of us would be alive." After getting a painful tap, he rubbed his head and asked, "Then how did he die?" Hearing this, the man looked around cautiously and whispered, "I heard he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. Word has it this guy also resolved a major crisis in Tianhai City." They were shocked and couldn't believe it. "What? Someone from Tianhai City actually has that kind of strength?" Just then, Han Xiaofeng appeared. "What are you all whispering about here?" Seeing their boss arrive, they stood at attention. "Boss, we're just changing shifts, so we're sitting down for a drink to warm up and having a little chat." Han Xiaofeng growled, "I'm warning you. Chatting is fine, but don't reveal any specific information about any cultivators in Tianhai City. Otherwise, it will be considered leaking military secrets." Everyone acknowledged the order. "Understood, boss." Han Xiaofeng ordered, "All right, disperse." After they left, he looked concerned. "You have no idea how strong Lin Tian really is. I'd even dare to say that right now, Lin Tian is someone who can influence the international standing of our nation." Scene shift. Early morning, soft sunlight streamed into Lin Tian's house. In a room, Shen Feifei was sitting at a desk with her hand on her chin, looking something up on her computer. A headline appeared on the screen. Shen Feifei smiled and exclaimed, "It's really trending." Shen Feifei scrolled down as 3 comments appeared, one after another. She scanned down to a very long comment. She clicked on a line of text, and another comment immediately appeared. She kept scrolling. 2 more comments popped up. Shen Feifei glared at the screen and muttered angrily, "Why are these cultivators from Shihong City so rude?" Leng Yue appeared from somewhere and asked, "What's wrong, Shen Feifei? Who are you talking to yourself about?" Shen Feifei turned to Leng Yue and replied, "There's this netizen named Si Hong's Finest, who claims to be at the 7th level of spring gushing and is threatening to challenge Lin Tian at the martial arts tournament." Leng Yue put a hand on the back of Shen Feifei's chair, looked at the screen, and asked, "Martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is that? Why haven't I heard anything about it?" Shen Feifei answered quietly, "I just found out about it too." She narrowed her eyes and told Leng Yue, "My grandfather said the military is organizing a nationwide competition for cultivators to work together and protect national security." Shen Feifei looked away and shouted angrily, "Lin Tian, you absolutely must win the championship and slap those people in the face. Nearby, Lin Tian was trying to stuff a piece of food into his spiritual beast's mouth. He urged it angrily. Eat up! This is the most expensive bird feed. You know? It's nearly 10 yuan a pound. Hear me? The beast closed its eyes and turned its head away, ignoring Lin Tian completely. Lin Tian stepped closer and grumbled under his breath. I think you're planning a rebellion. Regular birds would be lucky to get millet for free. Do you even know how much a pound of millet costs? Shen Feifei looked at Lin Tian, her face showing obvious embarrassment. Leng Yue sighed and asked, Stop being so mean to it. By the way, have you heard about the martial arts tournament? Lin Tian turned around and quickly brushed it off. Not going? Not interested. I have other important things to do. Leng Yue wondered. Why not? Shen Feifei was also confused. Right. What could possibly be so important? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and shouted furiously. Obviously, I have to hurry and renovate the villa that Haishang City gifted me, haven't I? Lin Tian pointed at the pile of sparkling furniture. He yelled, Before you two turn my house into a hotel, I have to move in there quickly. Scene shift. At the headquarters of the Spirit Qi Association, a surprised voice rang out. What? Lin Tian isn't participating? In a room where the leaders of the association were holding a meeting, one of them exclaimed in confusion, What exactly is going on? Lei Nuo sighed, his voice full of disappointment. I heard from the young lady that he's busy with renovations, so he's not interested in the martial arts tournament. Li Yang sat still, with his hands interlaced, and smiled. That's good. That's actually great news. If he doesn't come, there might be a lot less trouble. Shen sat opposite Li Yang and frowned. Li Yang, what do you mean by that? Li Yang reached up to scratch his cheek, looking embarrassed. He replied, Commander-in-Chief Shen, what I said is the truth I've realized after 15 years in office. No matter the event, fewer participants means fewer problems. Shen frowned, his expression showing clear anger, and his voice dropped. Shut your mouth, Shen's voice boomed. Tung replied, Commander Shen, what I'm saying is the truth I realized after more than 15 years in office. Regardless of the organization, the fewer people involved, the fewer problems you'll have. Shen frowned, his face clearly showing his anger. His voice dropped low as he said, Shut your mouth. This assembly isn't just for cultivators from all over to learn and improve. More importantly, it's about securing talent for the upcoming national competitions. Shen scanned the room and continued. Without a genius like Lin Tian, how are we supposed to compete against the cultivators from other nations? Ta Yuan looked clearly uneasy. He spoke up. But sir, you know what Lin Tian's personality is like, don't you? He doesn't care for this kind of empty fame. I'm afraid it'll be very hard to convince him. Zheng Feng, sitting nearby, chimed in. Shen squinted, his voice laced with helplessness. Are we just going to let it stay like this? If talented individuals like Lin Tian don't participate, it'll be a huge loss for the country. Lu Yi, who was nearby, suddenly spoke up. Why don't we offer some rare cultivation resources as a reward? Surely, there must be something that would pique Lin Tian's interest, right? A voice rang out. Doesn't our military have some low-level spiritual energy anomaly sites? Someone in the room chimed in. Lin Tian has already reached the 7th level of the Spring of Courage realm, hasn't he? Would he even care about those low-level anomalies? Liu Ying turned to look at Mr. Shen and spoke. Shen, I've thought of a brilliant idea. Mr. Shen frowned and urged, If you've got an idea, spit it out. Stop making me wait. Liu Ying stood up, folded his arms, and began his presentation. I recall that in Haishang City, there is still an anomaly site at the Six Lakes Manor, which is rated as dangerous, right? Mr. Shen squinted, seemingly not quite grasping Liu Ying's point. He exclaimed, Are you suggesting? Liu Ying raised a finger and continued, If the strongest martial artists in the entire country come to participate in this martial arts tournament, perhaps we should take this opportunity to clear out that super anomaly site in Haishang City once and for all. Liu Ying gestured with both hands and continued to elaborate on his idea. After all, if we succeed, we won't just fully reclaim Haishang City. We can also strike fear into those foreign cultivators. After all, no other country has managed to push back a super-level anomaly entity yet. As soon as he finished, murmurs rippled through the room. Someone laughed and said, This is a great idea. A voice spoke up. Exactly. Li Yang suddenly stood up, hands reaching forward. He shouted, Absolutely not. Li Yang looked at Liu Ying, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice full of resentment. I completely disagree. Do you have any idea how much responsibility I'd have to shoulder if this happens? Why don't you people go to another city? I think the neighboring Taihong city is pretty good too. I'm old, and I really can't handle your torture anymore. Mr. Shen raised a hand, trying to calm Li Yang down. Li Yang, Do you really need to be this worked up? Elder Liu's proposal is indeed bold, but it's not impossible. As long as our military implements comprehensive protection and prevention measures beforehand, we will absolutely never let the situation get out of control. And it certainly won't cause any trouble for you. Li Yang raised both hands to cover his face, begging, prevention measures. The phrase I've heard the most in recent years is those 4 words, prevention measures. But every single time, what happens? The grander the guarantees are, the more chaotic the outcome becomes. I beg you all, please spare me. I'm already old, and I just want to lay flat and wait for retirement in peace. I really can't do this anymore. Mr. Shen frowned, his expression displeased. Mr. Shen spoke sternly. Li Yang, you are the president of the Spiritual Energy Association in Haisheng. This is a matter of great national significance, and there is no room for refusal. Li Yang slumped into his chair. His face filled with helplessness, he sighed and said, I knew it. Once you people have made a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I've already said everything I needed to say. Mr. Shen looked toward Liu Ying and made his decision. Elder Liu, your proposal is excellent. Let's decide on this. Mr. Shen looked around the room and announced to everyone present. Next, Elder Liu will be in charge of planning the tournament and coordinating the personnel for logistics. Liu Ying bowed his head. A thought crossed his mind. Leng Yue. Perhaps there will be news about your parents soon. Scene change. Lin Tian's house. In his room, a strange light emerged. Lin Tian was sitting on the bed in a meditative pose. His spiritual energy flowed outward with great power. Lin Tian opened his eyes. They shone brightly, his strength erupting intensely. Lin Tian smiled faintly and whispered with satisfaction. Finally reached the 9th level of the Spring of Courage. Just one more step to enter the Iron Vein realm. Scene change. Early morning. Warm sunbeams gently descended upon Lin Tian's house. Inside a room, he was sitting on a chair. Lin Tian held a book with both hands, his eyes focused on the content. Suddenly, there was a knock from outside. Lin Tian was slightly startled, his eyes darting toward the door. He thought, who would come at this hour? Lin Tian went to open the door. Standing outside was Secretary Tran. She greeted him gently. Hello, Mr. Lin Tian. It's been a while, he quickly asked. Secretary Tran, what brings you to my house so early? Secretary Tran smiled and replied, I came here today mainly to deliver some rewards to you, and there are some procedures that require your signature as well. Lin Tian turned around and said politely, Please, come in. Secretary Tran expressed her gratitude and sat down. She pulled some documents from her briefcase. Secretary Tran said to Lin Tian, This is the reward the military has prepared for you, including the villa transfer paperwork, reimbursement forms, and some additional living subsidies. You just need to sign in these spots. Lin Tian took the stack of papers and replied with a light smile. Quite thoughtful, aren't they? Secretary Tran smiled and announced, Mr. Lin Tian, there is still one important matter that I need to discuss with you. Lin Tian squinted, wondering, is it about that martial arts tournament? Secretary Tran replied, her voice sounding a bit surprised. That's right. Lin Tian put the papers on the table. His voice was cold. Go on. Leng Yue and the others had already heard those rumors online, but he hadn't really paid them much mind. Secretary Tran chuckled softly and began to explain. It's like this. The venue for the martial arts tournament will be the special super anomaly site in Haisheng City. Lin Tian looked away, saying uneasily, Another special super anomaly site? Why is this Haisheng City so dangerous? A map appeared in Secretary Tran's mind. Her voice continued. Haisheng City is located at the intersection of several spiritual veins. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, this city has seen a surge in energy, which has created many dangerous anomaly sites. Lin Tian was slightly astonished. The intersection of spiritual veins? No wonder it's such a problem. Secretary Tran placed both hands on her lap and continued. That's right. Therefore, Haisheng City, if it can be successfully reclaimed, would be a great thing for all the cultivators in our country. Secretary Tran smiled lightly and continued the conversation. According to the information we have, this super anomaly site contains extremely pure lightning elements. Lin Tian, slightly. Looking down with his eyes half closed, his voice suddenly deepened. Lightning element, huh? Secretary Tran handed another stack of papers toward Liu Tian. She nodded in agreement. The spiritual energy at this anomaly is extremely dense. This is the detailed information. Liu Tian looked at Secretary Tran, mocking her. You all really went through a lot of trouble to get me to join the martial arts tournament, didn't you? Secretary Tran was startled and quickly tried to explain herself. Liu Tian, Sheng, Please don't misunderstand us. Liu Tian looked at the papers in his hand and reassured Secretary Tran. All right, there's no need to be so worried. I will look through these documents first before making a decision. Secretary Tran stood up, her voice full of gratitude. I am truly very grateful, Liu Tiansheng. You can call me any time. Scene shift. Time moved to midday. The clock on the wall struck 12. Liu Tian set several bags of food on the table and called out loudly, Hey ladies, wake up and come eat. Shen Feifei walked over from somewhere, shielding her mouth with her hand as she yawned. Coming, I'm sleepy as hell. Leng Yue stepped forward, one hand rubbing her eyes. Her voice was still drowsy. As she approached, Leng Yue's eyes swept over the stack of papers on the table. She asked curiously, What's this? Liu Tian looked back at her and replied, It's the documentation for the martial arts tournament and the mission rewards from last time that the military brought over this morning. Shen Feifei smiled brightly, picking up a document with both hands. Her tone was full of excitement. Let me see what kind of reward Grandpa gave us. Is there a rank or a title? Liu Tian quickly replied, It's not as extravagant as you're making it sound. It's just the transfer procedure for the villa and the reimbursement for the renovation costs. Shen Feifei exclaimed in disappointment. What? Why is Grandpa so stingy? He only gave us a shabby villa? Shen Feifei frowned, determined. I'm going to go ask Grandpa if he can give us a different piece of land. Liu Tian pushed Shen Feifei forward, urging her, Go wash your face quickly, and then be a good girl and come eat. Leng Yue stood in the distance, witnessing the entire scene. She just sighed softly. Suddenly, Leng Yue realized something. She was startled, her eyes fixated on the stack of documents on the table. There was a file with a line of text on it, mixed in with Liu Tian's papers. Leng Yue widened her eyes, thinking to herself in shock, This is… She picked up the file. Her hands trembled as she thought, Isn't this the anomaly where my parents went missing all those years ago? Leng Yue flipped through the pages, her mind full of questions. Why are several pages missing? Her expression dimmed as she pondered, her heart full of doubt. Did the military deliberately hide them? But why cover it up like this? Could it be they don't want me to know the truth? In the bathroom, Liu Tian was keeping an eye on Shen Feifei brushing her teeth. He turned his face toward the room where Leng Yue was standing. Liu Tian realized in his mind, this girl probably noticed it already, huh? Scene shift. Time moved to night. His thoughts appeared distant. Leng Yue, it's better if you don't know about this. Inside Liu Tian's room, he stood leaning against the wall, holding a piece of paper in his hand. On the document, an event was recorded in detail. Liu Tian pulled out his phone and called Secretary Tran. Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that anomaly. Secretary Tran's voice came from the other end, full of joy. That's wonderful, Tiansheng Liu Tian. Wait, his voice dropped. But the way your military operates makes me extremely displeased. Secretary Tran asked, What do you mean by that? Liu Tian lowered his head slightly and said quietly, You all know, Leng Yue's parents are connected to this anomaly, and I can't just ignore that. So you forced my hand like this? On the other end, Secretary Tran's voice was panicked. That might be a misunderstanding or a coincidence. We didn't mean it like that. Liu Tian immediately shut her down. Do you think I'll believe that? Secretary Tran stuttered in response. Liu Tiansheng, I will definitely report your feedback to my superiors. Liu Tian frowned, his voice stern. Cut the stalling and passing the buck. I don't care what the military is thinking, but this behavior of probing me is extremely irritating. Liu Tian crumpled the paper in his hand and warned her, Tell your people. This is the first and last time. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. Secretary Tran hurriedly replied. Liu Tiansheng, please rest assured, I will convey your words exactly to my superiors. Liu Tian hung up. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk back into the room. Liu Tian paused for a moment. In the distance, Leng Yue was sleeping on the recliner. Suddenly, Liu Tian noticed something. He cast a glance downward at the table. A piece of paper with notes Leng Yue had written, as if she were analyzing something. Liu Tian took a blanket and draped it over Leng Yue, who was fast asleep. Liu Tian stood up straight, his eyes fixed on Leng Yue. His thoughts surfaced. Don't worry, I will definitely find out what happened to your parents. Scene shift. Time moved to early morning. Liu Tian's car stopped in front of a large building. He opened the door and stepped out. Suddenly, there was a loud call. Big brother, Liu Tian is here. Several soldiers nearby ran over. One shouted, Hurry and go welcome Big Brother Liu Tian. Those soldiers bowed to him and shouted in unison, We greet you, Big Brother. Liu Tian raised a hand, looking awkward. Everyone, don't do this. I'm a bit embarrassed. Han Xiaofeng appeared, laughing as he spoke. Big brother, this is something you deserve. If you hadn't killed that beast Wang Xingkai, we wouldn't know how much more torture we would have endured. Liu Tian frowned and replied, all right. Don't overstate it. I just did what had to be done. Han Xiaofeng smiled and continued, you don't know how much the Wang Xingkai incident affected the military. We truly are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts, so these cheers, you are fully entitled to receive them. Trin Hao, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. Big brother Liu Tian, I heard you only used one sword to kill Wang Xingkai. Is that true? Liu Tian placed a hand on his chin, thinking for a moment, then replied, that guy wasn't that hard to deal with. Just a little troublesome, that's all. The soldiers raised their hands high, shouting happily, Big brother is the best. Big brother is the goat. Liu Tian reached out with both hands, shyly reminding them, all right, everyone disperse. Stop crowding around here. Shen Feifei, sitting inside the vehicle, called out, honey, you'd better get used to this quickly. There will definitely be plenty of things like this in the future. The sooner you adapt, the sooner you'll feel at ease. Lin Tian turned around. He sighed helplessly and replied, all right. Who told you I was such a rare superhero, anyway? Lin Tian shoved both hands into his pockets. As he walked, he asked Han Xiaofeng, Commander, do you know where President Liu Ying is? I have something I want to ask him. Han Xiaofeng replied politely, right this way. Scene transition. An army camp was neatly arranged nearby. Inside a tent, Liu Ying was reading a document. His mind was filled with thoughts of how many dangers. There's no certainty in this anomaly, so we need to thoroughly vet everyone on the entry list. Lin Tian walked in and spoke up. Director Liu, long time no see. Liu Ying was surprised and blurted out, Lin Tian, you're here? Come, sit down. What did you need to see me for? Lin Tian pulled up a chair and asked, Director Liu, I heard from Secretary Chen that this anomaly was arranged by you, right? Liu Ying replied softly, that's right. I knew this would upset you, but I truly had no other choice. Liu Ying looked away and continued. Although Leng Yue is such a well-behaved and sensible child, she still cries secretly at night. Lin Tian listened intently to every word Liu Ying said. Before I met her, I wanted to rely on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents. But I led my team into that place no less than 50 times, and every time, we failed. And when we returned, I even got many people killed. Liu Ying turned to Lin Tian and continued, I hope you can participate in the martial arts assembly to help other cultivators improve. But I also want to take this opportunity to help Leng Yue find her parents. Liu Ying lowered his head in apology, his voice pleading, if this offends you, I am willing to bear all consequences. But please, don't hold any resentment toward Leng Yue because of this. The child knows nothing. Lin Tian let out a long sigh and replied, Uncle Liu, next time you have something like this, you need to tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Liu Ying was a bit startled and questioned. Tell you directly? What do you mean? Lin Tian crossed his arms and began to say, Leng Yue and I are friends. If you're doing this for a friend, you don't need so many reasons. Liu Ying's eyes widened, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Lin Tian. Scene transition. Han Xiaofeng stood before thousands of people. He said loudly, Everyone, welcome to this martial arts assembly. I believe you all know that. This assembly isn't just a competition, it's a trial. Han Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. What I am about to say next concerns the critical issues regarding the anomaly you are about to face. Down below, Lin Tian was standing with Shen Feifei, Leng Yue, and Wu Qing. Han Xiaofeng's voice continued to echo. The main location for this assembly is the mutated anomaly in Haitian City. This anomaly is located at the intersection of converging spiritual veins. It contains incredibly powerful, lightning attribute spiritual energy, but at the same time, it comes with an extremely high level of danger. Suddenly, Mo Chiu walked toward Lin Tian and spoke up. Are you Lin Tian? I'm Mo Chiu, a cultivator from Tan City. Lin Tian shook hands with Mo Chiu. His eyes widened, and his tone was slightly confused. Nice to meet you. Mo Chiu scratched his head and blurted out, I didn't expect that the sword saint, Lin Tian, would be this approachable. Lin Tian stood frozen and asked in confusion, Sword saint? Mo Chiu pointed a finger to the sky. He began to explain. This nickname was given based on the legend that you killed Wang Tiankai with a single sword strike. It spread all across our Tan City Cultivator Association. It hasn't reached you guys yet? Lin Tian thought uncomfortably. Good thing it hasn't, or I'd be dying of embarrassment. Lin Tian looked at Mo Chiu and asked, What did you need to see me for? Mo Chiu replied, Oh right, I almost forgot. Mo Qiu rubbed his hands together and proposed, Mr. Lin, after we enter the anomaly, can I go with you guys? Shen Feifei widened her eyes, her face full of surprise. She exclaimed, Go with us? Lin Tian asked calmly, Why do you want to come with us? Isn't this the mission the Tan City Spiritual Energy Association assigned to you, Mo Qiu? He stepped closer to Lin Tian and whispered, Mr. Lin, let me tell you this privately. Please don't let this out. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain when I get back. Although the Tan City Spiritual Energy Association sent me, I'm basically just filling a spot. I don't have any strength at all. Lin Tian frowned, his voice full of doubt. You're a cultivator. How can you not have any strength at all? Furthermore, why would the association send you here just to fill the head count? Aren't they afraid of losing face? Mo Qiu threw his hands up helplessly and replied, Losing face? They don't care about my face at all. They just wanted enough heads to make the count. I'm just a semi-professional cultivator, and they happened to see me and liked the look of me. So they just sent me along. Lin Tian felt awkward and said sarcastically, They liked your look, so they just sent you here like that? The Tan City Spiritual Energy Association is quite interesting, isn't it? Mo Qiu covered his face with both hands and said fearfully, I'm actually really afraid of dying. I heard that even some longtime cultivators find it hard to deal with that anomaly. If I have to go in there, won't I just die on the spot? Lin Tian asked quietly. So, you want me to take you with us? Mo Qiu looked clearly uneasy and replied hurriedly, Yes, Mr. Lin. You're so powerful. At least I'll have a chance to survive and make it out. Shen Feifei put a hand on her hip and mocked, Mo Qiu, you cowardly turtle. It's because of cowards like you. Since we've already built such a bad reputation internationally, Leng Yue stood beside her, raising both hands to coax her. Feifei. Feifei, don't talk bad about others right to their faces like that. Feifei looked back at Leng Yue and replied coldly, If I say it behind their backs instead, wouldn't that just make me a hypocrite? Feifei, remember me? She said to Mo Qiu. If you can guarantee you won't hold us back. Mo Qiu raised a hand and quickly shouted, I won't hold you back at all. Not one bit. I promise. I'll follow your orders perfectly and won't cause any trouble for everyone. Wu Qing walked closer to Lin Tian and called out to him, Captain Lin, why don't you let him come along? Leng Yue quickly chimed in, That's right. He really doesn't look like someone who could pose much of a threat. Why don't you just let him tag along, Lin Tian? Crossing his arms, he agreed to Mo Qiu's request. Fine. Since you're so sincere, I'll let you tag along for a bit. But remember, don't you dare act on your own. Mo Qiu scratched his head, thanking him profusely. Thanks, Brother Lin. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Don't worry, everyone. I definitely won't cause any trouble. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Lin Tian, Shen Feifei, and Mo Qiu all turned toward the source of the disturbance. A massive crack appeared in the air, shattering into fragments and revealing a dark, eerie space behind it. Lin Tian immediately shouted sternly, The first Great Xia Cultivator Tournament has officially begun. Beneath the shifting spatial rift lay a vast desert landscape, filled with jagged rock formations emerging from the fissure. Countless cultivators participating in the tournament dove down to conquer the area. Lin Tian's group also joined, landing on a tall stone pillar to scout the situation. Shen Feifei stood behind Lin Tian and asked, Isn't Haishang a city? Why has it turned into this? Leng Yue replied, Strange beasts in these anomaly zones can alter the terrain. It seems they prefer environments like this. Yu Qing looked at Lin Tian and asked, Captain Lin, what should we do? Before she could finish, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Everyone screamed in panic. What's happening? Mo Qiu, despite begging to come along, had no combat ability. He could only curl up in fear, clutching his head and screaming, Save me. Lin Tian barked a warning, Stay sharp. Anything can happen in a secret realm. Beneath the sand dunes, swarms of sand-based monsters suddenly surged upward. Once they appeared, they immediately targeted the cultivators who had just entered. Lin Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with his teammates and signaled, Everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a man with a sword lunged forward and unleashed a strike. Flame slash! Following the shout, a blade of blazing fire shot toward the monsters. The flames from his sword swept across them, incinerating a large portion of the first wave. Lin Tian and his group turned around, surprised to see the newcomer, a muscular man holding a massive sword, hovering in midair with a golden aura protecting his body, asked, Are you Lin Tian? Lin Tian looked up at the man. He didn't answer immediately, instead asking, Who are you? The man rested his sword on his shoulder and introduced himself confidently. I am the strongest cultivator of the West Red Summit, Jin Qiang. A few days ago, I left a message online. Shen Feifei looked at Jin Qiang in surprise. Could you be that West Red Summit person? Hearing her, he replied, if your woman has seen my post, that makes things easier. Jin Qiang pointed his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I've come to challenge you. Lin Tian didn't pay him any mind. A challenge? Sorry, I don't have the time or the interest right now. He gestured for him to leave. If that's all you came for, you can see yourself out. Jin Qiang frowned. He mocked Lin Tian with disdain. How disappointing. It seems the rumors of you killing Wang Xingkai with a single sword strike were just military propaganda. Jin Qiang sped away like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind one last remark. When you have the courage to face me, come find me. Seeing Jin Qiang's arrogant attitude, Shen Feifei shouted back angrily, You jerk! If you've got guts, get down here. I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Tian, standing beside her, advised her, Shen Feifei, let's go. We have more important things to deal with. Mo Qiu also comforted Lin Tian. Brother Lin, don't be mad. That kid was on the same flight as me. He didn't say a single word to me the whole time. It was so annoying. Lin Tian looked toward the desert and replied, I don't care about that. Next, we're heading toward that mountain. Stay sharp on the way. Remembering the events of his past life, he worriedly prayed that Leng Yue's parents would be safe. Lin Tian's group set off, flying past the majestic stone pillars of the desert. Suddenly, sensing something unusual, Lin Tian called out to everyone, Wait, there's an issue here. Hearing his alert, they landed to investigate and discovered another spatial rift beneath them. Lin Tian led them inside. The ground was littered with puddles of blood and scattered embers. Looking at the remnants of the battle, Leng Yue deduced, there was definitely a fight here. It looks like a fire elemental beast. Lin Tian stepped deeper inside. Since we're here, let's go in and scout it out. The group followed him deeper to investigate. Lin Tian remained vigilant, looking around. He observed every small detail along the way. Suddenly, they all stopped in their tracks as they saw the scene ahead. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise, That's a group of cultivators fighting a massive bull-headed monster. Its body was red as fire, its tail was covered in spikes, and its sharp claws were snatching up the unlucky victims. With a light swipe of its claws, it left a lunging fighter covered in blood. Another attacker trying to strike from above was caught when the beast opened its mouth and fired a ball of flame. That was when they realized this monster wasn't easy to handle. The other cultivators turned and fled for their lives, their desperate cries echoing everywhere. Save me. A young man was struggling to find a way out. As he looked up, he saw Lin Tian's group arriving. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the young man shouted happily, Big Brother Lin Tian is here. Hearing this, the crowd started clamoring. Big Brother Lin Tian, save us. Some even shamelessly shouted, Godfather, save your son. Looking at the frenzied monster, Lin Tian evaluated it. This monster has strength around the fourth realm of the Spring of Spirit. It's perfect for Leng Yue and Yu Qing to practice on. He turned to give his orders. Leng Yue, Yu Qing, you're both ice users. Go take it down and hone your skills. Increase your combat experience. The two replied in unison. Understood. Leng Yue and Yu Qing dashed forward, flying over the hot lava to close in on the monster. Seeing this, it unleashed a powerful pillar of lava to scorch them. Yu Qing didn't flinch. She calmly cast her defensive move, Ice Crystal Barrier. At the same time, while the beast was focused on Yu Qing, Leng Yue silently approached from behind. Coordinating perfectly with Yu Qing, she began to cast her second technique, Ice Piercer. A flower made of jagged ice thorns formed in Leng Yue's hand. Without hesitation, she launched it hard at the beast's thigh. The ice flower buried deep into its flesh. Wounded, the monster tilted its head back and roared in fury. Taking advantage of the monster before it could counterattack, Leng Yue suddenly appeared behind it, preparing for her next move. She lunged forward, spreading her arms and sweeping powerfully in a cross pattern, shouting, Ice Blade. Following Leng Yue's command, two sharp blasts of ice flew toward the monster. It couldn't dodge in time and took both powerful strikes directly to the chest. Wu Qing wasn't idle either. She continued her assault. Ice Spear. Instantly, a sharp pillar of ice appeared in her hand. Wu Qing gathered her strength and launched it, piercing the monster's chest like a finishing blow. It let out a final roar before slowly shattering into pieces. Several cultivators couldn't help but praise the duo's coordination. That was incredible. Ye, standing beside them, also said with admiration, A goddess. Truly a goddess descending among us. Watching the crowd swarm around Leng Yue and Wu Qing, Lin Tian stood on the sidelines, thinking to himself, might as well let those two enjoy the feeling of being cheered on by everyone. Looking toward where the monster had just been defeated, Lin Tian suddenly discovered something strange. He spotted an amber-colored gem lying in the rubble of the monster's remains. Lin Tian wondered curiously, "What is this? A fire element spirit crystal?" He excitedly rushed toward the crystal, thinking, "This is perfect. This crystal will help Feifei take her next step forward." Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping Lin Tian in his tracks. "Hold it. That fire element crystal belongs to me." Looking at Jin Qiang, who was acting arrogant behind his back, Lin Tian darkened his expression and asked with annoyance, "It's you again." Huh. He thought Lin Tian was weaker than him because of their last encounter, so he began acting bossy, holding out his hand and saying, "Hey brat, hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Jin Qiang trying to snatch it, the crowd began to curse. Where did this piece of trash come from? Exactly. When we were fighting the monster, he was nowhere to be seen, but now that there's treasure, he pops up. How strange. What is he bragging about? Spat at by the crowd, Jin Qiang's face turned vicious. He furrowed his brows in anger and roared, "Shut your mouths, you pathetic trash." With that, he swung his sword at the people, whispering, "Flame slash." A wave of fire tore through the air, heading straight toward the cultivators standing there. They hurriedly warned each other, "Careful, get out of the way." Those who couldn't dodge in time were sent stumbling to the ground by Jin Qiang's attack. Seeing the destructive power of that strike, which had left a deep gash in the ground, they trembled and muttered, "He's so strong. We can't mess with this guy at all." After intimidating the group, Jin Qiang pointed his sword in a challenge. "If you're not afraid of dying, come and talk to my blade." At that moment, no one dared to speak. The surrounding air became deathly silent. Seeing this, Jin Qiang laughed mockingly. "I thought you guys had more backbone than this. Looking at you now, you're no different than a bunch of cowards." He looked at the crowd again and asked aggressively, "I'm taking this fire element crystal. Does anyone have a problem with that?" By now, Lin Tian was disgusted by Jin Qiang's sleazy behavior, so he spoke up, "I do." Jin Qiang turned back, saw him, and looked at him with contempt. "Who the hell are you?" Seeing Lin Tian daring to oppose him, he asked, "That's strange. When we met before, you were just a scaredy cat. How do you have the guts now?" Lin Tian didn't want to waste more time. "If you're looking to die, don't blame me." His hands surged with powerful spiritual energy, and without a second of hesitation, he lunged at Jin Qiang. Lin Tian looked at him with cold detachment. Today, he would teach him a lesson in manners. Lin Tian shouted, "Flame Fist!" Instantly, his arm erupted in flames. Lin Tian landed a punch straight through Jin Qiang's guard, leaving him no time to react. Because of his arrogance, Jin Qiang paid a heavy price for his thoughtless actions. He quickly spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't stay steady after Lin Tian's punch, collapsing while groaning in pain. Seeing his true ability, the surrounding people spoke up in awe. Just one punch, Jin Qiang was now surrounded by blazing red flames. He screamed in fury, "You want to die, Lin Tian?" The flames seemed to be fueling Jin Qiang with power. He suddenly stood up and roared, and immediately, his fire element energy flared violently, making it impossible for anyone to get close. The people standing nearby hurriedly raised their hands to shield their bodies, exclaiming, "What is this? How did his aura suddenly become so strong?" "It's that fire element attribute. He himself is rich in fire element spiritual energy, so his power here is much stronger than usual." Hearing that, the others said in despair, "What? If that's the case, doesn't it mean he's invincible in this cave?" "You could say that." Mo Chiu also trembled nervously and asked, "Feifei, sister-in-law, will Brother Lin be okay?" Her expression didn't change as she replied confidently, "Don't worry. I've yet to meet anyone who can actually do any harm to Lin Tian." Jin Qiang, thinking he had gained the upper hand, looked at him and said, "Lin Tian, in this cave, I am the fire element god." Lin Tian didn't even care to look at him, speaking with disdain, "A mere dog at the peak of the 7th level of the Drowning Spring realm, and you dare to bark in front of me?" Hearing this, Jin Qiang's face became incredibly twisted. He roared in fury, "D for me!" He swung his sword violently at Lin Tian, and waves of fire attacked him accordingly. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't even touch a hair on Lin Tian's body. He reached out his hand and slowly drew the thunder sword from his back, mocking him, "Too weak." He took a stance and slashed powerfully at Jin Qiang, shouting, "Thunder Flame Slash." A wave of bright red lightning surged forward, colliding with Jin Qiang's fire wave and creating a deafening explosion. After shattering Jin Qiang's defenses, the wave of lightning didn't stop, instead, continuing straight toward his left arm. It sliced clean through Jin Qiang's left arm, causing him to moan in agony. His arm rolled across the ground. Jin Qiang collapsed in agony. clutching his severed arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. Furious, he hissed, "You, how dare you cripple me?" Lin Tian walked over, his voice cold. "I didn't care about a piece of trash like you before because I had more important things to do. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" He walked up, pointing his blade at Jin Qiang's face, and warned, "This injury is your only warning. Out of respect for the military, I'll spare your life." Glancing down at him, Lin Tian added, "Next time, no one will be able to save you." Seeing the blade, Jin Qiang begged, "I was wrong. Lin Tian, please, spare me. Show mercy and give me a way out. I'm willing to bow down to you." But deep down, Jin Qiang was secretly harboring a burning, humiliating grudge. He thought to himself, "Lin Tian, one day I will make you pay." As the battle ended, the crowd cheered. "Lin Tian is too strong. He took down Song Jin Qiang in just one move." That's right. But Jin Qiang was at the peak of the 7th stage of the Spring Realm. Lin Tian truly is the chosen one, the supreme champion. Mo Qiu rushed over, sycophantically. "Boss, you were incredible. You're my idol." Wu Qing also stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Captain Lin, you were truly amazing." Shen Feifei didn't hesitate to express her affection. "Yeah, you looked so cool." Lin Tian walked over and handed the crystal he had won to Fei, saying, "Shen Feifei, once we get back, absorb the energy inside this fire element crystal." Shen Feifei was thrilled, cradling the crystal in her hands. "Are you sure? You're a fire attribute cultivator, aren't you?" Lin Tian replied, "This thing doesn't have much use for me anymore." Shen Feifei immediately leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, saying sincerely, "My love, you're so good to me." Lin Tian blushed at her action. He turned to ask Leng Yue, "Do you know why we came here?" She asked skeptically. "Isn't it for the martial arts tournament?" Lin Tian shook his head, denying it. "No, I have no interest in that tournament at all. The reason I came here is to facing Leng Yue's confused gaze," Lin Tian continued. "Help you find the whereabouts of your parents." Seeing Leng Yue stare at him in disbelief, he smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised. I found references to your parents in some of the mission data files." She suddenly realized and asked, "Lin Tian, the one who tore out those pages from the files, was it you?" He nodded, admitting it. "I was afraid you would overthink things, so I hid those pages." Lin Tian explained, "According to the documents, your parents came to this anomaly when you were young to search for something, and this is where they were last seen." He asked, "Do you know anything else? For example, did your parents say anything to you before they left?" Leng Yue hung her head sadly. "I was too young back then. I don't remember what they said. If it weren't for the photos Aunt Liu gave me, I might have even forgotten what my parents looked like." Seeing this, Lin Tian patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, this time I will definitely help you find them." Leng Yue said gratefully. "Lin Tian, thank you." She added, "But this anomaly is very dangerous if we go too deep." Lin Tian reassured her, "Don't worry, no matter what this place is, I will destroy it." He turned back to instruct Shen Feifei. "Everyone, stay here, don't go any deeper. I'm going to take Leng Yue further into the anomaly." Shen Feifei asked anxiously, "My love, are you sure about taking Leng Yue in there alone? Deep inside this anomaly, it might." He looked at her and smiled, reassuring her, "Don't worry, this kind of anomaly is just like a stroll in the park to me." Lin Tian suddenly turned to tease Mo Qiu. "Are you coming with us?" Mo Qiu turned pale and waved his hands frantically. "No, no way, absolutely not. I don't like throwing myself into danger." Lin Tian looked at him with a mix of warning and request. "Fine then. I'm leaving the safety of Shen Feifei and Wu Qing to you. If anything happens to them, I'll come to settle the score with you." Mo Qiu was startled and stammered. "Wait, didn't you just call me useless?" Lin Tian ignored him, leading the way. "Leng Yue, let's go." The two continued deeper into the anomaly. Leng Yue followed Lin Tian inside. Now that they were alone, Leng Yue was a bit cautious. She observed her surroundings carefully. Seeing this, Lin Tian turned back and said, "Relax, there's no need to be so tense." After walking through the cave for a while, they suddenly stopped. Lin Tian had noticed something in front of them. They stood on a ledge looking down at a lake. In the center of the water was a brilliant, blinding light. Leng Yue stood behind Lin Tian, looking at the strange glow and asking, "What is that?" Suddenly, the system buzzed with notifications. Spiritual energy attribute detected. High-grade fire element spiritual energy detected. High-grade fire lotus flame detected. Lin Tian was overjoyed, whispering to himself, I'm rich. I've really hit the jackpot this time. To think I could find a rare high-grade spiritual item like this." He turned to Leng Yue. "I'm going down to check it out. You wait here." She nodded obediently. Okay. After jumping down, Lin Tian stood at a distance to observe, thinking, not only is there no toxic smoke, but the temperature of this flame isn't that high. He channeled his spiritual power to create a protective barrier around his body to test the strength of the flame. After a moment, the system announced, absorbing high-grade fire element spiritual energy. Fire element experience plus 154. Fire element experience plus 154. Fire element experience plus 545. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from beneath the water where he was standing. Looking down from above, Leng Yue noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Look out!" Two dark serpents lunged from the water to snap at Lin Tian. They seemed to be guarding the spiritual source in the middle of the lake. One of them saw Lin Tian, dodge, and prepared to strike again with its razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, Leng Yue grew extremely worried. Regardless of the danger, she jumped down, shouting, "Lin Tian, look out!" She drew the short blade from her waist and leaped toward the serpent that was about to attack Lin Tian. Leng Yue drove her blade deep into its eye, blood spurting everywhere, which left the monster disoriented. Using the monster as a foothold, she kicked off it to launch herself higher. Leng Yue turned to deal with the remaining serpent. She quickly swept her blade, unleashing a chilling arc of sword energy. It slashed right into the serpent's back. The monster writhed in pain and let out a piercing screech. Realizing she was not someone it could mess with, it dove into the water and slipped away. Only then did Leng Yue sigh in relief. She turned back to check on Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" He was busy concentrating on the center of the lake and called out to Leng Yue, "I need a few minutes to absorb this flame essence. I need you to keep watch and stop other monsters from bothering me." Leng Yue's eyes were filled with determination as she replied, "Don't worry, I won't let anything get near you." She had no idea that a six-jaw beast was hovering above, watching her every move, waiting for a chance to strike once it had locked onto its target. It lunged from above, jaws wide open, snapping its sharp teeth at Leng Yue. Fortunately, she quickly spotted the six-jaw beast and dodged the attack. After missing its target, the six-jaw beast didn't give up. It shrieked and continued to attack Leng Yue. The beast closed in and used its claws to slash deeply into Leng Yue's arm. She winced in pain, clutching the wound caused by the beast. Her bicep had a deep gash. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she raised her hand and shouted, "Ice Spear!" Instantly, an ice spike shot straight at the monster's face. It quickly dodged, but its head, covered in tough scales, only took minor scratches. The six-jaw beast glared at Leng Yue. Seeing that it was completely unharmed, she was shocked and horrified, gasping, "What?" The attack seemed to have agitated it even more. It lunged at her, spitting out a strange green liquid. Seeing this, Leng Yue hurriedly backed away. When the liquid hit the ground, a hissing sound erupted. It seemed capable of corroding everything it touched. However, while she wasn't paying attention, the six-jaw beast seized the opportunity. It swung its body around and lashed its tail at Leng Yue. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy to create an ice wall in front of her. But because the six-jaw beast's scales were so tough, combined with its strength, the beast shattered the ice wall and slammed into Leng Yue's stomach. She was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Leng Yue coughed up a mouthful of blood. The beast's attack seemed to have completely incapacitated her. Leng Yue panted, lying on the ground, gasping, "It's over, my body won't move." Seeing its meal served on a silver platter, the six-jaw beast opened its toothy maw, leaning down to devour her. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy shot through, piercing straight through the neck of the six-jaw beast. Blood gushed from its mouth as the monster shrieked in pain, turning its attention to the person who had just arrived. Lin Tian had finished absorbing the spiritual energy and walked over with his arms crossed. He said angrily, "You dare lay a finger on my person? Are you looking to die?" Lin Tian was now overflowing with spiritual energy. He flew over, looked at the six-jaw beast, and said, "Just a mere beast, yet you dare to act so recklessly?" Seeing the one who had snatched its prey, the monster roared in rage at Lin Tian. The layers of sturdy scales on its body aligned without a single gap. They glowed with a mysterious blue light. It seemed the six-jaw beast was also protected by an abundant source of spiritual energy. It raised its claws and swiped hard at Lin Tian. He quickly jumped over its head to dodge. Lin Tian reached behind him, gripped the hilt of his thunder sword, and slowly pulled it from its scabbard. He slashed down along the beast's body and shouted, "Thunderflame slash!" A surge of lightning crashed against the monster's scales, but it remained unscathed. Next, it used its spiked tail to whip at Lin Tian, but he blocked it with his sword. The man and the beast were evenly matched. They temporarily separated, both retreating after the close quarters clash. Lin Tian marveled. As expected of a spring realm, level 7 demonic beast. You truly have some strength. The six-jaw beast was still full of vitality. It turned to look at Lin Tian and roared defiantly. At this moment, he gripped his thunder sword, channeled spiritual energy into it, and announced to the six-jaw beast, "Playing with you is enough. Let's end this." After channeling the newly absorbed spiritual energy into his sword, Lin Tian said, "Let me see just how powerful this pure lotus flame really is." He swung the flaming sword at the six-jaw beast and shouted, "Pure lotus world-ending slash." It didn't know the power of the pure lotus and continued to charge at Lin Tian. The pure lotus fire, upon making contact with the six-jaw beast, burned away all the spiritual energy on its body and sliced the monster into two halves. After dealing with the six-jaw beast, Lin Tian rushed to check on Leng Yue. "Leng Yue, are you okay?" she replied weakly. "Luckily you were here, otherwise I might have." Lin Tian replied, "It was just a small lizard, nothing major. Be more careful next time, and don't get ambushed again." In her heart, Leng Yue knew he was saving her face, so she just replied, "I know." Suddenly, the air around the lake felt strange. Lin Tian also fell silent to listen. His expression darkened as he warned, "Whoever is eavesdropping, come out. Don't hide under the lake anymore." As soon as Lin Tian finished, the water in the lake rippled violently, splashing everywhere. Immediately after, a massive blue dragon spread its wings and surged out of the water. It exclaimed joyfully, "Finally, finally, I have escaped the seal at the bottom of the lake." Ling Jue gasped, "A dragon? There's a dragon in this anomaly, and it can even talk?" The blue dragon looked up arrogantly and replied, "I am a Spring Realm level 9 beast. What's so strange about me speaking the language of you humans?" Looking at the spiritual energy around it, Lin Tian calculated, "The aura of this dragon makes me feel a bit of danger. Better try talking first." He lowered his sword and asked, "Blue dragon, did you create this anomaly?" It corrected Lin Tian. "This anomaly was not created by me. It was created for me." Leng Yue was slightly confused and looked up to ask the blue dragon, "Created for you? What does that mean?" Since it had just been unsealed, it was in a good mood and recounted. "Over 15 years ago, I was cultivating in this lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth just to break through my bloodline shackles and enter a higher realm. Who would have thought that two damn humans would barge in? They joined forces to suppress me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake, but also plotting to steal my power." Leng Yue felt a bit suspicious. Could those two have been her parents? She then pressed, "Do you remember what those two looked like? And what happened to them afterwards?" The blue dragon replied, "I only remember the man was named Leng Chuan, and the woman was named Shui Han." Leng Yue was stunned. She never expected her intuition to be correct. She said emotionally, hesitating, "They are my parents?" Hearing this, it laughed loudly. "What a cruel twist of fate. The one who freed me turns out to be their descendant." The blue dragon looked at them deeply and said, "It seems I have to thank the two of you properly." Lin Tian knew full well what it meant by thank, so he exposed it. "So, your so-called thanks is just returning evil for good?" It flew up and didn't deny it, replying, "Returning evil for good? This is the rule. The strong prey on the weak. Pay the price for what your parents did." Lin Tian stood in front of Leng Yue, turned back, and shouted, "You, hurry and leave." She replied firmly, "No, I cannot abandon you. Besides, I must know the truth about my parents from its own mouth." The blue dragon saw them and said maliciously, "Don't think you can escape. You will all become sacrifices for me." Having said that, it spat a pillar of fire toward the two of them. Lin Tian quickly used his lightning sword to parry the blue dragon's attack, then urgently turned to warn Leng Yue not to overexert herself. "You're no match for it right now. Let me handle this dragon," he said. But Leng Yue refused, insisting on staying by his side. "No, even if I'm not strong enough, I can't just leave you here alone to face it." The blue dragon hovered above, mocking them. "How touching, such team spirit. Too bad none of you will make it out of here alive." Lin Tian tried to reason with her. "Leng Yue, stay calm. I'll take care of this beast. Go check if there's any information left behind by your parents around here." She hesitated, swayed by the mention of her parents. She lowered her head to consider it. Seeing her waver, Lin Tian urged her again, "Go, leave this to me." Knowing that staying would only hold him back, Leng Yue gritted her teeth and thanked him, then turned and ran off. The two of them split up. Seeing Leng Yue run away, the azure dragon roared in anger, lashing its tail out. "Don't even think about escaping." Lin Tian lunged forward, raising his sword to block the impact. The collision between the azure dragon's tail and the thunder sword sent sparks flying and heated the air. Now, Lin Tian could focus all of his power to deal with it. He growled, "You're too overconfident, azure dragon." Meanwhile, Leng Yue rushed deep into the cave, seemingly desperate to accomplish something. As she ran, Ling Yue saw a massive crystal floating before her. She stopped to examine it, filled with curiosity about the giant stone. She murmured to herself, "What is that?" Inside the crystal were two of Leng Yue's loved ones, both with their eyes tightly shut. Leng Yue stared intently at her parents. She was overcome with anxiety. Leng Yue's parents were in deep trouble, and she touched the crystal, trying to find a way to rescue them. "I will save you both, right now." After a moment of inspection, Leng Yue unleashed a technique with great determination. Ice Strike. Her attack hit the crystal directly, but the crystal didn't even crack. Leng Yue watched the scene before her, completely bewildered, her eyes filled with worry. What is this? Leng Yue became increasingly frustrated, unleashing one strike after another against the crystal. Why? Why? Yet, no matter how hard Leng Yue tried, the crystal remained intact. She burst into tears and collapsed before it, feeling utterly helpless. Why? Why is it like this? Elsewhere in the cave, where parts were already covered in ice, Lin Tian was clashing with the azure dragon. The azure dragon threatened him. "Your death will be the first step in my revenge." It attacked Lin Tian with extreme urgency, as if it couldn't wait another second. Die! Dragon Flame Rage. Even though the azure dragon's attack was powerful, Lin Tian handled it as easily as turning over his hand. "You aren't even qualified to fight me." Lin Tian swung his sword, the power radiating from it overwhelming the dragon's aura. Only then did the azure dragon realize the truth. It grew slightly annoyed and said, "It seems you do have some real strength." The azure dragon's rage escalated, and it unleashed an incredibly powerful strike. "If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Lin Tian didn't flinch at this strike. He remained perfectly calm. Too weak. Lin Tian used all his strength, utilizing his sword to parry the dragon's attack. The cave space was soon blanketed by the immense power of both Lin Tian and the azure dragon. Before long, Lin Tian's power overwhelmed the dragons. In the thick, swirling mist, he spoke, "Is this the full extent of your power?" As the smoke cleared, Lin Tian remained calm. He stood with his arms crossed, evaluating the beast. "A creature at the 9th stage of the Spring of Vitality. Is it really this weak?" The azure dragon's attack had been blocked, and it couldn't believe its eyes. It stammered, "No, this is impossible. How could you block 80% of my power?" That was 80% of the strength of the 9th stage of the Spring of Vitality. With the advantage, Lin Tian gave the dragon an order, staring straight at it. "I'll give you one last chance. Use your strongest power and techniques, or die." The azure dragon was incredibly obedient, but its tone remained arrogant. It flew into action. "This is your own doing. Next, I will show you my full power." The azure dragon intended to engulf Lin Tian in flames. It prepared to breathe fire. Dragon breath. "Regret ever angering me in the flames, human." Lin Tian took a stance to hold his ground. Facing the attack, he replied with total calm, "Is that it?" Saying this, Lin Tian leaped high, parted the azure dragon's flames, and charged straight at it. The azure dragon saw Lin Tian approaching and stared wide-eyed. Without waiting for it to defend itself, Lin Tian immediately swung his sword at the dragon. Thunder Flame Slash. After finishing the job, he landed on the ground steadily. The azure dragon still wouldn't give up. It began to show its annoyance toward Lin Tian. "Damn you, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been burned to ashes by now." Hearing this, Lin Tian playfully feigned surprise and threw his sword to the ground, casually suggesting that the azure dragon try again. Seeing this, the beast was completely stunned and paused for a moment. "What did you say?" Lin Tian beckoned and ordered it to try one more time, his expression showing his annoyance. "Try it again." The azure dragon remained very obedient. It repeated its full power technique from before. "This is you seeking your own death." After gathering enough energy, the azure dragon spewed a massive blue flame. Demonic Dragon Wave. The blue flames rushed toward Lin Tian. It was an incredibly powerful attack. Lin Tian's face darkened. He raised his hand, seemingly intending to block it barehanded. Very well. As expected, Lin Tian managed to block the attack with just one hand. He clenched his fist as if he wanted to hold the flames in his hand. The space in the cave was once again covered by the azure dragon's blue fire. By now, Lin Tian had deflected the attack with ease, which left the dragon unwilling to accept the result. "No, this is impossible. How can a measly human block my demonic dragon wave with his bare hands?" Lin Tian responded gently as he pointed at the beast. We are both at the 9th stage of the Spring of Vitality. Why wouldn't I be able to block your demonic dragon wave? You are nothing more than an obsolete existence. I am now the master of this world. It seemed Lin Tian couldn't wait any longer. He quickly took action. If you've exhausted all your tricks, then it's my turn. The Azure Dragon seemed to have gone mad. It refused to lose, so it decided to attack. I cannot die. I must survive. I am at the 9th stage of the Spring of Vitality, just one step away from becoming an Iron Vein stage expert. I absolutely cannot die here. At this moment, Lin Tian picked up his sword, took a stance, and prepared to unleash his attack. It's too late to run. Then, Lin Tian unleashed his technique to finish off the dragon. The Azure Dragon roared upon, receiving the blow. Thunderflame single blade slash. After taking the full force of Lin Tian's attack, the Azure Dragon knew it was time to run. It realized just how massive the gap in power truly was. After gathering himself and understanding the situation, Lin Tian placed his hand on Leng Yue's shoulder, as if trying to comfort her. Let me take a look at this crystal. Both Leng Yue and Lin Tian walked toward the crystal covering her parents, and he inspected it through the crystal. He examined the stone, thinking to himself, these runes, they give off such a terrifying aura. Driven by curiosity about these inscriptions, Lin Tian opened his system interface and commanded, System, scan these runes on the glass block and tell me what they are. The system immediately began the task. It processed the scan without delay and quickly notified Lin Tian. Analysis complete. This energy is runic power. To absorb it, the host must first evolve to the Iron Vein realm. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Tian rubbed his chin in thought and remarked, I see. So, there's no way for me to break this glass block right now. He kept pondering. Then he came up with a clever plan. If I can't break it from the top, I'll start from the bottom. Lin Tian smashed his sword hard into the rocky cave floor. Leng Yue, witnessing his actions, asked in surprise, Lin Tian, what are you doing? Lin Tian stopped and turned back to answer her with a confident expression, I'm going to dig this crystal block out. Having said that, he poured all his strength into his sword. He was determined to shatter the crystal. Thanks to Lin Tian's quick thinking, the crystal finally flew up from the ground. Once it surfaced, it returned to its original position, but was no longer buried deep underground. Lin Tian looked exhausted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Finally dug it out. Seeing the crystal unearthed, Leng Yue didn't know what to do next. Lin Tian responded to her concern immediately, channeling his energy back out. Back in the cave, the blue dragon was still flying around looking for a place to hide after being defeated by Lin Tian. Despite losing once, the dragon showed no sign of giving up, thinking, that human bastard dared to hurt me. Once I recover, I'll definitely hunt him down for revenge. As the blue dragon flew, it encountered a crystal floating right in front of it and suddenly stopped. Back in the cave, a group of people were resting and gossiping. I told you, Brother Lin Tian is seriously powerful. That sword strike earlier was just insane. I wonder how many levels stronger he is than Jin Qiang. Tanye saw everyone talking too loudly and whispered, keep it down. He's still right over there. Van turned around, eyes filled with rage. So what if he's there? He's just a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Nothing to respect. Nearby, Jin Gang was heavily injured, clutching his chest in pain. If that bastard hadn't cut off my arm, I would have slaughtered all you scum. While they were resting and bickering, they encountered something. Everyone stared in one direction, shocked. It was the blue dragon. It had reached the group. It unleashed its attack. A man was incinerated by the dragon's flames and screamed in agony. The others, seeing the scene, became increasingly alert. A dragon. Everyone, be careful, someone shouted, directing them to focus their strength to attack the blue dragon. But some were already losing heart against the dragon's might. Others took action, shouting, Fireball slash, Ice slash, Water dragon. The blue dragon saw that its power was overwhelming them and laughed triumphantly. This is the feeling I deserve. True power, true dominion. The dragon continuously breathed fire, incinerating several more people. This is what it feels like to be strong. This is the feeling of a ruler. Jin Gang watched, but he had no intention of joining the fight. This isn't a monster I can defeat. I have to retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot die here. However, the blue dragon seemed to have spotted Jin Gang. Would it let him go? The answer was no. The blue dragon extended its claws toward Jin Gang, its voice terrifying. Trying to run? Jin Gang couldn't escape. He was caught firmly in the dragon's claws. Dead, I've been found. After grabbing Jin Gang, the blue dragon gloated. It looked down on him. Did you really think you could escape from my grasp, human? Jingang smelled the danger and frantically begged, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything for you." The blue dragon became even more arrogant, laughing sinisterly, and asked Jingang, "Just based on a piece of trash who lost an arm like you, what could you possibly do for me?" Finally, to save his own life, Jingang negotiated with the blue dragon. "I can help you kill all these cultivators." The others saw Jingang betraying his comrades and were furious. "Jin Qiang, you piece of trash. You'd betray us just to live? We should have let brother Lin Tian kill you earlier. You scum." As for the blue dragon, it seemed this offer from Jingang wasn't enough to sway it. "That's not enough to keep you alive. I can kill them in an instant." Next, Jingang made an even more tempting offer. "I can help you break out of this sub-dimension." Hearing this, the blue dragon acted as if it had found a lifeline. "What? You can help me get out?" Jingang looked in one direction, then spoke with determination. "I can help you. I can use the spiritual energy from the dimension's portal and enough spiritual power to break these chains and help you enter the outside world." At this moment, the blue dragon didn't say a word. It suddenly erupted with massive power. That violent surge of energy made it look even more crazed and ferocious. Wu Qing saw Jingang's ingratitude and lashed out. "Jingang, you actually dare to betray humanity?" Shen Feifei couldn't hold back either. She shared Wu Qing's feelings. "You ungrateful beast. Don't forget that humanity raised you." He continued to act smug and ungrateful, saying, "They say only the wise man recognizes the times, and I am that man." Hearing this, Blue Dragon could only offer a bitter, dismissive laugh. He muttered, "The wise man recognizes the times, huh?" Then, Blue Dragon asserted his dominance and commanded, "I'll give you one chance to prove your worth, Jin Qiang." Jin Qiang roared, pouring all his power into helping Blue Dragon as well as himself. Slowly, Jin Qiang's cloak caught the blue flames of the Blue Dragon, but it didn't burn away. Jin Qiang's hand underwent a strange transformation. It looked as if his hand had morphed into something similar to Blue Dragon. Su Yuting and Shen Feifei witnessed everything. Both of them were incredibly worried about the situation. Seeing the process of his corruption nearing completion, Blue Dragon joyfully urged, "Now, prove your worth." Finally, Jin Qiang successfully transformed. One of his arms now had the exact same structure as Blue Dragon's. "Understood, Lord Blue Dragon." Su Yuting turned to Shen Feifei and said, "Sister Shen Feifei, we cannot let this traitor escape." Shen Feifei replied, "You're right. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must stop him." Jin Qiang smiled and mocked. "You two think you can stop me? That is absolutely ridiculous." Jin Qiang pointed his sword forward, and a wave of power radiated out. He said arrogantly, "Let's see what you two are really capable of." Mo Qi, standing behind, tried to calm everyone down. "Everyone, let's talk this out. Don't fight among yourselves." Su Yuting immediately brushed him off. "Stay back. Don't get in our way." With a wave of her hand, a series of ice-cold chains appeared. Her voice rang out, "Ice chains, take this." Jin Qiang laughed arrogantly, his tone mocking. "Too weak." Jin Qiang swung his sword forward, instantly shattering the ice chains that Su Yuting had launched. Suddenly, Shen Feifei appeared behind him. Her legs were wrapped in flames as she unleashed a kick toward Jin Qiang. Suddenly, Jin Qiang's entire arm transformed, and a type of hard scale sprouted on his hand. Jin Qiang grabbed Shen Feifei's legs, managing to block her attack just in time. Shen Feifei's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the enemy had intercepted her strike. Jin Qiang turned his head, his hand still tightly clutching Shen Feifei's ankle. He wore a ghoulish smile and swung his hand down with great force. Shen Feifei's entire body slammed hard against the rocky ground. Jin Qiang lifted one hand and slowly drew the sword from his back. Shen Feifei's eyes opened wide, her mind filled with panic. "This is it. I can't dodge it." Jin Qiang gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt of the sword, and slashed powerfully at Shen Feifei. Suddenly, Jin Qiang froze for a moment. His mind was filled with confusion. What is this? What is this strange sensation? In the distance, Su Yuting was chanting a spell, and frost chains swirled around her. Su Yuting's voice shouted, "Release Sister Shen Feifei." Her chains blocked Jin Qiang's lethal strike. Enraged, he waved his hand, severing the chains that were binding his arm. Shen Feifei was covered in wounds. She said gratefully, "Thanks, Su Yuting." Su Yuting ran over to help Shen Feifei stand and reminded her, "Sister Shen Feifei, we must be careful of his attacks." Jin Qiang frowned, looking at Su Yuting and Shen Feifei. He said angrily, "You guys were lucky just now, but your luck ends here." Jin Qiang slammed his sword into the ground, and a shockwave instantly erupted. He shouted, "Let me see what other tricks you have." The ground shattered into pieces, and the tremor sent both Shen Feifei and Su Yuting flying into the air as rocks rained down. A gap opened in the ground, and Shen Feifei and Su Yuting fell straight into the deep pit. Both their bodies fell freely and hit the hard ground with a thud. Shen Feifei's body was covered in injuries. She tried to sit up, her eyes fixed on Su Yuting nearby. Shen Feifei crawled toward the unconscious girl. She called out anxiously, "Su Yuting, wake up." Su Yuting kept her eyes closed, her body motionless. Shen Feifei's mind was filled with unease. Damn it, Su Yuting's injuries are too severe. From above, Jin Qiang slowly descended. He boasted, "Do you understand the difference in power yet?" Shen Feifei gritted her teeth and replied angrily, "Jin Qiang, you shameless human, you only know how to kneel and beg. Just wait until Lin Tian returns, he will definitely make you pay." Jin Qiang laughed softly and replied, "Don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I will actively seek him out." A source of immense power was released by Jin Qiang as he yelled, "After all, my power is truly terrifying now." Jin Qiang swung his sword forcefully, sending a slash toward Shen Feifei and Su Yuting. He roared, "Die!" Shen Feifei hugged Su Yuting tightly to her chest, thinking, "Lin Tian, I'm sorry." A source of energy appeared in front of them, directly blocking Jin Qiang's strike. The energy absorbed the slash and then slowly faded away. Soon after, Shen Feifei opened her eyes, staring forward in astonishment. "What?" Mo Qiu walked out from behind and said, "You scared the life out of me. I wouldn't have known what to say to Big Brother Lin Tian if something had happened." Shen Feifei turned her face, looking at Mo Qiu with surprise and confusion. Mo Qiu? The image of Jin Qiang's previous attack flashed through his mind. Jin Qiang said, "My attack just now couldn't have been fatal. That's because you played some trick, right?" Mo Qiu raised his hand to scratch his head and admitted, "Jin Qiang, Big Brother is indeed impressive. My little tricks couldn't hide anything from you." Mo Qiu pointed one hand toward the sky and suggested, "How about this? Let's just call it a day here, all right?" Jin Qiang thought to himself, "I've never seen the capabilities of this brat. I must be a bit careful." He replied, "What do you mean by that?" Mo Qiu spread his arms out and explained, "I mean, you should take that dragon and leave this anomaly zone right now, and then we'll just pretend nothing ever happened. How about it?" Shen Feifei suddenly turned to him and stated firmly, "No way. If we let that dragon leave the anomaly zone, the military outside will be completely unprepared. Who knows how many people will die then?" Mo Qiu scratched his cheek and advised, "Sister-in-law, both you and Su Yuting are severely injured and need immediate medical attention. Otherwise, if Big Brother Lin Tian returns, how will I explain myself? Besides, I was originally just here to experience things. I didn't expect to run into a situation like this." Mo Qiu tried to persuade Shen Feifei, "Sister-in-law, listen to this little brother of yours. Even if those two go outside, they won't be able to cause any trouble." Mo Qiu's voice rang out, provoking, "Jin Qiang, this Jin Qiang is nothing but a defeated subordinate of Big Brother Lin Tian. Once Big Brother returns, he will take care of him. It will only take a minute, right?" Jin Qiang waved his hand, sending 3 slashes straight toward Mo Qiu. He yelled furiously, "You want to die?" Mo Qiu stepped back slightly and yelled, "That's terrifying. Big Brother Song, you're so imposing. I'm about to be overwhelmed by your aura." Jin Qiang launched a relentless barrage of attacks. His voice boomed, "Tenfold flame strike." Mo Qiu stood calmly, effortlessly parrying every one of Jin Qiang's moves. Mo Qiu replied nonchalantly, "Big Brother Song, let's just stop here. I'm a pacifist, you know." Jin Qiang gritted his teeth. He shouted in fury, "You bastard! If you've got the guts, stop using these cheap tricks. Come on, try taking another hit from me." Mo Qiu said calmly, "Getting angry now? Big Brother Song, I've had a weak constitution since I was a kid, so I hate direct brawls like this." But that Mo Qiu suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "Doesn't mean I don't have my own specialties." As the words left his lips, a barrage of slashes from Jin Qiang appeared. They all surged toward him, glowing brightly, flying straight toward where Jin Qiang was standing. Jin Qiang's face showed clear fear, his eyes wide. Helplessly, he watched the attack fly toward him as it slammed into his body. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the space. Jin Qiang collapsed, his hand leaning against the sword stuck in the ground. He looked up, shouting in anger, "You shameless brat! What kind of ability did you actually awaken?" Mo Qiu raised both arms to his sides and replied indifferently, "Who in their right mind would tell others about their own strengths?" Mo Qiu continued, his voice mocking, "Brother Tong, you should take Blue Dragon and leave. Fighting like this is meaningless." Jin Qiang gripped his sword tightly. He lunged at Mo Qiu in a rage, his voice booming, "I am Jin Qiang. I won't lose to a shameless person like you. Mo Qiu lightly waved his arm, and a spatial rift appeared. It directly neutralized Jin Qiang's attack. He said, Brother Tong, this attack of yours will only hurt yourself. From behind, Jin Qiang's own slashes appeared. They flew straight at him. Jin Qiang screamed in agony. Jin Qiang unleashed a series of attacks toward Mo Qiu. He insisted, I don't believe it. Mo Qiu stood still, raising one hand. He summoned a series of spatial rifts to block Jin Qiang's attacks. Jin Qiang's attack was deflected. He was struck by his own technique. Jin Qiang's thoughts were full of helplessness. This brat's ability is too bizarre. Could it be that I really don't have a chance? Shen Feifei watched intently from afar, thinking to herself, what kind of ability is that? How can he be this strong? Jin Qiang raised his sword, and a blue flame erupted. He shouted angrily, Mo Qiu, I don't believe you can absorb this flame too. Jin Qiang plunged his sword into the ground, and a fierce fire ignited. His voice echoed, flame shockwave. The blue fire from Jin Qiang surged toward Mo Qiu. He stood still, his face remaining calm. Mo Qiu composedly raised both hands in front of him, a spatial rift appearing to directly absorb Jin Qiang's attack. A rift appeared where Jin Qiang was, and the fire began to engulf his body. Jin Qiang fell, his thoughts full of despair. Why? Why did I lose? Mo Qiu stepped forward and whispered, Jin Qiang, this noise should end now. Blue Dragon suddenly appeared behind Mo Qiu. It laughed loudly, filled with excitement. What a fun game. Mo Qiu turned around, his eyes widening. He was startled to see what was behind his back. Blue Dragon used its foot to pierce through Mo Qiu's body. Blood gushed out. From afar, Shen Feifei held Su Yuting in her arms, screaming anxiously. Mo Qiu, Jin Qiang looked at Blue Dragon and cried out, Lord Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon slowly lifted Mo Qiu's body up. It said, based on the spirit energy of you humans, not only did my wounds heal, but I also advanced to a stronger realm. Blue Dragon swung its leg hard, slamming Mo Qiu's body against the ground. It continued, next, I will leave this anomaly point and take revenge on the humans who once sealed me. Blue Dragon smiled, blue flames wrapping around its body. Blue Dragon spoke in a low voice, I must make them pay. Jin Qiang crawled toward Blue Dragon, pleading, Lord Blue Dragon, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world. Blue Dragon looked down at Jin Qiang, its voice hesitating. Your performance was actually quite good, but Blue Dragon grabbed Jin Qiang's head. It said coldly, I don't need trash. Jin Qiang trembled and begged, no, Lord Blue Dragon, I gave everything for you. You can't. Blue Dragon squeezed Jin Qiang's head tightly. His body thrashed. Jin Qiang screamed in pain. Just a moment later, Jin Qiang was completely motionless. Blue Dragon grabbed his body and brought it close to examine it. Blue Dragon turned its face slightly and spoke. Next, it's your turn. Shen Feifei held onto Su Yuting. Blue Dragon's words startled her. Mo Qiu tried to pull himself up. He said to Shen Feifei, Sister-in-law, come here, I have something to tell you all. Shen Feifei looked at him, her face tilting toward Mo Qiu. She whispered, what is it? Mo Qiu raised his hand to press against the wound on his chest, whispering, wait for the moment Blue Dragon launches its attack, and I will create a spatial rift leading to the exit of this anomaly point. You must immediately take Su Yuting inside. Shen Feifei looked at the wound on Mo Qiu's body. She asked worriedly, what about you? You can't stay here alone. You'll die. Mo Qiu stood up, smiling. Brother Lin Tian entrusted you both to me, so I must get you out safely. Just as he finished speaking, Blue Dragon flapped its wings and flew toward the three of them, screaming, die. Mo Qiu frowned and signaled to Shen Feifei. Fei, now is the time. Mo Qiu raised his hand to one side, and a spatial gate appeared right next to Shen Feifei and Su Yuting. Mo Qiu stretched his body forward, shouting urgently, this is it. Go quickly. Shen Feifei supported Su Yuting's body. As she headed toward the gate, she shouted back, Mo Qiu, you must survive. Then, both Shen Feifei and Su Yuting stepped through the gate. Their shadows faded and disappeared. On this side, Blue Dragon swung its foot hard at Mo Qiu, causing a major wound on his body. Blue Dragon looked at Mo Qiu. It said coldly, since you wanted to be a hero, then I will let you die first. Mo Qiu lay on the ground, his voice trembling as he mocked. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. The scene shifted to Leng Yueg and Lin Tian. He rested his hands on his thighs, his breath heavy with exhaustion. Lin Tian exclaimed, I'm exhausted. This thing is so heavy. Lin Tian hurriedly caught Shen Feifei, asking anxiously, Mo Qiu, what happened to him? And how are the injuries on both of you, Shen Feifei? She looked away and replied, To protect me and Su Yuting so we could escape. Mo Qiu was severely wounded by a very powerful blue dragon. Lin Tian realized something, his mind flashing with a thought. Could it be that escaped blue dragon? Lin Tian headed forward. He shouted back, "All right, I'm going right now. Leng Yueg Nuyet, you and Shen Feifei take Su Yuting and leave here as fast as you can." Leng Yueg Nuyet supported Su Yuting's body and said to Lin Tian, "Let me go with you, didn't Fei?" Fei say that the blue dragon had evolved to the Iron Vein realm? Lin Tian smiled gently, comforting her. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Mo Qiu back." Leng Yueg Nuyet looked down, anxiety clear on her face. She thought to herself, "Lin Tian, you must come back alive." The scene shifted deep inside a stone cave. The battle between Mo Qiu and the blue dragon continued. Mo Qiu was sent flying, his body slamming hard against the stone floor. Mo Qiu struggled to sit up, whispering to himself, "That actually really hurts." Mo Qiu stretched his hand out to the side, trying to create another spatial rift. But there didn't seem to be enough energy. The rift flickered weakly and vanished. Mo Qiu dropped his hand, his mind racing. "Is my spiritual energy already exhausted?" The blue dragon walked over from somewhere and explained, "Do you know why you can't tear open the space? It's not because you lack energy, but because I used my own to forcefully seal the spatial rift you had already torn open." The blue dragon's eyes lit up, and it asked Mo Qiu in a deep voice, "How does it feel to wait for death?" Mo Qiu leaned against the stone wall, replying softly, "Honestly, it doesn't feel great. But this isn't the first time I've experienced it either." The blue dragon jabbed its claw hard into Mo Qiu, blood spurting out as it roared. "Then today, I will definitely beat you until you beg for mercy." The blue dragon opened its jaws, and a blue flame emerged. The blue dragon breathed out, the flames shooting straight into Mo Qiu's gut. He was pushed backward, collapsing onto the stone floor, his body lying motionless. The blue dragon slowly approached Mo Qiu. Mo Qiu smiled, mocking the beast. "The hardest part of your body is your mouth, huh? You're not quite good enough, kid." The blue dragon flapped its wings violently, a torrent of flames materializing and flying forward as it shrieked in rage. "Die!" The fire surged straight toward Mo Qiu. He could only lie motionless on the floor, leaving himself vulnerable to the enemy's incoming attack. Suddenly, someone appeared, directly blocking the blue dragon's lethal strike. The blue dragon squinted, recognizing the person standing before it, and gasped, "It's you." Lin Tian appeared holding a flaming red sword in his hand, his spiritual energy surging outward. Lin Tian turned his eyes toward the blue dragon and said gratefully to Mo Qiu, "Mo Qiu, thank you so much this time. I owe you one." Once we get out of here, Mo Qiu struggled to sit up and replied, "Don't say that, brother. I'm not ready to die yet." Lin Tian laughed lightly, reassuring Mo Qiu, "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Lin Tian turned to the blue dragon and said, "Before, I didn't kill you because I was worried about Leng Yue's safety, but this time, you aren't escaping." The blue dragon's eyes glowed fiercely, power erupting as it arrogantly shrieked, "Just based on you? I have already successfully evolved to the Iron Vein realm, while you are still merely at the peak of the 9th stage of the Fountain realm. Now, killing you is as simple as crushing an ant." Lin Tian frowned, challenging the blue dragon. "Oh? If you think you're that impressive, then let's see if you truly have the skills to back it up." Lin Tian moved, bracing his feet, preparing to lunge forward and attack the enemy. Lin Tian charged straight at the blue dragon, leaping over its head. The blue dragon turned to face Lin Tian, blue flames engulfing its body. The blue dragon sneered. Child's play. It flapped its wings violently, the flames rushing toward Lin Tian. He calmly dodged the attack. Lin Tian slashed his sword hard against the blue dragon, a stream of red blood instantly spurting out. Lin Tian frowned, thinking to himself, "The defensive power of the Iron Vein realm is truly tough, but..." Lin Tian pointed his sword at the blue dragon, and an ice crystal block flew toward it. He shouted, "Thunder flame explosion!" As the blue dragon flapped its wings, a gust of wind deflected Lin Tian's attack. A notification appeared, "Dragon Flare Defense." The blue dragon turned, its tail lashing straight at Lin Tian. He was pushed back. Lin Tian was sent flying, his body slamming hard into a nearby stone wall. He braced his sword against the ground, struggling to stand steady. Lin Tian's voice echoed, "Is that all the Iron Vein realm has to offer?" The blue dragon gritted its teeth, angrily shouting, "Damn pest, why haven't you died yet?" Lin Tian thrust his sword toward the blue dragon, icy crystals flying at it as he shouted, "Thunder flame explosion slash." The blue dragon roared, its spiritual energy gathering like a shield to block Lin Tian's strike. The blue dragon's voice boomed, Dragon pattern shield. The blue dragon extended a claw forward, a gust of wind appearing and heading toward Lin Tian. It yelled, "Spiritual energy flare." The wind, sharp as blades, flew at Lin Tian, directly knocking him backward. The blue dragon spoke, its voice dripping with arrogance. "This is the gap between you and me, human." Blood flowed from Lin Tian's mouth as he muttered, "I suppose it is a bit exhausting for a peak Fountain Realm cultivator to fight an Iron Vein Realm one, isn't it?" The blue dragon held its head high. Its voice was full of suspicion. "Exhausting? Watch your tongue. You talk as if you've been intentionally suppressing your strength." Lin Tian smiled and replied, "That's right. I have been suppressing my strength." The blue dragon panicked internally. What? He said he was suppressing his own strength? Could it be that he has also reached the Iron Vein realm? The blue dragon answered with disdain, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can a mere human reach the Iron Vein realm?" Lin Tian planted his sword into the ground and said, "I originally wanted to break through in a safe place. After all, it was my first time breaking through, and I didn't know what unexpected things might happen, so I had always been controlling the spiritual energy in my body." Lin Tian cracked his knuckles. He closed his eyes, his voice laced with hidden meaning. "But now, all the cultivators in the anomaly point have been killed by you. Fei, they have all left safely. So, no matter what happens now, it doesn't matter." Suddenly, a notification appeared before Lin Tian. "Host's spiritual energy is full. Can evolve to Iron Vein realm. Proceed?" Without a second thought, Lin Tian firmly tapped yes on the screen. In an instant, a massive source of power radiated from him. The blue dragon startled and stepped back, screaming in confusion. "What?" Lin Tian stared at the blue dragon, his voice deep. "Come on. Let's go." It opened its jaws in shock, secretly horrified. How is this possible? A human? How could he reach the Iron Vein realm? Even though it thought that, as it observed Lin Tian before it, it was forced to admit one thing. The aura radiating from him made me feel fear. At that moment, he kept a cold face and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Too scared to attack?" The blue dragon immediately flew into a rage and lunged at Lin Tian. "You are just a temporary product, relying on someone else's power. Let me show you what real." Before it could even finish its sentence, a numbing sensation suddenly shot through its body, making it jerk in shock. When had Lin Tian stabbed his sharp sword into the blue dragon's body? Fresh blood began to trickle down from the wound. He feigned helplessness and clicked his tongue. "Oops, my bad. Sorry about that. My control was a bit off during the breakthrough just now. I almost killed you by accident." In the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure radiated from Lin Tian, and his expression turned cold and grim. "Don't worry, since you tortured Shen Feifei and the others so miserably, I won't let you die that easily." The blue dragon clearly didn't take his threat to heart, and just snorted coldly. "You're just rushing to your own death." As soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed the three-wave fist. Its sharp claws tore through the wind and lunged toward Lin Tian in a flash. However, he didn't waver in the slightest. His figure flickered, and he nimbly dodged the blue dragon's entire attack. Faced with this, it finally began to panic. It thought to itself, how is his speed so fast? Could he really have entered the Iron Pulse realm just like me? The moment the blue dragon was distracted, Lin Tian launched a powerful counterattack, Thunder Ape Slash. The blue dragon stumbled backward, instinctively clutching its bleeding chest. Not stopping there, Lin Tian pointed his sword at it and declared clearly, "The next strike, I'm going to cut your left abdomen. Don't fidget around, or if my hand slips and I accidentally kill you, it won't be easy to settle." This score. Continuously challenged by a human, the blue dragon roared in rage, killing intent erupting from its entire body. "Damn you." It poured all its strength into a final, lethal move. Dragon Claw Wind Blade Slash. However, under that overwhelming pressure, Lin Tian just coldly swung his sword. Thunder Light Slash. He once again neutralized the blue dragon's attack. Two currents of spiritual energy collided violently in midair, and a blinding light erupted. In the midst of that chaos, Lin Tian's figure flickered in and out of sight, closing in behind the blue dragon. It reacted quickly, and turned around, snarling as it launched the Dragon Claw Windblade. It lunged toward Lin Tian, closing the distance to mere inches. But Lin Tian still managed to dodge it effortlessly. His figure disappeared again and suddenly struck from behind the blue dragon. The sharp sword point pierced straight into the blue dragon's abdomen. It let out a painful roar and looked down at its bleeding wound, filled with panic and disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Tian, on the other hand, calmly retrieved his sword. With a serious face, he muttered, "That avenges Shen Feifei and Wu Qing." Next, It's time to settle the debt with Mo Q. By now, the blue dragon was terrified. It secretly calculated, this little brat is too evil. I can't keep fighting him. I have to find a way to escape. Thinking this, its gaze landed on Mo Qiu. I'll use your life to help me escape. In the very next second, the blue dragon suddenly attacked, aiming straight for him. Die. Unfortunately, Mo Qiu was too severely injured and couldn't lift himself to dodge. Lin Tian finally realized the blue dragon's intent. His face instantly darkened, and he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn you. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed out to shield Mo Qiu and blocked the blue dragon's attack. It took that opportunity to turn and bolt. Before leaving, it laughed triumphantly. Lin Tian couldn't pay attention to that and hurriedly leaned over to check on Mo Qiu. Are you okay? The other side struggled to sit up. Lin Tian, forget about me. You can't let that dragon escape. He turned his head to look in the direction the blue dragon fled. His expression was grim to the extreme. Run? It's not getting away. A moment later, Lin Tian turned back and whispered to Mo Qiu, the technique I'm about to use, you must keep it a secret, okay? He looked slightly suspicious, but ultimately trusted him and nodded in agreement. Got it. Having received this answer, Lin Tian immediately stepped into a serious combat stance. Before long, countless currents of surging spiritual energy erupted around him. As his momentum continued to rise, Mo Qiu instinctively cringed, thinking to himself, is this the power of the Iron Pulse realm? How can Lin Tian's body have spiritual energy with 3 different attributes? Lin Tian was now fully prepared. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and growled, die for me. In the next second, sword light flashed. Strands of spiritual energy intertwined and burst forth. Thunderflame Aurora Slash. The attack, carrying immense pressure, roared away like a gale, aimed in one direction. The target was the blue dragon. It hadn't run very far when it instinctively froze. What is this aura? Before it could even look back properly, the blue dragon felt a stinging pain shoot down its spine. Its chest was ripped open. It gasped, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and trembled, unable to speak. What? Very quickly, its heavy body collapsed. Blood sprayed everywhere as a tragic, piercing scream echoed out. Not having witnessed the whole thing, Mo Qiu stood frozen in place. That's too strong. Is this really a power that someone in the Iron Pulse realm can achieve? With that doubt, the moment he was helped up by Lin Tian, Mo Qiu pressed. Lin Tian, are you really in the Iron Pulse realm? He didn't answer and suddenly changed the subject to him. Actually, you're pretty impressive too. I didn't expect you to be able to push the blue dragon to such a pathetic state. Clearly, you have such immense power, so why do you have to pretend to be useless? Mo Qiu hung his head low and hesitated. Because I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control. The ability I awakened is spatial cleavage. He knew very well that once he lost control, the damage it would cause would be unpredictable. Lin Tian could only gently pat Mo Qiu on the shoulder and speak to reassure him. Great power truly needs to be used with caution. But you don't have to be afraid. Lin Tian helped him walk outside, his tone extremely sincere. As long as you master it, you can use it to protect more people, rather than becoming its slave. As the scene shifted to a base, an urgent notification sounded. The blue dragon in the anomaly point has evolved to the Iron Pulse realm. Lin Tian and Mo Qiu are trying to hold it off. Hearing this, He Feng's expression shifted slightly. What? There's a dragon? And what about the other cultivators? Shen Feifei wanted to say more but stopped, hanging her head low and reporting the situation honestly. They were all slaughtered by the blue dragon. He widened his eyes, expressing disbelief. They're all dead? They were all 7th stage spirit refining realm cultivators, Leng Yue then explained. The blue dragon evolved to the Iron Pulse realm. His strength is beyond our imagination. As soon as these words were out, He Feng collapsed. He muttered to himself, his lips trembling, what on earth is this Iron Pulse realm? At that moment, Shen Feifei urgently urged, Mr. Han. He Feng immediately ordered to establish a troop and head to the anomaly point. We have to support Lin Tian, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Leng Yue nodded in agreement. That's right, Uncle Liu. If we don't take action, Lin Tian and Mo Qiu might not be able to hold on. At that, Han Xiaofeng regained his composure and quickly replied, Yes, young miss. I will immediately assemble a 5-man elite squad to enter the anomaly zone. The mobilization happened very quickly. Not long after, the entire squad stood before the anomaly. The leader gave the command. Squad 1. Check the ammunition reserves. Squad 2. Verify the tactical plan once more. The entire team shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Just then, the crowd heard a noise coming from within the anomaly. They immediately raised their weapons, ready for combat. The commander shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stay alert! We absolutely cannot let the blue dragon enter this world." Lin Tian and Mo Chu had just stepped out and walked right into this scene. They couldn't help but feel bewildered by the countless gun barrels aimed at them. Shen Feifei shouted with joy, "Lin Tian, you're okay. That's so good." Leng Yue rushed over anxiously and asked, "Are you hurt?" He walked toward them and gave a faint smile. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Shen Feifei, "What are these soldiers doing?" She honestly replied, "We wanted to go in and help you take down the blue dragon." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian directly cut her off. "No need to worry. The blue dragon is already dead." As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone present was shocked. Han Xiaofeng blurted out, "What? Big brother Lin Tian, do you mean you defeated the blue dragon, which had reached the Iron Pulse realm?" He calmly nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, there's no more danger in the anomaly now. You all can go inside and check if any other cultivators were lucky enough to survive. The blue dragon's corpse is in there. I don't think anything can threaten you anymore." Han Xiaofeng quickly regained his composure and made a decision. "If Big Brother Lin Tian says there's no problem, then we'll go check it out." He said this and then personally led the entire squad into the anomaly to search for survivors. The five-man squad shouted back in unison. Before long, the sound of the entire army's heavy footsteps echoed throughout the anomaly zone. Reaching a certain point, Han Xiaofeng and his squad all stopped in their tracks. Their faces displayed pure disbelief. What met their eyes was the corpse of the blue dragon lying on the ground, its body covered in sword wounds and mangled flesh. The crowd immediately broke into a buzz of conversation. "Is that actually a dragon? It's my first time seeing a dragon." They marveled endlessly. "Big brother Lin Tian is too strong. These battle marks are even more powerful than a nuclear weapon." Han Xiaofeng stood frozen for a few seconds, a sense of dread rising within him. Big brother Lin Tian actually killed a dragon? And a dragon at the Iron Pulse realm, no less. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Weren't things like this only supposed to exist in novels? Very quickly, Han Xiaofeng pulled himself together and ordered his men to search for survivors. Immediately, someone shouted, "Over here! Someone is still alive! Hurry, bring help!" Shifting to another scene, inside a room filled with medical cabinets, Mo Chiu was lying on a hospital bed while medical staff treated and dressed his wounds. Soon, one of them turned to report to Lin Tian, "The wounds have been treated. There wasn't much blood loss, and there's no immediate danger to his life." He nodded slightly, his gaze resting on Mo Chiu. "How are you feeling?" The other person breathed a gentle sigh of relief, crinkled his eyes, and laughed. "Don't worry, I won't die." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Lin Tian, I have a favor to ask of you." Lin Tian listened seriously and asked directly, "What is it?" Mo Chiu just smiled faintly. "Please, keep my true strength a secret for now." Lin Tian agreed without hesitation. "Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't either." The other person was extremely grateful. "Thank you." After checking on him, Lin Tian turned to leave. "Since you're okay, I'm going to go visit Leng Yue's parents." Lin Tian's footsteps quickly came to a stop at the research lab. The atmosphere was quiet. As soon as he entered, he asked, "How is the research going?" The people inside jumped and turned around. Lu Ying nodded slightly in greeting. "Lin Tian, you're here." Leng Yue then seriously explained the current situation. "We haven't found a way to break the crystal yet. According to Lu Ying's report, this crystal seal was extremely sturdy. We've tried many methods, but it seems we can't break its structure." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes in contemplation. "I remember when that happened. The system announced that once I reached the Iron Pulse realm, I could absorb the power of this rune." He calculated secretly, "I've already successfully broken through to the Iron Pulse realm, just in time to try absorbing some of it." Thinking of it, he did it. Lin Tian proactively suggested, "I can try to see if I can open it. Everyone except Leng Yue, please step out for a moment." Lu Ying was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded. "Oh, all right." With that, he led the group out of the research lab. Now, only Lin Tian and Leng Yue remained in the room. She looked curious. "Lin Tian, what are you going to do? Do you need my help?" He touched the crystal block in front of him and slowly explained, "This crystal is sealing a powerful type of energy. This flow of power is extremely unstable, and it's because of its existence that the crystal has become this solid, almost indestructible." Speaking of this, Lin Tian's expression grew solemn. "I plan to absorb that energy flow through my own spiritual power, guiding it into my body. That way, the seal on the crystal will be broken." Leng Yue couldn't help but panic, hurriedly firing off a string of questions. "You want to absorb that energy? Won't doing that hurt you? That power is too massive. Can you even withstand it?" Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, speaking softly to reassure her. Don't worry, this little bit of energy is nothing to me. The next second, his tone turned serious. However, going through this, I realized you all are maturing too slowly. The dangers that you will have to face later might be something you won't be able to handle. Leng Yue frowned, not saying a word, but inwardly she countered. Slow, my foot. You're the one who's too fast. It's only been a few months since I've known you, and you've already broken through to the Iron Pulse realm. A moment later, Lin Tian carefully instructed her. So, while I'm absorbing the energy in the crystal, I'm prepared to simultaneously pass some spiritual energy to you so that your strength can improve as well, to handle the dangers of the future. Leng Yue was startled and shocked. What? You want to pass spiritual power to me? Could it be that you've awakened a neutral attribute spiritual power? Lin Tian shook his head and denied it. Wait, didn't you only have lightning, fire, and light attributes? How are you doing this? She asked, looking even more confused. My body can't handle… Lin Tian didn't answer right away. He was thinking back to the system notification he had just received. The item he had obtained for successfully evolving to the Iron Vein stage was a spirit essence pill. Just by taking it, she could force her body to adapt to a new spirit attribute. Remembering this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. Don't worry, I just happened to find a treasure in the anomaly zone that's perfect for you. He took out the spirit essence pill and handed it to Leng Yue. She was stunned, speechless. This is Leng Yue. Yue backed away instinctively, stuttering in shock. Isn't this the spirit essence pill mentioned in the ancient texts? This kind of medicine is incredibly rare. They say only ancient alchemists knew how to craft it. It's impossible to find now. Lin Tian remained calm. Since you know what it is, I don't need to explain. Just swallow it. She waved her hands, frantically refusing. No, this pill is too precious. I can't take it. Keep it. You'll definitely need it later. Lin Tian frowned, his tone turning stern. I won't let you refuse. Don't overthink it. I have plenty of ways to get stronger. I don't need this single pill. Besides, I want you to take it because it's the only way you'll be able to handle the power coming your way. Otherwise, your body won't be able to bear it. Seeing how serious he was, Leng Yue obediently took the pill. All right, I'll take it. Without a second thought, she popped it into her mouth. In an instant, Leng Yue's body began to tremble violently. She curled up, clutching herself. This energy, it's so powerful. My body feels like it's going to break. The surge of spirit energy grew stronger. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Leng Yue's mouth. A numbing sensation shot down her spine. Unable to hold on, she let out a cry of pain. Lin Tian sensed things were going wrong and quickly calmed her. Stay still. Don't fight the flow of the spirit energy. I'll guide it for you. Leng Yue followed his instructions, letting Lin Tian gently touch the top of her head. He used his other hand to touch the crystal block beside them, slowly releasing the spirit energy within. Soon, a golden flow of energy coated the hand Lin Tian had on the crystal, and a formation was activated. Leng Yue, feeling this strange energy rushing into her body, widened her eyes in alarm. What are you doing? He smirked. From today on, you're also a dual attribute cultivator. She was stunned, thinking, what? Lin Tian is actually helping me become a dual attribute cultivator? Meanwhile, he continued to transfer spirit power from the crystal to Leng Yue. Just like that, rivers of abundant energy flowed from the crystal into Lin Tian's body. Then he synchronized the transfer to Leng Yue. Lin Tian smiled. From now on, this power belongs to you. Not long after, and I don't know what happened next, but he finished his work and returned home. Shen Feifei joyfully ran out to greet him, affectionately taking his arm. Welcome home, she asked softly. Were Leng Yue's parents saved? He nodded slightly. They're saved. They're unconscious in the hospital right now, but they should wake up in a few days. She finally let out a breath of relief. That's great. And Leng Yue? Is she okay? Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa and smiled. She's fine, but she just awakened a new ability. The hospital advised her to stay for observation to see if there are any side effects. Shen Feifei looked curious. A new ability? What attribute? Lin Tian frowned slightly and replied wearily. Go ask her yourself. I'm not saying anything else. Right then, Shen Feifei's phone suddenly rang. Huh? Who's calling at this hour? He glanced over. Who is it? Why do you look so surprised? Shen Feifei explained. It's a very close friend, Su Mengyao. She rarely calls me out of the blue. Even as she said that, the moment she picked up, Fei raised her voice, asking warmly, Hello, Mengyao, what's up? The voice on the other end cut straight to the chase. Shen Feifei. There's a cultivator in our city, Tan City. named Mo Qiu, who is participating in the martial arts tournament. Have you met him? Shen Feifei frowned, puzzled. Meng Yao, what's going on? You don't sound right. The other side replied urgently. Tan City has been hit by a super-grade anomaly catastrophe. The military and the cultivators, all of them, have been wiped out. Shen Feifei jumped up, horrified, and quickly pressed for more. What? Super-grade anomaly? Are you okay? Where are you? Meng Yao replied. I'm safe for now, hiding in an underground shelter, but the situation is terrible. In her voice, she couldn't hide her anxiety. All the cultivators have fallen in battle, and the military has been nearly slaughtered. I don't know what to do, Shen Feifei quickly reassured her. Meng Yao, don't panic. I'll go tell my grandfather right now. We will definitely save everyone. The other side hesitated. Actually, I don't have much hope. I called you to ask you to tell Mo Qiu not to come back. His cultivation is too weak. If he returns, he won't survive. Just stay with you guys from now on. Tan City has become hell. Hearing this, Shen Feifei instinctively looked at the person next to her, her eyes filled with expectation. She whispered, Lin Tian? He shrugged nonchalantly and declared firmly, how long it takes me to solve the crisis in Tan City depends on how long it takes to fly there. Getting this answer, Shen Feifei immediately turned back to reassure the voice on the other end. Meng Yao, don't worry. I will definitely save you. The other girl choked up. Thank you, Shen Feifei. She stopped abruptly. Shen Feifei was so anxious she stomped her foot. Hello? Meng Yao? Are you still there? Lin Tian slowly stood up, saying in a low voice, Don't rush. I'll handle things in Tan City. You go prepare a helicopter. I'm going to see Mo Qiu to discuss a specific plan of action. Shen Feifei agreed decisively. All right, I'll prepare it right away. Not long after, the scene shifted to the hospital area. Warm sunlight shone through the windows. In the hospital room, Mo Qiu was lazily basking in the sun, enjoying a cold drink. Lin Tian suddenly stepped in, his face solemn. He asked directly, You're almost fully recovered, right? Mo Qiu pretended to be weak, collapsing onto the bed, his voice trembling. Big brother Lin Tian. I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I won't last much longer. The nurse in black stockings who had been checking the room earlier sighed helplessly. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Tan City has been hit by a super-grade anomaly attack. Most of the cultivators and military forces in the city have been wiped out. Shen Feifei's close friend, Meng Yao, called. The moment he heard that name, Mo Qiu panicked and sat bolt upright. Meng Yao? Something happened to her? Lin Tian asked with some curiosity. Do you know her? The other man stammered in response. She is the daughter of the president of our cultivator association. Everyone in the association knows her. Observing this reaction, Lin Tian immediately noticed something unusual and thought, could he have a thing for Meng Yao? Setting this issue aside, he got straight to the point. I have to go to Tan City to save her now. I need a guide who knows the terrain of Tan City. Can your body handle the trip? Mo Qiu no longer showed his previous weak demeanor. He decisively swung his legs off the bed, his tone firm and determined. Don't worry, even with my eyes closed, I could guide you through Tan City. In the equipment room, Lin Tian said coldly, I need a laptop that can connect to a satellite to use on the way. Bai Su uncomfortably refused. Lin Tian, I recognize your contributions. But the military laptops contain a lot of classified information. They cannot just be taken out of the military base. Lin Tian frowned and retorted, I am informing you, not negotiating. He furrowed his brows and stared at Lin Tian. Don't push it. The military has its rules. You may have great achievements, but you don't have the right to take classified equipment on your own. He stepped closer to Bai Su and let out a cold laugh. Rules? A super mutation disaster has occurred in Tan City, and you are here talking to me about rules? Everyone around them was stunned upon hearing this. What? A super mutation disaster in Tan City? We didn't know. Lin Tian glanced at them coldly. Because your military in Tan City has been completely wiped out. After speaking, he calmly picked up a laptop nearby. Once he had the laptop, Lin Tian prepared to leave. I'm taking this and leaving now. On the rooftop, a helicopter was parked neatly on the high-rise building. Inside the helicopter, Mo Qiu asked doubtfully, Are they really going to let you borrow this? Lin Tian was focused on the computer as he spoke. This contains a lot of classified information, he explained slowly. No matter what information is in here, ever since spiritual energy was restored, these so-called secrets have become trash. Mo Qiu understood and replied, You're right. The times have changed. The documents that were once considered priceless are now just a pile of discarded paper. Suddenly, Shen Feifei appeared, rushing over as she called out loudly, Lin Tian! She walked toward the helicopter, worried. She told him he must be careful. Lin Tian gave a thumbs up and reassured her, "Don't worry, just think of it as me going to buy some soy sauce. I'll be back in no time. This is no time for jokes." A moment later, the helicopter started up and took off. Shen Feifei watched the helicopter, praying in her heart, "You must return safely." Looking through the airplane window, a sea of white clouds floated like layers of cotton, stretching endlessly under the clear blue sky. Lin Tian looked out the window and thought to himself, "Tan City, I hope I can still make it in time." Suddenly, he turned to ask Mo Chiu, "What was the initial number of cultivators in Tan City? What was the highest level?" He replied in detail, "Tan City is a medium-sized city. The number of cultivators is about 5,000. Most of them are at the 1st to 6th stages of the Spring Realm. There are about 20 at the 9th stage of the Spring Realm. The strongest cultivator, as far as I know, is Meng Yao, who has likely reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Realm." As for the military, Tan City had an elite troop, with a scale of 1,000 people, equipped with a large number of heavy weapons. If they were all wiped out, Mo Chiu stopped midway, suddenly silent. Lin Tian fell into deep thought after hearing this. Suddenly, the pilot turned around and announced, "Mr. Lin Tian, please prepare yourself. We have reached the airspace of Tan City." The helicopter was hovering over a dilapidated city engulfed in flames. Mo Chiu looked down and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat in shock. Below the gloomy sky, high-rise buildings were collapsing and filled with an ominous atmosphere. Amidst the devastated cityscape, zombies followed one another, wandering around the buildings. Inside the helicopter, Mo Chiu gasped in confusion. What on earth happened? The zombies seemed to have sensed something. They quickly ran in the same direction. Their bodies were thin and gaunt, as if they had been starved for days. They quickly ran toward where there was food. Lin Tian looked down and asked himself, "Dark system spiritual energy again?" The pilot stammered and asked him, "Mr. Lin, where should we land?" He sternly ordered, "No need to land. Open the door." The man was stunned. What?" The pilot said in horror. "We are currently at an altitude of 6 kilometers." But Lin Tian ignored him and opened the door. After opening the helicopter door, he knelt on one leg, looking down below. Lin Tian tilted his head and told Mo Chiu, "I'll go down first and clear out some of those monsters." He closed his eyes helplessly and said, "You really don't like taking the normal path, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped, straight out of the helicopter. The pilot screamed in horror, "Are you crazy? This is an altitude of 6 kilometers. You'll be smashed into meat paste when you fall." Mo Chiu chuckled softly. "Smashed into meat paste? That's underestimating the pulse-tempering realm." Lin Tian jumped down. Around his body, flames erupted, just like a meteorite. When he hit the ground, the fire surrounding Lin Tian flared up violently, burning everything near it. The zombies were sent flying by his power and flames. The zombies that weren't affected roared, looking extremely terrifying. Lin Tian knelt on one leg, the flames surrounding him still burning. The zombies felt the presence of their prey and charged forward, howling loudly. Lin Tian immediately drew the sword from his back. "Seeking death," he said with a cold, gloomy expression as he looked at them. Then, Lin Tian slashed down with great force. That sword strike slashed down, and the zombies were sent flying. The zombies that weren't hit didn't know fear. They opened their mouths wide and roared loudly. Lin Tian looked at them coldly and asked in a chilly voice, "Are you not going to scram?" The zombies were agitated, raising their claws and screaming as they charged quickly toward him. Lin Tian channeled his inner energy and looked at them coldly. "If you want to die that badly, then I'll grant your wish." Lin Tian gripped his sword tightly, and a powerful surge of energy erupted around him. The zombies' eyes turned fiery red. They raised their claws, preparing to grab Lin Tian. A zombie swung its fist into the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. He darted behind it and slashed once, saying disdainfully, "Too slow." The zombie's eyes were glowing red. It didn't seem to sense its impending death. Lin Tian slashed down once, and the zombie's body was split in two. The surrounding zombies saw the death of their kin and fearfully recoiled. He tilted his head and mocked them coldly. "What? Scared now?" The zombies seemed agitated, and they roared ferociously. The helicopter pilot gasped in shock. Is Master Lin a monster? But no matter how strong he is, if he keeps risking his life like this, he'll eventually exhaust himself to death. Mo Chiu wanted to say, "He'll die from exhaustion," but he couldn't help but scoff. "You're really underestimating him." "What?" The helicopter pilot shouted in a panic. "Look out! He's about to lose it!" Below them, Lin Tian was ruthlessly slaughtering the zombies. The zombies were terrified by his overwhelming aura and fled in all directions. Lin Tian hovered in midair, a blinding light radiating from his body. The pilot watched the scene below in astonishment and asked, "What is that?" A brilliant surge of energy erupted from his body. It spread throughout the city, lighting it up with a blinding glow. Even the helicopter was affected by the sheer force of the energy. The person inside let out a cry. The pilot exclaimed, Is this something a human can actually do?" Mo Chiu tapped the back of his seat and said, "Find somewhere to land. I want to meet up with him." The pilot asked in confusion, "Wait, aren't you going to jump down?" He replied irritably, "If I jump from there, I'll definitely turn into a puddle of meat. I'm still a human, after all." The pilot understood and replied, "Ah, right, okay." The buildings in the city were now in ruins, with bloodstains everywhere. Mo Chiu sat in the car, looking out, secretly horrified. The destruction Lin Tian caused was truly terrifying. "Is this the pulse condensation realm?" He stopped the car, looked at Lin Tian, and called out, "Big brother." Mo Chiu immediately checked on him. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Lin Tian climbed into the car and replied calmly, "These monsters aren't even enough to make me show my true strength. Let's get on with the real business." Lin Tian turned to ask, "Where exactly is the hideout Su Mengyao mentioned?" He looked at the map and replied, "On the outskirts of Xin City." Mo Chiu pointed to a spot on the map and said, "The shelter is right here. It was originally an abandoned factory, but it's been used recently as a refuge for cultivators." Lin Tian gave a stern order, "Let's go. We have to save Mengyao first." The car started and drove off. Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. "Mo Chiu, this disaster in Xin City is quite strange." Mo Chiu asked curiously, "What do you mean by that, Lin Tian?" He replied while driving, "Usually, even if a disaster produces super mutants, it shouldn't lead to a situation like this." Lin Tian said in a low voice, "The number of monsters is overwhelming, and the area they're covering is extremely vast. Instead of an unexpected accident, it looks more like something that was planned in advance." Mo Chiu's face fell as he asked, "Are you saying someone like Song Jinggang will appear here too?" He replied seriously, "There's a very high possibility." Mo Chiu prayed gloomily to himself, "Mengyao, you must be safe." The two of them soon arrived at the abandoned factory. The car stopped in a vacant lot. Lin Tian looked at the building, feeling uneasy. The place was too quiet. It didn't look like a shelter at all. On the contrary, it looked like a trap. The two of them quickly stepped inside. It was pitch black inside, and completely silent, without a single sound. Both of them suddenly stood still, staring ahead with grim expressions. Up ahead, beams of light shone down through holes in the roof. The light illuminated concrete pillars and dark rows of shelves. Lin Tian scanned his surroundings, staying vigilant. Something isn't right. The defense systems for the shelter were nowhere to be found. Had they not been set up yet? Or had someone destroyed them already? They quickly moved up the metal stairs. In the dark space, after they reached the upper floor, they gasped in shock as they looked ahead. They saw the girl, covered in wounds, lying unconscious on the ground. Mo Chiu called out anxiously, "Mengyao!" He quickly rushed over and shouted, "Mengyao, are you okay?" Mo Chiu shook her, pleading, "Wake up. Don't scare me like this." He turned to Lin Tian and said, "She's seriously injured. The spiritual energy in her body is chaotic. She needs treatment immediately." His expression turned dark as he muttered, "This isn't good." Lin Tian, panicked, looked at the ceiling and shouted a warning, "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, an iron cage dropped from above, instantly trapping Mo Chiu and Mengyao. Both of them grew stern. They stared at the iron cage. Suddenly, an arrogant laugh rang out. "Our little bootlicker is here to save his goddess, huh?" Mo Chiu heard that familiar voice and gasped in shock. The person who appeared was Gao Tianlin. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked over casually. He asked in surprise, "Gao Tianlin, why are you here?" Gao Tianlin suddenly broke into a savage grin and replied, "Because I want to use that BT Shisu, Mengyao, to lure the granddaughter of the military commander-in-chief, Shen Feifei. I'll use her to control the military's top brass for my own use." Mo Chiu, inside the cage, yelled angrily, "Gao Tianlin, why are you doing this? What did the Xin City Cultivator Association ever do to make you hate them so much?" He spat out furiously, "You were a death row inmate. If it weren't for the resurgence of spiritual energy that helped you unlock your great power, you'd still be rotting in a prison cell." Gao Tianlin stepped closer and asked, "A death row inmate? Huh? Mo Chiu, are you still living in the past?" Gao Tianlin continued, "The laws and order of the world no longer need to exist," he said with a sneer. "This is now an era that respects the strong. The strong make the rules, while the weak are fated to be discarded. Mo Qiu was furious. So, that gives you the right to act like a thug? Just because you've become strong, you can ignore human life and turn all of Xin City into your hunting ground? Gao Tianlin didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right. Is there a problem? The Xin City Cultivator Association. What qualifications do they have to give me orders? He narrowed his eyes and said bluntly, they deserve to die because they were weak. Mo Qiu looked at that arrogant expression and exploded in rage. Gao Tianlin, do you even know how many people have sacrificed themselves for you on your path of cultivation? They could have just left you behind and survived. Mo Qiu looked at the girl lying on the ground, indignantly shouting, Meng Yao was seriously injured just so you could boost your power, yet you still have the nerve to lay a hand on her? Gao Tianlin covered one eye with his hand and replied calmly, they were willing to sacrifice themselves in vain, that's just their own stupidity. Why would a true powerhouse care about a few ants? Mo Qiu had said everything he could, but Gao Tianlin maintained his despicable attitude. He was furious. You. The person standing in the shadows had heard the whole conversation between Mo Qiu and but Lin Tian, still held that lousy attitude. He was incredibly angry. The person standing in the shadows had been listening to Mo Qiu's conversation the whole time. Mo Qiu and Lin Tian, that's interesting. Lin Tian sneered in annoyance at the interruption. Who the hell are you, standing there for ages? Lin Tian crossed his arms. I'm Mo Qiu's friend. Your words earlier really prove how naive you are. Lin Tian glanced at him. And you are? Oh? Why do you say that? Lin Tian said with a sarcastic grin. If you truly believe that the strong make the laws of this world, have you ever considered? He continued. What if someone even stronger than you decides your life or death on a whim? Lin Tian's eyes widened, and veins started popping on his face. He snarled, You little brat, are you threatening me? Lin Tian looked at his rage with pure contempt. I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet. Lin Tian stared at Lin Tian's attitude. It was as if he'd been personally insulted. He swung his arm, practically sealing his own fate. Inside the cell, Mo Qiu watched with worry. Lin Tian cautiously observed Lin Tian. He too had awakened lightning attribute spiritual energy. Lin Tian heard Mo Qiu's warning, but he wasn't afraid, just a little surprised. Oh? They lunged at each other without hesitation, their raw power colliding. A massive blast of energy erupted. Lin Tian, having just awakened his spiritual energy, was stunned by the sheer intensity of Lin Tian's power. He gasped. What is this? A system notification suddenly appeared. Detected powerful lightning attribute spiritual energy. Absorbing it will upgrade your lightning level proficiency. Lin Tian muttered to himself, well, that's a pleasant surprise. After the initial clash, they both gauged each other's strength. Lin Tian leaped backward. Lin Tian frowned. He had a plan, so he said, Mo Qiu, take Su Mengyao and get out of here. Mo Qiu grabbed the iron bars, frustrated and confused. Why? Can't I activate my powers? Hearing this, Lin Tian laughed loudly. You idiot. You thought I'd let you escape that easily? He sneered, explaining that the cage was forged from special materials specifically designed to suppress cultivators. Inside, you're no different from an ordinary person. Lin Tian went silent. He frowned and looked at Mo Qiu with a dismissive glance. Mo Qiu, get down. Mo Qiu was bewildered. He had no idea what Lin Tian was planning. Lin Tian whipped out a steel rod. Let's see how strong this cage of yours really is. The metal rod struck the iron bars with a loud, piercing screech. Half the cage shattered under the strike. Mo Qiu ducked in fear, caught in the shockwave. Mo Qiu cried out and collapsed to the ground. Seeing his prized cage destroyed, Lin Tian screamed in rage, You bastard! Once he was freed from the cage, Mo Qiu picked up Su Mengjiao and said, I'll get Su Mengjiao to a safe place, then I'm coming right back to help you. But in response to Mo Qiu's kindness, Lin Tian gave him a cold refusal. Don't come back. You'll just get dragged into this. Without waiting for a reply, Zoom! Both of them vanished into thin air. Lin Tian heard Lin Tian's words and exploded in anger. Lin Tian, you're so arrogant. Do you think you can act all high and mighty just because you're strong? But Lin Tian wasn't fazed. I'm just telling you a fact. You're not even close to being qualified. Lin Tian formed an orb of lightning in his hand. Don't think that just because you smashed a cage, you're the strongest in the world. Lin Tian wore a bloodthirsty smile. He drew a long bolt of lightning from the orb and gripped it. Was this his secret weapon? Lin Tian's face darkened. He said with a deadly tone, Now, I'll show you the true power of a cultivator. With that, Lin Tian vanished, nowhere to be seen. He moved at lightning speed toward Lin Tian, raising his Lightning Spear High. This was the destructive spear shadow technique. His attack speed was terrifying, but Lin Tian dodged the attack perfectly. Lin Tian frowned. Even he couldn't help but offer a bit of praise. You've got some potential after all. Lin Tian, covered in crackling electricity, roared. Running, huh? Let's see how long you can hide. The lightning in his hands struck out wildly in every direction. He was hunting Lin Tian. Feeling like he had the upper hand, Lin Tian taunted. What's wrong? You were so arrogant before. Why can't you even fight back now? Lin Tian kept up the relentless assault, while Lin Tian remained on the defensive. Still no breakthrough. After the chase, the attacking, and the dodging, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. He ceased his attack. Lin Tian said with an arrogant sneer, You were so cocky earlier. What's wrong? Now all you can do is let me overwhelm you? Lin Tian let out a breath and frowned, sounding a bit disappointed. Is that all you've got? Lin Tian, hearing Lin Tian's arrogant tone, flew into a rage. What did you say? Lin Tian raised his weapon. If that's the limit of your ability, I'm afraid you're going to die here today. Lin Tian was triggered. He channeled every ounce of his power. You want to die that badly? I'll show you the peak power of the 9th stage of the Spring Realm. Countless purple bolts of lightning rained down. This was the Thunder Peak Spear technique. But Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He watched it all calmly and said, Too slow. Lin Tian was so furious he could burst. He screamed. Yet, every single one of his relentless strikes was easily deflected by Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at Lin Tian, who was fighting like a madman, and said, A lot of strength, but a total lack of brains. Lin Tian decided to retaliate. He blurred past him and said, I'll show you just how massive the gap between us really is. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian surged from the distance to right beneath Lin Tian, shocking him to his core. Lin Tian was done playing games. It's over. A streak of golden light flashed by carrying immense power. It would end this fight. Lin Tian's face turned pale. He gasped in shock, perhaps foreseeing his own end. The golden light slashed right through him. Lin Tian was finished before he even hit the ground. He still didn't understand why things ended this way. How is this possible? Lin Tian collapsed to his knees before Lin Tian. He wasn't ready to give up. I am at the peak of the 9th stage of the Spring Realm. Lin Tian looked down at him, wondering why he was so confident. Spring Fountain Stage? A former veteran? Lin Tian asked in surprise. What do you mean? Don't tell me you're at the Spring Fountain Stage too? But I don't feel any powerful pressure coming from you at all. Lin Tian looked at him with contempt and said, I used to be, but now, I've reached the first level of the Iron Vein Stage. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. Iron Vein Stage? Did you really break through to the Iron Vein Stage? Lin Tian looked at his panicked expression and asked calmly, Are you afraid? The man didn't hesitate to bow his head. Big brother, please forgive me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong, he pleaded. I was blind just now. Please, big brother, spare my life. I'll be your servant and vow to be loyal to you until death. Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked, The strong rule over the weak, and the weak just have to obey. Isn't that exactly what you just said to Mo Chiu? Lin Tian said, with a deadly tone. Now that it's your turn, the weak suddenly want to change the rules? Seeing the situation take a turn, the man quickly said, I wasn't the mastermind. I was just forced by someone else. I was only following orders. Lin Tian pressed his sword against the man's neck and asked, Aren't you the strongest cultivator in all of Tan City? The man quickly denied it. No. The strongest cultivator in Tan City isn't me. It's someone else. He continued, The entire crisis in Tan City is his plan. He doesn't care about Tan City at all. He said he was just testing a few things. Lin Tian asked, Testing? Does he see the lives of an entire city as mere test subjects? The man replied, He doesn't care about anyone. Even the Tan City military is just a pawn in his hand. Lin Tian seized the opportunity and asked further, Oh? Then do you know how strong he is? The man trembled all over as he hurriedly confessed. He said he was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Iron Vein Stage. Lin Tian felt relieved hearing that. The 3rd level of the Iron Vein Stage. Huh. I see. The man saw Lin Tian go silent and asked anxiously, Lin Tian, you're not going to kill me, are you? As soon as he finished, Lin Tian's sword flashed forward. You wanted to threaten him? The man was terrified. He hurriedly begged, Wait! I've told you everything I know. You promised to spare me. But Lin Tian retorted, I promised you? When did you hear me say I would spare your life? The man was terrified and screamed, No, you can't do this to me. You can't. But Lin Tian didn't hesitate and drove his sword straight into him. He didn't give him another chance. The man's eyes widened as blood splattered onto Lin Tian's face. You really did it, Lin Tian withdrew his sword and said, Earth's spiritual energy is recovering. The rules of the world have truly changed. But no matter how the rules change, if you do something wrong, you still have to pay the price. Hearing this, the man laughed loudly. Lin Tian, do you think you're the embodiment of justice? He used his last breath to say, You're just an idiot. Do you really think you can win? You have no idea who you're dealing with. He warned, You'll be dead soon. You're no match for him. He is a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of the Iron Vein stage. You just stepped into the Iron Vein stage. Do you think you can win? Do you think you can survive? But Lin Tian wasn't scared at all. He said, You don't need to worry about that. He'll be down there to reunite with you soon. The man couldn't answer anymore. He slowly closed his eyes, ending his life. The system issued a notification. Thunder attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Lin Tian replied, Absorb. The man's body began to dissolve. Turning into countless green specks of light, the man's body seemed to evaporate. The green specks from his body were slowly absorbed by Lin Tian's hands. Then, all the specks swirled around him as he sensed the spiritual energy. The system announced, Thunder attribute spiritual energy has been upgraded. Lin Tian's whole body underwent a change. The absorbed spiritual energy flooded into his bloodstream. The system announced, Thunder attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. Lin Tian's eyes changed, and he furrowed his brows. As if he had realized something, he finished absorbing the energy. Lin Tian now understood. So this is the strength of the 2nd level of the Iron Vein stage. A moment later, Lin Tian walked out slowly and softly called out to the person opposite him, Mo Chiu. The other person jumped, turned around sharply, and asked anxiously, Big brother, are you okay? Then, he glanced behind Lin Tian and asked suspiciously, Where is that guy? Lin Tian shrugged and replied, Don't worry, he's done for. Mo Chiu was shocked. What? Gone for? How could it be that fast? He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Spring Fountain stage. Lin Tian curled his lips in a faint smile. By the time you break through to the Iron Vein stage, you'll be able to kill him just as quickly as I did. He said this, and quickly changed the subject. All right, go check if your lady is safe now. Mo Chiu was so embarrassed his face turned red, and he stammered to interrupt Lin Tian. Big brother, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Lin Tian immediately gave Mo Chiu a meaningful look. Oh, is that so? Then why were you so worked up when you saw her faint? Just now? You're usually such a coward. So timid, there's no way you would have charged at me like that otherwise. Even so, Lin Tian didn't forget to check on the situation. How is she? Mo Chiu hurriedly reported. Her vitals and health seem stable. He paused for a few seconds, with a hint of worry in his voice. But her consciousness is sealed by dark attribute spiritual energy. If we don't break the seal soon, she might become a vegetable. Lin Tian said in a low voice to reassure him. Don't worry. Thunder attribute energy suppresses dark attribute energy. Maybe I can break the seal. As soon as he finished, he immediately moved to tap a thread of thunder attribute energy into the center of Meng Yao's forehead. She reacted very quickly, her brows knitting together as that flow of energy coursed through her body. She writhed in discomfort, moaning subconsciously. In just an instant, the dark attribute spiritual energy was forcibly dragged out of her body. Meng Yao finally jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the two figures blurry before her eyes. Instinctively, she screamed, Who is there? Lin Tian saw this and was speechless, thinking to himself, This girl doesn't seem very bright. That kid Mo Chiu actually likes this type? Opposite him, Meng Yao had regained some of her senses. Tears streaming down her face, she choked out, Mo Chiu? She sat up in a panic and blurted out, Why are you here? Mo Chiu scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. To summarize, we received your distress signal and immediately returned from Tianhai City. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she stared blankly for a moment. Did he really come back just to save her? The next second, Meng Yao snapped back to reality, grabbed Mo Chiu by the collar, and shook him angrily. Are you crazy? Xincheng is dangerous right now. Someone as weak as you, who can't even handle a head-on fight, dared to come back? Aren't you just walking to your death? Hearing this, Lin Tian curled his lip and muttered, You call a peak stage 9 spring reservoir cultivator weak? Meng Yao froze, looking at him with a confused expression. Peak stage 9? Who? You? She continued, even more frustrated. Mo Chiu, you even dragged someone else into this. Xincheng is absolutely not a place for you guys to be right now. Mo Chiu quickly waved his hands to explain. It's not that I wanted to come. We got your distress signal, so we couldn't just ignore it, right? The terrain in Xincheng is complex, and brother Lin Tian is unfamiliar with this place. I'm the only one who knows the way, so I had to guide him. Meng Yao narrowed her eyes, sounding suspicious. Is that really true? The other side quickly confirmed. Yes, it really is. Hearing this, Meng Yao could only sigh. Things have already reached this point, so me scolding you is useless anyway. She then turned politely to Lin Tian to express her gratitude. Although I don't know your name, I still have to thank you for risking your life with this idiot to come save me. Lin Tian, sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two, thought to himself, it seems she has feelings for Mo Chu too. Outwardly, he replied politely, don't mention it, it was just on the way. Immediately after, Meng Yao's expression turned solemn. She took the initiative to suggest, we must leave Xincheng immediately. Otherwise, once it gets dark, we won't be able to leave at all. Lin Tian asked directly, what exactly happened in Xincheng? She quickly recounted the situation. After Mo Chu left Xincheng for Tianhai City, it started raining in Xincheng for days without stopping. According to her, at first, they thought it was just a normal weather change. But as she recalled this, Meng Yao's voice involuntarily choked up. That rain showed no signs of stopping. Then, everyone who came into contact with the rainwater turned into a zombie. Hearing this, Mo Chu was startled. He blurted out, what? Even Lin Tian's face darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Everyone? Meng Yao nodded slightly. Yes. At first, no one noticed anything unusual. Some people even played in the rain. But a moment later, those people seemed to be eroded by something. Their bodies started convulsing violently. Soon after, they went insane. Based on her description, their eyes turned pitch black, and their skin began to rot. They completely turned into monsters, just like zombies. Regarding what happened afterward, they attacked anyone nearby. Even family members were not spared. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was too late. The rain was pouring down, and almost no one who left their house could escape. Meng Yao also carefully mentioned that the military and the Cultivator Association tried to control the situation, but they didn't know what these monsters were. Even the spiritual energy attacks had limited effects on them. Mo Chu was silent for a long time. Eventually, he could only grit his teeth and mutter, the whole of Xincheng has turned into a city of the dead. Meng Yao lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. She replied in a low voice, that's right. Lin Tian looked serious and got straight to the point. Did the people from the military and the Spiritual Cultivation Association also turn into monsters? She shook her head slightly. Not everyone. A portion of the people who were hit by the first wave of rain turned into monsters, but most managed to avoid it. This answer made Lin Tian even more confused. Then where are they? Meng Yao pointed and replied with 3 short words. Disappeared. Mo Chu raised an eyebrow, suspiciously asking, what do you mean by disappeared? She slowly explained. We detected an extremely powerful energy signal on the high tower in the center of Xincheng. That signal looks like a gathering point for abnormal spiritual energy, which might be the cause of this disaster. According to her, the military and the top leaders of the spiritual cultivation world decided to send people to investigate. But Meng Yao paused for a few seconds and sighed miserably. Everyone who went to investigate disappeared. Mo Chu's face changed instantly. Lin Tian, standing nearby, rubbed his chin in thought. Disappeared? Mentioning this, Meng Yao's eyes grew sad. No bodies, no calls for help, and no signs of a struggle. They were as if swallowed by this city, never to return. Right at that moment, Lin Tian whispered, interesting. I have a piece of news that might solve those riddles. The news he revealed immediately shocked Meng Yao. Before coming here, I sent Gao Tianlin to the afterlife. She stammered, confirming, You killed Gao Tianlin? He was a peak stage 9 spring reservoir cultivator. Lin Tian didn't answer, silently acknowledging it, and said seriously, before he died, he told me that the strange changes in Xincheng were not an accident, but were caused by someone. He specifically emphasized the second half of the sentence, and that person is at least a stage 3 iron vessel cultivator. Meng Yao shook her head frantically, acting like it was unbelievable. How could there be a stage 3 cultivator in Xincheng? The strongest power in all of Xincheng was Gao Tianlin. Mo Chu also questioned it with doubt. That's right, brother. Could Gao Tianlin have fabricated a story to trick you, just to save his own life? Lin Tian replied flatly, his tone extremely certain. He had no need to lie to me before dying. So, you should all think carefully. Right at this moment, the rain poured down heavily again. Meng Yao subconsciously looked up. A drop of purple-blue rainwater gathered in her palm. Meng Yao was panicked and urged the two beside her. Leave quickly. It's raining again. Lin Tian was about to leave, but he felt something and immediately whipped his head around. He stood there, thinking, Knowing your dog is dead, you took the initiative to find me? Mo Chiu saw him standing still and shouted anxiously, "Brother, hurry and get in the car." At the same moment, a skeletal hand was creeping onto Lin Tian's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "I said there was a stage 3 iron vessel cultivator, didn't I?" The next second, a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Dark attribute spiritual energy surged out. Seeing that, Mo Chiu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted frantically, "Watch out." Lin Tian didn't flinch at all. He even smirked. "So, you're the one behind the disaster in New City?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw a decisive punch behind him without changing his expression. The opponent was sent flying, rolling across the cold ground. Mo Chiu's eyes fell on the person, suddenly stunned. At that moment, the dark spiritual energy on the opponent began to fade, revealing their true appearance. Mo Chiu grew more certain of his suspicion. They were military personnel. But in the blink of an eye, the body vanished completely. Only the protective armor remained, abandoned in the corner. Lin Tian had not anticipated this turn of events, and his eyebrows knit together. His sharp gaze lingered on the figure opposite him, his heart filled with doubt. Vanished? While Lin Tian wasn't looking, lines of pitch-black spiritual energy quietly crept toward his feet. The very next second, a bizarre figure suddenly pounced toward his back. The opponent clearly had ill intentions. Sharp claws were waiting to strike Lin Tian. Mo Chiu happened to see this scene. He yelled anxiously to warn him, "Big brother Lin Tian, watch out." He was momentarily startled and immediately whipped around, his cold, sharp gaze scanning the thing in front of him. Mo Chiu, on his side, didn't hesitate to use his skill to slice through space, just as that bizarre figure lunged toward Lin Tian. Mo Chiu had successfully created a spatial tear right next to him. The movements of that bizarre figure were blocked, and it vanished quickly. At the same time, Mo Chiu drove the SUV up to Lin Tian and shouted urgently, "Big brother, get in the car, fast!" The car sped off, the engine roaring amidst the pouring rain. Mo Chiu focused on driving, gritting his teeth and muttering, "What exactly is that thing?" Right at that moment, Meng Yao looked back and panicked, announcing, "It's bad. It's not dead yet." Not far behind them, thick, purple-black mist was churning violently. In no time at all, they merged together and took the shape of a black panther. It growled aggressively a few times, then accelerated to chase the three of them. Mo Chiu was terrified. "It can even shapeshift?" In the nick of time, Lin Tian turned his head and asked Meng Yao, "Su Meng Yao, where is the signal relay station?" She was slightly dazed, asking, "Why do you want to know that?" Lin Tian explained briefly, "This mad dog is a third-stage iron vessel level expert sent to hunt us down." Mo Chiu frowned upon hearing that. "No way, right?" Lin Tian asserted seriously. "It's 80% likely his doing. I dealt with Gao Tianlin, and now he's come for revenge. As long as we take him out, whether it's this mad dog or the abnormalities in New City, everything will be over." Hearing this from his mouth, Meng Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Are you crazy? That's a third-stage iron vessel." Lin Tian acted as if he didn't hear, and repeated coldly, "Give me directions." The other side had no choice but to obediently guide him. "Go straight down this road for 15 kilometers. Then at the commercial district, turn left, and you'll see the signal relay station." The car sped at full throttle following the instructions. In no time, they were near the station area. The tires rolled quickly on the main road, accompanied by the rumbling engine. That bizarre creature was still crazily tailing them. It bared its teeth and growled ferociously. At the same time, the three in the car spotted the shape of the relay station not far away and yelled excitedly, "We're here!" The SUV slammed on the brakes, leaving a long trail of white smoke in the middle of the road. The creature had just managed to catch up to them. It lunged, fangs bared, to pounce. Lin Tian was the first to step out of the car, powerfully charging out to confront the creature. He threw a direct thunderflame palm at it. He shouted coldly, "Get lost!" The creature's body was torn apart and soon dissolved into nothingness. Once done, Lin Tian turned back to instruct the person behind him, Mo Thu, "Take Su Meng Yao and leave New City immediately." Mo Chiu was uneasy and quickly spoke up, "Big brother, I will fight alongside you." Lin Tian firmly refused. "Stop talking nonsense. Take her and go. Before a third-stage iron vessel, everyone is just a burden." He had said it to that extent, so Mo Chiu had to reluctantly comply. "Big brother, you must survive and come back." Having said that, he decisively stepped on the gas and steered the car in another direction. Mo Chiu clearly wasn't resigned. He told himself that if he had more power, he wouldn't let Big Brother risk it alone. At the same time, the car leaving was watched by someone standing up high, taking it all in. The opponent wore a black cloak, hiding their face. The corner of their mouth twitched slightly. Not long after, Mo Chiu and Meng Yao left. The black energy took form once again. The bizarre creature's two eyes flashed with a dangerous purple light, staring intensely at Lin Tian. He began to feel impatient, and even visibly annoyed. "You can't die, huh?" At this moment, clearly having no other choice, Lin Tian immediately channeled his spiritual energy and charged straight toward the creature. "Fine, let's play with you." He swung his hand, precisely embedding a thunder flame palm into the figure opposite him. He didn't stop there. Lin Tian's other hand had readied itself to throw the next punch without hesitation. He poured all his strength into slamming his fist into the bizarre creature. The figure opposite was sent flying, chaotic purple energy shooting everywhere. Lin Tian didn't change his expression, continuing to launch himself forward, waiting to deliver the final lethal blow. Just then, the figure before his eyes suddenly fluctuated violently, rising with streams of black-purple mist. Just then, a young girl appeared, her voice trembling as she cried, "Help me! Please, save me!" Lin Tian didn't fall for the trap at all, letting out a cold, dismissive huff. Cheap tricks. Before the other guy could even scream for help again, Lin Tian had already moved in, swift and decisive, to finish him off. In the blink of an eye, his opponent's face twisted in agony, letting out ear-piercing shrieks. Lin Tian showed absolutely no mercy. Pushing himself further, channeling a bit more strength, that thick, purplish-black mist was finally blown away, leaving not a trace behind. Once it was dealt with, Lin Tian pulled back his hand and let out an annoyed huff. He scanned his surroundings, muttering under his breath, "Let me see just how strong this third-stage Iron Vein realm really is." With that, Lin Tian strode toward the nearby building, pushing the door open without hesitation, stepping into the dark, silent space. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly. He stopped before a large pool inside the silent room, standing there, carefully observing the slightly rippling surface. Dark spiritual energy rose in waves. Lin Tian pondered for a long moment, thinking to himself that this water was exactly like the rain from earlier that created those monsters. Just then, he noticed a figure emerging from a nearby corner. The opponent smirked and said, "I didn't expect a Tier 2 Iron Pulse expert to be here." He spoke, then narrowed his eyes. "Looks like that loser Gao Tianlin didn't die in vain." Lin Tian stared at him coldly and demanded, "Are you the one who caused the disaster in New City?" The opponent nonchalantly admitted it. "That's right. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Tiancheng, a Tier 3 Iron Pulse expert." With that, he proudly introduced the water to Lin Tian. The water in this pool is spirit water, formed after the vengeful spirits and spiritual energy of tens of thousands of New City residents mutated. According to Tiancheng, with his will, this water could form all kinds of immortal, indestructible creatures. Speaking of this, he didn't bother hiding his smug expression, boldly declaring, "And I am the god of this land." Tiancheng strolled casually toward Lin Tian. He spoke slowly. "In the space after the recovery of spiritual energy, there are only a handful of people in this world who can reach a level like ours." He held out his hand and took the initiative. "Do you want to shake hands with me? In the future, you will be under only one person, and above 10,000. Tiancheng even made various promises. "You will have unlimited power, wealth, and beauties. We will create a new world order." But Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest flicker of interest, coldly cutting him off. "Are you done with the nonsense?" This reaction seemed to be outside of Tiancheng's expectations. He was stunned for a moment. Lin Tian immediately unleashed his spiritual power. Showing his clear disgust, he said, "If you're done, then you can leave." As soon as the words left his lips, he got into a combat stance. The lightning flames in his hand swirled into a small orb. Tiancheng, of course, wouldn't just stand there and take it. He immediately released his dark attribute spiritual energy to face him head-on. He didn't even bother dodging Lin Tian's attack. The moment the two currents of spiritual energy collided, the corner of his mouth curled up. Lin Tian took advantage of the momentum and threw a powerful palm strike. It slammed straight into the opponent's chest. Tiancheng finally couldn't maintain his smile. Beads of sweat broke out on his cheek. At the same time, Lin Tian put all his strength into the blow. Tiancheng's body stumbled backward. He struggled to keep himself standing, hanging his head low to hide the expression on his face. The very next second, Tiancheng suddenly let out two harsh, grating laughs. "Very good." He waved his hand, his tone incredibly arrogant. "Since you don't know what's good for you, then lie down here forever." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit water in the pool rippled violently. Dark figures swarmed upward into the air. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Tian finally grasped the situation. It seemed All those missing people had been refined into this dark water by him. Then, the next second, those figures all lunged at him simultaneously. Tiancheng's smug laughter echoed throughout the space, shouting, "Die at the feet of my army." Lin Tian didn't even flinch, slowly drawing the sword from his back. He whispered softly, "I'll release you all soon." True to his word, he put all his power into swinging his sword, unleashing his ultimate move, the Undying Saint Flame technique. With just a single strike, he wiped out the shadows that were about to reach him. Seeing this, Tiancheng was clearly dissatisfied. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it!" He clenched his fists and roared madly, "You brat! I want to crush you!" In an instant, Tiancheng's eyes turned completely white. He raised his hand and fired a jet-black stream of spiritual energy. Following the trajectory of the attack, his target was clearly Lin Tian. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy to create a defensive layer. However, the opponent's dark attribute spiritual energy still managed to pierce through. With no other choice, Lin Tian hurriedly leaned to the side, his movement somewhat strained. Even so, the side of his face was grazed by the attack, leaving a streak of bright red blood. Lin Tian's expression darkened suddenly. His spiritual energy can suppress my lightning flames? Seeing this, Tiancheng laughed gloatingly. "What's wrong? Scared?" He sneered. "Don't even think about running. I want to torture you slowly." Just like that, Tiancheng happily released his spiritual energy, aiming at Lin Tian. He slashed through every obstacle in his way, determined not to yield. However, the more he struggled against his opponent, the more the lightning flames around Lin Tian faded. At that moment, he paused, suddenly thinking, his spiritual energy isn't suppressing the lightning flames, it's corroding my lightning attribute spiritual energy. Opposite him, Tiancheng lifted his chin and spoke arrogantly. "You dare to be cocky in front of me with that pathetic lightning attribute energy? My underworld tide energy can corrode any attribute." He put on an arrogant air, looking down at Lin Tian. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, or don't blame me." Lin Tian was visibly annoyed, secretly calculating a countermeasure in his mind. Must think of a way. Just then, the system suddenly notified him. Detected that the host is being invaded by underworld tide energy. The host can fuse fire attribute and light attribute spiritual energy to generate sun flame spiritual energy, which counters the underworld tide. Lin Tian was immediately stunned, thinking, "I forgot I had switched to the light attribute energy earlier. Who would have thought it could be used this way?" Without a second of hesitation, he stood up straight and silently withdrew his lightning flame spiritual energy. Lin Tian stood there motionless, letting the underworld tide energy engulf his body. Seeing this, Tiancheng thought he had won. He bared his teeth in a contemptuous grin. "Given up already? Looks like you don't really have any substance, kid." Lin Tian didn't argue, closing his eyes to focus on channeling the energy within his body. Then, very quickly, a dazzling energy vortex caught Tiancheng's eyes. Fire attribute and light attribute spiritual energy collided, creating a shocking explosion of light. The power released was incredibly terrifying. Tiancheng hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands, his figure. Stumbling backward, he gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand it, his eyes showing clear horror. "What kind of spiritual energy is this?" Lin Tian said calmly. "This is the flame that can cleanse the darkness. Solar flame." The opponent was clearly unwilling to give up, growling loudly. "No, that's impossible. No one can cleanse my spiritual energy," he said, then crazily fired spiritual energy straight at Lin Tian. "Die." He stood firmly in his place. Enveloped in the spiritual energy of the sun flame, Lin Tian was losing his patience. He spoke in a cold, sharp voice. "If you don't have any other tricks, then this farce ends here." Jiang Tiancheng didn't bother to heed the warning, letting out a mocking sneer. "A second-stage Iron Vein shrimp, and you dare to act arrogant in front of me? I'll show you what true power looks like," he shouted, pouring all his energy into his ultimate move. "I didn't want to use this, but you forced my hand." In an instant, Jiang Tiancheng's appearance changed. His entire body was engulfed in jet-black spiritual energy, and the very next second, he was ablaze with killing intent, charging straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained completely calm, muttering, "You think becoming a monster is enough to beat me?" As Jiang Tiancheng's fist crashed down, Lin Tian put on a cold face and uttered, "You're digging your own grave." The heavy fist slammed down, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Jiang Tiancheng roared like a madman. "I'm going to turn you into minced meat." With that, he kept raining down punch after punch on the spot where Lin Tian had been standing. Each strike carried intense, murderous intent. Not stopping there, Jiang Tiancheng suddenly tilted his head back and took a deep breath. The next second, he opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of thick black mist, a tide of darkness surging forward. At that exact moment, a golden light suddenly flashed through the black fog, shooting straight at Jiang Tiancheng, leaving a deep cut on his shoulder. Lin Tian stepped out from the dazzling golden light, his voice firm and unwavering. "I told you, if this is all the power you've got, then die." Without another word, he waved his hand to unleash his next move, Sunflame Slash. Just as the attack was about to hit, Jiang Tiancheng was still screaming frantically, "No! This is impossible! My black water can't be purged." And then, in that desperate moment, he finally lashed out, using his trump card. A more robust, powerful form emerged, its whole body completely wrapped in spiritual energy. Seeing this, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. "So, this is your true body?" The opponent suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect you to push me this far," he bragged arrogantly. "That's right. I evolved into a higher life form long ago. I abandoned this human body." Jiang Tiancheng kept ranting, clearly declaring, "Right now, I'll let you taste the full strength of the third stage Iron Vein realm." He insisted stubbornly. "The me of now is the true invincible one." Lin Tian stood there unbothered and suddenly scoffed. "Invincible? Are you even sure you know who you're dealing with?" Saying that, he raised his hand and used an even higher level technique, Sunflame Profound Skill, Holy Flame Judgment. At the same time, cutting to another corner outside the signal station, Mo Chu asked anxiously, "Meng Yao, are you still unable to contact anyone outside?" She sighed softly. "No, there's still no signal, I'm afraid." Right then, the area behind them suddenly exploded, and flames shot up into the sky. The commotion was huge. Mo Chu slammed on the brakes, panicking. What was that? Both of them immediately turned to look back. What greeted their eyes was the building at the signal station collapsing. Meng Yao was stunned. "That's," Mo Chu shouted in excitement. "That must be Big Brother Lin Tian's ultimate move. Jiang Tiancheng is done for." He immediately grabbed the wheel to turn the car around. His voice could not hide his joy. "We don't need to run anymore. Let's go back and find Big Brother Lin Tian." Switching to the signal station area, Jiang Tiancheng collapsed, muttering, "Why? Clearly, I'm at the third stage Iron Vein. Why can someone at the second stage like you defeat me?" Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at him, letting out a cold huff. "Who told you that a second stage Iron Vein can never beat a third stage one?" Just before vanishing, Jiang Tiancheng laughed maniacally and left a final message. "They won't let you off. You have no idea who you've messed with. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Hearing these words, Lin Tian suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems there is someone else behind Jiang Tiancheng. While pondering, he suddenly spotted something floating in midair. This is soon after, Mo Chu drove the car back in time. As soon as he stepped out, he called out frantically, "Big brother." He rushed toward Lin Tian, asking anxiously, "Big brother Lin Tian, are you okay?" He replied calmly and concisely, "I'm fine." Meng Yao, following behind Mo Chu, silently harbored doubts. Just how strong is this guy called Lin Tian? She looked at the scene around them, unable to stop feeling terrified. This level of destruction, is this really something a human can do? Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. "I just took care of the mastermind here. His name is Jiang Tiancheng. Have you guys heard of this name before?" As soon as she heard that name, Meng Yao was startled. "What? Jiang Tiancheng?" She couldn't speak for a long time. "No way. That's impossible. Jiang Tiancheng is already dead. How could he still be alive?" Lin Tian showed a confused look. "What do you mean? Do you know him?" Meng Yao honestly recounted what she knew. Before the spiritual energy returned, Jiang Tiancheng was a death row inmate who had committed over 10 cases of brutal murder. According to her, she was in the military at the time, and on the day spiritual energy returned, she personally witnessed his execution. He was supposed to have died a long time ago. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Indeed, his final appearance saying he was a dead man wouldn't be an exaggeration. With that, he opened his palm to reveal an item. "I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life?" As soon as Meng Yao glanced at it, she immediately recognized it. The symbol of the Dawn Church. Hearing this, Lin Tian became even more curious. "The Dawn Church? What is that?" "Meng Yao." He lowered his voice. "Let me tell you. During the early days of the spiritual energy recovery, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed an organization. They believed that mutated spiritual energy is the final evolution of humanity, and that ordinary people are just useless trash hindering their efforts to establish a new order. A place where the strong rule and the weak are their prey, that is their creed." Lin Tian sighed, sounding exhausted. "Fine. Anyway, The Iron Vein Stage 3 expert is dead, and the crisis in Tan City has been resolved. Let's talk about these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. He had to go back to get some real rest. Meng Yao didn't stop him, but she stammered, Lin Tian, big brother, thank you for saving Tan City, and for saving me and Mo Chiu, she said, then pulled Mo Chiu along, urging him to bow and show his gratitude. Quick, thank him, Lin Tian replied indifferently. No need to be so formal. I was just doing a favor for someone else, so I took care of it while I was at it. Meng Yao paused, her face full of surprise. A favor for someone else? Lin Tian's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with meaning. There was someone who, upon hearing what happened to you, even forgot that she was injured herself. Right, Mo Chiu? Meng Yao? Hearing this, Meng Yao panicked and immediately checked on Mo Chiu. Mo Chiu, you're hurt? When did this happen? He scratched his cheek, feeling awkward, and stammered to change the subject. Lin Tian, big brother, are you talking about his best friend? Didn't you call her for help? Meng Yao suddenly remembered and exclaimed in a panic. I forgot to call Shen Feifei to tell her I'm safe. Scene changed to another city. The sky was clear, and warm sunbeams spilled through the window. A group of people dressed in formal uniforms sat around a long table, listening silently to the news. Yesterday morning, Tan City suffered an unprecedented spiritual energy contamination and black transformation disaster. According to the investigation, the incident left over 80% of the city uninhabitable and more than 10,000 civilians dead or injured. Shen, sitting at the head of the table, spoke with a stern face. How is the recovery work in Tan City going? A subordinate stood up immediately to report. Commander, the main roads in Tan City have been cleared. The citizens who were trapped by the infected have all returned to their homes. Shen exhaled with relief. The losses in Tan City were that low? That's all thanks to Lin Tian acting alone. The people in the room immediately began to buzz with discussion. That's right. If Big Brother Lin Tian had arrived any later, I can't imagine how many more people in Tan City would have died. I used to think he was just a bit more talented than everyone else. But now, it seems he's more than 1,000,000,000 times better. A moment later, Shen tapped the table hard, his voice turning serious. The disaster in Tan City has sounded an alarm. For us, he emphasized. Even though we don't know how the Dawn Church managed to resurrect the dead Jiang Tiancheng and turn him into an Iron Vein Stage 3 cultivator, we can be certain that there is some power behind them that is beyond our imagination. At this point, Shen issued a direct order. The military must increase surveillance on the Dawn Church, especially at their origin point, Northwest City. He added cautiously. Those in the Spiritual Energy Association must also support the military in these operations. Just then, Xuanfeng spoke up. Commander-in-Chief Shen, Northwest City is the core area of the Dawn Church, and it is also where they are most active. Our Spiritual Energy Association has sent elite teams many times, but not a single team has returned successfully. Implied by his tone, if the military wanted information on the Dawn Church, relying solely on the Spiritual Energy Association might not be enough. Shen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. I know. I will request the military to coordinate with you. We must find detailed information about the Dawn Church as soon as possible. The next second, he stood up abruptly and declared, finally, the issue of Lin Tian's identity must be upgraded to the highest level of security. Within the military, absolutely no clues related to him must be leaked. The crowd answered in unison. At this moment, Shen could confidently say that as long as Lin Tian is alive, our country will never perish. Scene changed to his villa. Night had fallen. Lin Tian struggled while carrying big bags and small packages, muttering, Shen Feifei, you call this ordering a little bit of food? Opposite him, Shen Feifei leaned unsteadily against the table, lifting a glass and shouting, For my hubby, cheers! Lin Tian couldn't help but feel helpless. You crazy girl, how much have you had to drink? You smell like a brewery. She threw herself into his arms, acting spoiled and calling him, hubby. Lin Tian could only pick her up, turned to look at the person nearby, and grumbled, You let her drink like this and didn't say anything? Leng Yue shrugged helplessly. I already told her. But she wouldn't listen. Lin Tian placed Shen Feifei on the sofa, his gaze lingering on Leng Yue, for a long while, making her feel uneasy. What is it? Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, You should smile more often. Otherwise, with a beautiful face like that, walking around with a stern look every day is such a waste. Leng Yue's cheeks flushed pink instantly. She was shocked inwardly. Did I just smile? A moment later, Lin Tian picked up a slice of pizza and asked softly, How are your parents doing now? Leng Yue answered honestly, Their condition is quite good. In another 2 or 3 days, they will be able to leave the life support. equipment, and move into the recovery phase. Mentioning this, she felt incredibly grateful to Lin Tian. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I—" He cut her off. "Don't be so formal. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the Iron Vein realm. By the way, can you now control the second attribute of your spiritual energy?" Leng Yue nodded, her eyes confirming it, her expression unable to hide her happiness. Scene changed to somewhere else. A silent night covered the buildings. The scene stopped at a building with an ancient atmosphere. The night air was damp and gloomy. In a large room, a group of people in white cloaks stood in a circle around a figure. Their hoods obscured their faces. One could only see them folding their hands and muttering something. One of them suddenly stood up and reported, "High Priest, the spirit tower in Tan City has been destroyed. Jiang Tiancheng has been killed." The faces of those around him changed simultaneously. They anxiously fixed their gazes on the person in the center of the circle. The figure stood there silently for a long time, not responding at first under the hood. A fierce, menacing eye appeared, and a deep, gravelly voice echoed throughout the room. "Who did this?" Yan Luo hung his head slightly. He reported, "It was a cultivator named Lin Tian." The high priest's eyes widened. He yelled furiously, "Just a measly cultivator dares to become an enemy of our Dawn Church?" The high priest raised both hands, speaking arrogantly. "This is not just a challenge to the Dawn Church, but a blasphemy against the gods. Anyone who dares to oppose the servants of the gods must pay the price." The subordinates of the Dawn Church shouted in unison. "Pay the price! Make him pay!" The high priest turned his back, speaking to Yan Luo. "I leave this matter to you. Lin Tian must die." Yan Luo sat down, bowed his head, and replied, "Understood. I will follow the divine oracle." Yan Luo raised his head, his voice filled with murderous intent. "Lin Tian must die." The members of the Dawn Church shouted together. Lin Tian had to stop. The scene shifts to the sun gradually setting behind the mountains as Leng Yue appears at Lin Tian's house. She adjusts her combat gear while standing opposite him. Lin Tian speaks up. "Let me see what level of progress you've made." Leng Yue stands motionless, eyes cast downward, silent for a long moment. Suddenly, she moves, pushing off the ground and dashing rapidly toward Lin Tian. Leng Yue swings her leg powerfully to attack him, her kick coated in a layer of frost. She pivots, switches legs, and launches another kick at Lin Tian. He nimbly sidesteps, successfully dodging the attack, and waves his hand forward. Leng Yue retreats a few steps. Lin Tian's voice rings out. "Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten your basic physical training. Show me what happens when you fuse your elemental spiritual energy." Leng Yue steps back, clenching both hands. In an instant, spiritual energy gathers in her palms, one hand turning icy cold. Green lightning sparks from her other hand. Leng Yue thrusts both hands forward, firing a surge of spiritual power straight at Lin Tian, who raises one hand. A shield materializes, neutralizing her attack. Lin Tian's voice echoes. "Wrong," he says coldly. "That is not fusion. You are just firing two different types of elemental spiritual waves, one after another." Lin Tian advises her to calm down and stop thinking about how to release it. Instead, think about how to blend them first. Puzzled, Leng Yue closes her eyes as spiritual power vibrates around her body. Energy emerges from her palms. Her voice resonates. "Blend, balance, obey my command." Leng Yue opens her eyes and thrusts her hands forward as the spiritual power transforms into an attack and flies toward him. Lin Tian is slightly surprised. He stands still, letting her attack fly toward him as a wall of ice erupts from the ground, surrounding him. Leng Yue covers her mouth with one hand, shouting in worry. "Lin Tian!" She runs toward him, asking, "Lin Tian, are you okay? I didn't mean to do that." Lin Tian stands motionless, calmly shattering the ice layer around him. Leng Yue is slightly startled. She covers her eyes with both hands as the ice fragments fall. Lin Tian speaks up. "Not bad. You've finally turned them into your own power." Lin Tian places a hand on Leng Yue's shoulder and tells her, "Remember that feeling. Next time you fight, use your spiritual energy with that rhythm." Lin Tian walks toward the mansion, waving at her. "All right, that's enough training for today. Go to the hospital and visit your parents. I'm going to grab something to eat." Leng Yue watches him walk away and softly replies, "Okay." Scene changes. The sky gradually turns dark as the sun has already vanished. Outside Lin Tian's mansion, Yan Luo and his henchmen gather. One of them asks, "He lives here?" Truongka holds a photo and replies, "That's right, this is the picture of Lin Tian." Lin Tian's image appears. Yan Luo arrogantly says, "This brat actually managed to kill that loser Tuang Tianthan?" Nhanke, standing behind him, adds, Tuong Thien Thon certainly doesn't compare to you, sir. After all, you are an expert at the 4th level of the Iron Vein stage. Throughout the Dawn Church, who doesn't know the name Bai Yan Luo? Shen Dan Nan chimes in. The military and the spiritual association are truly blind, treating someone who looks like he just started training a few days ago as the strongest cultivator? It's laughable. Yan Luo quickly orders, Let's go. Fast and decisive. We can't keep the priest waiting. The 3 henchmen shout in unison. Understood. At the entrance of Lin Tian's house, as he walks down the steps, he mutters, What should I eat tonight? Hot pot or beef noodles? I also want some barbecue. Just as Lin Tian steps off the landing, the 3 henchmen charge, shouting, Get lost, Lin Tian. Lin Tian stands calmly, lightning crackling around his body. The lightning strikes down. Trong Ke, Nan Ke, and Shendan Nan are instantly taken out. All 3 hit the ground. They are unconscious from his strike. Lin Tian frowns and says, Come out, I know you're here. Yan Luo steps out and replies, Tuong Thienthon's death at your hands was not unjust. Lin Tian looks at Yan Luo and asks, Are you one of those people from that church? Yan Luo replies, That's right. I am Bai Yan Luo of the Dawn Church, tasked with eliminating those who oppose the church. Yan Luo narrows his eyes, arrogantly saying, Today is your death day, Lin Tian. Yan Luo waves his hand, and dozens of ice crystals fly toward him. His voice booms, Freeze into ice cubes for me. Lin Tian stands calmly. The crystals fly toward him. Lin Tian puts his hands in his pockets and effortlessly neutralizes the attack. Yan Luo cries out in panic. How is this possible? You actually blocked my move completely? Lin Tian suddenly speaks up. I have a question. You lot from the Dawn Church. Lin Tian's face shows clear anger. He says in a low voice, Are you tired of living? Yan Luo says angrily, You are insulting the glory of the Dawn Church, you arrogant brat. Pay the price for your disrespect. Yan Luo raises a hand, and a dark spiritual power gathers in his palm. Yan Luo smiles and continues. Surrender. This is the erosion wave, a wave that even Iron Vein experts wouldn't dare take head-on. Yan Luo thrusts his hand forward. The spiritual power surges toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian says, with boredom, flashy and wasteful. Yan Luo shouts arrogantly, It's too late to beg. For mercy now, Lin Tian. Your time has come. Lin Tian extends a hand, and a light flashes from his palm. He thrusts his hand forward. A source of energy erupts from his hand, firing forward and neutralizing Yan Luo's attack. Yan Luo panics and screams in fear. What kind of spiritual energy is this? A flame envelops Lin Tian's body. He replies, This is something that can counter your power. Yan Luo turns to run. He thinks, This brat is definitely not a normal cultivator. I'm no match for him. Yan Luo runs rapidly toward the back. He decides, I have to run. Lin Tian's spiritual power surges outward. He says, My house is not a place you can just come and go as you please. A spiritual manifestation gradually emerges from Lin Tian's power. Yan Luo tries to run as fast as he can. After a while, he glances back, thinking, Yan Luo felt a strange sensation. What is this? Suddenly realizing something, Yan Luo's eyes widened in horror. From behind, Lin Tian was approaching with his massive spiritual entity. Yan Luo Lin Tian's entity raised a hand. Yan Luo screamed in terror. What is this? Lin Tian's entity slammed its hand down into the ground. The earth shattered, and rocks flew into the air. Yan Luo was completely defeated. His voice was faint. What kind of power is this? Lin Tian walked over slowly and spoke. Now, I ask, and you answer. Yan Luo struggled, shouting angrily despite his severe injuries. Lin Tian stepped on Yan Luo's face and asked, Tell me, what exactly is your Dawn Church? Who founded it? Yan Luo lay motionless on the ground, his voice weak. The Dawn Church is the will of the gods. It appeared when the people of Northwest City prayed for hope. In Yan Luo's mind, an image of a monster attacking a city appeared. He recounted how, at that time, Northwest City suffered a supermutation-level crisis. The Spirit Energy Association and the military were completely wiped out. No one survived. Everyone thought it was certain death. An image of the High Priest appeared. Yan Luo's voice continued. Just then, a powerhouse holding a blood-colored scepter and wearing a golden mask descended from the sky. He called himself the High Priest of the Dawn Church. The story continued as the High Priest destroyed the mutated monster. Yan Luo continued. The High Priest handled the supermutation all by himself. The image of the people beginning to worship the High Priest appeared. Yan Luo's voice continued. Since then, Northwest City has only believed in the Dawn Church. Yan Luo shouted decisively. We are the apostles of the gods. You mortals have no right to question our doctrine. Lin Tian responded coldly. That's a lie for children. Don't deceive yourselves. Do you even know how strong a supermutation monster is? Have you ever actually seen one? Lin Tian kept his foot on Yan Luo. He continued, I have reviewed the documents on the Dawn Church. You run rampant on the streets of Northwest City, burning, looting, and taking the lives of others. You are nothing but an evil cult, relying on lies to bewitch the masses and expand your power. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and concluded, those who call themselves your divine messengers are just using abnormal abilities to oppress unarmed civilians. Yan Luo retorted, that is a necessary sacrifice. Without absolute order, humanity will fall into chaos. Someone must always be willing to sacrifice. Lin Tian's face was cold as ice. He whispered, that's right. Someone must always be willing to sacrifice. Lin Tian raised a hand toward Yan Luo, energy gathering in his palm. He said, then, why don't you sacrifice yourself now? In the blink of an eye, a massive bolt of lightning struck the spot where Lin Tian and Yan Luo were. The scene shifted to midnight at the Dawn Church's cathedral. In a room, the high priest's voice echoed, are you saying that Bai Yan Luo, whom I dispatched, was also dealt with by Lin Tian? A subordinate reported, that is correct. The other 3 members of the church who accompanied Bai Yan Luo have also perished. The high priest's thoughts manifested. Northwest City is my territory. The faith I worked so hard to build absolutely cannot be destroyed by a stray dog-like cultivator. Lin Tian must not be allowed to live. Absolutely not. The high priest suddenly exclaimed, as expected, just as the prophecy I saw foretold. A subordinate kneeling on the ground looked up in confusion. A prophecy? Another asked curiously. High priest, what kind of prophecy have you seen? The high priest pointed a hand toward the sky. He began to speak. A heretic, clad in the power of lightning. He will be called a hero by many, but he is the starting point for the collapse of the world. He will bring disaster, chaos, betrayal, and destruction. The high priest raised both hands and spoke eloquently. For the safety of the Northwest, for the glory of the dawn, we must take the initiative to attack and root out the source of that catastrophe. The subordinates of the Dawn Church shouted in unison, drive out Lin Tian. Protect the dawn, the high priest continued. I have seen the catastrophe of the future. That cultivator named Lin Tian will be the sinner who ends the order of the human world. His spirit energy will devour the foundations of order and life. He must be brought to Northwest City immediately to be judged by the dawn. The scenes just now were just a replayed recording. The screen was suddenly cut off by someone. Shen held the remote and said, when this prophecy was announced, the online network exploded. Our military is mobilizing opinion groups to delete posts, block accounts, and sever the chain of transmission, but we can't delete it fast enough. Shen Feifei suddenly spoke up. Are those people brain dead? How can they believe such obvious manipulation of public opinion? Leng Yue, who was sitting nearby, replied, they don't believe in the prophecy. They are afraid of the unknown. Shen continued, in any case, it is best for everyone to stay home these next few days and not go wandering around. I will arrange an elite team to provide 24-hour protection. Shen looked at Lin Tian and said to him, Lin Tian, right now, you are not only our most important strategist, but also their primary target. Lin Tian suddenly stood up, and he said coldly, we'll assign an elite team to provide you with round-the-clock protection. Shen looked toward Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, you're not just our most important strategic asset, but also their #1 target. Lin Tian suddenly stood up and said coldly, there's no need for protection. I'm heading out. Shen shouted in frustration. Head out? Are you out of your mind? Everyone in the Dawn Church is out for your blood right now. Shen looked at Leng Yue and said, Leng Yue just leveled up, and she's been looking for a place to sharpen her combat skills. Wait. Shen hesitated, his voice wavering. You don't mean Lin Tian's tone was ice cold. The high priest had better be actually capable of taking down those super mutated monsters. If not, the Dawn Church deserves to be wiped out. On the screen, a crowded waiting hall appeared, with people bustling about. Shen Feifei stared at the screen and muttered, after the spiritual energy revived, there are way too many idle people. Lin Tian walked over with 2 drinks and asked, what's wrong? Upset about something? She turned the screen toward them and said, look at these people. Every single day they just curse at each other online. Don't they have anything better to do? On the screen, there was a flood of vulgar, insulting comments. Shen Feifei gritted her teeth in rage. I'm impressed, honestly. I should just blow up the broadcast towers and send these losers to a brick factory. At least laboring is a contribution to the country. Lin Tian, don't be so angry. Once we arrive, they will all shut up. She took the glass of water from his hand and reminded him. The two of you still need to be careful. Although we don't know exactly what abilities the High Priest of the Dawn Church possesses. Wait a moment. Phi continued with a serious expression. I heard his prophetic abilities might be real. Thanks to those visions, he has found talented cultivators who were buried in obscurity, and he relies on them to support the Dawn Church. You frowned in surprise and asked, "Oh? He even has that kind of power?" High above, a white jet was soaring through the blue sky. Elsewhere, a follower knelt and reported, High Priest, the cultivator named Lin Tian has boarded the flight, headed straight for the northwest. The High Priest thought gloomily, if you walk right into the trap, don't blame me. He stood up, raised his hands high, and shouted, My followers! Just now, during my meditation, I received a sign. A cultivator named Lin Tian will bring disaster and destruction to our northwest lands. The followers below were shocked. What? How could that be, High Priest? What should we do? The High Priest raised his voice to calm them. Do not worry. The light of dawn will shine upon everything. The deity has shown us how to protect our homeland, he said sinisterly. Believers, stand up with sincere hearts. For the Northwest. For our deity, let Lin Tian know that Northwest City does not welcome him. The followers knelt down. As you command. The deity has decreed. We volunteer to head out and meet the enemy. We must let Lin Tian know he is not welcome here. The entire airport appeared shimmering under a starry night sky. In the distance was the skyline, with high-rise buildings glittering with lights. Elsewhere, a noisy crowd held up signs protesting Lin Tian's entry into the city. They screamed, We vehemently protest. We cannot let that demon enter the city. The High Priest said he will destroy everything we have. Right. Regardless of whether Lin Tian has saved anyone or not, this place does not welcome him. The followers shouted into megaphones. The light of dawn has brightly illuminated the northwest. Darkness is not allowed to intrude. Lin Tian must be judged for his sins. Lin Tian looked down from a high-rise building, wondering, have these people been brainwashed to this extent? He said indifferently, using faith to manipulate people's hearts. This high priest really knows how to play his games. Leng Yue, standing beside him, asked curiously, What should we do now? These are all ordinary people. We can't actually attack them, right? Lin Tian countered. Why not? He answered his own question. Because they chose to believe in a deity. Lin Tian wore a cold, stern expression. Then let them see if their deity can save their lives or not. The crowd spotted him and stirred. He's here. Look, it's that jinx. Immediately, they swarmed toward Lin Tian. Don't let him in. Lin Tian, get out. His feet stood firm on the ground, surrounded by golden lightning sparks, emitting a powerful surge of spiritual energy. The overwhelming spiritual power radiated from Lin Tian's body. The lightning crackled around him, striking the noisy crowd. The crowd was stunned and terrified by the scene before them. The followers turned pale, trembling in fear. Is this really Lin Tian? How is this spiritual intensity so strong? Lin Tian said coldly. Judging by your clothes, you must be the followers of the Dawn Church, right? He channeled his inner power. A sphere of crackling lightning appeared in his hand. Since you believe so strongly that your deity exists, let me see if the god you worship can save you from the hands of a demon like me. The followers, seeing this, immediately scrambled to run away. But they hadn't even taken a few steps before they were struck by the lightning. The surrounding crowd was horrified by that display of power. Lin Tian asked with a straight face, Are there any more followers left? Suddenly, one person stammered, I just remembered I forgot to turn off the gas stove at home. Another girl added in fear, My mom told me to come home for dinner. I can't be late. The crowd immediately dispersed in a flurry. I wasn't here to join the cult. I just came to pick someone up. I'm in the wrong place. Me too. Me too. Leng Yue looked at the fleeing crowd with disdain. They were so fanatical just a moment ago. Now that 3 people dropped, they're all scattered. Lin Tian explained indifferently. They were never truly fanatical. They just gave themselves an excuse so they wouldn't have to think or take responsibility. True belief is not maintained by fear. She glanced at him and asked, What do we do next? Lin Tian replied coldly, Tell that high priest he should resign. A follower walked slowly among his peers. He knelt on one knee and reported respectfully, High priest, we have found a young girl with high potential spiritual aura. She is about 17 years old, with rare talent. I have specially brought her here. I hope you can personally verify this. The high priest gave a lazy, Oh? Let me see. 2 followers dragged the girl in. Her face was covered in bruises, and she was gasping for air. He slowly stepped down the stairs toward her. The high priest lifted her chin. Not bad spiritual energy. And her appearance isn't bad either. The deity has brought you before me. How could I neglect the deity's arrangement? He stared at her. Surrender everything to the deity. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered, and large and small rocks came crashing down. The followers knelt in confusion, looking upward. What's happening? A familiar voice rang out from above, manipulating hearts, twisting black into white, bullying the innocent. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy, floating in midair looking down. Your church should vanish from Northwest City. Both of them, Lin Tian and Leng Yue, landed on the ground, surrounded by followers. The high priest glared at him. Lin Tian, you are so bold. How dare you break into the temple? Lin Tian retorted. Compared to a temple, I think terrorist organization is a better fit for your scum. If you came here to die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Immediately after, the high priest raised his hand to order. This is your burial ground. Followers, destroy them, he shouted. Kill. Facing them, Lin Tian remained calm and still, while Leng Yue had already entered a combat stance. Before she could rush forward, he quickly raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Lin Tian channeled his spiritual energy, his entire body glowing with lightning. This time is for you to train. As for this trash, I will clear them away for you. The very next second, all of them were sent flying by his lightning flame slash technique. The high priest retreated in terror, watching his followers being blown away. He was lying on the ground, dripping with sweat, disbelief in his eyes. What? No, this is impossible. Lin Tian darkened, his voice cold. Don't worry. To deal with a peak Springwell realm cultivator like you, I don't need to lift a finger. Your opponent today is her. Leng Yue suddenly appeared in front of the high priest, her hands surging with spiritual energy. He clutched a weapon, radiating dark energy, bracing himself. As their two powers collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The high priest's eyes widened in shock. What? Leng Yue coldly unleashed her move. Ice reflection strike. Instantly, that terrifying force sliced across his neck. The mask on the high priest's face cracked from the sheer force. He gritted his teeth, groaning as he clutched his chest, which had been frozen solid. He asked in pain, "What kind of spiritual artifact is this? It can actually freeze my own energy," she continued, summoning sharp shards of ice aimed directly at him. The high priest immediately scrambled backward to dodge the attack, but unfortunately, one shard pierced his leg, forcing a scream of agony from him. Leng Yue gathered her inner energy, hovering in the air as she looked down at him coldly. Lin Tian smirked, praising her. Not bad. Leng Yue can already hold her own against a peak Springwell fighter. Surrounded by waves of freezing energy, Leng Yue declared icily, "It's over." No sooner had she spoken, another long icicle flew rapidly toward the high priest. It was aimed straight at his heart, her technique, the ice heart piercer. The high priest sweated, gritting his teeth in frustration. "No, my Lord God of Dawn, save me, save me." Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Leng Yue gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. What's happening? Lin Tian's face was now terrifyingly grim. He stared intensely at their opponent. A deafening roar shattered the air. A monster named Tai Yan suddenly appeared in a massive form, standing before Lin Tian and the high priest. The priest crawled on the ground, shouting, "My Lord God of Dawn!" Leng Yue asked in confusion. "What is this thing?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and replied, "It seems this is the true form of the Dawn Church." Tai Yan growled, asking the high priest, "Why have you summoned me?" He crawled on the ground, answering in fear, "My lord, these people broke into your temple and slaughtered your followers." It replied with disdain, "You pathetic coward. Disturbing my slumber for such a trivial matter?" Immediately after, Tai Yan raised its sharp claws. Dark red spiritual energy crackled. The high priest's body suddenly surged with dark energy. His eyes bulged, mouth hanging open as he screamed like a madman, losing all sanity. The high priest's eyes turned completely white. He let out a final, agonizing howl. Both Lin Tian and Leng Yue stood frozen, watching the high priest in silence. Tai Yan radiated a wave of dark energy, its voice booming. "You're next," Tai Yan sneered. "You pathetic little ants. Since you've awakened me, you will compensate me with your flesh and blood." As it spoke, a deadly energy began to pour out from its body. Leng Yue coldly unleashed her ice shards. Perfect timing. The ice shards instantly pierced through the body of the monster, Tai Yan. She stared at it, a sly smile on her face, and scoffed with contempt. Tai Yan broke into a wide grin, even as the ice shards continued to run through its body. Suddenly, the areas around the wounds erupted with dark spiritual energy. Leng Yue frowned, bewildered. What? Tai Yan smiled, satisfied. Your spiritual energy is truly delicious. As it spoke, it opened its massive maw. A wave of oppressive energy surged from Tai Yan's throat. I'm going to devour you completely. Immediately, Leng Yue summoned a massive block of ice to block Tai Yan's attack. She gritted her teeth, channeling her energy and shouting, "Runic ice blades." A sharp blade of ice shot forward, aimed straight at it. Tai Yan easily bit the ice blade to pieces with its sharp teeth. Shards of ice flew everywhere. Leng Yue watched the scene, stunned. How is this possible? Suddenly, a flame of immense power erupted from behind her. The fire immediately struck Tai Yan, causing it to let out a roar. Lin Tian's voice echoed, "You've done well enough." Powerful flames ignited around his entire body. "Leave the rest to me. Let's end this farce." Lin Tian surged forward, unleashing a blow aimed at Tai Yan. His eyes were sharp as he locked onto the beast, executing his technique, Thunder Flame, Explosive Slash. Tai Yan didn't back down. It opened its mouth wide, gathering sinister spiritual energy. Brilliant golden light and crackling blue lightning swirled together. They spiraled into a mysterious purple center. A massive wave of golden energy poured down like a waterfall, striking the ground hard, causing earth and stone to explode outward. Leng Yue was blown far away by the force, along with falling debris. She fell to one knee, thinking, is this the power of the Iron Pulse realm? Will I ever be able to reach this level of strength? On Lin Tian's hand, a massive force was gathering. It was his technique, the Thunder Flame world-ending slash. He then hurled the energy straight at Tai Yan. The monster was struck by the oppressive power, causing Tai Yan to roar in pain. The blast hit the creature head-on, leaving Tai Yan completely stunned. Lightning crackled from the blast, engulfing the beast's body. Tai Yan's entire body exploded. It let out a final, agonizing cry of, "No." After finishing it off, Lin Tian landed on the ground. Leng Yue looked at him in shock. Lin Tian tilted his head, glanced at her, and said, "Let's go." Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed out. "So delicious," Tai Yan said, satisfied. "Your spiritual energy is so fragrant." Dark energy surged violently around the monster's body. Tai Yan stood up and looked down at them. "I'm going to devour you. I'm going to take your power for my own." Lin Tian sneered mockingly. "That all depends on whether you have the life to spare." With that, he lunged forward. "Come, let me see just how many times you can resurrect." The two figures collided, unleashing waves of power that rippled across the area. Lin Tian swung his blade, landing a ruthless, decisive strike on his opponent. The slash cut deep into Tai Diem's body, tearing it open, but just as quickly, the flesh began to knit itself back together, healing before his very eyes. Lin Tian leaped high into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready for the next strike. He looked down at Tai Diem, wondering to himself, how exactly is he regenerating? Tai Diem flashed a jagged, toothy grin. "Your spiritual energy is delicious once I devour you. The entire Northwest City will become my domain." Lin Tian glanced at Tai Diem, his mind racing. A domain? Could it be? He observed the creature carefully, calculating his next move. No matter how intense their battle had become, the creature had never once moved away from the area around the church. Lin Tian raised his sword, lips pressed thin as he questioned himself. "Is the secret to your immortality hidden beneath this church?" Finished with his thoughts, he swung his blade down with lethal intent, instantly cleaving Tai Diem in two. Debris erupted from the ground, hovering in the air as it revealed the corpses buried beneath. Those horrific, lifeless bodies floated eerily above the water below. Lin Tian looked down with a glare. "So, that's it. Just as I thought, you're relying on devouring their spiritual energy to maintain your immortal body." Tai Diem lunged forward immediately. "Since you've learned something you shouldn't have, you must die today." Lin Tian suddenly curled his lips, flashing a faint, bone-chilling smile. In the next heartbeat, Lin Tian shouted an order, "Leng Yue, seal the altar. Now." She followed his command instantly and dashed off. Understood. Seeing the situation turn dire, Tai Diem grew anxious. "Oh no!" It raised its claws high, roaring a warning. "You dare!" Lin Tian channeled his internal energy, hovering before Tai Diem. He stared the creature down with a cold, stoic expression. "Did I say you could leave?" Lin Tian glared fiercely, raising his hand to command, "Stay put." The creature opened its mouth, gathering a ball of malevolent energy. But Lin Tian didn't give Tai Diem the chance to finish charging. He fired a blast of energy directly at the creature. His brows furrowed as he watched his opponent intently. Shangguan watched in fear, thinking, I need to find a way to escape him immediately. Meanwhile, Leng Yue was secretly observing everything, waiting for the right moment. She gathered her energy and launched an attack. Ancient, glowing characters emerged, shining brightly. She gritted her teeth, clasping her hands together to manipulate the ancient script. The glowing symbols flickered over the freezing ice, and massive, razor-sharp ice shards erupted from the ground. Driven by Leng Yue's power, Tai Diem shrieked in terror. No, my life source. Lin Tian soared into the air, dodging Tai Diem's attack. He hovered high above, calmly observing his opponent. Lin Tian glanced at the creature with a dark expression. Turning one's back on an enemy was a grave mistake. With that, he raised his sword high, and a brilliant, blinding light erupted from his body. In the next second, Lin Tian gripped his sword and slashed down with massive force. The strike sliced straight through Tai Diem's body, making it scream in agony. Purple and gold energy collided violently. Tai Diem looked up. You destroyed my source. I'll make you pay for this. Lin Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. This isn't good. It's trying to self-destruct. A brilliant gold beam of spiritual energy shot out into the distance. It radiated wicked, evil energy as it roared, "Go to hell with me." He pulled Leng Yue close to him and said, "Hold on to me tight." Immediately, Lin Tian scooped her up and dashed away from the area. Tai Diem opened its maw, roaring as it formed a burning red sphere. That orb of fire grew rapidly, swallowing everything in its path. Lin Tian landed safely with Leng Yue on the rooftop of a nearby building. She blushed as she looked up at him, saying shyly, "Thank you," Lin Tian warned her. "Stay alert. It's not over yet." Leng Yue couldn't help but be shocked. What? Black fragments floated in the air amidst the ruined building. In the shattered space, jagged, crimson bolts of lightning surged with immense power. The atmosphere was suddenly ripped apart by the violent, blood-red lightning, which then spiraled into a massive, blood-colored energy vortex. From the heart of that energy, beast-like creatures with glowing red eyes and powerful, muscular bodies emerged. They charged forward, screeching and howling. Down on the main road, the beast horde rampaged across the streets. Leng Yue prepared to jump down. "I'll go stop them." But Lin Tian stopped her. "You can't stop them," he explained with a serious look. "There are too many civilians in the city. We can't use large-scale spells. If we accidentally hurt anyone, the consequences will be far worse than the monsters themselves." She asked, worried. "Then what do we do?" Lin Tian picked up his phone. "It's time for the military to step in." Inside the military command center, a hurried voice rang out. "We've detected abnormal spiritual energy readings." The team stared at the surveillance screen in horror. "Hundreds of spiritual energy signatures are closing in on Northwest City." "Wait, no, it's a beast horde. Do we need to intervene by force?" But the city hasn't finished evacuating yet. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Lin Tian is calling." Someone answered immediately, "Put it through. Answer it now." Lin Tian's voice boomed. "I am in the center of Northwest City. The Tai Diem Church has been destroyed. A mutated beast released a spiritual self-destruct, releasing a horde of mutated monsters before it died. The situation is critical. These monsters are charging toward the city. Mobilize every combat unit available. Coordinate with the Spiritual Energy Association to set up a perimeter outside the city to cut off the horde's advance." The commander immediately issued the order, "Relay my command. All Northwest Garrison forces, move out immediately. Coordinate with Lin Tian to surround and eliminate the beast horde in Northwest City. Do not let any civilians get hurt." Down on the main street, the beast horde was viciously chasing people. The crowd was terrified to the point of tears. "Great priest of the Tai Diem Church, save us. Oh gods, please have mercy on us." Suddenly, a beast lunged, nearly grabbing someone. That person could only scream in terror. Elsewhere, a beast was rapidly chasing a young woman. The poor girl tripped and fell, hitting her head against the ground. The beast opened its maw, closing in to snatch its prey. The girl screamed in panic, "Gods, save me!" Just as she finished speaking, a surge of overwhelming power slammed down before her, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lin Tian gripped his sword, looking down with a cold, detached gaze. The woman who was rescued kept on crying. A god has appeared. A miracle has occurred. Please save us." Lin Tian glanced at her and said in a low voice, "There has never been any god, nor any savior. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself." Amidst the crowd rushing in a panic, Lin Tian scanned his surroundings. Something's not right. Leng Yue, hearing him say that, asked curiously, "What is it?" Lin Tian slowly analyzed. That guy built such an enormous religious organization. At this scale, there's no way he would willingly turn to ashes in an act of self-destruction. He darkened, speaking his own hypothesis. I don't think he truly self-destructed. He is hiding, within the beast tide. He intends to flee during the chaos. She couldn't help but wonder, what you're saying makes sense. So, are we going to charge into the beast tide to find him? Lin Tian replied with a grunt and said, yes, but just leave the searching to me. Hearing that, Leng Yue was stunned and objected. No, I can't leave you to face this danger alone, he said calmly. You're in charge of organizing the evacuation in the northwest and keeping everyone safe. At the same time, keep in touch with the incoming military to report the situation here and secure our rear. She was reluctant, but Lin Tian gently patted Leng Yue's head. It's decided. Besides, you're much better at dealing with the military than I am, she said sadly. I understand you must promise to survive and come back. With that, Lin Tian leaped away, leaving Leng Yue standing there alone. He quickly landed on the ground, surrounded by a horde of beasts. Seeing Lin Tian, they roared and lunged toward him. With just a bolt of lightning, Lin Tian easily took them down. He walked slowly past the beasts, their bodies charred black by his strike. He controlled the lightning, frowning as he muttered, "Let's see where you're running to." Scene shift. In a large high-rise building, Zhao Zhao clutched her head and scolded, "Wu Ming, have you lost your mind? A weakling like you, why play the hero?" Her eyes were filled with sorrow. "Because you're my girlfriend," Wu Ming said, head bowed. "If they break down the meeting room door later, I'll hold them off. You take the chance to run. As long as you can make it out of the company, you'll be safe." Zhao Zhao burst into tears. "What nonsense are you saying? How could I ever leave you here?" Just as she finished speaking, a group of men violently smashed through the door. Lei Ying smirked wickedly. Finally, a chance to have some fun. He licked his lips and said lecherously, "That's right. Dressing so slutty every day, I can't take it anymore." Zhao Zhao pointed at Lei Ying, warning him, "Don't come any closer. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon." He just looked at her with a cold expression. "Who cares about the police now?" The thug beside him added, "The monsters that broke in earlier couldn't even be killed by gunfire. The world outside turned into hell a long time ago." Lei Ying then lunged forward while yelling, "I'm going to die anyway. I'm definitely going to enjoy myself. One last time before I go, with no regrets." But suddenly, Wu Ming sprang up, shouting as he shoved him away. He glanced at Zhao Zhao and screamed, "Run!" Luo Luo, looking worried, stepped forward to stop him. "How? Don't do this!" Right before Zhao Zhao's eyes, Wu Ming took a heavy punch to the stomach from Lei Ying. Blood sprayed from his mouth as all three men swarmed him, beating him relentlessly. Giving up on defending himself, he curled up and took the brutal kicks and punches in silence. Zhao Zhao's eyes welled with tears as she grabbed a chair, held it high, and cursed, "You animals, go to hell!" But she was quickly slapped hard across the face by Lei Ying. "You filthy bitch!" Zhao Zhao was left dazed by the blow. She collapsed to the ground, and he grabbed her hair, laughing lewdly. "The harder you struggle, the more excited I get." She gritted her teeth as tears streamed down her face. "You scum!" Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the wall, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The three men were sent crashing backward. Lin Tian appeared in the hole in the wall, looking around. "That's not right. He's not here." Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth, struggling to sit up, and whispered to herself, "Xiao Tian, why is he here?" She worriedly called out, "Xiao Tian, be careful." Hearing a familiar voice, he turned to see his aunt. Lin Tian quickly helped Zhao Zhao stand up. "Why are you here, auntie?" she said with difficulty. "This is my company. Have you forgotten? Didn't you used to come here for your part-time job?" His eyes widened as he remembered. "Ah, that's right. Auntie's company is in Northwest City. How did I forget that?" Lin Tian looked at the people on the floor and asked, "Who are they?" "Your co-workers, auntie. And isn't this your boyfriend? Why is he covered in injuries?" He glanced at the hole in the wall, feeling a pang of guilt. "Oh no. Is this because of me?" Zhao Zhao hurried to push Lin Tian away. "Xiao Tian, hurry and leave. These people are bad news." The men struggled to their feet and asked, "Boss Tan, where do you think you're going?" She hurriedly stood in front of him. "He's just a kid. Please, leave him alone." Lin Tian opened his mouth, realizing everything. "So that's how it is." He turned cold, standing in front of Zhao Zhao. "Auntie, don't worry. No one who harms you will walk out of here alive." Lei Ying stepped forward, hands on his hips, and roared, "Hey kid, stop acting tough. Do you think you're some kind of savior?" Juming picked up a metal pipe and shouted, "Exactly, stop pretending. Today I'm going to smash your skull in with this pipe." Zhao Zhao stood nearby, full of anxiety. She called out, "Lin Tian, be careful." Lin Tian stood calm and still. Ming rushed forward and swung the pipe at his shoulder. Suddenly, Lin Tian's body erupted with a burst of spiritual energy, directly knocking Ming backward. As Ming flew away, Lei Ying and Leng Yuegyun were startled. They quickly jumped aside to dodge Ming. Ming's body slammed into the nearby wall, and blood immediately poured from his mouth. Lei Ying and Leng Yuegyun froze, staring in horror at Ming, who lay motionless on the ground. Lei Ying suddenly dropped to his knees, pressing his hands together toward Lin Tian, pleading, "Big brother, have mercy. Please, spare us." Leng Yuegyun also quickly chimed in. "We were just momentarily possessed by the devil." Lin Tian was silent. He stood still for a moment until Leng Yuegyun's voice rang out again. "Please let us go. We won't do it again. We know we were wrong." Lin Tian walked slowly toward them. A surge of power emerged from his palm as he said in a low voice, "You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're about to die." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from behind Lin Tian, sending debris flying. A demonic hound appeared. It bared its sharp teeth, its eyes darting toward Lin Tian. The demonic hound widened its eyes, opened its mouth, and let out a furious roar. Having finished, it charged forward. It headed straight for its target, Lin Tian. Behind him, Lei Ying smiled, mocking, "Serves you right. Why act so tough now?" Leng Yuegyun, beside him, laughed loudly, jeering, "Let that disgusting thing tear him into 1,000 pieces." The demonic hound lunged, its massive claw reaching out, intending to strike Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned, his eyes sharp and icy, fixed on the opponent before him. Lin Tian reached out his hand, grabbing the demonic hound by the throat. His power seemed to erupt as a brilliant golden light burst from his palm. He completely dominated the demonic hound in an instant. A shimmering ball of lightning appeared, and the demonic hound's body was hit with tons of damage. It gradually vanished. Jiao Jiao looked toward Lin Tian, her face showing clear amazement. Lin Tian was hovering in midair. He turned his head to look at Lei Ying and Leng Yuegyun. He spoke up, "Now it's your turn." Lei Ying and Leng Yuegyun were terrified. As they ran, they said, "Big brother, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." Lin Tian closed his eyes and raised one hand. Lin Tian's spiritual energy began to churn and flow outward. Quick as lightning, Lin Tian fired 2 energy bullets. They flew straight toward Lei Ying and Leng Yuegyun, taking them both down instantly. Lin Tian landed near Jiao Jiao. He called out to her, "Let's go." Xiao Jiao Jiao widened her eyes, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Little Tian, did you turn into a superhero?" Lin Tian sighed softly and said quietly, "After everything in the Northwest City settles down, I will slowly explain it to you, Auntie." The scene shifted. Lin Tian and Jiao Jiao walked toward the building's gate. He opened the gate and stepped outside. Out on the street, countless beasts were attacking the people. Someone being attacked by them cried out helplessly, "Help me!" Jiao Jiao held Wu Ming with one hand and said to Lin Tian, "Little Tian, maybe we should stay in the company and wait for rescue?" Lin Tian frowned and said softly, "I have other things I need to do." Lin Tian stepped forward and instructed Jiao Jiao, "How about this? Everyone stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon." Lin Tian walked away slowly. He calmly stepped toward the fierce beast tide. The beast tide seemed to notice Lin Tian's presence. They let out a roar. The beasts collectively charged toward Lin Tian. He stood calmly, eyes scanning the enemies rushing at him. The beast tide approached Lin Tian, their roars echoing through the space. Lin Tian frowned. A massive surge of power erupted from his body. Lin Tian stood motionless for a moment, releasing a vast amount of spiritual energy from within. Lin Tian drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands. Lin Tian fixed his eyes on the enemies and swung the sword hard toward the beast tide. A slash that shook the very space was unleashed by Lin Tian. It collided directly with the beasts in front. A flame appeared. It engulfed the entire body of the beast tide. They let out a painful roar. In an instant, the beast tide was consumed by the attack. The path ahead of Lin Tian was clear of enemies. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Lin Tian was slightly startled. He turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. Leng Yue and the military were heading toward Lin Tian. She called out worriedly, "Lin Tian." Leng Yue approached and asked caringly, "Lin Tian, are you hurt?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." Lin Tian turned to Jiao Jiao and Wu Ming. He told Leng Yue, "Right. This is my aunt and her boyfriend. Can you help me take them to a safe place?" Leng Yue frowned and quickly replied to Lin Tian, "Sure, leave it to me." Jiao Jiao looked at Lin Tian and said loudly, "Little Tian, where do you still want to go? Come hide with us." Lin Tian scanned the area and replied softly, "I can't. The monster's true form is still hiding there, Lin Tian said in a low voice. I have to find it, and settle everything at once. The scene shifted. A monster was pierced through by a blast of energy, and it let out a cry of pain. Lin Tian appeared, gripping his sword tightly. His power was surging out. Lin Tian scanned his surroundings and thought, the spiritual energy flow is too abnormal. This is bad. Around Lin Tian were ruins. His mind realized, the spiritual energy here is all flowing downward. There must be a secret hidden beneath this church. Lin Tian looked at the wall in front of him. He was certain, this wall is too solid. Something's not right. Lin Tian raised a hand and placed it on the surface of the wall before him. As if sensing something, Lin Tian frowned. His mind concluded, indeed. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and a deep, dark basement appeared before Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, looking down into the basement, and thought, found you. The scene shifted. Deep in the basement, a cold wind blew, and the surrounding space was covered in darkness. Inside a tunnel, Tai Yan was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, the voice of Shangguang resonated. Why have you become this weak? Experiment 02, Tai Yan. Tai Yan replied softly, Master, the religious association was destroyed, and my source of power also disappeared. Shangguang asked in a low voice, you have the strength of a 5th stage bloodline. Who could have hurt you? Tai Yan trembled, its voice sounding weak. It was a human named Lin Tian. Shangguang glared and said, Lin Tian, a human? You failed against an ordinary human? Tai Yan bowed, its voice trembling. He is not an ordinary person. He also possesses bloodline strength, and it is certainly no lower than a 3rd stage bloodline. Shangguang replied coldly, don't talk nonsense. How long has it been since the Earth's spiritual energy recovered? Humans who can reach the bloodline stage can be counted on one's fingers. If he had really reached the bloodline stage, how could I not know? Tai Yan's face showed clear tension. Shangguang's voice rang out. Furthermore, even if he were a 3rd stage bloodline, you are a 5th stage bloodline monster. A 5th stage losing to a 3rd stage only proves that you are a failed product. Shangguang continued, and we have no use for failed products. Tai Yan hurried to defend itself. Master, my power was accumulated only by consuming all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He destroyed the altar of the church. Without the altar, I am not even at the 9th level of the Fountain Realm. Tai Yan bowed its head, begging Shangguang, Master, please give me one more chance. I will definitely take care of Lin Tian. Tai Yan raised its head to look at Shangguang and explained, his spiritual energy is extremely pure. If I can consume him, I will truly complete the transformation process. By then, I will truly be useful to the organization, much stronger than I am now. Shangguang raised his hand forward, and a surge of dark power erupted. His voice boomed, so be it. A magic circle instantly appeared beneath Tai Diem's feet. Thuong Quang continued, I'll give you one more chance. Suddenly, tentacles erupted from the ground. They wrapped tightly around Tai Diem's body. As the tentacles coiled around her, she let out a terrified shriek. In an instant, the tentacles faded away, revealing a spherical container inside. Thuong Quang narrowed his eyes and growled, I hope you don't disappoint me this time. The scene shifted to Lin Tian. He suddenly felt the space around him vibrating. Lin Tian stared straight ahead, thinking to himself, it seems I found the right place. Ahead of him, a dark, bottomless tunnel slowly emerged. Lin Tian walked through the tunnel and suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw a red orb floating in midair. Lin Tian walked toward the orb, his eyes fixed on the mysterious object before him. Lin Tian reached out slowly, intending to examine the thing in front of him, when a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. So, that waste Tai Diem was right after all. Your strength has truly reached the 3rd stage of Iron Vein. Lin Tian quickly spun around, shouting in alert, Who's there in the shadows? Shangguang spoke up. You're the Lin Tian that Tai Diem mentioned, right? Hearing this, Lin Tian was puzzled. Tai Diem? Is he a monster from the Dawn Church? Dawn? What are you talking about? Are you his accomplice? Shangguang smiled, replying arrogantly. Accomplice? Does it deserve me? I am a member of the Eternal Glory Palace. You can call me Wen Xuan. Shangguang raised a hand and explained, We are sick of this rotten world and are determined to use a new order to replace the old ruins. Lin Tian continued, Is the Dawn Church one of the new orders you people created? Shangguang rested a hand on his chin, thinking as he replied, A failed experiment, but not entirely without value. Lin Tian's voice dropped. I don't care what experiments you're running, but since you've laid a hand on me, a surge of power erupted outward as Lin Tian warned. Don't blame me when I send every single one of you to meet the Grim Reaper. Shangguang smiled, responding, "Save that talk for when you're still alive." As soon as he finished, Shangguang's spiritual energy manifested. A circle appeared beneath his feet. Shangguang vanished, his voice fading away. "Just let it play with you for now." A loud sound echoed. Lin Tian was instantly on guard, turning his head to look behind him. On the surface of the red orb, cracks began to appear, and suddenly, the orb shattered into pieces. Ma Yuan appeared and let out a roar. Ma Yuan looked toward Lin Tian, shouting in fury, "Lin Tian, I will tear you to pieces." Lin Tian frowned, responding calmly, "Just woke up and already in a rush to leave?" Scene changed to outside the city. Ash from the fires drifted everywhere in the air. Tha Uyen sat nearby, covering her eyes with both hands. The little girl wailed. "Mommy!" Black Xuan appeared, let out a screech, and charged toward Thon Vu and Da Quan. Both of them raised their guns at Black Xuan and fired continuously. The bullets flew toward Black Xuan, but the armor on its body neutralized the shots completely. Da Quan looked toward Tha Uyen. He said to Thon Vu, "There's a survivor over there, look." Da Quan suddenly turned to Thon Vu, urging him to use that thing. Thon Vu drew a knife infused with spiritual energy and lunged straight at the enemy. Thon Vu stabbed the knife into Black Xuan, and it writhed in agony. Thon Vu stepped back a few paces. Black Xuan collapsed, its mouth gaping wide as it let out a final screech. Black Xuan grew weaker until it lay motionless in a pool of red blood. Da Quan approached and helped Thon Vu up while he was panting from exhaustion. Thon Vu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing we have these supplies from the Spirit Association. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to finish this thing off." Da Quan looked toward Tha Uyen. He hurriedly reminded Thon Vu, "Go check on that child." Da Quan approached and comforted Tha Uyen. "Little one, don't be afraid. We are here to save you. Where is your mother?" Tha Uyen looked up, sobbing uncontrollably. "I don't know." Da Quan turned to Thon Vu. He ordered, "First, take this child to the military headquarters. We also need to replenish our ammunition." Thon Vu replied softly, "Understood." Thon Vu carried Tha Uyen in his arms, saying, "It's lucky that big brother Lin Tian rushed into the middle of the monsters. Otherwise, where would we have found the time to save anyone?" Da Quan replied, "That's true. I heard he only needs to wave his hand to slice a monster in two. Just like a superhero." Da Quan said to Thon Vu, "If only I were as strong as him. That would be great. How is big brother Lin Tian doing now?" Thon Vu speculated, "I guess he's reached the monster's lair. For the Northwest City operation, he must be credited with the main victory." Suddenly, a fierce fire burst out right in front of Da Quan and Thon Vu. Da Quan's eyes darted forward, and he gasped in shock. It was Ma Yuan, appearing with his wings spread wide to both sides. He roared in rage. Da Quan retreated a few steps, shouting in fear, What kind of monster is that?" Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Attention! A high-level unknown spiritual creature has appeared deep within the church's crypt. Spiritual energy fluctuations have exceeded the 3rd stage of Iron Vein. Everyone, be on high alert." Thon Vu turned pale, blurting out in shock, "Beyond the 3rd stage of Iron Vein?" Da Quan's face showed pure terror as he muttered, "It's over. The Northwest City is done for. Humanity is finished." Ma Yuan looked up to the sky and let out a roar that shook the very space around them. Da Quan stood motionless, saying to Thon Vu, "Look, it's wailing." Da Quan looked up and speculated, "Could someone be fighting it?" Above, Lin Tian was battling Ma Yuan. Da Quan's voice rang out, "Big brother Lin Tian." Da Quan cheered. "That's right, we still have big brother Lin Tian," Thon Vu affirmed. "Only big brother Lin Tian could do something like this." Thon Vu's voice dropped. "The whole Northwest City know. All of humanity is relying on him." Lin Tian and Ma Yuan lunged at each other. The two attacks collided, creating a massive pillar of energy. The wind around them began to howl. The ground nearby suddenly cracked and shattered, sending rocks flying into the air. Ma Yuan raised a hand and shouted, "Lin Tian, let me see what the true strength of the 3rd stage of Iron Vein looks like." Lin Tian clenched his fist, his eyes focused intently on the enemy before him. Lin Tian swung his arm forward with force. Their two fists collided, shaking the earth and sky. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized something. His eyes widened. It seemed Ma Yuan's strength was greater than before. In the blink of an eye, the force of Ma Yuan's blow sent Lin Tian flying backward. Lin Tian was thrown far away, his body slamming hard into the ground. Ma Yuan looked down, acting arrogant. "Is this the strength of the 3rd stage of Iron Vein? You are no match for me at all right now." Lin Tian sat motionless amidst the rubble. Suddenly, a notification sounded. "High-level fire attribute spiritual energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. What? I can actually absorb its spiritual energy? Lin Tian pushed off his feet and lunged toward Ma Yuan, whispering to himself, how could I waste such good spiritual energy? I'll absorb it. Ma Yuan laughed loudly. You want to risk your life against me? Utterly foolish. Ma Yuan opened his mouth and unleashed a massive surge of power. Ma Uyen reached out, grabbed Lin Tian by the body, and let out a boisterous laugh. He sneered, is this truly your full strength? How pathetic. Pathetic? Lin Tian lowered his head slightly. A thought flashed through his mind. Now is the time. Lin Tian spread his arms wide and a burst of flames enveloped his body. Ma Uyen burst into laughter, mocking him. Then allow me to put an end to your miserable life. Just as he seemed to realize something, Ma Uyen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He scanned his surroundings, wondering to himself, what is happening? Why is my spiritual energy fading so rapidly? Ma Uyen raised a hand, questioning, why is my spiritual energy dissolving into the air like this? Ma Uyen looked toward Lin Tian, shouting in disbelief. Could it be? Lin Tian smiled and replied, what's wrong? Weren't you going to end my life? Why aren't you moving? Ma Uyen's voice began to stutter as he screamed, you are absorbing my spiritual energy. Lin Tian relaxed his stance and said, I must say, I've been treated to a truly delicious meal. As a token of thanks, let me send you on your way. Sweat beaded on Ma Uyen's forehead as he stammered, no. Ma Uyen hurriedly beat his wings, trying to fly far away from Lin Tian. He screamed, I don't want to die. Lin Tian reached forward, and in an instant, a wall of fire appeared, blocking Ma Uyen's path. Lin Tian frowned. He said in a deep voice to Ma Uyen, I'll give you a chance to leave. Ma Uyen glared at Lin Tian and roared, Lin Tian, since you insist on seeking your own death, then let's go down together. Ma Uyen turned back and flew straight toward Lin Tian. Ma Uyen's voice echoed, die. Lin Tian drew his sword, flames coating the blade as he declared, the one who deserves to die is you. Lin Tian lunged forward, delivering a fatal slash to Ma Uyen's body. Blood instantly gushed from Ma Uyen's mouth. His voice was weak. Impossible. I clearly had Lin Tian glanced back, his eyes razor-sharp, fixed on his enemy. He whispered, the farce is over. Ma Uyen's body gradually dissipated, leaving only a flicker of flame floating in the air. Scene change. After the final battle, time flows into the night at Lin Tian's mansion. In the dining room, the table is filled with various dishes, steam rising from the hot food. Dao Dao grabs a beer can. She brings it to her lips and takes a big gulp. After placing the can back on the table, she exclaims excitedly, that hits the spot. After surviving that, this drink tastes amazing. Lin Tian looks toward Dao Dao and reminds her, Aunt, please, drink less. Don't you need to take Uncle to the hospital tomorrow? Dao Dao waves her hand, brushing it off. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not drunk, Lin Tian retorted. That's what all drunks say. Lin Tian said to Dao Dao, don't you go corrupting Leng Yue and Shen Fei. If you keep this up, I won't be able to handle a house full of alcoholics later on. Leng Yue looked away, acting shy as she said, it'll be a long time before I get drunk. Shen Fei picked up her glass and reassured him. Don't worry, Lin Tian. They can't outdrink me. Suddenly, Dao Dao jumped up and asked, oh, by the way, little Tian, I almost forgot. Now that you're so strong, which one of these two are you planning to marry? Shen Fei held her glass, her cheeks suddenly flushing red. She looked at Lin Tian, waiting for an answer. Leng Yue also looked toward Lin Tian. She wore a gentle smile. Suddenly, Shen Fei hugged Lin Tian's arm and excitedly chirped, do you even have to ask? Obviously, both of them. Times have changed now. Shouldn't a powerful man have multiple wives? Lin Tian placed a hand on Shen Fei's head. He gently reminded her, don't talk nonsense. Lin Tian looked down, responding coldly, the world is in chaos. Only when there is peace. Will I consider marriage? Shen Fei muttered. Well, it's settled then. Just then, Lin Tian's phone started ringing. Shen Fei glanced down and wondered, Grandfather? The screen displayed the words, Shen Zhenchuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Lin Tian picked up the phone and walked away. He said to Dao Dao, I'll take this call. You all continue. Lin Tian stepped onto the balcony and answered, Commander Shen, are you looking for me? Shen's voice came from the other end. Kid, Lin Tian, the battle in the Northwest City, it was fortunate that we had you. On behalf of the military, I thank you for saving the lives of so many citizens. Lin Tian replied calmly. It's not worth mentioning. I only did what had to be done. Is there a reason you're calling me so late? Shen replied, that's right. The reason I'm looking for is that the military has discovered a mysterious secret realm. Because of this, the military is inviting the leaders of the spirit associations from all over to discuss a strategy. Do you have time to come over? Lin Tian was silent for a moment before saying, I understand. I will be there immediately. Scene change. Before a room door, a sign hangs above with the words, Military Briefing Room. Inside the room, Thak Fong frowned and said, Spiritual energy is recovering rapidly. Who wouldn't have their realm skyrocket? Based on what is Northern City bragging about? Min Ka crossed his arms and replied, You guys are only good at talking big. If you actually fought, let's see how many strikes you could take. Vu Lin Tian jumped up and said discontentedly, In this era, every 3 days someone breaks through, and in 5 days someone achieves greatness. Who here isn't a prodigy? The group in the meeting room started arguing. What did you say? What now, you aren't convinced? Say that again. Hao Duong raised both hands, trying to calm the chaotic crowd. Stop arguing. We are here to find a solution, not to fight among ourselves. Lin Tian walked in, and seeing the whole scene, he remarked, How lively. The arguing crowd suddenly stopped. They were startled to see Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked forward slowly and said, Sorry, I'm a bit late. Lin Tian said to everyone, Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Thak Fong and Vu Lin Tian fell silent. They moved toward the conference table and sat down. Everyone around sat in their chairs, eyes intently watching Lin Tian. Hao Duong sighed in relief. As expected, only Big Brother Lin Tian can suppress this group. Hao Duong held a pointer to the screen, where a map appeared, and his voice resonated. According to the analysis of spiritual energy fluctuations over the past week, at the edge of the southwest desert an extremely unusual spiritual energy resonance point has appeared. Hao Duong pointed to a line on the map and continued. This area originally had no spiritual energy. Now, a stable but intense spiritual pulse reaction has erupted. According to our preliminary assessment, it's a secret realm that has formed recently. Lin Tian looked toward Hao Yang, exclaiming in surprise, A new secret realm? As the screen reflected an image of the Earth, Hao Yang continued his explanation. It's not just here. Across the globe, at least 5 other areas have recently experienced similar spikes in spiritual energy. According to our intelligence, those places also have new secret realms appearing. An image of someone cultivating flashed on the screen as Hao Yang explained. Those who have explored these new realms say, Inside, there's a type of spirit fruit that can help anyone break through to the vessel refining realm on the spot. Everyone in the room looked at each other. They started chatting excitedly. Lin Tian crossed his arms with a smile, thinking this was the perfect chance for the Lingyue Association to break through to the vessel refining realm. A while later, at Commander Shen's office, he looked at Lin Tian and asked with a smile, So, how was the meeting today? Did it go smoothly? Lin Tian calmly replied, That secret realm isn't much of a challenge for me, but it would be great to bring Lingyue and the others there to boost their strength a bit. His eyes then suddenly turned serious as he asked, Since you asked to see me, I assume there's something else? Commander Shen nodded slightly and sighed. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. There is indeed something else I need your help with. As he spoke, he reached for a file and handed it to Lin Tian. Commander Shen explained slowly, That secret realm we discovered is actually the second one. The first one was already snatched up by someone else over a week ago. Lin Tian frowned upon hearing this and asked, You couldn't control the first secret realm? Commander Shen's face turned awkward as he sighed. It's not that we couldn't control it. We were beaten to it. The opposing side is a mysterious force. In just a few days, they've already cultivated an expert at the vessel refining realm. Hearing this, Lin Tian asked suspiciously, And so, this person became the local kingpin? Commander Shen nodded. Yes, he has directly occupied Changtian City, bypassed the local government, and imposed a lockdown on the entire city. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Got it. I'll go take him out. Hearing his agreement, Commander Shen happily said, Thank you. Things like this that divide the country need to be stopped. That evening, at Lin Tian's house, he gathered the 3 members of Lingyue to explain everything. No original text provided for this segment, continuing with context. That's how it is. After listening, Lingyue frowned and asked, So, should we still participate in the mission to this secret realm? Lin Tian nodded firmly. We are definitely going. But this time, due to the special circumstances, everyone will have to face the dangers on their own. He told Lingyue and Wu Qing to be extremely careful in the secret realm. He had already contacted Mo Chu, and he would be going with the 2 of them. Fei Fei asked suspiciously, If they are going to the secret realm, then where am I going? Lin Tian explained slowly. I heard that the person who occupied the first secret realm is a self-proclaimed emperor. He has obtained fire-attributed spiritual energy, so this time, you will come with me. Fei Fei immediately exclaimed excitedly. Deal! I will definitely work hard on my cultivation. If Lin Tian remembered correctly, shortly after the spiritual energy burst in his past life, a true catastrophe descended. This time, he wouldn't let that happen. He had to be strong enough to protect everything he cherished in this doomsday world. While Lin Tian was lost in thought, Lin Yue suddenly hesitated and asked, Lin Tian, are you hiding something from us? Lin Tian was slightly startled, glancing at the three of them. Before speaking slowly, right now, spiritual energy is erupting violently everywhere. You must increase your strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's very likely you won't survive the next stage. Hearing this, the three of them gasped in surprise. The next stage? Lin Tian didn't explain further and said seriously, all right, for now, don't overthink it. Just rest up and prepare to leave for Changtian City. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room in Changtian City, a man was surrounded by women, laughing triumphantly. Two beautiful women sat on his lap, their cheeks flushed, shyly bowing their heads and letting him do as he pleased. The man bragged loudly, corporations, capital, the government, none of them are worth a penny in front of me. Just then, a frantic voice came from outside. Boss, we've caught a traitor. Hearing this, the man frowned and ordered, bring him in. Immediately, a subordinate pushed the door open and reported, Boss, it's this brat who was secretly contacting the military. He said that the guy didn't just reveal they were holding the secret realm, but also planned to act as a contact to receive the cultivators sent by the military. The man wasn't panicked at all and calmly said, it doesn't matter. It's just an ordinary cultivator from the military. He can't cause any trouble for now. Once I fully devour the power in this secret realm, not just this city, but the entire nation will have to bow before me. The subordinate frowned and asked, Boss, what about the military side? How should we deal with it? The man replied coldly, find a few people to pose as contacts, then slaughter the cultivators the military sends. It's just like raising dogs. He then hoisted the two women onto his shoulders and left the room. The next morning, a plane landed in Changtian City. No original text for this segment. Continuing with context, Lin Tian and Fei Fei walked out slowly. Seeing them, a man stuck his head out of a car and shouted, You're from the military, right? Miss Shen Fei Fei? Hurry up and get in. Lin Tian and Fei Fei quickly climbed into the car and left. As the driver drove, he laughed and said, I never expected the military to send such a beauty to assist us. Fei Fei pouted, You've got a silver tongue. Are you the one responsible for the contact with the military? What's your contact ID? The driver replied calmly. My contact ID is Coconut Chicken. Fei Fei nodded slightly and asked, Where are we going now? The driver hurriedly replied, First, we'll go to an underground bar. There are people there who want to join me in rising up against Wei Qingshan. While the two were talking, Lin Tian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. You're not the contact teenager, are you? This remark startled the driver. Even Fei Fei's expression darkened. But the driver quickly regained his composure and said, Huh? What are you talking about? I am. But before he could finish, Lin Tian coldly cut him off. Coconut Chicken uses his left hand and has a southwest accent. Not only are you not left-handed, but your accent is all wrong. Before I kill you, do you have any last words? The guy immediately slammed on the brakes in a panic, and the sound of tires screeching against the road was deafening. The car stopped quickly on the side of the road. The driver spoke coldly. You're very smart, but smart people don't live long. Shen Feifei saw that he had admitted it, furrowed her brow, and asked, Was the person who came to pick us up really captured by you? The driver snorted coldly and replied, That's right. You guys will be reunited with that brat very soon. Hearing this, Lin Tian curled his lip in disdain. May I ask one thing? Do you really think you can do it alone? That's more than enough, the driver shouted. Then, he unleashed his power. Boom! In an instant, the car exploded. The driver quickly jumped out and landed safely on the ground without a scratch. He laughed triumphantly and said, Both of your heads will be my gift to Master Wei. But the moment he finished speaking, the driver's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Because through the smoke and fire, Lin Tian and Shen Feifei were walking out slowly. Lin Tian said calmly, It's perfect. Use him to practice. You will have to face these kinds of fights often from now on. Shen Feifei nodded slightly and replied, Got it. Hearing that only Shen Feifei was stepping forward, the driver laughed maliciously and said, Little girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Feifei curled her lip in contempt. Let's see what you've got. Immediately after, both of them lunged at each other like moths to a flame. It was just that Shen Feifei's attack speed was a bit faster. She landed a punch that made the guy's nose bleed. He stumbled back, his face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? You're just a girl. But while he was distracted, Shen Feifei lunged again and grabbed both of his arms. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered, "This makes no sense." Unfortunately, Shen Feifei didn't show any mercy and gave him a kick. The driver was sent flying and slammed hard into Honest, the guardrail on the side of the road. His back instantly let out a sound of breaking bones. He angrily cursed, "You bitch!" But before he could finish, he saw Feifei charging at him ferociously. The driver's eyes narrowed in terror. He immediately smashed his head onto the ground and began begging incessantly. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me." He said he would take the two of them to find coconut chicken. The guy was barely hanging on by a thread. Shen Feifei said coldly, "I'll give you one more chance. If you try to pull any tricks again, I'll twist your head off and use it as a soccer ball." The driver nodded frantically. "I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare." After dealing with the guy, Shen Feifei walked up to Lin Tian and asked with a smile, "So? Was my performance excellent?" Lin Tian nodded in praise. "Extremely good." A while later, at a base within Changtian City, in a dark basement with only a flickering light, there was a young man tied up. But at this moment, hearing footsteps, he looked up. He saw Lin Tian and Shen Feifei. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Shen Feifei spoke up quickly. "You're Coconut Chicken, right? We were sent by the military to rescue you." Coconut Chicken trembled and muttered, "Prove your identity." Shen Feifei replied calmly, "You once told me your online account name wasn't based on your taste in food, but your sister's favorite food, and that your sister has passed away." Hearing this, Coconut Chicken finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, everyone. You guys are too good." Shen Feifei rushed to untie his chains, reassuring him constantly, "Stay strong, I'll take you to the hospital." Coconut Chicken shook his head slightly and said, "No need. While I'm still conscious, let me report to you," he said. Wei Qingshan was originally the vice president of the Changtian Spirit Energy Association. Half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Changtian City. The president of the Changtian Spirit Energy Association took him there to investigate. Unexpectedly, he killed the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure within. Shen Feifei gasped in astonishment. "What? He killed the president of the Changtian Spirit Energy Association?" Coconut Chicken nodded and replied, "That's right. Wei Qingshan used the treasure from the secret realm to successfully advance to the Iron Vein realm. Then he started causing chaos in Changtian City. He told the two of them to leave quickly. You two are no match for Qingshan. He has reached the Iron Vein realm strength, while Feifei had only reached the peak of the Spring Well realm." Especially regarding her partner, Coconut Chicken said he couldn't feel any spirit energy from Lin Tian. Lin Tian heard this and was a little surprised, but quickly asked, "Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like?" The young man nodded slightly and replied, "I caught a glimpse of it once. It looked like a red key." As soon as those words were out, Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. "A red key? Could it be the one I'm thinking of?" Just then, Coconut Chicken suddenly realized something. He shouted in terror, "Oh no! This is Wei Qingshan's aura. He's here." Sure enough, before long, another figure appeared in the room. Qingshan smiled mockingly and said, Well, the legendary justice has arrived, has it?" Shen Feifei glared at him and asked suspiciously, "Are you Wei Qingshan?" Qingshan stared at her and licked his lips, saying in a perverted voice, "The girl sent by the military has a nice figure. If you're willing to be my concubine, then I can show mercy and spare your life." These words made Shen Feifei furious. She gritted her teeth. "You're courting death." However, he didn't care about her anger. He snorted with contempt. "Since you refuse a toast only to drink at a forfeit, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, spirit energy erupted from around him. Seeing this, Coconut Chicken shouted, "You too, run away! He is in the Iron Vein realm now. You can't beat him." At that moment, Qingshan lunged fiercely and shouted, "Don't think you can get away. Die together right here." Lin Tian, on the contrary, remained very calm. Just a piece of Iron Vein realm trash. It's perfect for Shen Feifei to practice with. Thinking that, he glanced at Shen Feifei and suggested, "Use Wei Qingshan to practice. If you want to be stronger, you must face powerful opponents." "Good. You have to become someone who can stand by my side." Shen Feifei didn't hesitate and nodded. Then, like a moth to a flame, she lunged. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Their fists clashed rapidly. Feeling her strength, his eyes were full of contempt. "Is this all the strength you have? Are you scratching an itch? Shen Feifei was enraged by his condescension and channeled her spirit energy into her palms, preparing to strike. It's just that this time, her hand was caught by Qing Shan, and then he used his knee. He delivered a powerful kick to Shen Feifei's stomach, sending her flying backward until she slammed into the ground. Thon Sun sneered. I just absorbed 1% of the spiritual energy from that treasure, that's why I'm this strong. Once I fully absorb that treasure, who in this world can stop me? Shen Feifei scrambled to her feet. That's why it's so powerful. Once I fully absorb that treasure, who in this world could possibly stop me? Feifei scrambled to her feet in a panic. Unwilling to give up, she spat out, You bastard! Ga Kot Dua, seeing this, spoke up anxiously. I told you both that you couldn't beat him. You need to run, hurry. But Lin Tian just stood there calmly, speaking coldly. Nugi Thon San, that treasure you just mentioned, is it on you right now? Hearing this, Thon San scoffed. Is this a place for someone like you to speak? What do you think? Lin Tian, annoyed, grunted. Then, he stomped his foot hard against the ground, launching himself forward, causing the earth to crack. In a blink, Lin Tian appeared right in front of Thon Sun and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. His speed was too fast. Thon Sun couldn't react in time and took the full force of the blow. He flew 30 feet back and crashed into the ground, the impact turning the floor into ruins. Beaten like a dog, Thon Sun was furious. He crawled out of the rubble, hands clenched into fists, channeling spiritual energy into his hands, preparing to strike back. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Lin Tian charged in like a whirlwind. He delivered a devastating kick to Thon Sun, barking coldly. Just a measly iron vein stage cur, and you dare bark at me? Thon Sun was beaten so badly he lay on the ground like a dead fish, his mouth bleeding. Lin Tian didn't even bother to draw his sword. He had already defeated the man the government feared, but he had no intention of letting Thon Sun go. He grabbed the man by his hair and dragged him across the ground. His state was absolutely pathetic. Only then did Thon Sun realize the person in front of him was a devil. He trembled and begged, Stop, stop, don't hit me anymore. It's on me. The treasure is on me. Hearing this, Lin Tian stopped. Behind him, Shen Feifei and Ga Kot Duo were shocked. They didn't expect him to confess so easily. Seemingly afraid that Lin Tian would keep beating him, Thon Sun quickly pulled out a red key and held it up to him. Trembling, he muttered, Master, this is the treasure I found in the secret realm chamber. Lin Tian reached out and took it. No mistake, this is it. This key could open the deep layer of the secret realm. Years ago, when that layer was opened, Earth entered a period of spiritual energy restoration. If they didn't have the strength back then, it meant death. Thinking of this, Lin Tian asked, Where is the entrance to that secret realm? This made Thon Sun jump. Hadn't he already cleared out that secret realm? What else could possibly be inside? He wondered if he would be killed on the spot if he spoke up, but eventually, he decided to lead the two of them to the realm. A while later, at a majestic mountain range with a massive waterfall, Lin Tian followed Thon Sun slowly. They followed the waterfall deep into the forest. After a long while, Thon Sun stopped and said, The entrance to the secret realm is right here. Lin Tian looked in the direction he pointed and saw a sturdy stone gate standing there. He tilted his head, observing it for a long time before slowly walking toward the gate. There was a small hole to insert. A key. Lin Tian frowned slightly. No mistake, just as I thought. Without hesitation, he inserted the key. Instantly, the gate slowly creaked open. However, when he saw the scene inside, Lin Tian's eyes involuntarily shrank. A massive portal opened, surging with energy. Shen Feifei's eyes widened in surprise. Another secret realm portal? So that treasure was actually a key. Even Thon Sun was shocked that this item was a key to a secret realm. He gnashed his teeth in silent rage. Damn it. If I had known this gate required a key, I would have kept all the loot inside for myself. He then began plotting another way to harm Lin Tian. But that's fine. Once he enters the realm, I'll follow him inside. I'll wait for him to let his guard down and then kill him to steal the treasure again. Lin Tian calmly observed the situation and told everyone, All right, for today, let's report this to the military headquarters first. Thon Sun was disappointed. Shen Feifei, hearing this, asked, We're not going in? Lin Tian wasn't in a rush and explained to her, This kind of secret realm is very dangerous. We must prepare thoroughly before entering. Besides, Leng Yue likely has a similar secret realm over on her end. I must remind them not to lose their keys. Thon Sun grew even more anxious about his plan. This is bad. He wants to hand me over to the military. I can't let myself get caught. As long as I escape, I still have a chance. Thinking this, Thon Sun immediately turned and took off running. Shen Feifei was startled and shouted, "Lin Tian, he's trying to run." But Lin Tian didn't care at all, because he knew exactly what was happening. "Don't worry, he can't get away." In a flash, Lin Tian channeled his energy and surged forward, so fast that even Shen Feifei was amazed. Thonsun hadn't run far before he was caught. With one swift strike, he collapsed, sweating profusely, looking back with a face white as a sheet. Lin Tian barked, "You really don't know when to quit." He lunged forward, grabbed Thonsun by the neck, and slammed him into the ground with such force that the man coughed up blood. Sand and dust flew into the air. After handling him, Lin Tian dusted off his hands. Shen Feifei walked over from behind, looking at the man flattened on the ground. A while later, deep in the forest, Su Yuting's group arrived at the designated meeting spot, but the expressions on their faces were far from happy. Ko Din looked around, puzzled. Didn't they say there was a treasure? Even Tai Bao looked dissatisfied. Exactly. We walked all this way and found nothing. Leng Yue sensed something and warned the group. Everyone, be careful. The spiritual energy here is flowing very abnormally. Ko Din looked back, still acting confident, and scoffed. What's there to be so serious about? Like you said, I think this secret realm is just. Suddenly, from above, a monster dog leaped down. It was a crimson wolf. It attacked a member of the group, causing everyone to scream in panic, scrambling back in terror. Tai Bao ran ahead, shouting at everyone, "Run! Quick!" The ice wolf fixed its gaze on its next target. It lunged forward, snapping at another member of the group. Leng Yue clasped her hands together and began to channel her technique. Cold stone barrier ice crystal binding chain. Icy chains formed and shot out, wrapping around the ice wolf's neck and limbs to restrain it, forcing it to howl in frustration. Su Yuting also called out her technique, cold ice spikes. Sharpened ice shards materialized instantly under her control, aimed at the restrained ice wolf. They struck its head all at once, making it growl in agony. With a powerful surge, the ice wolf broke free from the restraints. It lunged toward Su Yuting, claws swiping. She gasped and stumbled back. Leng Yue raised her hand to cast a technique and warned, "Watch out." Immediately, an ice wall manifested, blocking the ice wolf's strike just as it arrived. Though Su Yuting was still sent flying back, she slid across the ground to steady herself, her body covered in scratches. Leng Yue Qian walked over anxiously. "Are you okay? Sister Su Yuting, next time you fire the ice shards, if you want, aim them at the sky. I'll teleport them into the giant wolf's throat," she replied. "Got it." Seeing them distracted, Sich Long Yueg seized the chance. It lunged to attack again. Everyone barely managed to dodge. Su Yuting called out her ice shard technique again, and they shot toward the monster's head. Kish Leng Yueg immediately dodged. Taking advantage of the opening, Leng Yue Qian raised his hand to cast a spell. Good opportunity. He created a spatial portal right in the path of the ice shards. The portal appeared right in front of Sich Leng Yueg's head. The ice shards were instantly teleported. The monster couldn't dodge. Its eyes widened in fear as the ice shards tore right through its skull. Sich Leng Yueg collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Leng Yue looked at Leng Yue Qian after the strike and asked, "You're clearly this strong, so why do you always pretend to be such a newbie?" He simply replied, "My salary is only 3,000 yuan a month. Why would I risk my life for that?" She rolled her eyes, and Leng Yue Qian acted all smug. "If Mr. Lin Tian hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't even care about this," he added. Leng Yue could only sigh at this guy. She began examining the wolf's carcass. It was emitting a strange aura. Su Yuting turned to report to Leng Yue, "Sister Nguyet, there seems to be a treasure inside this wolf's body." Leng Yue sensed it, pondered for a moment, and replied, "There are remnants of a structure inside, like some kind of tool." The aura coming from its body became even clearer. Suddenly, Leng Yue realized it was a key. That evening, in Taihong City, at the Spirit Association, Shen Dandieu examined himself. His body was now overflowing with fire energy. Is this the power of the third stage of Iron Vein? Truly powerful. Triu Da felt satisfied as everything went according to plan, laughing, "Good, this time, I can finally settle the score with Lin Tian." Shen Dandieu looked up with a sinister expression. "Association President, you gave me such a powerful item just to kill a guy like Lin Tian?" He thought back, his face darkening as he frowned in anger. "You don't know. Ever since Jin Chang offended him, all the resources in Taihong City have been suppressed by the military. He must be pulling the strings behind our backs." Triu Da spoke as if he were extremely worried. "If this continues, Taihong City will never be able to recover." Shen Dandieu pointed at himself, saying confidently, "Don't worry. A guy like Lin Tian is nothing more than an ant in my eyes now. A flick of my finger, and he's crushed. Triuda felt the same way. Good. That's great. It just so happens that Lin Tian sent an invitation for us to attend a conference in 3 days. Shen Dandieu crossed his arms and spoke maliciously about his plan. Does he really think he's a big shot? I'll make him lose face in front of everyone at the conference. 3 days later, at the conference, Lin Tian stood on the stage, explaining the principles. This is the key to opening the deep secret realm. The things you need to pay attention to are, he suddenly stopped when he saw someone. It was Shen Dandieu and Triu Da staring him down. The notable thing was that Shen Dandieu was radiating fire energy. Lin Tian asked, "Do you have a problem?" Triu Da quickly introduced him. "Apologies. This is a genius cultivator from our Taehong city. Shen Dandieu just entered the 3rd stage of Iron Vein, so his control over spirit energy isn't very smooth yet." He feigned, introducing Lin Tian to him. "Shen Dandieu. This is Lin Tian, currently the leader of the cultivator world. You must listen to him in the future." But compared to Triu Da's polite attitude, Shen Dandieu showed nothing but contempt and directly insulted him. "I have to listen to him? Based on what? Based on the fact that he looks like a gigolo?" Lin Tian maintained a calm expression. "Shen Dandieu, your 3rd stage Iron Vein power isn't enough to protect yourself in the deep secret realm. Don't be too arrogant." He still didn't understand his own standing and pushed further. "If that's the case, why don't we test it? Let me see how much skill this leader of the cultivator world really has." He immediately accepted without thinking. "Fine, let's go to the arena outside and spar a little." A moment later, they were both at the arena. The audience began to whisper among themselves. Some thought that since Lin Tian dared to accept the challenge, he must be the top powerhouse of the military. Others said, "Shen Dandieu isn't a pushover either. Let's see if he can shake Lin Tian's reputation." Shen Dandieu stood opposite him. He cracked his wrists, looking at him with disdain. "Lin Tian, let me see how strong this leader title of yours really is." Triu Da, acting as referee from afar, quickly said, "Everyone, this is a friendly spar. Absolutely no hostility." Lin Tian gestured with his hand, letting him go first. "Come on. I'll show you what a genius is. You're just at the threshold of meeting me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Dandieu lunged forward and threw a kick, but Lin Tian easily dodged it. Lin Tian took advantage of his missed strike to counterattack. He struck with one hand, channeling his aura, sending him flying away. Lin Tian put his hand back to regain his balance, and then he stood up, shouting to gather energy. Shen Dandieu charged again, repeatedly swinging at him, but he didn't hit a single time. On his last missed strike, Lin Tian raised his fist. As he brought it down, he thought, "Gotcha, this time." Acting all smug, both pushed each other back. Shen Dandieu looked and judged, "Is this your strength? You're too weak. Take this." He finally activated his technique. Blazing fire slash. Fire energy billowed out. Shen Dandieu swung his hand to slash, and the arc of his hand actually created flames that shot toward Lin Tian. The audience gasped in surprise and began talking heatedly. Shen Dandieu can actually push his fire spirit energy to this level? The leader of the military might be changing soon. Sensing this spirit energy, he muttered, "Spirit energy at this level is truly too weak." When the flames cleared, Lin Tian was still standing there, without a single scratch. The audience went from one shock to another. How is that possible? Lin Tian is completely fine. Is he even human? Shen Dandieu, who was just arrogant, was now trembling with fear. How? How could you block my strongest attack? He didn't show contempt, but only felt disappointment. I already told you, this type of attack isn't enough to protect yourself in the deep secret realm. If you want to survive the deep secret realm, you need strength like this. Having said that, Lin Tian immediately unleashed his spirit energy, 100 times stronger than his. He just raised his hand, and even his lightest attack hit Shen Dandieu. He couldn't take it, his eyes rolled back, and he screamed loudly. After the attack stopped, Shen Dandieu collapsed, lying there completely charred. He had probably fainted with his mouth still wide open. Lin Tian looked down and said calmly, "I don't know what kind of grudge you have against me, and I have no interest in knowing. This is a warning. Next time, it will be death." The audience in the stands immediately cheered, completely stunned by the result. As expected, Mr. Lin Tian is the strongest one in our military. Lin is the strongest person in this world. A moment later, in the city of Shihong, Xuanzhe holds a key in his hand and mutters to himself. The Earth's spiritual energy has recovered. It has entered a new phase. It's time to take back the treasures that the military has been hoarding. He clutches it tightly, smiling with a sinister look. This world will surely belong to the Eternal Radiance Court. Lin Tian's team stands before a teleportation altar. In front of them is a massive energy gate emitting beams of mysterious blue light. Lin Tian inserts the key into the slot to activate the energy gate, and countless beams of blue light radiate from beneath their feet. The gate is like a massive energy vortex, with blue light rays pouring out wildly. Zhao Huang says in astonishment, "The spiritual energy is so strong. Is this a deep-level secret realm?" Wenhao is bewildered by the immense spiritual pressure and asks, "Big brother Lin Tian, if we go in, won't we just hold you back?" Lin Tian turns around to look at them and affirms with certainty, "Don't worry. Not only are you all the cultivators I chose, but your own spiritual attributes also align with the attributes of this secret realm." These words from Lin Tian put the team much more at ease. He continues, "Everyone must seize this opportunity to break through to the third stage of the Iron Pulse realm. Only then can we deal with any dangers in the future." Leng Yue replies, "Understood." As Lin Tian enters the space gate, he instructs, "Follow me, don't wander off." Following in Lin Tian's footsteps, everyone in the team enters the secret realm together. After the whole team reaches the secret realm, the space-time gate gradually fades. The surrounding area is shrouded in cold, and the ground is covered in white snow. Suddenly, Zhao Huang is startled. With a vigilant and slightly worried expression, he looks in one direction. Suddenly, from afar, a huge beast with snow-white fur, sharp claws, and terrifying fangs is charging toward them. After seeing it, everyone panics and yells to warn their teammates, "Be careful, what kind of monster is this?" Then Wenhao grunts, "Let's go." With that, the three of them charge forward, emitting different sources of energy, continuously striking at the monster. It seems all their attacks are nothing but mosquito bites to the beast. It is completely unaffected, and in fact, it seems to have become more agitated. Wenhao says in confusion, "It's no use, we can't hurt it. We are simply not its match." The beast seems to grow angry. It roars, summoning massive ice boulders, aiming straight at the group, and hurls them. Suddenly, a stream of fire blocks the group. The ice blocks fly past, melting into water and vanishing. The person who helped them is Lin Tian. He is hovering high above, observing the sparks wrapping around his hands. Lin Tian, his eyes cold and glowing with fire, looks down at the beast and says, "You guys step back, I'll deal with it." The beast's eyes flash with a mad green light as it growls. Then, suddenly, it charges. Its sharp claws look like they want to tear the human in front of it to shreds. Lin Tian assumes a fighting stance, energy of red fire gathering on his hands. A massive stream of energy surrounds the ice beast. It roars and screams in pain, and then, unable to withstand the massive stream of fire, the beast vanishes, leaving behind only chilling after-images. Those below watch in awe. Zhao Huang exclaims, "This is the true strength of Big Brother Lin Tian." Wenhao continues, "The monsters of the deep secret realm, in front of him can't even withstand a single punch." Lin Tian lands in front of them and says, "The reason you weren't a match for it is because this monster has the strength of the first stage of the Iron Pulse realm, while you have yet to reach the Iron Pulse realm. Once you step into the Iron Pulse realm, you will be able to go toe-to-toe with monsters like this." He turns to the girl standing beside him and instructs, "Leng Yue, you must take this opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Iron Pulse realm or higher." Upon hearing this, she says, "Understood. I definitely won't let you down." The scene shifts to an office building where Shen Feifei is sitting calmly, working. Suddenly, a noisy commotion erupts. She thinks vigilantly, "What's going on? Has the military been attacked?" As she runs down the stairs, she thinks, "Who is it?" Before the large door stands an elderly figure with a sinister look on his face. It is Xuan Se, who might belong to some dark organization. In front of him is a squad of heavily equipped soldiers. He ignores the squad of soldiers and says slowly, "Commander Ling, hand over that thing, and I might let you die quickly." Commander Ling, the one in charge here, grunts in response. "Xuan Se, don't even dream of it. That thing must absolutely not fall into the hands of people like you." Xuan Se says with disappointment, "Stubborn and obsessed. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Having said that, he picks up a purple spirit stone. Commander Ling yells, "Fire!" The squad of soldiers simultaneously aims at the person in front and pulls the triggers. Dozens of bullets tear through the air, heading towards Xuan Se, but they are all blocked by a purple energy barrier in front of him. He says smugly, "You think you can hurt me with a few pieces of scrap metal?" He stands there, eyes closed, as if sensing the surroundings. Behind him, 3 Special Forces soldiers charge forward, aiming straight at him, and shout, "Take this." Xuan Se lifts his finger slightly. Immediately, a stream of energy blocks the rear, Behind him, one soldier says in surprise, "What?" As soon as he finishes, large, sharp spikes grow out of the shield. Following the momentum, they pierce straight through the soldier's body. The people behind are shocked, panicked, and shout, "Old Wang!" The soldier's corpse hangs suspended beside Xuanse. He says in a gentle yet threatening tone, "You guys have reached the first stage of the Iron Pulse realm. I can give you a chance to choose. Join the Eternal Radiance Court, or I kill you." Tai Ming, hearing this, immediately asks, "Are you telling the truth?" He replies gleefully, "Of course. Kill Commander Shen, and it will prove your loyalty." Tai Ming swings his hand, pushing his teammate next to him hard, causing the other teammate to bleed. The person is surprised and stutters, "Old Li, you." Seeing this, Commander Ling cannot help but get angry and yells, "Tai Ming, do you not?" The loud shout is met with a cold rebuttal. "Commander Shen, you were the one who wronged us first, so don't blame me." Commander Ling asks Tai Ming, "What exactly did I ever do to wrong you?" Tai Ming cannot hide his anger and grunts. The deep-level secret realm is beneficial for all cultivators. Why should Lin Tian decide who has the right to enter? Commander Ling sighs and says, "If it's about this, I can explain it to you." Recalling the previous time, Commander Ling says, "Lin Tian, aren't the people like Tai Ming, who are at the first stage of the Iron Pulse realm, going to be brought along?" Lin Tian replies, "The talent of these people is too poor. The people I choose are all those who have the potential to break through to the second stage of the Iron Pulse realm." Tai Ming hears this and feels a bit embarrassed, but still stubbornly says, "All of that is just one-sided speculation from you. I hadn't even entered the place yet, so how could you know I wouldn't reach a higher rank?" Huyen Sash spoke up. "Don't worry. No matter what kind of so-called geniuses that Lin Tian brings, they won't make it out alive." Commander Leng Yue retorted, "The power of Lin Tian is not something you can even imagine." Huyen Sash smiled craftily, a sinister look on his face, and said, "You don't understand what I mean. I mean, the key to that secret realm was something I intentionally gifted to the military. Even I couldn't handle the danger levels in the deep layers of that place." Commander Leng Yue's face turned pale with shock. A sense of dread welled up in him. The scene shifted back to Lin Tian's team inside the secret realm. While they struggled with the first monster earlier, they had now managed to kill one just like it. One of them cheered joyfully, "We did it. We actually killed a steel vein stage monster." Leng Yue, standing next to Lin Tian, spoke up in praise. "Thanks to you, everyone was able to become faster and stronger." Lin Tian humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your own talent and hard work. It has nothing to do with me." Lin Tian thought to himself, "Something's not right. The number of monsters in this secret realm is too high. It doesn't match my memories from my past life. Could this be a different type of secret realm?" Tri Hoang said excitedly. "Since we can even kill this kind of monster, maybe heading deeper won't be a problem, right?" Van Hao added, "True. Who knows what treasures we might find?" Leng Yue heard this and worried. "They're getting a bit too cocky. Should I stop them?" Lin Tian replied, "No need. Necessary dangers can help them grow. We just need to follow them." The three of them, excitedly, climbed the cliffs with Leng Yue and Lin Tian following behind. Suddenly, a giant ice monster erupted from the ground beneath their feet. Its muscles were bulging. Triu Huang shouted heroically, "Finish it!" All three of them lunged into a fierce battle, but it seemed all their attacks were useless against the monster's sturdy hide. The beast breathed out a massive burst of power, making those below stagger. Triu Huang seemed to feel a change in his body and said with difficulty, "It's over, I can't move." The monster kept attacking madly, swinging its huge hand with ice-cold, sharp claws, aiming directly at the group, ready to strike down. The three of them panicked and covered their heads to defend themselves, expecting a heavy blow, but they felt nothing. The three slowly opened their eyes to see Leng Yue standing firmly in front of them. She had built a solid ice wall to block the monster's recent attack. The three were moved. "Big sister," Leng Yue coldly said. "Get back." The monster roared crazily, launching large, sharp ice spikes straight at Leng Yue. She gracefully leaped up, tilting her body to dodge the incoming ice shards. She unleashed beams of blue energy, fighting the monster fiercely. Lin Tian approached the three who had just escaped danger and warned, "In a secret realm, danger is everywhere. Carelessness and arrogance will only bring death faster." Triu Huang replied apologetically, "Brother Lin Tian, we know we were wrong. We won't be reckless again." Hearing this, Lin Tian stopped scolding and advised, "It's good that you realize your mistake. You must be careful from now on." Trio Huang asked anxiously, "Brother Lin Tian, aren't you going to help Big Sister? We promise we won't run around anymore." Lin Tian looked confident. Rest assured, this monster is no match for Leng Yue. On the other side, Leng Yue was still fighting the creature. She unleashed a massive blast of energy, piercing through the monster's neck. Its head fell off, and the headless monster collapsed onto the ice floor, no longer able to fight. Lin Tian observed and mused to himself. Leng Yue is truly a genius. She even broke through to the steel vein third stage inside this secret realm. He thought, now, Leng Yue can easily handle Shen Dandieu. Trio Hoang gratefully praised Leng Yue. That was too close, we almost lost our lives. Big sister saved us. Seeing everyone gathered, Lin Tian said, all right, all of you have reached the steel vein stage, so let's head back. The whole team replied, yes, brother Lin Tian. Suddenly, vortexes of snow appeared beneath their feet, and the wind began to howl. Snow swirled chaotically around them. Everyone became vigilant, staring at the pitch-black cyclone that had just formed, shouting, who goes there? Tian, too, stood silently amidst the hazy smoke, his lips curling into a faint smile. I've finally waited for you, geniuses of the military department. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on him and asked, who are you? He smiled sinisterly and replied slowly, I am Vuong Tian II of the Glory Royal Court. This secret realm will be your burial ground. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to ask, you are from the Glory Royal Court? Do you know someone named Huyan Sach? Tian II didn't answer immediately, but asked back, you must be the Lin Tian that Brother On mentioned, right? Lin Tian was slightly surprised. I didn't expect him to mention me. His voice dropped as he made a demand. If you can defeat Test Subject 02, Burning Flame, head-on, you'll be qualified to join us. Tian II pointed into the distance, causing everyone nearby to change expression in panic. Just kill those military dogs behind me, and I can let you join us. How about it? Sensing something unreasonable, Lin Tian started probing. What does your organization actually do? Why have I never heard of it? His face tightened, full of annoyance. It's no surprise you haven't heard of us. Before the spiritual energy was restored, we were the most secret unit of the nation. We gave our lives for the country, only to be betrayed in the end. As he spoke, Tian II clenched his fist, his face full of rage. Thanks to the help of Brother On, we risked our lives for our country, only to be betrayed in the end. As he spoke, Tian II clenched his fist, his face filled with rage. Thanks to Brother Wen's help, we survived. Now, we're going to take everything back. Lin Tian let out a heavy sigh. So, that's all you are? A bunch of losers waving a flag of revenge? I thought you had some high ideals. He let out a cold snort, brow furrowed. It sounds like you're just the type of person who's content to be a servant to others. He tilted his chin, his tone commanding. In that case, I'll make you an offer. Kill yourself right now, and I'll spare them. What do you say? Leng Yue couldn't hide her anxiety and quickly called out, Lin Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Zhao Huang urgently added his own suggestion. That's right, brother Lin Tian. Let's all rush him together and finish him. Lin Tian said in a low, calm voice to reassure everyone. Don't panic. He calmly explained the situation to Tian II. You've misunderstood. I don't look down on you because you want revenge, but because you're too weak. In his eyes, a flash of helplessness crossed his eyes. So weak that even his enemy couldn't be bothered to finish him off. Tian II gritted his teeth and roared in fury. You want to die? As he spun around, a surging power rose from him. Everyone panicked, shouting out warnings in alarm. Big brother Lin Tian, watch out. This guy is even stronger than the last monster. Lin Tian didn't waver, his cold gaze scanning him carefully. He instantly raised his hand to block Tian II's attack. The guy lunged forward with terrifying speed, launching a flurry of strikes. Let's see if you can take one of my palm strikes. A series of blows rained down on Lin Tian. Tian II smirked, his eyes gleaming with contempt and sarcasm. Is that all you've got? It seems Big Brother On was right. You only managed to defeat Hoa Diem because he was a total loser. Everyone watched the situation with growing unease. Is even Big Brother Lin Tian no match for him? Just how strong is he? Leng Yue felt anxious, quickly calculating in her head. This guy, Vuong Tian II, must be at least stronger than a Tier 5 Iron Vein stage fighter. If we step in, we'll just be in the way. Flames erupted around the two, engulfing the area. Lin Tian held his ground. He didn't show a hint of fear. Perfect. I haven't had the chance to test my own strength in this hidden realm yet. Tian II clenched his jaw and let out an annoyed grunt. What? What kind of spiritual energy is this? This time, it was his turn to strike. He shifted into a combat stance and landed a hit. He immediately collapsed, crimson liquid spilling out. Tian II was sent flying, sliding across the ground and leaving a trail behind. His body trembled as he whispered under his breath. How could he have such power? Lin Tian stood before him, his voice calm. Just a Tier 5 Iron Vein weakling, yet you dare to bark at me? Everyone nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "My God!" Big brother Lin Tian crushed a Tier 5 Iron Vein expert with just one punch. Van Hao finally understood. He froze in shock. Could Big brother Lin Tian have already reached the Tier 6 Iron Vein stage? Fuang Thun, standing nearby, spoke up. You're underestimating him too much. How could Big brother Lin Tian only be at Tier 6? Leng Yue watched him, lost in thought. Just what do I need to do to keep up with you? Lin Tian's expression was stern and cold. Tell me, Thien Tu, before you die, I have a few questions for you. His whole body kept trembling as he stuttered. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Lin Tian didn't hesitate to ask his first question. How did you get in here? Thien Tu answered honestly. I didn't sneak in. I was already in here waiting for you all. Lin Tian's gaze deepened. With a calculating look, he asked, What do you mean? Thien Tu spoke slowly, explaining in detail. The key to this hidden realm was originally found by the Vin Dieu dynasty. We found it to lure the military cultivators in here. We did it on purpose as a gift for Nguithan's son. Leng Yue said in a low voice. A hidden realm this big, and they only sent you? You guys are really underestimating us. Thien Tu suddenly let out a cunning laugh. Because Big Brother On is leading the main force to launch a direct attack on the military headquarters. Everyone reacted with shock, gasping out loud. What? Leng Yue turned, her eyes flickering with hesitation before she spoke to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you said you wanted to join the military. So isn't that? He quickly made a decision. He told everyone to leave the hidden realm and return to headquarters immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone acted without a moment's hesitation. Yet, ahead of them was a sea of flames, closing them in from all sides. What's going on? Thien Tu burst into loud laughter, a grin both smug and devious. You won't be able to leave now. Right after, he raised his hand and began summoning. Blood Soul, bury them here with me. Lin Tian frowned, deep in thought. He muttered to himself, so they'd rather die here than let me go back? A dark, ominous power quickly enveloped Thien Tu. Long live the Vin Dieu royal court. From the sky, waves of surging energy poured down, with a brilliant light at the center. Everyone looked up, stunned by the scene before them. What is that thing? Lin Tian's face grew cold, silently making a guess. If I'm not wrong, that must be the final boss of this hidden realm. Leng Yue Huan, looking uneasy, said softly, Lin Tian, we. He remained unmoved. His eyes were still focused on calculating the situation. The final boss of every hidden realm has a chance to drop super powerful treasures. From the sky, Lin Tian Uyen suddenly appeared, a stifling pressure radiating from him. His eyes were filled with a chilling, hair-raising, killing intent. Lin Tian Uyen opened his mouth wide and roared. He lunged forward, charging straight at the group ahead. Everyone gasped in terror, screaming, What kind of monster is that? It's over. We're dead for sure. Lin Tian didn't waver, calmly channeling his strength before soaring upward. He looked into the distance, his eyes calm and full of strategy. Two massive forces were closing in, about to collide. They struck each other, causing the space around them to shake violently. Everyone fell to the ground. On one side was Lin Tian Uyen, constantly clashing in midair. Opposite him, Lin Tian also unleashed power that was in no way inferior. Leng Yue Huyen observed the situation, unable to hide her surprise. Lin Tian is actually on par with that monster. With this kind of momentum, could Lin Tian have reached the peak of the Tier 7 Iron Vein stage? Lin Tian Uyen roared furiously, his eyes filled with savagery as he gathered power to strike. He tilted his body to dodge, quickly assessing the situation. The power is great, but the speed is too slow. Lin Tian clenched his fist. Energy converged as he prepared to unleash his Thunder Flame fist. He lunged forward, his aura exploding, and landed a powerful attack. The beast screamed in agony, a sound that tore through the air. Lin Tian calmly watched and whispered, The peak of the Tier 7 Iron Vein stage? Is that all? He activated his energy. Bright red flames erupted in his hands. He slowly raised his arms, his aura gathering. Thunderflame, Ultimate Slash. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive surge of power shot forward. Seeing this, Lin Tian Uyen froze, his mouth wide in terror. The attack exploded, rushing straight at him. Lin Tian Uyen shrieked again, his voice filled with rage. Lin Tian spoke softly, controlling the source of his power. Break! His hand slowly reached forward, guiding the surging energy. The power became intense. The guy's eyes widened, his whole body stiffened as he took the hit. Lin Tian was defeated, his body collapsing in midair. Leng Yue couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. One sword strike to take down a peak 7th stage Iron Pulse cultivator. Everyone cheered in unison. Brother Lin Tian is the greatest in the world. Lin Tian quickly ran to Lin Yu's body. He remained silent and pensive, his eyes slowly scanning the surroundings. Let me see if there's anything good here. Just then, a strange detail caught Lin Tian's eye. These were 3 glowing, shimmering gems appearing right before Lin Tian. He looked thrilled, his face more excited than if he'd found gold. He muttered to himself, "It's actually spiritual energy crystals. I've hit the jackpot this time." His eyes were glued to the 3 gems, unable to look away. "System, check these out. What attributes do these crystals have?" The system's voice rang out immediately. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fire attribute crystal, a wind attribute crystal, and a space attribute crystal." The next sentence made Lin Tian go slightly stiff. Scanning reveals the host has not yet mastered wind or space attribute abilities. Do you wish to absorb them? Lin Tian's attitude changed 180 degrees instantly. He tossed 2 of the gems to Lang Yue without hesitation. "Lang Yue, help me hold on to these." She held them in her hands, observing them closely, trying to guess what they were. "This is your reward for killing that monster." Meanwhile, Lin Tian kept the purple gem for himself. She watched his pensive expression and blurted out, "Lin Tian, what are you trying to do?" His eyes were sharp and full of confidence. "Obviously, I'm going to acquire new attributes." But his words made everyone break out in a cold sweat. They panicked and tried to advise him. "You want to absorb the spiritual energy in these crystals? You have to be careful. I feel like the spiritual energy in these crystals is abnormally violent and extremely dangerous." Contrary to them, Lin Tian didn't care at all and gave a scoff. "Don't worry, just be good and wait for me. It'll be over very quickly." Suddenly, he clenched his fist, using all his strength to crush the gem in his palm. Immediately, a stream of purple power surged out, surrounding him. The system's voice chimed in to ask for confirmation. "High-grade spiritual energy detected. Space attribute. Do you wish to absorb it?" Lin Tian didn't even hesitate and accepted immediately. "Absorb." With a loud boom, the stream of power rushed into his body. Lin Tian couldn't help but scream. His eyes were glowing, looking terrifyingly bright. Outside, the sky was already bright, but the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. A man stood at the door, pointing inside. "My lord, it's right in here," Xuanzhe smirked. "Commander-in-Chief, your daughter's life and that object are inside. Take your pick, Zhen." Zhen Chuan was so furious at those taunts that his face turned purple. "Xuan, say, you!" He squeezed Feifei's throat, lifting her into the air. "Miss, it seems your grandfather doesn't want you to live." Feifei struggled in pain, gritting her teeth, looking extremely uncomfortable, but she refused to make a sound. Even if she died, she couldn't let this guy get what he wanted. Seeing his grandchild like that, Zhen Chuan was heartbroken and panicked. "Stop! I'll open the door for you." As soon as he said that, he walked toward the door and placed his hand on the touch panel. The door slowly groaned open. The commander's face went deathly pale when he saw Xuan Sei, who was ecstatic to see the door actually open, laughing uncontrollably. "Finally, I've got it." The dagger was displayed carefully, glowing with a blinding light. "This is the thing we originally risked our lives to find." Not caring about anything else around them, he let go and tossed Feifei aside. Zhen Chuan was frantic and rushed over to catch her. "Are you hurt?" she wheezed, barely able to speak. "I'm fine, grandfather." She breathed heavily for a moment, frowning, curious about the glowing object. "Grandfather, what on earth is that dagger?" Zhen Chuan sighed, closed his eyes, and looked sad. Xuanzhe held the precious sword in his hand, laughing wildly from ear to ear. Zhen Chuan pursed his lips and said, "That was something discovered 3 years ago. At that time, I went to a remote mountain range. We accidentally found a massive amount of energy in an ancient tomb near the Changbai Mountains. Xuanzhe's team was the first to discover it. After they went in, they know, just like the data said, they lost contact. We immediately sent a second team to support them, but unexpectedly, a huge, chaotic conflict broke out. Xuanzhe's team had all gone mad. They treated the rescue team as enemies who wanted to kill them, so a fierce battle broke out. Zhen Chuan frowned slightly as he made the final decision. We also snatched back the dagger they had taken from the ancient tomb. Xuanzhe left with his team, his whereabouts unknown. As he spoke, he looked at the precious sword as if it were a bullet, and continued explaining. Later, we discovered that the spiritual energy emitted from that dagger could drive people insane. To prevent more victims, we classified it as a high-level forbidden object and sealed it here. Feifei was horrified, caught off guard. What? Right at that moment, Xuanzhe laughed loudly. Finally, it's back in my hands. The power from the precious sword flared up, burning like a flame. He became even more excited, roaring, "We will take revenge on those who harmed us. We will build a world that belongs to us." Zhen Xuan, despite his appearance, spoke bluntly. "Xuanzhe, if I don't defeat you, you'll be the one to pay the price." Upon hearing those words, he reacted. It was absolutely grating to his ears. "Punish me? You think you're worthy of talking about punishing us?" The more he spoke, the more furious Xuanzhe became. Liu Yifei retorted, lashing out at him. "Who was the one who gave the order back then? Who decided we would be the ones to cover the retreat? Who decided we were disposable?" The commander-in-chief sighed, trying to keep as calm as possible. "I've told you so many times already. This is all just your own delusions." Xuanzhe extended his hand, channeling the power of illusion. "Fine then. Then let me show you. Is the death of your niece just an illusion too?" He immediately dragged Shen Feifei toward him, leaving no time for anyone to react. Zhen Xuan screamed in shock. As Shen Feifei lunged toward him, Xuanzhe gripped the dagger in his hand and lunged forward as well. The sharp blade was already inches away from Shen Feifei. Zhen Xuan, standing nearby, was frantic, not knowing what to do. He shrieked, "7! No!" She squeezed her eyes shut. Tears and snot began to stream down her face. "Lin Tian, it seems I'll be able to see you again soon." Suddenly, in the void, a hand appeared from out of nowhere. It struck Xuanzi with a powerful punch, knocking him back. Xuanzi was hit so hard his face twisted, and blood and nosebleeds splattered everywhere. Finally, he was sent flying into the pile of rubble nearby. Shen Feifei, not understanding what was happening, quickly turned her head. The spatial rift slowly widened. A figure stepped out. A familiar voice echoed, "We meet again, don't we?" Lin Tian stood tall before him. He loudly called out Xuanzie's name. Shen Feifei saw Lin Tian appear like a hero saving a damsel in distress, her heart fluttering. Big brother Tian Shi couldn't hold back and lunged to hug Lin Tian tightly. "I thought I'd never see you again." He gently patted Shen Feifei's head, coaxing her. "Don't worry, I'm back. Everyone is safe now." Zhen Xuan was too terrified and hadn't quite recovered yet. "Lin Tian, you guys were ambushed in the secret realm, right?" He gently replied to the commander. "Sir, rest assured, the matter in the secret realm has been resolved." He heard this and couldn't believe his ears, his mouth agape, speechless. Resolved? Could it be that this kid has single-handedly wiped out Xuanzi's ambush squad? Lin Tian looked at the current situation and gave everyone a gentle reminder. "All right, everyone, let's head out." Everyone followed his lead obediently. Still unable to believe it, did they really return to the military headquarters? That's a given. Big brother Lin Tian is invincible. Xuanze scrambled up from the rubble, infuriated. "I can't believe you actually survived and made it out." Even the commander-in-chief was intimidated by the sight. This guy took such a heavy blow and is still alive? Everyone immediately entered a combat-ready stance against him. Seeing this, Xuanze became even more scornful, spitting on the ground. Looking at the state they're in, they must have gone through a fierce battle with Wang Tianzi in the secret realm to have barely made it out alive. He stood up straight. He stared directly at Lin Tian and spoke arrogantly. "You lot look so haggard. You must have been beaten to a pulp by my men. In the secret realm, right?" He said nothing, silently listening to the rest of Xuanze's words. "You're still alive, that's truly beyond my expectations. But you really shouldn't have survived, hero." It seemed that with that dagger in his hand, he feared nothing. If you had just hidden like a turtle in its shell, then perhaps you could have lived a few more days. He finished speaking, gripping the blade tightly, overflowing with confidence. "If that's the case, then don't blame me. I mean what I say." Xuanze immediately pushed off his feet and lunged forward without hesitation. "Go to hell." Lin Tian, at that moment, simply reached out his hand and caught his face cleanly. He even started setting conditions. "The equipment here is expensive. Let's go outside to fight." As he finished, he jumped straight through the wall and went outside. Debris shattered and fell powerfully, leaving everyone in absolute shock. There was now a massive hole in the roof of the building. Lin Tian flicked his hand forcefully. A brilliant wave of power erupted. A loud boom, like an explosion, occurred. He landed gently on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. "All right." Xuanze quickly caught up to him. Seeing that he was no match, he boastfully declared, "It's time to make you pay." Truly, neither was willing to admit defeat. He wasn't a pushover either. "Lin Tian, your power is a bit stronger than I imagined." He gripped the precious sword in his hand tightly. "Because with this dagger, I am invincible." At this moment, he noticed the object in Xuanzi's hand. "If you say so," he whispered to the system. Check what that dagger in his hand really is. The system immediately updated, analyzing information on the treasure. It was identified instantly. Ulan Chi. It transfers the user's mental power to increase attack force. The more power transferred, the greater the burst. If mental power is insufficient, it will cause backlash, inducing hallucinations and mental collapse, and in severe cases, madness. His eyes glowed, his expression unfazed. So that's how it is. No wonder those guys went crazy after going in. Xuanzhe opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, showing no respect. Lin Tian, die. He swung the sword forcefully in an arc. Lin Tian pursed his lips and dodged slightly to the side very gracefully. The power of that treasure was truly terrifying. It could slice through a large building behind him. Seeing this, he became even more excited and fascinated. What kind of power is this? I feel like I can destroy everything. He seemed to be filled with even more confidence, waving his hand, causing havoc. Lin Tian, go to hell for me. Lin Tian remained as calm as ever. He slowly closed his eyes. 3 blade strikes missed their mark, flying straight into the sky, colliding with his energy and creating a massive explosion in the air. Everything shook. The others in the building couldn't help but be panicked. Is that the kind of damage a human can produce? Will something happen to big brother Lin Tian? Xuanzhe laughed heartily, thinking he had the victory in his grasp, but the sound of his voice echoed, making his eyes widen in astonishment. You're pathetic. Lin Tian stepped out from the smoke. Xuanzhe gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. What? How is that possible? He looked up at Xuanzhe. He looked calm, but he was radiating killing intent. If this is your full power, then the dreams of the Yongyao royal court will never come true. Xuanzhe's anger skyrocketed. He couldn't take it anymore and charged straight toward Lin Tian, wanting to finish him off as quickly as possible. Go to hell. Lin Tian looked bored, his face twisted in annoyance as he scoffed. Too slow. He tilted to the right, dodging effortlessly. No matter how hard the attacker swung, he couldn't land a single hit. Furious and his pride wounded, the guy growled, "Damn it." He changed tactics, reaching out to grab Lin Tian's throat, summoning a terrifying swirling vortex. Lin Tian slowly clenched his fist. Lightning began to arc around him, and instead of dodging this time, he punched straight into the vortex. With just that single strike, he shattered the entire vortex. Xuanzhe couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, gaping in shock. Before he even realized what was happening, Lin Tian's lightning enveloped him and pummeled him repeatedly. He struggled to break free. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, his face bruised and blackened as if he'd been scorched. Lin Tian, you brat. If you've got guts, stop running. If you're really a man, face me head on. Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent, as he bluntly retorted, Do you really think an attack like yours could actually hurt me? He even raised his hand. He flicked his finger dismissively, taunting him. I'll stand right here and won't move. Go ahead, try me. Xuanzhe was truly enraged, thinking he was the hunter, only to realize he was the prey. As expected, he's still young. Just a little provocation, and he's already taken the bait. He gripped that dagger in his hand, his confidence burning brighter than ever. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuanzhe lunged forward immediately. Unable to contain his excitement, he charged in like a gust of wind, still running his mouth. You're asking for death. His eyes glowed blood red, looking terrifyingly fierce. Lin Tian stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. But as the dagger closed in on him, a barrier instantly materialized to block it, protecting him. Xuanzhe was sent flying back, completely bewildered. No way. Lin Tian began to look bored. He dusted off his hand. Are you done playing yet? Xuanzhe, conversely, was even more shocked. How could you defend against my attack? I'm at the 7th stage of the vein tempering realm. Plus, with this divine weapon, I'm at least at the peak of the 7th stage. How can you be completely unscathed? Suddenly, flames burst out across Lin Tian's body. He spoke with a steely, resolute tone. Because I am at the peak of the 8th stage of the vein tempering realm. After a long while, the battle finally ended, and they returned home. She sat in the room, admiring the red crystal in her hand. What is this? Lin Tian stood right in front of her and explained. This is an elemental crystal. It only drops after defeating a lord in the deep-level secret realms. The energy that a cultivator absorbs from an elemental crystal will strengthen and upgrade their own power. Shen Feifei was stunned when she heard its origin. Such a precious item. Are you really giving it to me? Don't you need it yourself? Lin Tian shook his head slightly, offering it to her. For me, it doesn't have much use anymore. Letting you upgrade your strength and protect yourself is more important than anything else. Hearing this, Shen Feifei beamed with joy and accepted it, clutching it tightly in her hand. All right, then I'm going to go absorb it right now. Suddenly, he took another green crystal from his person. Wait a second, there's one more. Shen Feifei took one look and was startled. Huh? Isn't this a wind elemental crystal? I don't have the wind attribute. Isn't it true that only someone with the same attribute can absorb it? Lin Tian smiled slightly to reassure her. No need to worry. I have a way to make you a dual attribute cultivator of both wind and fire. She was stunned, her mouth agape as she stammered. A dual attribute cultivator? Lin Tian kept his gentle tone as he asked, Shen Feifei, do you trust me? His sudden question made her a bit flustered and shy. Of course I trust you. It's just, what do I have to do? Will it hurt? He placed his hand lightly on Shen Feifei's shoulder. Merging two elemental powers is indeed more taxing on the body than usual, but with me here, nothing will happen to you. She furrowed her brows, looking cautious. All right, then let's begin. Shen Feifei slowly sat down on the ground. Lin Tian put on a serious expression as if calculating something. The two crystals in his hands began to glow. Lin Tian started the process, crushing the two stones in his palms. Immediately, two streams of power, red and green, erupted. He raised both hands toward the sky. He condensed them into two spheres, one in each hand. Lin Tian warned her softly, "It will hurt a little at first, just bear with it." Shen Feifei nodded, knitting her brows. Okay. He stood behind her, channeling power into her body. Her entire face turned flushed red, and she couldn't help but cry out, "It's so hot." Lin Tian. Lin Tian was giving it his all while encouraging her, "Don't be afraid, breathe with me." The two streams of power from the crystals were gradually deepening into her body. Shen Feifei was in so much pain she felt like she couldn't hold on. "It hurts so much. It's like my body is being torn apart." Hearing this, he became even more anxious. "Hang in there." With a boom, the light from the two crystals flashed and merged together. Her whole body seemed to light up. The pain had reached its absolute peak. Shen Feifei threw her head back and let out a loud shout. Moments later, as everything began to dissipate, tiny glowing specks appeared. Shen Feifei's eyes widened in confusion. "This is?" She couldn't believe it herself, and asked Lin Tian, "Did I just successfully cultivate a second attribute?" He let out a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "You did great." Meanwhile, on a frigid mountain peak covered in white snow, inside a small hut, a voice complained, "This godforsaken place is freezing." Old Gu had just come in from outside. "I'm freezing to the bone." "Old Liu, what are we eating today?" Old Liu, who was organizing supplies in the house, replied, "I still have some leftover canned beef from yesterday. How about I make beef noodles tonight? I still have 2 packets of chili powder." Old Gu sounded extremely urgent. "Hurry up, we need to eat this while it's hot." He laughed at that and nodded. "All right." Then, before he could finish his sentence, the device on his wrist blared loudly. The two of them stared at it, horrified, their minds going blank. "What's going on? Damn it, what's up with these numbers? Did a nuclear bomb go off?" Just then, suddenly, a glowing wind vortex appeared from nowhere. Old Liu was startled, his heart pounding. He ordered, "Old Gu, report quickly." "Something's happened." Old Gu gripped the radio, and quickly followed orders. Reporting to the military headquarters. "This is the Changbai Mountain Containment Zone. We have detected abnormal spiritual energy readings." Suspected, before he could even say the name, he suddenly vomited blood. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his whole body trembling in agony. The one who had caused such pain was actually Old Gu. He had stabbed him in the back. Old Gu struggled to muster the strength to call out to him, "Old Liu." He slowly turned his head, grinding his teeth in reproach. "What are you doing?" Old Liu's eyes were glowing brightly, but they looked vacant. He opened his mouth, speaking words that sounded utterly strange. "Welcome her back." Old Gu's eyes widened, both angry and feeling like he was being mocked. "Welcome what? Who is she?" Old Liu coldly pulled the sword out of Old Gu's body. He collapsed, drained of all strength. He was still trying to cling to his very last bit of power. "Old Liu, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and wake up." But Old Liu remained unmoved, his mouth constantly repeating the same words. "Welcome back." Old Gu broke into a cold sweat. He shouted loudly, "Old Liu!" But he suddenly broke into a large, savage grin and swung the sword behind his own back. "Welcome back." With a swish, Old Liu had slit his own throat, ending his own life. Old Gu stood there like a statue, frozen by the scene before his eyes, his mind in total chaos and empty. Old Gu's scream seemed to echo across the sky, mingling with the thunder that tore through the heavens. Old Liu returned to the Commander-in-Chief's tower. The entire squad held an emergency meeting to report the situation to their superiors. A massive spiritual vortex had appeared in the sky above Changbai Mountain. One of the two guards at the blockade was severely injured, and the other had fallen into a coma. Hearing this, the group began to murmur amongst themselves. Whispers rippled through the room, and Zhen Xuan added, Liu Cheng has already shown clear signs of mental instability, suggesting he might have been affected by contaminated psychic energy from outside. He looked at the strange vortex on the screen, recalling past events. Besides, this is the exact location where Xuanzhe's team went mad back then. Heizong suddenly shuddered, swallowing hard as he asked, Commander Shen, could that ancient tomb be playing tricks on us? He closed his eyes and admitted, it's possible. It seems our efforts from 5 years ago have failed. Hearing this, he raised a hand to rub his chin and analyzed, psychic contamination, spatial anomalies, spiritual vortexes. This is no longer a typical phenomenon found in secret realms. Dang Qian, sitting nearby, chimed in this day and age, ordinary soldiers are no longer of any use. Zhen Xuan suddenly stood up, feeling anxious, and slammed both hands on the table. If that's the case, we must contact the heads of the spiritual cultivation associations everywhere immediately. They all responded in unison, understood. At this, he hesitated for a moment before adding, and as for Lin Tian, I will go and notify him. His face grew stern, and his brows furrowed with deep resentment. The unresolved issues from 5 years ago had to be settled once and for all. Scene changed to the massive base. Inside the lab, lost in thought, Lin Tian looked at the dagger, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuating on the blade, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It was as if the weapon were breathing. He then ordered, System, identify this dagger. The system quickly displayed the information. Name, fragmented. Type, artifact-grade weapon. Rank, not fully determined. Suspected to be an ancient relic. Core ability, psychic energy resonance. Description, users can channel their psychic energy into it to significantly increase attack power, reaction speed, and spiritual energy output for a short time. Side effect, those lacking sufficient psychic energy will be corroded by the weapon, resulting in mental disorder, personality collapse, and ultimately, insanity. Lin Tian frowned, thinking, just as I suspected. He remembered the moment Xuanzhe held the dagger and concluded, Xuanzhe wasn't crazy. He just didn't have enough psychic energy. Just then, Zhen Xuan walked in from behind and said, 3 hours ago, the spiritual energy of this object suddenly surged abnormally. He recounted. At the same time, an incident occurred at the ancient tomb deep in the Changbai Mountains. Visions of snow-covered mountains flashed through Lin Tian's mind. He remembered hearing in his past life that a secret treasure had been discovered in the Changbai Mountains, but back then, he lacked the strength and was in no position to get involved. With a stern face, he resolved in his heart that since the clues were right in front of him this time, there was no reason to miss out. No sooner said than done, Lin Tian replied, Got it, I'll make a trip there. Zhen Xuan hurriedly raised both hands and said, Thank you for your contributions to the military. If you need any support for this operation, just let me know. Lin Tian stroked his chin, pondering. Shen Feifei just finished merging attributes and needs to stabilize. Leng Yue's psychic energy is too weak. She can't go to a place designed to suppress her. Wu Qing's smile suddenly appeared in Lin Tian's mind. That's right, Wu Qing. He turned and asked, What stage is Wu Qing's strength at now? Zhen Xuan was surprised and puzzled. You want to take her with you? Why? Lin Tian explained. Her psychic energy is very strong, so the influence from the ancient tomb will surely be minimal. Scene changed to the outside. A helicopter was flying over the snow-capped peaks. The sight of falling snow instantly appeared through the window. Wu Qing sat inside and asked anxiously, Captain Lin, how can I help you? I'm currently only at the Iron Vein second stage. The gap between us is too huge. Da Huang, sitting in the cockpit, thought to himself, Young Lady Su, are you for real? You're already at the Iron Vein second stage. There aren't many people in the entire military and spiritual associations who have reached that realm. Lin Tian encouraged her, You need to have more confidence. Reaching the Iron Vein second stage is already very strong. Lin Tian held out the dagger and continued, Try holding this and see if you feel anything. Wu Qing followed his instructions and grasped the hilt, surprised to see the sharp blade glowing brilliantly. Spiritual energy surged immediately. She was a bit startled and let out a soft groan. Lin Tian frowned and quickly asked, How is it? Are you having a headache? Is your heart racing? Or are your emotions being magnified? Wu Qing hesitated. It feels like someone is knocking on the door inside my head. Lin Tian praised her. You really have talent, she asked curiously. Talent? He held up a finger to explain. The trace of spiritual energy you just absorbed, if that were an ordinary cultivator, they would have gone mad by now. Wu Qing couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Huh?" Lin Tian confirmed, "Your psychic fluctuations are very stable, and furthermore, you have a high tolerance for abnormal psychic signals. Have faith in yourself. After all, you are." Before he could finish, the helicopter shook violently. Da Huang reported in a panic, "Captain Lin, we seem to have been attacked." Lin Tian quickly looked out the window. Outside, a monster was soaring upward, trailing a terrifying tornado behind it. The vortex seemed intent on sweeping the entire helicopter away. A red alarm sounded immediately. Da Huang was deathly pale and suggested, "The helicopter is about to break. Let's retreat first." Lin Tian stood up and refused. "No need." He opened the helicopter door, and Da Huang exclaimed in shock, "What did you say?" Lin Tian glanced back and instructed, "Listen to me and count to 3. Da Huang was panicked inside. What do you want to do? We are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Tian ignored him, frowned, and counted. 1, 2, the sound echoed in his ears. Da Huang gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. At the count of 3, he had no choice but to press the red button. The helicopter door opened instantly before Lin Tian, who leaned forward into the blizzard. Lin Tian was enveloped in his own spiritual energy, flying mid-air, face to face with the black dragon. Suddenly, a beam of brilliant mana shot out. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and Lin Tian said sternly, "The game of hide-and-seek should come to an end now." Cut to another location. Lin Tian unleashed his ultimate move, Thunder Flame Palm. A stream of spiritual energy was instantly fired into the air, converging to strike a single point. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lin Tian unleashes his ultimate technique, the Thunder Flame Palm. A surge of spiritual energy blasts into the air, converging to strike a single point. The black dragon screeches in agony. Back in the helicopter, Da Huang looks on, worried. What on earth is that monster? Outside, the black dragon reveals its form through the thick smoke. It opens its maw and lets out a terrifying roar. Su Yuting, inside the helicopter, is drenched in a cold sweat, stammering, "This aura, this monster, is at least at the 5th stage of the Iron Vein realm." Fearfully, she turns to look at him. "Miss To, should we temporarily retreat?" Meanwhile, the beast circles in the sky, while Lin Tian drifts effortlessly through the air. Su Yuting calls out urgently, "Lin Tian, watch out!" He narrows his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Child's play. With those words, Lin Tian deflects all of the black dragon's attacks. The dragon grows even more savage, lunging at him. Lin Tian immediately charges, his spiritual energy surging. He strikes the black dragon right in the neck, his palm glowing. Countless bolts of lightning erupt from his hand. Trapped within the barrier, the beast screams in madness. The black dragon struggles to spread its wings and fly away, but Lin Tian mocks it, trying to leave. "Are you?" A split second later, he unleashes the Thunder Flame Fist. A dazzling wave of light instantly slams into the black dragon's chest. Moments later, the dragon spits out blood. Finally, the black dragon loses its momentum and plummets from high above. Da Huang stares in disbelief, muttering, "Is this truly something a human can do? Is Big Brother Lin actually a god?" Su Yuting smiles faintly, silently acknowledging that this is the true strength of Team Captain Lin. Time passes. Snow blankets the mountain in the pitch-black night. In a dark, desolate spot, Thiulang, Ganghang, and Lily have arrived. Looking around, he asks anxiously, "Young Master Tun, I heard the military has locked down this area. Won't we get into trouble if we just charge in like this?" Thiulang glances over, dismissing the concern. "Trouble? What kind of trouble could there possibly be?" He lifts his chin, speaking with supreme confidence. "In front of our clan, what is the military anyway?" Thiulang waves his hand dismissively. "They are just administrators. To put it bluntly, they are nothing more than the dogs we keep." Lily suddenly interrupts. "I heard the military has trained a genius. Rumor has it he's reached the 8th stage of the Iron Vein realm." Hearing this, he rolls his eyes. "You mean that guy, Lin Tian? The 8th stage of the Iron Vein realm? These people really know how to blow smoke." Thiulang raises his pinky in mockery. With the measly resources the military has, they can cultivate an 8th stage Iron Vein expert? He crosses his arms and mutters, "I'm not even at the 5th stage of the Iron Vein realm myself." Thiulang continues, rambling about his clan's resources. "Our resources are 3, maybe even 5 times that of the military." He brags about their techniques, spiritual herbs, and lucky encounters, saying, "Even if those people wanted to rob us, they wouldn't be able to touch them." Thiulang puffs out his chest, asserting, "In my opinion, That Lin Tian guy is just a product of the military's propaganda. Kane Han, standing behind him, laughs and fawns. Tun young master is absolutely right. Only Lily is left in deep, serious thought, thinking, these two idiots have no idea that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Theo Lung begins cracking his knuckles, boasting, if I really run into that Lin Tian, just watch how I teach him a lesson. I'll show him that the noble clans are not to be insulted. Right then, someone steps forward, calling out, who are you? Su Yuting warns them that the area is cordoned off by the military. Theo Lung is slightly surprised by her appearance, and his mind immediately goes to lewd thoughts. With a figure like that, watch me bring her to heel. Su Yuting sternly warns, this is a restricted area. One more step and you will face the consequences. Hearing this, Theo Lung sneers arrogantly. A mere military pawn dares to talk to me like that? It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Without further ado, he raises his hand and unleashes a gale palm. Realizing the speed of the attack, she is shocked and barely dodges. Too fast. Her strength is not much different from mine. Theo Lung sneers, mocking her. Good reflexes, but it's useless. Then, the two of them clash. However, Su Yuting cannot hold her ground and stumbles backward. Seeing this, his lackey cheers excitedly. Young Master Tun is amazing. Infuriated, she shouts, I'm warning you one last time. If you attack again, I will report this to the military. He laughs wildly, full of defiance. Report to the military? You think the military can control me? Irritated, Su Yuting charges forward. Bravely, she focuses her energy and launches a frost palm. Theo Lung, caught off guard, winces but strikes back, refusing to lose, and continues his onslaught. Meanwhile, Theo Lung is terrified, wondering, what is going on? How does this girl have such strength? His two subordinates stand stunned, thinking, to be able to block young Master Tun's direct attack and even counterattack, this woman is no pushover. At the same time, Su Yuting successfully lands a hit on his stomach. He grinds his teeth in rage. How dare she embarrass me in front of Lily? She wants to die. Then, Theo Lung lets out a furious roar. Very well. You have successfully enraged me. He rubs his neck and reveals a sinister expression. I was only going to teach you a lesson, but now I've changed my mind. I want you to die here. Without hesitation, he pops a pill into his mouth. Within seconds, Theo Lung's aura suddenly explodes. He boasts triumphantly, feast your eyes on the power of the 6th stage of the Iron Vein Realm peak. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lily cries out in panic. Tun young master, stop! You'll kill her! However, he ruthlessly unleashes a lethal blow. Die, Gale Palm. Su Yuting frowns, muttering, too fast. She quickly summons a frost shield to protect herself. Theo Lung stubbornly retorts with a sneer. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, he aggressively tore through the ice shield and punched Wu Qing in the stomach. Caught off guard, she tumbled backward, clutching her belly in agony. Is this the power of someone above the 5th stage of the Iron Vein Realm? Wu Qing hit the ground, coughing incessantly. Watching this, Xiaoling Yueg's eyes widened in shock. Li Li watched with a calculating look, secretly impressed. She took a hit from a 6th stage Iron Vein Master and she's still alive? He cheered with excitement. Such willpower. It would be a waste for such a woman to die. I'll give you a chance. Become my servant, and I'll let you live in comfort. Wu Qing spat back firmly. Dream on. Xiaoling Yueg, acting like a creep, raised his hand and threatened, I will break you and turn you into my most obedient servant. Suddenly, Lin Tian appeared and coldly spoke. A peak 6th stage Iron Vein Master, yet you still dare to act so arrogant here? Hearing this, Xiaoling Yueg startled and leaped to the side. The other two saw this and were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. Xiaoling Yueg panicked, wondering, how? When did this guy get behind me? Meanwhile, Lin Tian pointed and stated clearly, I'll give you a chance too, Lin Tian said, his aura burning with intensity. Cut off your own 2 arms now or die. Tan Xiaoling shouted back in a rage, stop playing these games. Stop with the mysterious act. Xiaoling yelled, throwing a punch aggressively. I want to see what kind of skills you actually have. Without wasting words, he lunged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian summoned an electrical wave with ease and flicked it forward. Instantly, Xiaoling was blasted backward, crashing to the ground. He couldn't believe it, and kept screaming internally. How is this possible? I used all my strength in that punch, yet he blocked it so casually. Lily, seeing this, gasped in shock. Tan Xiaoling is at the peak of the 6th stage of the Iron Pulse realm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoling thought fearfully, this guy, he didn't even use his full strength just now. Meanwhile, Lin Tian slowly floated into the air and calmly asked, should I take that as an attempt to provoke me just now? Xiaoling, terrified, whispered to himself, the power gap is too big. I can't mess with this guy. He then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Senior, please forgive me. I, Tan Xiaoling, had eyes but failed to recognize a superior. Lin Tian sneered, mocking him. You want to fight? Then you want to stop? Do you think the world works that way? Xiaoling desperately explained. Senior, I am from the Tan family. Our family is one of the great clans of the Long Kingdom. Lin Tian coldly dismissed him. I don't care about your family, or whatever the Tan family is. I only know one thing. Lin Tian raised his voice sharply. If you hurt my people, you have to pay the price. Lin Tian then quickly closed the distance to Xiaoling. Xiaoling was shocked, his face contorting in pain as Lin Tian landed a vicious blow to his stomach. He lost his balance and slammed into the wall. Xiaoling couldn't handle the impact and vomited blood. Lily's eyes widened in amazement. He managed to beat Tan Xiaoling to this state with just one punch? Lin Tian continued to warn him, you should be glad you haven't killed Wu Qing yet. Otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now. Xiaoling stammered timidly, I don't dare. Please, senior, forgive me. Lin Tian glared at him, provoking him. If anyone in your family is unhappy about this, tell them to come find me. Defeated, Xiaoling gritted his teeth and cursed internally. Damn it. I will definitely call for backup and have you killed. Meanwhile, Lin Tian gently helped Wu Qing up and asked with concern, can you stand steadily? Wu Qing nodded weakly but firmly. Captain Lin, I'm okay. Lin Tian patted her shoulder and spoke softly. Don't move. Let me use my spiritual energy to help you. Witnessing this, Lily was stunned. He just injured Tan Xiaoling with a flick of his hand, yet he can still calmly spare the energy to save someone else? She told herself. This kind of person must never be made an enemy. Just then, a piercing, deafening sound erupted throughout the space. Lily frantically covered her ears. What is that? The guard panicked and explained. The ancient tomb has opened. This is the spiritual pressure transmitting from within, and it's suppressing us. Upon hearing this, she understood. So that's it. This type of spiritual shock affects those with higher cultivation even more severely. The pressure he is enduring must be even greater than mine. Just then, Lily exclaimed in surprise. Before her eyes, Wu Qing and Lin Tian both looked perfectly fine. Lin Tian calmly asked, I've stabilized the spiritual energy in your body. Can you walk now? She replied with certainty, Captain Lin, I can walk. I can withstand this little bit of spiritual pressure. Seeing them without any hesitation, Lily gasped in astonishment. What? This little bit of spiritual pressure? Could it be that not only the man, but even this girl can withstand the spiritual force? Coming from the ancient tomb, can they both enter the tomb while being suppressed by this kind of energy? Lily anxiously turned to ask, They're going in. What should we do? Xiaoling, clutching his stomach, swore revenge. The humiliation I suffered must be repaid. Inside the tomb, he planned to himself. The tomb is full of traps and rules. There's bound to be a way to kill him. Without hesitation, Xiaoling decisively ordered, Let's go in. The family's order was to enter the tomb and find treasures. The guard hesitantly objected. But under this spiritual pressure, we can't even move properly. How can we compete with him? Xiaoling replied smugly. I had already anticipated this. Then, Xiaoling revealed an item to them. The guard saw it and gasped in shock. That is, he threw it up without hesitation and boasted triumphantly. That's why I came prepared. Instantly, the jade pendant flashed, shining down on the three of them, and the ringing noise vanished. Feeling the energy shielding their bodies, Lily cheered happily. The spiritual suppression is gone. She looked up, curious. What is that thing? It can actually suppress the spiritual force radiating from the tomb? Xiaoling explained complacently. This is a protective jade pendant given to me by my family elders, specifically to deal with the spiritual pressure inside the ancient tomb. It's not just this one piece. The family invested heavily in this trip to the tomb. He patted his bag and guaranteed. To prevent any unexpected accidents, I have several other treasures on me, enough to last until we reach the depths of the tomb. Then, Xiaoling raised an eyebrow and mocked them. Did your family not prepare anything for you? They were embarrassed and could only smile awkwardly. The scene shifted inside the cave. Wu Qing said vigilantly, Captain Lin, this is. As they stopped at the center, she asked in confusion, Which way should we go? At that moment, the blade at Lin Tian's side suddenly signaled. Sensing it, Lin Tian frowned, looking behind him. Without saying much, he quickly drew it. Lin Tian pointed the tip of the blade forward, stopping right at a door. He signaled urgently, "This way." Afterward, they entered together. On the way, they encountered strange energy. Lin Tian calmly reminded her, "Don't panic. This is a teleportation array." Next, the light in front of them burst out suddenly, and while they were stunned, they were transported to a new space. Before them lay a dense, gloomy forest. After observing the surroundings, he wondered, is this a secret realm inside the ancient tomb? Just then, she bent down and was startled. Wu Qing gasped in shock. "Captain Lin, this is bad. This is a swamp." Lin Tian reached out and signaled, "Hold on tight." Instantly, they leaped, running to escape the swamp. He and she landed perfectly. Suddenly, the ground rose strangely. The next second, an army of skeletons rose from the earth. They surrounded them completely. The skeleton army stared at them with hunger. Wu Qing looked around in horror. Is this the secret realm that Captain Lin has been fighting in all along? She hurriedly turned to him and asked, "Captain Lin, which way should we use to break through?" Lin Tian pondered for a moment, analyzing the situation. Breaking through isn't necessary. These skeleton soldiers have no killing intent. The spiritual energy fluctuations from them are very calm. He gently held out the dagger. "Are you looking for this?" As soon as they saw the gleaming blade, they froze in place. Suddenly, the skeleton army knelt down in unison to pay their respects. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuting exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Are these skeleton soldiers bowing to him?" Lin Tian remarked with satisfaction, "As I thought, this dagger from the Chengbai Mountain ancient tomb is definitely no ordinary item." Next, the ground shifted back to its original state, and the skeleton army stood neatly in 2 rows. Seeing this, she asked curiously, "What do we do now? Should we follow their path?" He decisively agreed. "Since we're already here, let's just go with the flow. Let's take this path and see what's there." Meanwhile, at the center of the crossroads, Kan Han asked anxiously, "Young Master Tan, which way should we go?" Thuleng Yueg urged him impatiently, "Lily, use your divination skills to check." She immediately agreed. "All right, but the rules of this ancient tomb are chaotic. I can only use divination to see the luck and misfortune." Afterward, Lily took out a talisman and focused on chanting. She created an 8 trigrams formation in the middle of the room, and the formation suddenly lit up. As soon as she realized the result, Lily pointed decisively. "The signs of luck and misfortune indicate the middle path is the right one." Good. He thought with a hidden ambition, Lily's divination is truly powerful. I must find a way to get her. Lily didn't say much, and Thuleng Yueg spoke up loudly, signaling them. "If the divination says it's safe, let's go." Then, the group slowly moved inside. Suddenly, the ceiling changed abruptly. Looking at the new environment, they exclaimed in awe. A snowy plain. Kan Han was terrified, wondering, "There's a place like this inside the secret realm?" Just as he finished speaking, an arrow shot out from afar. He panicked and hurriedly leaned back to dodge it. Frowning, he shouted, "Who's there?" Standing before them was the skeleton army. Realizing they were blocking the path, Thuleng Yueg couldn't help but be shocked. This was supposed to be the safest route. Just then, the skeleton army suddenly raised their bows and arrows. Seeing them preparing to fire, he quickly commanded, "Chu Kan Han, block the arrows. I'll take care of them." He immediately executed the order. In just a few seconds, the arrows flew toward them. Kan Han managed to release a flame shield just in time. Feeling the pressure, he whispered in terror, "Is the power of these arrows really this strong?" Thuleng Yueg spotted an opening and shouted, "Great opportunity." He threw a punch aggressively. "Take this." Kan Han was excited and praised, as expected, of the young master of the Tan family. To have such immense strength, Thuleng Yueg turned to warn him anxiously. "Don't get distracted. They're attacking again." As soon as he finished, the skeleton army charged with their weapons. They took the initiative and slashed sharply toward him. Kan Han was startled and quickly pushed one away, but another skeleton attacked from behind. At this moment, he jumped in to assist. Thuleng Yueg released his power toward them. "Go to hell." The skeleton army didn't have time to defend themselves and were caught in a whirlwind. Without hesitation, he jumped up and signaled, "Follow me, let's break out." Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Lin Tian and Su Yuting were standing before a mysterious gate. They slowly moved deep inside. She discovered something strange and reported it. "Captain Lin, look at this. It's exactly like the dagger in your hand." He pondered deeply, thinking to himself, "It seems that before, Wang Huyen was trying to snatch the short dagger here." Lin Tian frowned and stopped for a few seconds. At that very moment, he was startled, realizing something behind him. Lin Tian grabbed the weapon quickly. Su Yuting saw it and exclaimed in surprise. An arrow. She looked left and right in a panic. How could this be here? He wasn't afraid and directly demanded. Come out. Lin Tian crushed the arrow and affirmed, I know you're hiding there. Without further ado, the mysterious person stepped out proudly. Upon seeing the person, Su Yuting was stunned. Looking at the girl standing before them, she was shocked. A living person? They stood defensively, frozen for a few seconds. At this, Lin Tian frowned and asked, among those we came into contact with at the entrance of the tomb, was she one of them? Su Yuting confirmed firmly, no, I only met Tan Thioleng Yueg's group. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, analyzing the complex situation. So, they infiltrated during the chaos. It seems there are quite a few factions wanting to enter this tomb. Lin Tian waved his hand to explain. Calm down. I was sent by the military. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Li Xiutong cursed in anger. Damn it. Have they evolved to the point of speaking human language? Without further ado, she drew her bow. Preparing to attack. I'll kill all you monsters immediately. The arrow flew toward him. Lin Tian dodged and sighed in resignation. Why do people always have to take a beating before they'll talk nicely? Li Xiutong continued to attack. Take this. He accepted his fate with a sigh. If you don't want to talk properly, Lin Tian shouted, releasing his energy, then don't blame me. In just a split second, he successfully blocked the arrow with his electric shield. She saw this and screamed in terror. What? Before she could process it, Lin Tian teleported behind her. Li Xiutong panicked and turned around. What on earth is this monster? She quickly reasoned. I have to put some distance between us. As quick as lightning, he raised his hand to block her. Want to leave? Lin Tian suppressed Li Xiutong directly. She struggled in pain, but in vain. Seeing that she was immobilized, he coldly questioned, Can we talk properly now? Li Xiutong gritted her teeth in anger. Shut up. You mirage demons shouldn't be here playing the hypocrite, she vowed firmly. Even if I die, I won't let you use my face to harm my brothers. Hearing this, he repeated in confusion, Mirage demons? Brothers? Lin Tian pieced everything together and suddenly realized. Could it be? He spoke honestly. Calm down. If I were truly a mirage demon, as you said, you would already be dead. Afterward, Lin Tian proactively withdrew his killing intent and pulled his hand back. He suggested, seriously, I will let you go right now. I hope you can calmly exchange information with me. Seeing his strange behavior, Li Xiutong was bewildered. What's going on? He didn't kill me? She asked hesitantly. You're not mirage demons? Lin Tian pulled out his ID card seriously. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Tian, sent by the military to investigate the Changbai Mountain ancient tomb. Li Xiutong was shaken after hearing this. You are really from the military? She questioned him incessantly. How did you get in here? Hasn't the entrance to the tomb been sealed for years? He explained calmly. The outside world has seen major changes. A few days ago, the entrance to the Changbai Mountain ancient tomb reopened. The military sent us into the ancient tomb to investigate the situation, though others snuck in to take advantage of the chaos. Lin Tian then curiously asked, based on what you just said, I can assume you and your friends have been living in this forbidden realm for a very long time, right? Wu Qing gasped in shock. What? Humans can survive in a forbidden realm for that long? Liu Xiu cautiously followed up. Based on just a few words from you and a piece of paper that might be fake, I can't fully trust you. After all, this concerns the life and death of my teammates. I can't be careless. Without much talk, Lin Tian confidently pulled an item from his bag. Well, if I'm not mistaken, he held up a blade and asked, You definitely recognize this item, right? Seeing the object, she was stunned. This, how could it be? Liu Xiu stammered. How do you have this sacred artifact? She sadly recounted her tragic past. Years ago, the military command sent us into this forbidden realm to investigate. The dangers inside the ancient tomb were far worse than what the files recorded. We found this dagger deep within the realm. The captain took one look and determined it wasn't an ordinary weapon. The captain insisted this dagger was significant and decided to bring it back to military command for research. Just as we approached the exit, a powerful monster blocked our path. The captain divided Squad 5 into two groups, one responsible for holding back the monster, and the other, in charge of taking the dagger and escaping the tomb. We were the force that stayed behind to fight the monster back then. Hearing this, Wu Qing asked in admiration, How did you all survive in here all these years? Liu Xiu gratefully replied, Thanks to the captain. He always led us to hunt monsters for food, to avoid starving. Fortunately, there are many monsters in this forbidden realm. Lin Tian asked cautiously, You just mentioned phantom demon. What exactly is that? She frowned and emphasized, they are monsters, native to this place. They can disguise themselves as humans. Once you let your guard down, they will strike and devour you completely. Liu Shu explained her earlier behavior. That's why at first, I thought you weren't human. He realized and nodded. So that's how it is. Lin Tian turned around and declared loudly, my name is Lin Tian, and this is my companion. I am the Commander-in-Chief, Shen of the military, sent to investigate the spiritual energy anomalies in Changbai Mountain. He paused and suggested, could you let me speak with your captain? The outside world has undergone massive, world-shaking changes. She hesitated for a long time after hearing this. Then, Liu Shu politely shook hands and revealed her identity as a former member of the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad under the military. Meanwhile, in another battle, the reconnaissance squad was surrounding a large bear. The old man, filled with spirit, shouted, eat my blade! He swung hard at its arm. The large bear roared in angry, threatening protest. Refusing to lose, it swung its claws in retaliation. The old man lost his balance and fell backward. Ding Chen seized the chance to jump in and attack. Take this punch. However, the large bear swung its claws, swatting him away. Cheng Yuan, seeing this, was determined to avenge his comrade. You beast, pay with your life. He decisively thrust his spear into its neck. Even so, the large bear didn't flinch at all. Cheng Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What? It casually swatted him away. Cheng Yuan was hit and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The large bear calmly turned toward him. Cheng Yuan cursed in frustration, watching its massive frame as it prepared to close in. He asked in despair, is this the end? Without a word, the large bear swung its claws, ready to finish him. Cheng Yuan covered his face and screamed in terror. Just then, a brave hand suddenly blocked it, followed by a massive explosion. He stared blankly ahead. At that very moment, Lin Tian emitted an electrical current to suppress the large bear. Seeing the strange figure, Cheng Yuan was bewildered. Who are you? Lin Tian glanced at him and coldly ordered, just stay there. Lin Tian aggressively unleashed his power. The large bear couldn't take it anymore and fell backward, crashing into the bushes. Witnessing this scene, he gasped in horror. What kind of power is this? The old man was shocked and remarked, one hit and it's already beaten back. No sooner had he finished speaking than the large bear suddenly rose again, roaring. It violently smashed the barrier. After escaping, the ferocious large bear lunged straight at him. He shouted in a panic, run, it's going to go all out. However, he remained calm and stood his ground. Lin Tian said coldly, I already gave you a chance to survive. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power, taking a stance and preparing to dash toward it. He shouted, Thunder Arts! Lin Tian straight up pierced its forehead with his Thunder Flame Fist technique. The pressure was so intense the bear froze instantly. In a split second, its head was ripped apart, and the bear died, falling to the ground. The old man saw this, and said in terror, one punch, and it's obliterated. He quickly turned and ran over to Lin Tian, asking warmly, are you three okay? He doubted and judged. This level of power, it can't be human. Ding Chen lamented bitterly. To die at the hands of such a powerful phantom demon, at least I have something to brag about to our fallen brothers. Hearing this, he was speechless. They think I'm a phantom demon again. Lin Tian waved his hands, trying to explain. Wait, you guys, stay calm and let me speak. However, the old man, furious, shouted instructions. Brothers, today we fight to the death with this phantom demon. Just then, Liu Shu sternly intervened. Stop. She blocked them and clearly stated, he is not a phantom demon. He was sent by the military. He was shocked, his eyes widening. Liu Shu, have you been devoured too? Cheng Yuan sobbed and yelled, that phantom demon dared to devour my goddess. I'll risk my life to kill you. She looked grim and growled to herself. They actually dare to call me a phantom demon? Liu Shu trembled with anger and warned, I am giving you one last chance. The old man gestured wildly and offered his opinion. The three of us treat death as light as a feather, she replied coldly through gritted teeth. You brought this upon yourselves. Next, Liu Shu pointed out and revealed all their secrets. Last month, during night watch, you secretly climbed onto the captain's roof and were kicked off by the platoon leader, he gasped. How do you know that? Ding Chen and Cheng Yuan heard this and criticized the old man with disdain. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. No wonder the platoon leader keeps mentioning that we need to pay attention to military discipline. Without further ado, she continued to interrogate. And you too. Last time, the two of you were lurking outside the women's hot spring for an entire hour. The old man cursed bitterly. I thought you guys were gentlemen. Who knew you'd do something so despicable? Just as Liu Shu was about to expose more, they panicked and knelt, begging, Sister Liu, we believe you. Stop. The scene shifts to the secret base of the reconnaissance squad. Sheng Qing, looking serious, greeted him. Let me introduce myself. I am the captain of the 3rd Scout Squad of the military department, Sheng Qing, she then curiously suggested. Could you let me see the holy artifact for a moment? Lin Tian placed the blade on the table and generously replied, Be my guest. After examining it, Sheng Qing suspiciously probed, Why did the military send you here? He immediately got to the point, I want to go to the deepest part of the secret realm. Why is this dagger still glowing? She asked. She firmly rejected him. No way. Too many people died back there when it was first sealed. I won't let my soldiers follow you there to throw their lives away. Lin Tian smiled coldly and countered, You misunderstand. He remained firm on his stance. I didn't come here to ask for your people, Lin Tian arrogantly emphasized. What I mean is, I'm going alone. At that, Sheng Qing helplessly conceded. I can take you to the entrance of the seal, but if you die in there, she sternly warned, there won't be anyone to collect your body. He calmly agreed. Fine. Afterward, Sheng Qing stepped out of the barracks and signaled for everyone to assemble. As soon as the soldiers lined up in formation, she ordered loudly, Listen up, everyone. It seems the gate to the Mount Chengbai ancient tomb has restarted. Hearing that, they cheered joyfully. What? Does this mean we can get out of here? Sheng Qing shouted sternly. Quiet. This may be our chance to escape, but the condition is that the base must not fall into chaos. She turned and issued her next command. 6 bones. Lead everyone to protect the base. If there are any irregularities, you must seal the area immediately. Do not chase after anything on your own. Do you understand? 6 bones hesitated and pleaded. Sister, I want to go with you. I don't want to be separated. Sheng Qing coldly corrected her. When on a mission, address me by my rank. The girl faltered, hurt. Sister Sheng Qing declared clearly, There is no sister here. I am the commander, and you are my soldier. Is that clear? 6 bones understood and replied, Yes. Then, she gently consoled her. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After that, Sheng Qing turned and urged, Let's go. Lin Tian and the other 2 ventured deep into the forest. On the way, Wu Qing worriedly advised, Sister 6, you were a bit too harsh with 6 bones earlier. She is your younger sister, after all. Sheng Qing reflected, In moments where we face life or death choices like this, gentleness is the most useless thing. Just then, Sheng Qing sensed killing intent and warned loudly, Careful! She frowned, sensing the spiritual energy nearby was off. No sooner had she finished speaking, a black wolf emerged from the bushes, growling aggressively. Faced with the crisis, Sheng Qing quickly asked Lin Tian, Let's join forces to deal with this wolf. He calmly rejected the idea. No need. Then, Lin Tian turned and proposed, Wu Qing, use it to practice. She obediently followed orders. Yes, Captain. Without further ado, Wu Qing leaped into the air, focusing to activate her cold ice palm technique. The black wolf saw this and nimbly dodged. Growling, it leaped at her. Wu Qing gathered energy into her fist and, without hesitation, slammed a palm strike onto the wolf's forehead. Meanwhile, Sheng Qing asked anxiously, Aren't you worried something will happen to her? This kind of high-level monster in the secret realm isn't weak, he explained calmly. Don't worry, it's just a 3rd-stage Iron Vein monster. It's the perfect difficulty for Wu Qing. At that same moment, Wu Qing continued to attack its head. The black wolf was hit and instinctively retreated. Seizing the opening, she quickly leaped up. An opening! It refused to lose and immediately exhaled poisonous gas. Wu Qing was instantly engulfed by the toxic cloud. She grimaced, covering her face, with her hand, coughing repeatedly. Seeing things weren't going well, Lin Tian decided to step in. Still too little combat experience. Just then, Sheng Qing panicked and rushed forward. Careful! She decisively intervened, punching the black wolf's head. Instantly, its skull was shattered into pieces. Sheng Qing successfully took down the black wolf. Watching this, Lin Tian's eyes went wide. She reached out to help. Are you okay? Wu Qing took her hand, exhaling in relief. Thank you. Sheng Qing sternly warned. Until the monster is dead, never lower your guard. Lin Tian walked over and reminded her, In battle, you can't have a single moment of slack. Otherwise, you'll be seriously wounded at best, or dead at worst. Wu Qing looked down, flustered. I know, Captain Lin. I won't be so careless again. Sheng Qing thought to herself. Lin Tian didn't even react back there. She assumed if she hadn't acted fast enough, this girl would be a corpse by now. Sheng Qing secretly planned not to let Wu Qing follow Lin Tian into the secret realm later. She felt justified, thinking such a good seed shouldn't follow Lin Tian to her death. After a while, the three of them ventured deeper. They eventually arrived in front of a gate filled with ancient symbols. Moreover, streams of energy were circulating over it. Sheng Qing stepped up and said, "This is the area of the seal that I told you about." She added, "I'm warning you. The things inside are nothing like the monsters we met outside." Sheng Qing appeared cautious. Once we enter, if we encounter, the things happening before her eyes made her freeze in confusion. What is this? The sealing energy from the gate looks like it's about to explode. Then, a deadly red glow emerged from within as a giant, demonic arm reached out. Su Yuting screamed in panic. "Sister Six, watch out! The monster's arm is right in front of you." It was already inches away from Than Te. She immediately leaped to the side to dodge it, then quickly regained her balance as the arm continued to stretch out. A grotesque sound echoed from within the portal, and then a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. A pale-faced demonic beast leaped out from the seal and let out a roar that shook the heavens. It had locked onto its target, and that target was none other than Than Te. Its gaze was fixed on her as it prepared to strike. With no other choice, Than Te activated her defensive abilities. She thought to herself, "It's so fast." The beast lunged forward, slimming straight into her. Than Te was knocked back, sliding across the ground before she immediately leaned over. Using her hands and feet as brakes, she looked up and realized, it has so much brute strength. Without stopping, the monster roared again and charged to attack. It unleashed a razor-sharp claw swipe, but Than Te managed to leap up and dodge just in time. The beast followed up with a rapid series of powerful strikes that made it difficult for her to evade. The monster pulled its arm back, preparing to unleash a lethal blow. Than Te watched it, filled with anxiety. No, the gap in power between me and this beast is just too wide. It won't be long now. In a flash, its massive body lunged right in front of her. Than Te's eyes widened in terror. "It's over. I can't dodge this anymore." Su Yuting, seeing this, cried out in panic. "Sister Six!" Than Te turned back to them and shouted, "Both of you, get out of here. I can't hold it back anymore." She spoke as if it were her final words, adding, "Tell Six Yang that there's an anomaly deep within this secret realm." As soon as she finished speaking, the monster was already right in her face. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. Is this really how it ends? Just then, a foot appeared and kicked the monster square in the face. It was instantly sent flying to the side. Than Te slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was unharmed, she looked at the young man standing in front of her and could only gasp out two words. "What?" Lin Tian stood there, scolding the monster. "You dare crawl out of that seal seeking death with such pathetic skills?"